Chapter 1. The Primordial Era. Brother, in comparison to the Eastern Sea, the Northern Sea is exceedingly barren. Despite our extensive travels, we have yet to uncover anything of value, Yuanshi remarked. Having just concluded the two teachings of the Tao ancestor, the three pure ones sought to embark on a journey, arriving at the Northern Sea. Unlike the Eastern Sea, abundant in spiritual energy and dotted with spiritual islands, the Northern Sea was frigid and desolate. Not only was the spiritual energy sparse, but the islands on the surface of the sea were few, and even the living beings were far less numerous than those in the Eastern Sea. The three pure ones were beings of great fortune, and wherever they roamed, opportunities would present themselves. However, after a circuit around the Northern Sea, they had not managed to find even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, which justified Yuanshi's lament. At that moment, an unexpected commotion arose before them. A brilliant golden light erupted from an island, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling splendor. Countless whirlpools manifested upon the sea's surface, creating a magnificent spectacle. Could this signify the descent of a spiritual treasure? Such a commotion could very well indicate the emergence of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The three pure ones hastened toward the source. For them, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure would indeed be considered a treasure. Meanwhile, Yunlin stirred from his slumber. What the hell? Didn't I die from overwork? How am I alive again? Where's this place? Why is it so dark? After a while, Yunlin began to comprehend his situation. He had been a beleaguered IT worker, toiling away for 3 consecutive nights to write a program. He had not received his bonus and had collapsed on the spot. Upon awakening, he found himself reborn into the primordial world. Moreover, he had become the son of the first Yunlin. Host has safely landed in the primordial world. The divine choice system is now activated. Please make a selection. Option 1. Possess the finest root constitution in the entire primordial realm, diligently cultivate, and inevitably attain sainthood. Option 2. Receive the blessing of the will of the Pangu great deity. Comprehend the laws of perception, fulfill Pangu's final wish, and strengthen the primordial realm. Option 3. Obtain boundless fortune, free from calamities, and be perpetually accompanied by luck. I choose option 3. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunlin made his selection. What on earth is this? Having worked himself to death in his previous life, did he really want to continue toiling in this one? He was done with that. Even knowing that Hongjun had delivered the teachings twice, he felt no regret. Congratulations, host, for acquiring boundless fortune. The system's voice resonated. Boom! Suddenly, an immense radiance surged forth from Yunlin's eggshell, shooting into the heavens. The three pure ones were left in awe. It appears this is not a spiritual treasure, but a being about to be born. To possess such momentum even before birth, this child has an extraordinary future. Yuanshi exclaimed. Such profound fortune. I have never witnessed a being so favored by fortune. Tongtian marveled. Even Laozi, who had been silent, felt a stir of interest. Many powerful beings in the primordial realm had taken on disciples. The three pure ones refrained from accepting disciples due to their high standards, but it seemed they had finally found a suitable candidate. They then beheld a small Yunlin enveloped in vibrant colors emerging from the egg. At the moment of birth, a thunderous tribulation was poised to appear, but under the cleansing influence of fortune, the tribulation was dispelled. So, it is the son of the first Yunlin, Laozi remarked with a hint of regret. After the catastrophic Dragon Han tribulation, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Yunlin clans had all suffered greatly. The Dragon clan had retreated into the four seas. Daring not to reveal themselves, the Phoenix clan had hidden within the endless volcanoes. The Yunlin clan had fared the worst, willingly sacrificing themselves to bless the primordial realm in an effort to dissolve their karmic burdens. Now, Yunlin were a rare sight in the primordial realm. All three clans bore immense karmic debts. Laozi, who practiced the way of non-action, preferred to avoid entanglements with troublesome matters. Thus, upon realizing the newborn was a Yunlin, he lost interest in accepting a disciple. Yuanshi and Tongtian, however, were delighted. They were not so particular. Yet at that moment, The newly born Yunlin tilted his head and fell soundly asleep. No matter where he was, comfort took precedence. This, Yuanshi sighed. Though this child is accompanied by boundless fortune, his disposition is excessively languid. It may prove difficult for him to achieve greatness. He had always detested those who were lethargic, and with Yunlin's slumber, Yuanshi no longer wished to take him on. I shall take this child under my wing, Tongtian declared with delight, for he was the least particular. In the next moment, Tongtian landed upon the small island, clad in azure robes, surrounded by swirling laws, his divine light shimmering, creating a captivating appearance. Little Qilin. Noticing Yunlin's lack of response, Tongtian approached and gently nudged him. Who nudged me? Yunlin was irate. He loathed being awakened during sleep. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Tongtian before him. Yunlin understood that his father, the first Qilin, had placed him on this small island, surrounded by a formation that could only be breached by someone of quasi-saint status. The fact that this individual had so easily entered the formation suggested he was a prominent figure in the primordial realm. Yunlin greets the elder, Yunlin said obediently. Tongtian couldn't help but chuckle at Yunlin's demeanor. This little fellow certainly knew how to read the room. Young one, we are fated to cross paths. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Tongtian laughed heartily. Yunlin pondered for a moment. The primordial realm was fraught with peril despite the protective formation. One could never predict when calamity might strike. Moreover, his current strength was merely at the Xianxian level. With the conclusion of the Tao ancestors' teachings, the conflict between the Wu and the Lich was imminent. It would be prudent to ally with a powerful figure. As long as the individual was not Dong Wanggong, Hong Yun, or the two from the demon clan. Of course, Tongtian could not be accepted either otherwise. The impending Fengshen catastrophe would be quite troublesome. However, judging by the person before him, he likely did not belong to those unfortunate souls. Presently, Dong Wanggong was the foremost among the male immortals. Having no time to venture to the northern sea, Hong Yun did not seem likely either, and the two from the Sunstar were probably still busy preparing to establish the heavenly court. As for Tongtian, the three pure ones were currently united, so Tongtian would not act alone. Yunlin is willing. Yunlin replied eagerly. At that moment, the heavens shifted, signifying the establishment of their master-disciple bond, recognized by the Tao of Heaven. Third brother, congratulations on acquiring such an excellent disciple, Laozi remarked as he slowly stepped forward. Third brother, this little Qilin has a rather lazy disposition. You must guide him diligently, lest our three pure ones lose face, Yuanshi added as he joined. Yunlin, meow meow meow. What the hell? He had never anticipated that he would dismiss the correct answer so swiftly. His master was none other than Tongtian. Liner, since you have entered my tutelage, I shall not be stingy. This is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the heart-connecting lock, which I bestow upon you, Tongtian declared, laughing heartily as a stream of light descended into Yunlin's embrace. Since he is my third brother's disciple, I too shall not be stingy. This medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the banana fan, shall be yours, Laozi proclaimed. Within the primordial realm, there existed 4 banana fans corresponding to the attributes of earth, fire, wind, and water. The one in Laozi's possession was the fire banana fan, utilized in the alchemical furnace to fan the flames for Sun Wukong. It was said that gathering all 4 fans would grant one a tremendous opportunity. Then I shall gift you this jade void glazed lamp, Yuanshi added. At present, the 3 pure ones had not yet separated, and Yuanshi and Tongtian had no significant conflicts, so Yuanshi was also generous. The jade void glazed lamp was originally a superior, innate spiritual treasure. However, it appeared the wick had been lost, reducing it to a medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, there were 3 spiritual lamps corresponding to heaven, earth, and humanity within the primordial realm. Among them, the jade void glazed lamp was the heavenly lamp, the 8 scenery palace lamp was the earthly lamp, and the spirit coffin lamp was the human lamp. When all 3 lamps gathered, they could wield boundless power. Yunlin contemplated asking if he could opt not to take a master. However, he ultimately refrained from voicing it. Had he done so, the three pure ones would have lost face, and he feared he would be executed on the spot. What a dreadful fate! Alas, since he had already boarded Tongtian's ship, he might as well prepare himself. The calamity of the Wu and the Lich was upon them, and the Fengshen calamity was still far off. Big brother, second brother, this place boasts picturesque scenery. Shall we sit and discuss the Tao here? Liner is somewhat lacking in his innate constitution. Let us assist him in replenishing his origins. Tongtian proposed. At this time, the primordial realm lacked any established methods of cultivation. Innate beings were nurtured by the earth and sky, relying on instinct to absorb spiritual energy and the essence of the Tao to strengthen themselves. Talent was of utmost importance. Methods of cultivation would only begin to appear gradually after the conclusion of the three teachings at the Zixiao Palace. Otherwise, so many innate beings would not be stuck at the pinnacle of the Luo, unable to ascend to quasi-saint status. Thus, the act of delivering teachings was the most vital means of imparting knowledge. To hear the teachings from a great being, especially one as formidable as the three pure ones, constituted an extraordinary opportunity for the vast majority of beings. Yunlin indeed had some deficiencies in his innate constitution, otherwise he would not have emerged with merely the Xianxian level of power. In truth, they were unaware that upon his birth, Yunlin had been caught in the crossfire of a great battle, injuring his very essence. The primordial Qilin had just placed its offspring upon the surface of the North Sea. The absence of the progeny of the primordial Qilin in the aftermath of the chaos may very well be attributed to the fact that the Qilin egg ultimately became a stillborn, failing to hatch. Subsequently, the three pure ones commenced their teachings. Yunlin reclined on a stone platform opposite the three pure ones. The grandeur of their discourse was truly immense. Tao. Laozi was the first to speak, uttering the word Tao as if it contained the profound mysteries of the universe. The laws and the essence of Tao began to converge around him, enveloping the entire isle in the resonance of Tao. Yuanshi and Tongtian also began to expound upon the Tao. In an instant, the winds stirred and the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color. The three pure ones are delivering their teachings. Host, please make a choice. Option 1. Listen attentively and absorb 80% of the Tao's resonance. Option 2. Listen while pondering, absorbing 90% of the Tao's resonance. Option 3. Sleep through the teachings, invoking great fortune and exceeding the absorption of Tao's resonance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunlin thought, is there even a choice to be made? He promptly fell asleep. The three pure ones had been imparting their wisdom for nearly a millennium, and even the flora and rocks upon the isle were suffused with the essence of Tao. Given time, when the opportunity arose, they could even transform into physical forms. Third brother, your disciple seems rather indolent, Yuanshi remarked with a hint of irritation. As the teachings concluded, Yunlin remained sprawled upon the stone, soundly asleep, even adorned with a bubble of snot. My disciple has only just been born. How could he comprehend so much? Even if he were to listen intently, he would grasp little. Whether awake or asleep, the resonance of Tao will flow into him, greatly aiding his cultivation. Tongtian replied with a smile, displaying remarkable leniency towards Yunlin. Yuanshi huffed in discontent, feeling even more dissatisfied. This was not merely a matter of how much Tao's resonance could be absorbed, but rather an issue of attitude. Pop! As the bubble of snot burst, Yunlin awakened. This little fellow sleeps quite soundly, Tongtian mused, finding his disciple endearing, harboring no semblance of reproach. Yunlin, you have now taken your place as my third brother's first disciple. As the three pure ones manifest from the primordial spirit, we are among the most formidable beings in the primordial realm. Such laziness will yield little promise for your future. Should you venture forth, it would bring shame upon our three pure ones. Yuanshi admonished with a stern countenance. Yunlin yawned, disregarding him. Why should I care what you say when my master has not uttered a word? He felt fortunate not to have become Yuanshi's disciple, for such incessant nagging would surely be bothersome. Yet, considering Yuanshi's earlier gift, Yunlin refrained from further comment. Yuanshi's irritation deepened upon witnessing Yunlin's nonchalant attitude. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yunlin found himself enveloped by a surge of Taoist resonance. Slurp. With a swift movement, Yunlin opened his mouth, drawing in all the resonance into his being. Puff. Accompanied by a sound and a remarkable phenomenon, Yunlin experienced a breakthrough. From the early stage of Xianxian to the mid-stage of Xianxian. Puff. Another breakthrough occurred. From a mid-stage of Xianxian to the late stage of Xianxian. Puff. Once more he advanced. From a late stage of Xianxian to the peak stage, just a step away from the realm of Jingxian. This spectacle left the three pure ones momentarily astounded. The talent of this child is simply beyond imagination. If I am not mistaken, he has seamlessly integrated the Tao we just imparted, absorbing its resonance, Laozi exclaimed in astonishment. Tongtian felt a surge of delight within. Meanwhile, Yuanshi's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. Having just criticized him, did Yunlin now turn the tables and slap him in the face? Yunlin, do not succumb to pride. Even in slumber, you are capable of absorbing such profound teachings. If you were to attentively listen to the Tao, the benefits would surely be magnified. Do not squander the immense talent bestowed upon you. Yuanshi has found a way to elevate himself. The final discourse of the Tao ancestor is upon us. Let us proceed, Laozi declared. Hongjun delivered 3 teachings, each spanning 3,000 years, with a millennium's pause between them. Indeed, the millennium has now arrived. My dear brother, during the Tao ancestor's final lesson, he shall undoubtedly impart the way of the sages. I am hesitant to bring Liner along to Tongtian. He mused that no, it is forbidden. The Tao ancestor has decreed that the number of listeners is preordained. Even during the previous 2 teachings, there were those who wished to enter but could not, should we inadvertently offend the Tao ancestor. We may find ourselves barred as well. Laozi firmly refused. Yunlin was genuinely touched. He understood that Tongtian was well aware of the rules. His hesitance was merely an attempt to advocate for himself. Such a teacher is truly commendable. Teacher, I shall not go, Yunlin stated. Tongtian approached and gently patted Yunlin's little head. I shall reinforce the formations on the island. You must patiently await my return. MHM. Yunlin nodded. Third brother, let us depart, Yuanshi urged. The Sanqing then took their leave. The 3 teachings at the Zixiao Palace were about to commence. Choice 1. Proceed to Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao. Reward. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Zhampa's sword. Choice 2. Follow behind the Sanqing and infiltrate Zixiao Palace. Reward. Innate spiritual root, the Ziluo grass. Choice 3. Ignore everything and take a nap. Reward. A magical fishing rod. 3. I choose 3. Yunlin immediately made his selection. While listening to the Tao at Zixiao Palace presented a grand opportunity, those innate deities were rife with intrigue. Even though Yunlin was aware of the path ahead, he had no desire to be embroiled in any turmoil, that he was but a minor golden immortal, akin to an insignificant insect. Moreover, with Hongjun orchestrating events, recklessly entering could lead to dire consequences. Yunlin adjusted his sleeping position and continued to rest upon the stone platform. This stone platform was no ordinary one. It was the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Wu Dao stone. Within the primordial realm, there are numerous treasures that assist in enlightenment, the most formidable being the shattered Chaos Jade Plate. Beneath the Chaos Jade Plate lies the Wu Dao stone, which aids individuals in understanding the Tao, its practicality rivaling that of innate supreme treasures. Furthermore, this Wu Dao stone was gifted to Yunlin by the initial Qilin, serving as the ancestral treasure of the Qilin clan, a testament to the affection the initial Qilin held for Yunlin. Yunlin slept for another 1,000 years, after a hearty yawn and a stretch. Pala pala! Bang! Divine light flickered around Yunlin, and blossoms of lead appeared above his head. After a slumber, he ascended to the realm of golden immortal. Once the 3 flowers gathered atop his head, he would attain the Great Luo. Ah, a slightly stronger insect indeed. Sleeping is such a pleasure, yet I shall not linger in slumber. Let me find something to eat. Yunlin produced a rather rudimentary fishing rod, magical fishing rod, possesses a mysterious allure over marine life. Any creature that bites the hook shall be ensnared by the rod, a friendly reminder. The magical fishing rod can sometimes catch other items as well. However, Yunlin was somewhat skeptical, for there was no bait upon the rod. Could he truly catch fish with it? Are fish such simpletons? Yunlin stood upon the Wudao stone, facing the sea, and cast out his fishing rod. Before long, there was a stirred, "Oh, indeed, a fool has taken the bait." With a vigorous tug, a large fish was yanked from the water surface. This fish resembled a shark, fierce and formidable, its mouth lined with sharp teeth, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal. The creature charged directly at Yunlin. It had been eyeing Yunlin for a millennium, waiting for the opportune moment. This little being appeared delectable, harboring immense energy. Had it not been for the protective formations, it would have acted long ago. Now, witnessing Yunlin cast the hook, it did not hesitate to bite down, intent on being drawn into the formations. Yunlin had not anticipated that the lack of bait meant that he himself was the bait. Roar! The giant fish opened its cavernous mouth, its eyes gleaming with delight, ready to devour Yunlin. Yet it found itself powerless. Yunlin suddenly opened his own small mouth. However, to the fish, that small mouth appeared to expand infinitely. Until finally, Yunlin devoured the giant fish in one bite. The flavor was indeed delightful, though unrefined. He hoped the system would reward him with a chef. Yunlin smacked his lips that he could prepare it himself. But he was too lazy to move. The giant fish, until its last breath, had never imagined that its prey was, in fact, the true predator. Yunlin continued to fish. Large lobster. Eat. 10,000-year-old giant clam. Eat. Yunlin decided to cast his line one last time. However, this time, as he lowered the hook, it seemed he had caught something quite different. With a sudden yank, what on earth? It was a tree, inedible. Yet it appeared that there were fruits upon this tree. Yunlin reeled in the tree and discovered that the fruits resembled plums. Yellow plums. The entire tree was enveloped in chaotic energy. Instantly, a term sprang to Yunlin's mind. Could it be the legendary innate spiritual root, Huangzhongli? It is said that there are 10 supreme innate spiritual roots in the primordial realm. Huangzhongli. Xinxing, Wudao tea tree, pan peach tree, ginseng fruit, bitter bamboo, five-needle pine, fusong wood laurel tree, and gourd vine. Huangzhongli is regarded as the foremost among them. There are further tales that both Huangzhongli and gourd vine are, in fact, chaotic spiritual roots that predate the primordial realm's emergence. Later, as the primordial realm materialized, their status was diminished, rendering them supreme, innate spiritual roots. The Tao ancestor Hongjun once encountered the Huangzhongli tree and plucked some fruits, later bestowing a few to the Sanqing and others. Yet the Huangzhongli tree vanished without a trace. Now, Yunlin had reeled in the entire tree. What a treasure! Let me savor the taste of the primordial realm's foremost spiritual root. Yunlin leapt onto the tree and began to feast. How extravagant! In no time, Yunlin consumed 49 Huangzhongli and could eat no more. Burp! Lying sprawled atop the Wudao stone, Yunlin's belly was round and swollen. He felt utterly lethargic. The after effects are quite potent, Yunlin remarked. The acclaim of Huangzhongli as the foremost spiritual root of the primordial realm is not unfounded. Flowering for millennia, fruiting for millennia, maturing for millennia, each fruit harbors an exceptionally pure and powerful energy that, in certain respects, a single Huangzhongli could rival a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Generally, a typical great Luo golden immortal would struggle after consuming 3. Yet, Yunlin had devoured 49 in one go. Back to sleep. With his eyes closed, Yunlin drifted into a deep slumber. His small body was enveloped by a force, gradually transporting energy from the Wudao stone into him. Another 2,000 years passed. Tizixiao Palace. Awaken! Hongjun waved his hand, and all the great beings of the primordial realm stirred from their slumber. Each of the great beings had reaped their rewards. Even Laozi had severed his second corpse, advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Any of you have questions? Hongjun inquired. Tao ancestor, my which clan lacks a primordial spirit. Unaware of the heavenly numbers, how can we cultivate a primordial spirit? Hutu questioned. The 3 teachings had little benefit for Hutu. However, To compensate for the witch clan's shortcomings, she had attended all 3 teachings. Hutu, the witch clan is formed from the divine blood of the Pangu great deity. You are inherently endowed with the power of the laws. Why cling to the primordial spirit? Hong Jun responded. Hutu ceased to speak further. Subsequently, Hong Jun addressed each individual's inquiries one by one, then he gazed at the assembly. Accepting the Sanqing as his direct disciples and the 2 from the west as registered disciples, the Tao comprises 50, and the heavenly cycle encompasses 49. Thus, the heavenly Tao possesses gaps. This humble Taoist seeks to unite with the Tao and rectify the heavenly numbers. To attain the path of the saints in the primordial realm, one must use the Hongming purple qi as the foundation of the Tao. The 7 strands of Hongming purple qi in my possession shall be bestowed upon the 7 individuals present. As soon as Hong Jun spoke, all present wore expressions of eager anticipation. Subsequently, Hong Jun distributed the 6 paths of purple qi to Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Nuwa, and the 2 from the west, Di Jun and his companions were filled with fervent hope. Particularly Dong Wang Gong, who, as the foremost male immortal of the primordial world, believed the purple qi was rightfully his. However, Hong Jun bestowed the final strand of primordial purple qi upon Hong Yun, inciting the ire of Kunping. Had it not been for Hong Yun's selflessness in yielding his seat, he would not have missed the opportunity to claim the purple qi. Now that Hong Yun had obtained it while he had not, Kunping's heart was further unsettled. Once the distribution of the purple qi was complete, Hong Jun began to allocate treasures. The 3 clear ones reaped the greatest rewards, with Tongtian acquiring the most treasures among them. This was all part of Hong Jun's scheme. In the future, during the divine calamity, the more fierce the battles, the more advantageous it would be for him. I wish to unite with the Tao. In the future, amidst the primordial chaos, calamities will not manifest. Hong Jun will not emerge. You all must adhere to the rules of the primordial realm. A tremor echoed throughout the primordial world. Numerous powerful beings sensed the nearing completion of the primordial rules, and the binding force of the heavenly Tao significantly intensified. Those mighty beings exited the purple cloud palace and returned to the primordial realm. Yuanshi, my fellow Taoist, I shall take my leave first to contemplate the profound uses of the purple qi. Once I emerge from seclusion, we shall celebrate together with wine. Hong Yun said with a smile as he bid farewell. Yuanshi thought little of it and parted ways with Hong Yun. After Hong Yun had left, Kunping stealthily followed. He had already reached an accord with Di Jun and Tai Yi to kill Hong Yun and seize the purple qi, and he was willing to join their ranks. Meanwhile, among the 3 clear ones, Tongtian said, Eldest brother, second brother, I am heading to the North Sea. Laozi and Yuanshi consented, knowing Tongtian was going to fetch Yunlin. It has been 3,000 years. Yunlin should have broken through to the golden immortal realm by now. Tongtian smiled, pleased with the treasures he had obtained, allowing Yunlin to choose for himself. The talent of my disciple is indeed remarkable, but he is too lazy. After merely 3,000 years, breaking through to the golden immortal realm might prove quite challenging. Yuanshi remarked. Tongtian did not argue that in the primordial realm, time flowed like water. Without a significant opportunity, it was improbable to ascend from the pinnacle of the Xian immortal realm to the golden immortal realm in just 3,000 years. After the 3rd lecture concluded, Yunlin awakened. A powerful aura began to gather atop the small island, enveloping Yunlin in a force, and a lead flower along with a budding silver flower appeared above his head. Pop! A crisp sound resonated as the silver bud slowly unfurled. Whoosh! In an instant, an enigmatic aura enveloped the entire island. Not good. Someone is breaking through to the Tai golden immortal realm. It seems that the island where Yunlin resides has been occupied. Tongtian fumed. Just as Tongtian was about to act, Laozi restrained him. Not panic. Take a closer look. Upon focusing, Tongtian chuckled. What a clever lad. In just 3,000 years, he has begun to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Second brother, it appears we have underestimated his potential. Yuanshi remained silent, having initially thought Yunlin would struggle to break through to the golden immortal realm, only to find him directly attaining the Tai golden immortal realm. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Although little Yunlin is the son of the primordial Qilin and possesses outstanding talent, He has indeed suffered injuries to his essence. For him to have reached the Tai golden immortal realm in just 3,000 years must mean he has encountered some significant fortuitous encounter on the island. Laozi mused. Before long, the phenomenon dissipated, and the silver flower above Yunlin blossomed, marking his entry into the Tai golden immortal realm. Yunlin, Tongtian approached with a smile. Master, Grandmaster, Second Master, Yunlin greeted them before producing 3 yellow zhongli and offering them to the 3 clear ones. Is this yellow zhongli? Since the inception of chaos, the spiritual root yellow zhongli had vanished without a trace. The master had once sought the yellow zhongli tree, but had never found it. Little Yunlin, where did you obtain this? Laozi inquired with surprise. Master, after you left, a fruit tree fell from the heavens that I simply ate and ate, consuming 49 fruits, and then I slept until now, Yunlin replied, half truthfully. The 3 clear ones' lips quivered. The very item Daozu had searched for throughout the primordial realm had fortuitously appeared before this young lad. Such luck was truly extraordinary. Yunlin, quickly let me see. How could you consume 49 at once? How could your body withstand it? Tongtian said, seizing Yunlin and examining him before exhaling in relief. Fortunately, you have this enlightenment stone to assist you. Otherwise, it could have overwhelmed you. Not everything is fit for indiscriminate consumption. I have acquired numerous spiritual treasures in the Purple Cloud Palace. Let me know what you desire. With a wave of his hand, various spiritual treasures appeared before Yunlin that a warm current flowed through Yunlin's heart. Master, I want that fire jujube tree. Excellent choice. The yellow zhongli is the premier spiritual root. Other spiritual roots can thrive better when nourished by it. Choosing the fire jujube tree is indeed wise. Tongtian gifted the fire jujube tree to Yunlin. The fire jujube tree is a mid-grade innate spiritual root that, in truth, Yunlin was merely coveting the fire jujubes it bore. Yunlin, I have come this time to prepare to take you to Kunlun to cultivate together. Tongtian said, Master, I am not very keen on going. Yunlin replied quietly. The 3 clear ones will eventually branch out. Yuanshi will surely become incensed over the chaotic disciples Tongtian has taken on, and Tongtian may leave in a huff. What good would it do? Moreover, Yunlin does not wish to wander the primordial world yet. He is still too weak. It would be better to refine his small island and enjoy restful slumber. Does your father have any arrangements here? Tongtian inquired. Yunlin nodded in agreement. Very well. In that case, I shall remain on this island to teach you for a while. Eldest brother, second brother, you may return to Kunlun for now. Tongtian declared. Very well. Laozi and Yuanshi departed. Yunlin, I wish to share with you what I learned during my time in the Purple Cloud Palace, where your grand teacher elucidated the path of the saints. There are 3 paths to sanctification: the path of laws, the path of merit, and the path of severing the corpse. Your grand teacher, Hongjun Taoist, follows the path of severing the corpse, and I too intend to pursue this path. Tongtian explained in detail. Although Yunlin was aware, he did not interrupt. Kuanpeng and his associates plotted to kill Hongyun, requesting the host to make a choice. Option 1. Persuade Tongtian to assist Hongyun in overcoming his tribulation, rewarding the host with the innate treasure, the Chaos Pearl. Option 2. Persuade the 3 clear ones to aid Hongyun in overcoming his tribulation, rewarding the host with a direct elevation to the quasi-saint realm. Option 3. Let the calamity not involve me, rewarding the host with a 3 light divine water spring. I choose 3. Yunlin made his selection. The death of Hongyun was indeed inevitable when the Great Pangu opened the heavens and perished. His final drop of blood stained the first cloud in the primordial realm, which was none other than Hongyun. Hongjun and the heavenly Tao suspected that Hongyun was a contingency left by Pangu, making his demise a certainty. There was no benefit in his involvement now. After a while, the heavenly mechanisms within the primordial realm shifted subtly. Tongtian paused his teachings, gazing skyward with a sigh. Alas, Hongyun Taoist is facing tribulation. Heaven and earth are unfeeling, treating saints as mere fodder. Saints are unfeeling, treating all beings as mere fodder. Not becoming a saint, one ultimately remains as an ant. Yunlin also sighed deeply. Tongtian trembled slightly, feeling an epiphany. And under Yunlin's words, he severed the evil corpse, stepping into the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. Yunlin, I must thank you. What a profound statement. Heaven and earth are unfeeling, treating all beings as mere fodder. I will surely become a saint in the future, ensuring you do not suffer any harm, Tongtian said, affectionately ruffling Yunlin's hair. Yunlin, who had initially felt some resistance, now genuinely acknowledged Tongtian as his teacher. Soon, another 3,000 years passed. Tongtian diligently guided Yunlin each day while also helping him to dissipate the lingering energy within his body. After all, consuming so many yellow zhong, Li could not be digested in a short time. Simultaneously, Tongtian taught Yunlin formations. The three clear ones, aside from their formidable strength, each had their specialties. Laozi in alchemy, Yuanshi in crafting, and Tongtian in formations. Tongtian generously imparted all his knowledge to Yunlin. Yunlin, I shall teach you this much for now. I have enhanced this formation slightly. Even a quasi-saint would find it challenging to breach it, Tongtian said, handing Yunlin a jade tablet. Within it are 3 sword energies sealed by me. If used wisely, they can wound a quasi-saint. However, they may also harm your spirit, so do not use them unless absolutely necessary. You are endowed with remarkable fortune, and therefore, as your master, I shall not impose upon you the necessity of rigorous cultivation. Should you encounter any matters of concern, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. There is no need for hesitation. Should anyone dare to wrong you, I shall stand up for you without reservation. Tongtian spoke extensively, yet Yunlin found no fault in his word. As Tongtian departed, Yunlin performed a profound bow in his direction. In that moment, Tongtian seemed to sense something, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Yunlin understood that Tongtian's intentions towards him were indeed sincere. A master for a day is a father for a lifetime. Tongtian is a commendable mentor. Soon, Tongtian returned to Kunlun. Third brother, why have you lingered there for so long? Do not let a mere disciple hinder your cultivation. I am but a step away from slaying the malevolent corpses, Yuanshi remarked with a cheerful demeanor. However, upon seeing Tongtian, he exclaimed, How did you manage to break through? Yuanshi felt a pang of discomfort. He was inherently competitive. He believed his superiority over Tongtian stemmed from being the elder brother, yet he could not fathom that Tongtian would surpass him in progress. It seemed to echo the saying, witnessing another's success is often more painful than experiencing one's own failure. Yuanshi's heart was heavy with discontent. Third brother, I observed that you were still some distance from breaking through. What prompted your sudden advancement? Yuanshi inquired with curiosity. Thanks to Liner, who said that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating sages as mere fodder, and that without attaining sagehood, one remains akin to an ant. Tongtian replied with a smile. Yuanshi and Laozi fell into contemplation upon hearing these words. Indeed, they held significant truth and provided considerable inspiration. Third brother, I believe Yunlin had no reason to utter such words. He likely heard them from the primordial Qilin. Furthermore, the primordial Qilin may have ulterior motives. As leaders of the 3 clans, we must remain vigilant against being entangled in his schemes. Yuanshi cautioned. Elder brother worries too much. Regardless of my disciple's actions, as long as he does not engage in heinous deeds, I shall protect him and ensure that neither of you are implicated. Tongtian replied calmly. Yuanshi felt a surge of anger. Meanwhile, on the small island, Yunlin remarkably leapt from the stone of enlightenment. This shall be the place, he declared, arriving at the island's center, where the spiritual energy was most abundant. With a flick of his paw, a spring appeared before him. Gradually, the water in the spring coalesced into a small pool, shimmering with 3 colors: gold, silver, and purple. This was the 3 lights divine water. The sunlight divine water could erode blood and flesh. The moonlight divine water could corrode the primordial spirit, and the starlight divine water could consume the true spirit's thoughts. Each of these divine waters was a treacherous substance in the primordial realm. However, when these 3 waters combined, they formed the ultimate healing elixir, capable of dispelling all toxins and healing all wounds and ailments, even restoring the dead to life. Such a treasure, the 3 lights divine water, was sought after even by quasi-saints, and even Yui used some of it when she molded humanity. Yet, Yunlin possessed a pool of this divine water, a true extravagance. Yunlin then planted a Huanghongli tree by the pool and also sowed a fire jujube tree. In an instant, the spiritual energy intensified further. Currently, the Huanghongli bore only a handful of ripe fruits, while the fire jujube tree was abundant. With a wide grin, Yunlin opened his mouth, and the fire jujubes flew into it one after another. I must gather more spiritual roots to cultivate. Soon, I shall have my own orchard. Yunlin mused that moment. The system prompted him again. The demon clan, led by Emperor Jun, has established the heavenly court. The host is requested to make a choice. Option 1. Seize the opportunity to ascend to a position within the heavenly court, rewarded with the blood of the primordial Qilin. Option 2. Join the Eastern Prince's celestial court at Penglai to strategize and turn the tide of battle, rewarded with a superior innate spiritual treasure. The Soul Bell. Option 3. Stay home and fish, rewarded with insights into array techniques. Option 3. Yunlin declared without hesitation. The Eastern Prince was arrogant, and Emperor Jun harbored ambitions of supremacy over the primordial realm. Yet these were merely pawns in a larger game. Wade into such murky waters. Madness. Yunlin retrieved his fishing rod and began to fish, claiming his reward. Insights into array techniques in an instant. He comprehended all of Tongtian's teachings on array techniques, achieving a level of mastery that even rivaled Tongtian's own. Before long, his fishing rod began to stir. Upon reeling in, he was astonished to find a giant mantis shrimp. In the primordial realm, even mantis shrimp exist, and, of such size, he was thrilled. The mantis shrimp was a true immortal, its body larger than a small mountain. Yet Yunlin swallowed it whole. He continued to fish. Mantis shrimp, fish on, he persisted. Mantis shrimp, keep fishing. Mantis shrimp. Yunlin was left speechless. Had he stumbled upon a mantis shrimp's lair? He was skeptical, yet he continued to fish for mantis shrimp. Suddenly, a flash of golden light blinded Yunlin. What? A golden mantis shrimp? This time, Yunlin refrained from consuming the mantis shrimp and instead placed it in the waters near the island for cultivation. You understand me, don't you? You look quite formidable. Henceforth, you shall be my steed. Yunlin proclaimed. The golden mantis shrimp trembled in fear. Earlier, it had witnessed how this little Qilin devoured mantis shrimp, many of which were far mightier than itself. However, it could not resist the temptation and took the bait. Here, a treat for you. Yunlin tossed a fire jujube into the mantis shrimp's mouth. Instantly, the fire jujube transformed into a surge of essence that melded into the mantis shrimp's form, elevating it from the early to mid-stage of true immortality. Although the fire jujube could not compare to the Huanghongli, it still had considerable potency that if one adept at fire consumed the fire jujube, the effect would be even more pronounced. Subsequently, Yunlin tossed another jujube, declaring, in the future, whenever I have a mouthful to eat, you shall not be forgotten. Do your best. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Pai. The golden mantis shrimp nodded eagerly. Yunlin understood that this mantis shrimp was likely a primordial variant. Its exact origin unclear. Although it possessed true immortal cultivation, it could not yet take human form and had limited intelligence. Such variants would only attain normal thought upon reaching the Great Luo stage. Nevertheless, primordial variants typically possessed great potential down on the island. Yunlin found himself alone, and he felt a touch of loneliness. Xiao Pai had now become both his pet and steed. For his final cast, he recalled how he had once caught a Huanghongli on the last cast, and he wondered what fortune awaited him this time that he cast his line. Not long after, he felt a tug. Pulling it up, he discovered a fiery red gourd. This gourd was shrouded in red mist, marred by several small cracks, indicating significant damage. The Jiuzhou Sanhan red gourd? Yunlin recognized its origins at a glance. The Jiuzhou Sanhan red gourd was one of the 7 gourds born from the innate gourd vine, obtained by the old ancestor Hongyun. This gourd contained 81 types of toxic miasma. Truly a vile object, it was somewhat ironic that the kind-hearted old ancestor Hongyun possessed it. Later, due to a trap, Hongyun's soul was shattered by Kunpeng and others, and with his last breath, he sent a trace of the Hongmeng purple qi away through the Jiuzhou Sanhan red gourd. That purple qi, along with the Jiuzhou Sanhan red gourd, remains unaccounted for. Yunlin had not anticipated that he would catch it. The Hongmeng purple qi likely vanished, taken by the Dao ancestor. Given the gourd's condition, it had likely been abandoned. He wondered if it could be repaired. If so, it would become a superior, innate spiritual treasure. Yunlin carelessly dropped the Jujo Sanhan red gourd into the three lights divine water. The gourd sank and floated within the divine water. The three lights divine water enveloped it, continuously repairing the cracks. There was hope. Suddenly, a red light shot forth from within the gourd, landing before Yunlin. This the red cloud formation of the old ancestor Hongyun. The red cloud formation was originally an innate formation from the fire cloud cave, the abode of old ancestor Hongyun. Later enhanced by an the heart of the Jujo Sanhan red gourd lies a formidable formation comprising 49 layers of divine prohibitions. When fully unleashed, it possesses the power to slay those on the cusp of sainthood, making it one of the most potent arrays in the primordial chaos, even surpassing the one left behind by the first Yunlin. However, as the Jujo Sanhan red gourd remains imperfectly cultivated, the formation's activation is temporarily out of reach. Thereafter, Yunlin chose to disregard it, returning to his slumber upon the Enlightenment Stone, a sleep that would extend for another 30,000 years. In the realm of primordial chaos, 30,000 years is but a fleeting moment. Many great beings have been known to retreat into seclusion for eons, spanning millions or even tens of millions of years. During this slumber, Yunlin managed to assimilate a portion of the energy from the Huangzhong Li within him, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. In truth, Yunlin had not yet fully awakened. It was the system's notification that roused him from his rest. The celestial court of the demon clan has breached the immortal court of Penglai Island. Please make a choice. Option 1. Join the celestial court. Reward: a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the time boat. Option 2. Rush to the aid of Dongwang Gong. Reward: the innate supreme treasure, Cheong Yu Hall. Option 3. Ignore the situation. Reward: a loyal old servant. I choose option 3, Yunlin declared. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the system's rewards seemed to grow increasingly extravagant. What exactly is a loyal old servant? Before long, a commotion arose outside the island. The waves surged, and a colossal turtle, larger than the island itself, emerged from the depths of the sea, emanating an aura of remarkable depth, at least a great Luo golden immortal. I am the Black Sea Xian turtle. Is the young master present on this island? The giant turtle called out. Yunlin recognized the Black Sea Xian turtle as the great tortoise that had long slumbered beneath the North Sea. It had been peacefully cultivating until the calamity caused by Gonggong's collision with Mount Buzhou, which prompted Niuhua to mend the heavens with colorful stones, while Tongtian wielded the four swords of extermination against its four legs. It could be said that the Black Sea Xian turtle bore the greatest injustice in the primordial chaos, suffering a calamity it did not deserve. Young master. Could it be that the loyal old servant mentioned by the system refers to him? Moments later, the giant turtle radiated a brilliant light, and Yunlin felt a stirring within him, as if his bloodline was somehow intertwined with that of the external turtle. Young master, this is a mark left by my master on me. In the past, my master bestowed great kindness upon me. When my master went to war, I was entrusted to protect you, the Black Sea Xian turtle proclaimed. Only then did Yunlin release the formation. Upon entering the array, the Black Sea Xian turtle was instantly moved to tears upon seeing Yunlin. Young master, I have come late. Do not blame yourself. It is of no consequence, Yunlin reassured him. The Black Sea Xian turtle recounted events from the beginning of creation, stating that it had once been weak and that the first Yunlin had saved it. Subsequently, it had been tasked with watching over Yunlin in the distant North Sea, but had recently fallen into slumber, only to awaken and discover that Yunlin had already been born, compelling it to hurry over. I shall call you Grandpa Xian, Yunlin said. As long as the young master is happy, the Black Sea Xian turtle smiled, gazing at Yunlin with eyes filled with affection. Yunlin then sensed a disturbance emanating from the three light divine water and proceeded to investigate. The Black Sea Xian turtle, upon seeing the pool of three light divine water and the Huangzhong Li, was astounded. The mere presence of these two items could drive countless beings in the primordial chaos to madness. Grandpa Xian, I am favored by fortune, thus I occasionally acquire rare treasures, Yunlin explained. Although the Black Sea Xian turtle was a loyal servant, It possessed flesh, blood, and emotions. It was prudent to clarify matters in advance to avoid future surprises. Young master, your fortune flourishes. This is a good omen. I recall the glorious days of the Yunlin clan. Yet they have fallen to their current plight. My master has stated that even if you grow in strength and capability in the future, you must not engage in the struggles of the primordial chaos. My master only wishes for your safety, the Black Sea Xian turtle lamented. Speaking of which, Yunlin had never encountered his estranged father, yet he could feel the genuine care and concern emanating from him. Grandpa Xian, please assist me that I have chanced upon the Jojo Sanhan Red Gourd of ancestor Hong Yun, along with his red cloud formation, Yunlin requested. Initially, he had intended to arrange it himself, but with the arrival of the Black Sea Xian turtle, the task became unnecessary. Moreover, setting up such an intricate formation was an enormous undertaking. Had Yunlin attempted it alone, it would have required at least 1,000 years. However, the Black Sea Xian turtle was a formidable great Luo being. Far from ordinary, following Yunlin's instructions, the Black Sea Xian turtle began to set up the formation. The array on the island was known as the Yin Guang Divine Fire Great Array, personally arranged by the first Yunlin and later enhanced by Tongtian. Yunlin did not intend to dismantle the Yin Guang Divine Fire Array, but rather sought to merge it with the Fire Cloud Array. He integrated the strengths of both formations in no time. The Black Sea Xian turtle completed the task with its profound magical power. The formation was bestowed with a new name, the Yin Guang Red Cloud Array. Young master, your mastery of formations is truly remarkable. Once this array is deployed, even a power on the brink of sainthood will find it challenging to escape. Praise the Black Sea Xian turtle. Grandpa Xian, I have become a disciple under the 3 purities and received teachings in the way of formations from my master. Yunlin replied, Tongtian Taoist? That does not tarnish the young master's reputation, nodded the Black Sea Xian turtle. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the island. Lingwu, you cannot escape. Surrender now. A group of demons was seen pursuing an ice Qilin across the North Sea. The ice Qilin, glowing with brilliance, was bolstered by an innate spiritual treasure, enabling her swift escape. However, she evidently bore severe injuries, with multiple deep wounds visible, blood cascading into the North Sea. The Great Elder claimed that the Qilin clan's vitality resides in the North Sea. Yet I have found none. Lingwu lamented, her magical power nearly depleted. Young master, it is a Qilin, exclaimed the Black Sea Xian turtle. Save her, Yunlin commanded. The Black Sea Xian turtle sprang into action, just as the group of demons was about to catch the ice Qilin. She suddenly vanished. Lord Ingzhao, Lingwu has disappeared. One of the demons reported. The demons scoured the vicinity, but found nothing. The leader, Ingzhao, searched for a considerable time, but still could not locate her. Perhaps a great being intervened. A mere Lingwu cannot alter the grand scheme. Let us depart. Though reluctant, Ingzhao ultimately had no other choice. Meanwhile, on the island, Lingwu had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yunlin retrieved the 3 light divine water, and only then did Lingwu gradually awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, her demeanor was one of extreme caution that do not be alarmed. I am the Black Sea Xian turtle, and this is young Master Yunlin. You are safe now, the Black Sea Xian turtle assured her. Upon seeing Yunlin, Lingwu instinctively knelt, trembling with excitement. The moment she laid eyes on him, she felt her bloodline surging within her, an indescribable sense of familiarity and reverence washing over her. Lingwu of the Qilin clan pays her respects to the young master. What transpired? Yunlin inquired. Young master, since the Dragonhan Great Calamity, our Qilin clan has remained in seclusion at Qilin Cliff, detached from worldly affairs. However, recently, the celestial court of the demon clan has expanded aggressively, demanding our submission, which we refuse. Now, they seek to breach Qilin Cliff and capture us. The Great Elder spoke of vitality in the North Sea, so I brought our clan's treasures and fled. Lingwu recounted, tears streaming down her face. The Qilin clan is in dire peril. Please make a choice. Option 1. Rush to their aid immediately. Reward. Mountain Moving Talisman X3. Option 2. Send the Black Sea Xian turtle to their assistance. Reward. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure, Thunder Cloud Hammer. Option 3. The fate of the Qilin clan is of no concern to Yunlin. Reward: the 5 elements Qianyuan chaotic array that I choose option 1. Yunlin declared resolutely. Grandpa Xian, to Qilin Cliff, Yunlin commanded. Yunlin mounted the shrimp steed, with the black sea Xian turtle accompanying Lingwu. According to Lingwu, Qilin Cliff was currently protected by an innate formation, making it difficult for the demon clan to breach it for the time being. Furthermore, Yunlin had sent a message to Tongtian. Little shrimp, let us depart. Yunlin tossed a fire date into the little shrimp's mouth and then leapt atop its head. The little shrimp surged forth with all its might. Across the North Sea, a golden light streaked swiftly. Before his slumber, Yunlin had left numerous fire dates and a huangzhong leaf of the little shrimp, with the presence of the enlightenment stone on the island. Where even the 3 purities had once imparted teachings, the little shrimp's advancement was rapid, having already reached the late stage of Xian Immortal. Its speed was extraordinary. Young master, this mount is remarkable. It appears to be a unique primordial being. Outpacing many Tai golden immortals, the black sea Xian turtle remarked. The Beihai Xingui is also hastening the pace for Xiao Pi. I make tea this moment. At Qilin Cliff, the Qilin clan has retreated into the heart of the formation. This place is the ancestral land of the Qilin tribe, laden with their many arrangements. Yet the demon clan approaches with overwhelming force, led by Kuanpeng, a quasi-saint. The formation can hardly withstand much longer. Lin Feng. When the formation is breached, take the young Qilin with you and flee without hesitation. The speaker, a Qilin of formidable presence, is a great Luo golden immortal. However, he bears grave injuries, his aura chaotic, and even his source power is compromised. Great Elder, an anxious Feng Qilin exclaimed. There is no need for further words. My Qilin clan was once the sovereign during the Longhorn calamity. Yet now, we find ourselves in such dire straits. Perhaps this is the retribution for the sins we have committed. Cough! The great elder spat blood, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Lin was already gone to seek assistance. Lin Feng urged. The great elder merely shook his head. In truth, he was not well informed about the happenings in Beihai. Even sending Lin Wu was merely a guise to soothe the hearts of the clansmen. The situation is becoming untenable. The bloodline of the Qilin clan must not be extinguished on his watch. Lin Kuang, what use is your persistence? The Qilin clan has already fallen. Were it not for His Majesty's regard for your clan as a primordial auspicious beast, you would not even have been considered for a place in the heavenly court. I suggest you cease resistance and join the heavenly court. I shall beseech His Majesty to grant you a position as a demon commander. Outside the formation at Qilin Cliff, an elder in a green robe remarked with a smile. This is the heavenly court's demon master, Kuanpeng. After Di Jun and Tai Yi aided him in slaying Hong Yun, Kuanpeng had joined the heavenly court, and it was even his idea to incorporate the Qilin clan. Bang! While Kuanpeng spoke, his hands did not cease their assault on the Qilin clan's formation. Cracks began to appear upon the formation. Surrounding him, numerous demons had encircled Qilin Cliff, for my Qilin clan to swear allegiance to Di Jun. In your dreams, even in death, my Qilin clan shall not serve another. The great elder bellowed, desperately channeling the formation's power. Lin Feng had already begun leading the last remnants of the Qilin bloodline to escape. You are obstinate, Kuanpeng grunted, transforming into his true form, a massive bird of prey, its powerful claws reaching out towards the formation at Qilin Cliff, just as the formation appeared on the verge of collapse. A sudden force enveloped Qilin Cliff. Kuanpeng expressed his astonishment. Kuanpeng, my friend, we have been neighbors in Beihai for some time. Do you not recognize me? The Beihai Xingui materialized before Qilin Cliff. Following it, an ice Qilin and a golden mantis shrimp entered the scene. Lin Wu, you have returned, the great elder exclaimed, a wave of joy washing over him. The young master is also here, Lin Wu declared. The great elder turned to Yunlin, tears welling in his eyes, and then bowed deeply. Lin Kuang, meet the young master. We greet the young master. The many Qilin behind the great elder also bowed to Yunlin. Yunlin surveyed the scene. The plight of the Qilin clan was truly tragic. There were perhaps only around 500 pure-blood Qilin remaining. During the Longhorn calamity, the number of Qilin was counted in the millions, while the Dragon and Phoenix clans, though also suffering, fared far better in comparison. No wonder pureblood Qilin are seldom seen in the primordial world. Rise. Yunlin addressed the gathered Qilin, feeling a profound kinship in their bloodline. Young master, this place is far too dangerous. We must flee. The great elder urged, even reproaching Lin Wu for bringing Yunlin back. Asked the young master of the Qilin clan, how can I turn a blind eye to the impending doom facing my family? Yunlin replied, do not worry, I am fully prepared. Outside Qilin Cliff, you are that Xiangui? Do you wish to oppose me? Kunpeng spoke coldly. Kunpeng, it is not I who seeks to oppose you. I am merely a guardian of the Qilin clan. I implore you to withdraw, the Beihai Xiangui responded. Hearing these words, Kunpeng laughed. Xiangui, you are but a great Luo. Do you dare to stand against the heavenly court? Even if you are at the pinnacle of great Luo? You remain unaware of the chasm separating quasi-saints from great Luo. Facing Kunpeng's oppressive aura, the Beihai Xiangui struggled to withstand it. As Kunpeng stated, the disparity between a quasi-saint and a great Luo is akin to a vast chasm. He cannot endure even a single strike from Kunpeng, yet he resolutely stood his ground, not retreating an inch. Grandfather Xian, Yunlin called out. Young master, do not approach, the Beihai Xiangui exclaimed in alarm. Kunpeng's gaze fell upon Yunlin, intrigued. Rumor spoke of the first Qilin having left descendants in the primordial world. It seems there was truth to it. The Qilin, as a primordial auspicious beast, if I can capture the Qilin young master and bring him to the heavenly court to bestow blessings. It would be a great achievement. Kunpeng, dare you? The Qilin clansmen surged forth wildly, and the Beihai Xiangui placed himself protectively in front of Yunlin. I advise you not to harm me. My master is quite formidable. Yunlin shouted. The heavenly court seeks to rule the primordial world. Who dares to spare you? Kunpeng reached out once more towards Yunlin. Yet, a glint of cunning flashed in Yunlin's eyes. Then why not try? Suddenly, a sharp sword intent surged forth, striking Kunpeng's claw directly. Da-da! Kunpeng howled in agony as blood gushed forth. As the claw fell, Yunlin swiftly snatched it up. The components of a quasi-saint are indeed rare. Then a figure clad in azure appeared. Tongtian. Kunpeng gasped, instinctively stepping back. Kunpeng, since our last encounter in Zhixiao Palace, your audacity has grown. Tongtian's voice was cold. You dare to lay hands on my disciple. He then turned his concerned gaze to Yunlin. Liner, are you unharmed? Yunlin whispered. Master, he is so fierce. It frightened me. Kunpeng, you have frightened my precious disciple. Anyone who dares to harm my disciple shall be slain. Tongtian stepped forward, the four swords of extermination and the formation diagram at the ready. Exuding an overwhelming sword energy that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, Kunpeng, terrified, considered fleeing. Tongtian, my friend, this is a misunderstanding. This is merely compensation for my disciple. How about we let this matter rest? Dijun materialized, a streak of light descending, revealing a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Master, that gigantic bird is terrifying. I feel he has left me with a severe psychological scar, which may affect my future cultivation. I believe I will not recover without a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Yunlin complained pitifully. Kunpeng, Dijun. Tongtian chuckled. Dijun, what do you think? This is a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Xian Yuan mirror. Dijun produced another mirror, showing no intent to reclaim the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, turning to lead Kunpeng and the others away. Tongtian waved his hand, both treasures landing before Yunlin. You little rascal. Your courage is growing. You dare to extort even the ruler of the heavenly court. Isn't that thanks to Master S influence? Here, this is for you. Yunlin stored the treasures and tossed a small vial toward Tongtian. Tongtian paused, taken aback. So much Sanguang divine water. Where did this come from? The Sanguang divine water can aid in breaking through realms and even assist in slaying corpses. You should keep it for yourself. It's nothing, master. I still have a little left, Yunlin replied. Indeed, just a tiny bit. The system rewarded him with a source of Sanguang divine water, which began with a considerable supply and could regenerate. Moreover, it was the first time Yunlin learned that Sanguang divine water could aid in breaking through realms and slaying corpses, and no wonder so many vie for it. The Sanguang divine water is indeed useful for my master. Thus, I shall accept it. Tongtian turned to leave. Third brother, I told you this little Qilin would stir up trouble. My Sanqing was meant for leisure, yet now we are entangled with the demon clan. Moreover, I see Di Jun has also set his sights on him. When Tongtian arrived, Laozi and Yuanshi accompanied him to the tea present. Yuanshi was complaining, and Laozi also appeared somewhat displeased. My disciple is exceptionally intelligent. He would not engage in such foolishness. Tongtian had no desire to explain. Should he err, then you must expel him from the sect, Yuanshi asserted firmly. Very well, Tongtian acquiesced, and both Yuanshi and Laozi ceased further discourse. Yunlin waved his hand, conjuring a spray of divine water known as the Three Lights, which fell like raindrops. Thank you, young master. Thank you for saving us, the Grand Elders exclaimed, having survived the catastrophe. Young master, the chaos in the primordial world is escalating. I believe the Qilin clan can no longer remain at Qilin Cliff, proposed the North Sea Xian Turtle. Dear friend Xian Turtle, Qilin Cliff is the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, a place rich in spiritual energy and a blessed mountain of the primordial realm. With an ancient vein beneath it is essential for both the young master and you to practice there. Moreover, the remains of countless ancestors of the Qilin clan lie buried atop Qilin Cliff. The Grand Elder stated, Grandfather Xian is correct. The Qilin is an auspicious beast of the primordial realm, possessing the ability to bestow blessings and stabilize fortunes, coveted by many. The formation protecting Qilin Cliff has already been shattered. It is unwise to linger. However, the foundation of our Qilin clan is at Qilin Cliff, so let us relocate it, Yunlin declared, leaving all present in stunned silence. What? Relocate Qilin Cliff? Young master, that seems rather impractical. The Grand Elder replied, troubled. Just as the Grand Elder had mentioned, Qilin Cliff is renowned as a blessed mountain, connected to an ancient vein. It cannot simply be moved at will. Even a sage would struggle to accomplish such a feat. I possess a method to relocate both Qilin Cliff and the ancient vein, but it will require your combined efforts, Yunlin proclaimed, producing a mountain relocation talisman. The mountain relocation talisman, a one-time use item capable of moving any blessed mountain in the primordial realm, including ancient veins. It appeared as a golden talisman adorned with intricate characters, exuding an aura of profound Tao rhythm. Even the North Sea Xian Turtle and the Grand Elder fell diminutive beneath its power. Go! With a commanding voice, Yunlin affixed the talisman to Qilin Cliff. The entire cliff radiated a blinding light. Boom! The ground shook, and even the primordial realm trembled. What is happening? Is it Qilin Cliff? Isn't the demon race attacking it? Could it be that Qilin Cliff has been breached? No. Look, Qilin Cliff is actually moving. Countless beings gasped in astonishment. Strong individuals rushed to investigate and discovered a colossal Xian Turtle carrying Qilin Cliff, steadily heading north. Surrounding the Xian Turtle were several hundred Qilin, transforming into their true forms, assisting in the effort at the forefront. A small Qilin seated upon a golden mantis shrimp directed the Xian Turtle and the Qilin onward. Yunlin had just absorbed the true essence of the primordial Qilin, and the surging bloodline power flowed within him. He needed to sleep promptly to cultivate. Furthermore, Yunlin was aware that the demon race and the witch race were on the brink of war. Thus imposing a confinement order upon the Qilin clan, he returned to the small island, laid upon the stone of enlightenment, and fell into a deep slumber, with the North Sea Xian Turtle standing guard beside him. 10,000 years later, a remarkable phenomenon occurred upon the small island, as a majestic Qilin appeared above the North Sea. Roar! Its roar reverberated, causing the North Sea to tremble. The Kunpeng was stirred, yet soon closed its eyes again. In the North Sea Dragon Palace, despite the past conflicts between the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan, they now found themselves as allies. Prepare lavish gifts. I shall visit Qilin Cliff, the North Sea Dragon King declared. Meanwhile, at Qilin Cliff, the moment the immense Qilin phantom manifested, all Qilin felt the power within them surging. Especially the bloodline power that moment. Nearly all Qilin sensed an elevation in their realms. Even Lin Kuang's past injuries had completely healed. Unbeknownst to Yunlin, who remained in slumber, He had broken through to the late stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. Yunlin continued to sleep, and another 100,000 years passed. During this time, his strength ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Most importantly, he had rectified all his innate deficiencies. Yunlin yawned. Grandfather Xian, how long have I slept? Young master, it has been 100,000 years. The North Sea Xian turtle replied gently. That is quite a long time, Yunlin remarked, pulling out a Huangzhong Li and beginning to eat. Xiao Pai, having sensed Yunlin's awakening, joyfully swam in the water beneath the stone of enlightenment. Moreover, Xiao Pai had already reached the golden immortal realm. After finishing the Huangzhong Li, Yunlin transformed into a young man clad in white robes, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years old. With rosy lips and white teeth, handsome and charming, but most notably his aura was captivating. Previously he could not take form due to incomplete origins, but now he could. Yet while sleeping, nothing compared to the comfort of being a Qilin. The witch and demon races commenced their first great battle. The host was prompted to make a choice. Choice 1. Join the demon race, with a reward of a high-grade innate spiritual root, the Yunwu tree. Choice 2. Join the witch race, with a reward of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Kaiyan shuttle. Choice 3. Remain uninvolved, with a reward of a high-grade innate spiritual root, the Yuanmu peach tree. I choose 3. Yunlin received the spiritual root, the Yuanmu peach tree. Grandfather Xian, I shall fetch some 3 lights divine water for you to expedite your advancement to the quasi-saint realm, Yunlin stated. That is futile, young master. Ever since the Tao ancestor attained sainthood, I have involuntarily fallen into slumber. Upon waking, I found that I could not break through. Otherwise, with my foundation, I would have long since entered the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, I am unable to take form. The North Sea Xian turtle sighed, shaking his head. Yunlin frowned. According to the original narrative, the North Sea Xian turtle was destined to have its limbs severed and be used to prop the heavens. Some even suggested that the North Sea Xian turtle was a remnant of the 3,000 demon gods, leading Hongjun to place restrictions upon it. Thus, the Xian turtle's inability to advance to the quasi-saint realm or take form was likely due to heavenly Tao's constraints. It would require future efforts to resolve. Yunlin successfully planted the Yuanmu peach tree, which bore abundant fruit. He casually picked a few and devoured them, relishing their fragrant sweetness. Innate spiritual roots were indeed rare. Yet Yunlin now possessed 3 varieties: Huangzhong Li, fire, jujube tree, and Yuanmu peach tree. Upon learning of Yunlin's awakening, Lin Kuang, the grand elder of the Qilin clan, also arrived. The Qilin clan had found stability. Over the span of 100,000 years, 3 more young Qilin had been born, and everything was progressing favorably. Lin Kuang informed Yunlin that the North Sea Dragon King had visited, but Yunlin was asleep, and Lin Kuang had received him. Such matters did not concern Yunlin, as he entrusted Lin Kuang to manage them. Occasionally, Yunlin would go fishing to alleviate his hunger, catching some good items, including scattered low-grade, innate spiritual plants and treasures. Sometimes, Yunlin rowed Xiao Pai across the North Sea, taking brief naps whenever he grew weary. Another 3,000 years passed. The first great battle between the witch and demon races concluded, with neither side prevailing, leaving countless beings in the primordial realm affected, suffering greatly. The Qilin young master present. A voice resonated from outside the formation of Qilin Cliff. Young master, it is the demon race's deity, Bai Zhe. The North Sea Xian turtle announced. Compared to other demon deities, Bai Zhe enjoyed a higher favor from Emperor Jun. Bai Zhe was reputed to possess profound knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters, being the wisest among the demon race, excelling in intellect rather than strength. Yunlin understood Bai Zhe's purpose and instructed the North Sea Xian turtle to bring him in. Qilin young master, His Majesty Emperor Jun of the Heavenly Court admires your talents and strategies. Therefore, he wishes to invite you to the Heavenly Court as our commander, second only to the 4 great demon emperors. This is a gift entrusted to me by His Majesty Emperor Jun, and I implore you to accept it. Bai Zhe stated directly upon entering. He then produced an innate spiritual treasure. Yunlin gazed at the treasure with astonishment. The Qilin halberd, once the accompanying weapon of the primordial Qilin. It held significant importance for the Qilin clan. The heavenly court had indeed invested heavily to win Yunlin's favor, demonstrating their understanding of his preferences. The demon race sought to recruit Yunlin, prompting him to make a choice. Choose one. Agree to buy Jie and receive the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Cloud Sun Dragon Spear. Choose two. Refuse by Jie and receive the recipe for the Han Yuan Yuqian wine. I choose two. Yunlin made his decision. Clearly, the demon clan did not value Yunlin himself, but rather the three pure ones behind him. They intended to use Yunlin as a breakthrough point to win over the three pure ones. By Jie, the demon god, I must respectfully decline your proposal to join the heavenly court. Yunlin yawned and continued. However, the Qilin halberd is one of the three treasures that protect my Qilin clan and is also a weapon bestowed by my father. So I desire the Qilin halberd as well. Bai Zhe's expression slightly changed. Meanwhile, the North Sea Xian turtle and Lin Kuang had already activated their divine powers, ready to strike at any moment. With the combined power of the formation, they could definitely ensure Bai Zhe's life was in their hands. What are you doing? Don't frighten the demon god Bai Zhe. Yunlin waved his hand. And both the North Sea Xian turtle and Lin Kuang retracted their imposing presence, stepping back behind Yunlin. Young Master Qilin, although my heavenly court fears Tongtian Taoist, we are not made of clay. If my heavenly court takes action, the three pure ones may not be able to protect you, Bai Zhe said with some irritation. There is no need to be agitated, demon god Bai Zhe. My desire for the Qilin halberd is not an act of forceful seizure. I can reveal a method to strengthen the heavenly court that I in the heavens. There is both the sun and the moon. The sun has Fusong, and the moon has the laurel.b, while commanding the power of countless stars. One can create the imperial flowing nectar. Yunlin chuckled. Bai Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood Yunlin's meaning. The power of the stars is greatly beneficial to the demon clan. If they could gather the strength of the stars, it would enlighten the demons and enhance their cultivation. The two goddesses on the tying star are also mighty beings. If they could unite, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the fortune of the demon clan. Bai Zhe felt that Yunlin's proposal was more than sufficient to exchange for a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. All beings in the wilderness praise me, Bai Zhe, for my wisdom. Yet compared to young Master Qilin, I find myself lacking. Young Master Qilin truly does not wish to leave the island. Leave what island? I most enjoy sleeping and fishing. Yunlin replied playfully that he merely moved his lips to acquire the Qilin halberd. A tremendous bargain. Young Master is indeed carefree. I shall take my leave now. Bai Zhe turned and departed. The demon clan does possess some capable individuals, but fate is like a blade. Divine powers cannot contend against destiny. After shaking his head, Yunlin remarked. Behind him, the North Sea Xian turtle and the Grand Elder looked at him with admiration. Young Master is truly impressive. With just a few words, he managed to pacify this strategic mind of the demon clan. Grand Elder, the Qilin halberd bears the mark of my father's battles. Place it on Qilin Cliff for our clansmen to contemplate. After issuing his orders, Yunlin yawned again and decided to take a short nap that on Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian observed Bai Zhe exiting Qilin Cliff, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. Eldest brother, second brother, I told you, Liner is not foolish. He would never agree to the demon clan. I shall say no more. Yuanshi remarked, third brother, if Yunlin had agreed to the heavenly court, would you truly expel him from his sect? Tongtian fell silent and said nothing. Not long after, Bai Zhe returned to the heavenly court. Yunlin refused, didn't he? That young lad appeared quite greedy, yet he even turned down the Qilin halberd. Dijun chuckled. If Yunlin had agreed, the fortune of the Qilin clan would have converged with the heavenly court, which Dijun could sense that no, Yunlin accepted the Qilin halberd, Bai Zhe stated. What? He accepted the Qilin halberd but still refuses to submit to the heavenly court. Is he attempting forceful seizure? Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops to flatten Qilin Cliff. Kunpeng declared angrily. Years ago, Tongtian severed one of his legs, also because of that young Qilin. Many demons were also beginning to stir restlessly. Your Majesty, it was not Yunlin who forced me. Rather, he provided our demon clan with a strategy. Hence I gifted him the Qilin halberd. Bai Zhe explained that a chorus of astonishment erupted among the demons. Bai Zhe then recounted Yunlin's words. What sun and moon? What nonsense. Just a few words earned him a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The demon god Qin Yuan was perplexed. Yet Di Jun laughed heartily. Wonderful, wonderful, what a remarkable Yunlin. It seems everyone underestimated him. This young Qilin truly possesses great talent. Fushi, one of the 4 great demon emperors, also praised him profusely. However, it is a pity that this young Qilin does not wish to be embroiled in the turmoil of the wilderness. By Zhe's side. Then let us proceed, as that young Qilin suggested. The sun and moon shall unite, and I shall send an engagement letter to the Tongtian star. Di Jun waved his hand grandly. Immediately, the entire heavenly court sprang into action. The union of the Tongtian and the sun is a profound truth of the universe. Both celestial maidens of the Tongtian star were willing to marry Di Jun. A grand wedding was to be held in 1,000 years, and on the day of the grand wedding, Nuwa held a red embroidered ball, completing the first heavenly marriage in the world. At the moment the ceremony concluded, a burst of golden light suddenly appeared. Merit! It actually attracted Merit, a great demon exclaimed in surprise. Subsequently, a portion of Merit descended, with a significant part flying towards Qilin Island. That moment, Yunlin was fishing, and when the Merit fell, he was equally astonished. This is possible. Merit is a universal balm, useful for cultivation, refining tools, and concocting elixirs. Moreover, as long as one has sufficient merit, even saints would dare not lay a hand on you. Otherwise, the heavenly laws of the wilderness would surely bring down divine punishment. Yunlin did not rush to refine it, instead gathering it behind him to form a resplendent wheel of merit. Following this, Di Jun gathered the power of the stars and descended the imperial flowing nectar. Countless demons bathed in the imperial flowing nectar, significantly enhancing their strength, while those demons who had yet to take form immediately transformed upon receiving the nectar. When Di Jun established the demon clan, he had sworn to the heavenly laws that all creatures, be they flowers, birds, insects, or fish, mountains, rivers, and grass, could all be demons. This reflects the vastness of his ambition. Now, with the descent of the imperial flowing nectar, the number of newly born demons in the wilderness could be counted in the hundreds of millions. Boom! The fortune of the heavenly court surged. The golden dragon of fortune roared towards the heavens. Di Jun and Tai Yi, along with the others, were instantly overjoyed at this moment. Yunlin was busy concocting his Hunyuan Yujing wine. The Hunyuan Yujing wine rewarded by the system is no trivial matter. It requires at least 5 types of innate spiritual root fruits and 3 types of divine water to brew, supplemented by various precious materials, and even requires merit to be infused into the wine. For those below Daluo, drinking the first cup can elevate one by a small realm of course. This effect is limited to just 1 cup. It cannot be used when one is about to break through from the pinnacle of Tai, golden immortal, to Daluo, as Daluo requires personal comprehension of the laws, while this wine could assist in breaking through. It would likely hinder future promotions. Nonetheless, this is already quite remarkable. For those above Daluo, while the wine does not directly elevate one's realm, it can aid in comprehending changes in the laws and even has considerable effects on approaching saints. The quality of the wine also depends on the raw materials. If the 5 types of fruits used are all supreme, innate spiritual fruits, the effects will be maximized. The raw materials for the Hunyuan Yujing wine are likely something even those approaching saints would struggle to gather. Yet Yunlin possesses them, that he already has more than 5 types of innate spiritual root fruits and plenty of 3 types of divine water. He has also acquired some merit. Brewing this wine is a significant undertaking. Thus, Yunlin summoned the North Sea Xian turtle and most of the Qilin clan to begin the brewing process. They gathered spiritual fruits, collected divine water, sought various supplementary materials, and combined them with great magical power. Just as they were about to seal the vat, Yunlin divided half of the merit wheel behind him and poured it into the vat. Seal. With Yunlin's command, the North Sea Xian turtle and the others once again channeled their powers to seal the vat. Boom! The group combined their efforts to sink the vat into the North Sea, nourishing it with the ancestral spiritual energy of Qilin Cliff. If this wine is successfully brewed, it will undoubtedly be extraordinary. The North Sea Xian turtle could not help but express his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yunlin felt exhausted and decided to rest for a while. After instructing a few matters, he transformed into a Yunlin and lay atop the stone of enlightenment. Another 10,000 years passed. Tongtian took in the disciple Bao Bao and asked the host to make a choice. Choose one. Inform Tongtian of the future fate of the Jie Sect to prevent him from taking in disciples. Rewarding the innate supreme treasure, the sun and moon Bao. Choose two. Establish the authority of the eldest brother, rewarding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the purple moon fan. Choose three. Go with the flow. Rewarding part of the source of the thunder demon god. Yunlin selected San. The calamity of the canonization is still far off, and he remains too feeble. Revealing matters concerning the canonization at this juncture might lead to a tragic demise for him. As for establishing authority, he harbors no interest in such pursuits. Yunlin has acquired the essence of the thunder demon god, one of the 3,000 demon gods who governs the laws of thunder. By consuming this essence, Yunlin will henceforth possess a profound affinity for the laws of thunder and the ability to wield its power. Third brother, one Yunlin is already enough. Now you have taken on another treasure-seeking rat as your disciple. Both being mere pawns unworthy of cultivation. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi was quite irate. The three brothers had ventured out, and Tongtian had taken on yet another disciple, a treasure-seeking rat no less. Yuanshi voiced his opposition. But to no avail, Tongtian merely claimed that he had a connection with the rat, while Laozi remained indifferent, and the matter was left unresolved. Contemplating Tongtian's acquisition of a disciple, Yuanshi felt compelled not to lag behind. He resolved that if his disciple were to defeat Tongtian's, it would validate his stance. News of Yuanshi seeking disciples spread, prompting Randang to hasten to pay homage to Yuanshi. Randang, also one of the 3,000 guests of Zixiao, was of the same generation as Yuanshi, yet his fortunes were meager. Despite having attended teachings thrice, he had failed to ascend to the quasi-saint realm. He discarded any notions of pride and rushed over upon hearing that Yuanshi was accepting disciples. However, Yuanshi declined him. Randang may have lacked vanity, but Yuanshi did not. Yet, even though he refused, the fact that a peer wished to study under him greatly enhanced Yuanshi's prestige. Ultimately, Yuanshi retained Randang in Yushu Palace as a guest elder. Subsequently, Yuanshi took on Nanji as a disciple. Master, Nanji is picking on me again. He incessantly claims I am merely a pawn unworthy of cultivation, complained Duo Bao, feeling quite aggrieved. Ever since Nanji arrived at Kunlun, he had been at odds with Duo Bao. In the future, be sure to give way to your junior brother Nanji. Do not let discord arise, Tongtian advised. Duo Bao nodded, for this was a recurring counsel from his teacher, leading him to often concede. Today, I shall take you to meet your elder brother. I wonder if he is still slumbering, Tongtian remarked with a smile. Elder brother? Duo Bao paused momentarily, for he had heard much about his elder brother, but had never encountered him. Tongtian led Duo Bao away from Kunlun at 8 this moment. Atop Yunlin Cliff, an intoxicating aroma of liquor wafted through the air, spreading even towards the North Sea. What is this? How can it smell so delightful? Could it be that a rare treasure has emerged? Kunpeng followed the scent out of the North Ming Palace, in the North Sea Dragon Palace. The North Sea Dragon King was also drawn by the fragrance and exited the palace. All beings in the North Sea found themselves irresistibly drawn towards Yunlin Cliff Point 10,000 years, and it is finally brewed, Yunlin declared joyfully. Today marked the successful brewing of the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine. Young master, the aroma of Hunyuan Yuqiong wine is overwhelmingly rich. It has attracted numerous beings from the North Sea, including Kunpeng and the North Sea Dragon King, reported the North Sea Xinga. Elder Xian, guard the Grand Formation. Should anyone dare to approach, eliminate them without mercy, Yunlin commanded. Understood, replied the North Sea Xingue. Rise. Sensing something, Yunlin formed a spell with his hands. Boom! Beneath Yunlin Cliff, a massive wine vat erupted from the waters. In that instant, the fragrance intensified even further. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? What is that? It appears to be a thunder tribulation, exclaimed the myriad beings of the North Sea. Above Yunlin Cliff, a dense mass of black clouds formed, within which countless lightning serpents writhed. Since the Longhan calamity, The heavenly Tao of the wilderness had become increasingly refined, and heavenly tribulations had emerged within the wilderness. That was the Jiuzhou, Shunxiao, Dongyuan tribulation. Such a heavenly tribulation descending meant that even a great Luo would face demise. A powerful figure recognized the origin of this tribulation, just as the North Sea, Xiangui, prepared to counter the heavenly tribulation. Yunlin interjected, "Elder Xian, allow me." Having absorbed a portion of the thunder demon god's essence, he possessed the ability to command thunder. Moments ago, the laws of thunder within him surged, seeking to refine the essence of thunder through the heavenly tribulation. The next instant, Yunlin transformed into his true form and soared towards the heart of the tribulation. The young master of Qilin, not a fool. He dares to face the lightning tribulation alone. With his strength, he shall surely perish. Kunpeng scoffed. He believed that once Yunlin met his demise, the beings within Qilin Cliff would surely descend into chaos, allowing him to seize the wine. "Teacher, is that my elder brother?" "He is far too reckless," Duobao exclaimed in alarm. Upon arriving, he witnessed Yunlin throwing himself into the heavenly tribulation. "Your elder brother may be a bit lazy, but he is not foolish," Tongtian chuckled, though he remained concerned for Yunlin. Should Yunlin encounter any misfortune and be unable to withstand the tribulation, he would intervene immediately. Boom! The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck. The North Sea, Xiangui, and the many Qilin held their breath in trepidation. Yet, Yunlin merely opened his mouth wide. Astonishingly, he consumed the tribulation lightning. The North Sea Dragon King exclaimed in shock. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. "What sorcery is this?" Duobao was astounded. "My elder brother is astonishingly formidable." Yunlin savored the taste of the tribulation lightning with a smirk. "Haha, I wondered how this lad could be so foolish. It turns out he has acquired a portion of the essence of thunder." Tongtian laughed heartily. The Jiuzhou, Shunxiao, Dongyuan tribulation consists of 81 bolts in total. Yunlin remained poised with his mouth open, awaiting the descent of the lightning 0.1 bolt. Another, until all 81 bolts of tribulation lightning were consumed by Yunlin. Burp! The onlookers were left feeling sheepish. This moment, bolts of thunderous light erupted from Yunlin's body, and the power of the laws radiated outward. However, just when everyone believed the ordeal had concluded, a flower suddenly bloomed atop Yunlin's head. It was a lead flower. Following closely, another silver flower unfurled. "No way, hasn't it been long? Is your elder brother about to step into the great Luo realm?" Tongtian was filled with questions, but he was aware that Yunlin was extraordinary. But never had he imagined to this extent. "Is my elder brother on the verge of becoming a great Luo?" Duobao was equally astonished. According to his teacher, although his elder brother had taken his vows first, he was still younger than himself. Currently, he had merely reached the Tai golden immortal stage, and he already believed himself to possess considerable talent. Yet his elder brother was astonishingly powerful beyond measure. "Teacher, how many grades can my elder brother's flower bloom?" Duobao inquired. 0.8 grades, perhaps. "Your elder brother's aptitude is even more formidable than anticipated." Tongtian trembled slightly. When ascending to the great Luo golden immortal realm, a golden flower would bloom. The number of petals that unfurl represents one's natural endowment. Beings of the wilderness, such as the 3 pure ones in Yuwa, are all 9 grades. Young master, in order to ascend to great Luo, quickly activate the grand formation to its fullest, urged the North Sea Xiangui. The myriad Qilin promptly began their frantic preparations. In an instant, Tongtian acted, obscuring the heavenly secrets and shielding everyone's gaze. Where there are people, there exists a world of rivalry, and the wilderness is no different. It is inevitable that some would envy Yunlin's exceptional talents. Thus Tongtian had made preparations in advance. Soon, a golden flower bud appeared atop Yunlin's head, and as the power of the laws flowed, the golden bud began to slowly unfurl. 0.3 grades bloom, 6 grades bloom, 9 grades bloom. Tongtian and the others were suddenly elated. 0.9 grades, the pinnacle of aptitude in the wilderness. However, the next moment, the golden flower atop Yunlin's head unfurled 3 more petals. 12 grades bloom. In an instant, everyone, including Tongtian, was left dumbfounded. Whether it was the ancient North Sea Xingui or the formidable Tongtian, neither dared to believe their eyes. 12 grades bloom. The primordial chaos seems to have never existed. At that moment, dark clouds of calamity began to gather once more in the skies above. However, due to the overwhelming fortune possessed by Yunlin, the calamity clouds dissipated before they could take shape. Observing the disappointment on Yunlin's face for not encountering the tribulation, Tongtian couldn't help but twitch his lips. While others shunned the tribulation, his own disciples sought it out. Tongtian made his appearance. "Greetings, Master." Yunlin activated the formation to welcome him in. "Well done, my dear. This is your junior brother, Duobao." "Duobao, quickly greet your senior brother," Tongtian said with a smile. Although Duobao had known about his senior brother during his time in Kunlun, he had harbored competitive thoughts back then. Now, however, those notions had long vanished, and he even felt a tinge of fear when looking at Yunlin. "Senior brother, Duobao," called out. "Junior brother Duobao, this item is a gift for you." Yunlin presented a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure sword as a token of their meeting. It was not out of stinginess. He was simply aware that Tongtian would soon take in numerous disciples, and gifts for those juniors would be necessary. Thus, it was wise to conserve. Duobao, holding the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, felt a surge of gratitude, thinking his senior brother far too generous. "All right, put away your wine. I can hardly wait to taste it," Tongtian said, feeling pleased to see the harmonious rapport between the brothers. "Please wait, Master." Yunlin summoned the jar of wine. He then removed the clay seal. That moment, an abundance of extraordinary phenomena erupted, and the aroma of the wine reached its peak. Outside Qilin Cliff, the beings of the Northern Sea, including the quasi-saint level Kunpeng, were drooling in anticipation to that moment. A figure emerged from the formation, announcing, "My young master invites the Dragon King of the Northern Sea, the Fairy of Rainbow attire, and the deep-sea Taoist to enter Qilin Cliff to taste the wine." The Dragon King and others were overjoyed and hurried forward. They were all beings who had previously visited Qilin Cliff and had brought tributes, just as everyone was preparing to enter the formation. Kunpeng suddenly called out, "Wait, did the young master of Qilin not invite me?" Kunpeng felt that, being a celestial master of the heavenly court and a quasi-saint power, he should be the strongest among those present. Thus, it was unreasonable for the Qilin clan not to extend an invitation to him. Of course, most people would not make a fuss about not being invited, but Kunpeng was quite shameless. "Senior Kunpeng, I sincerely apologize, but my young master did not extend an invitation to you." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng was enraged and prepared to force his way in. "Get lost!" A stern voice resonated from within Qilin Cliff. Kunpeng trembled at the sound. "Tongtian, I'm leaving." Kunpeng swiftly turned and fled. Once everyone entered Qilin Cliff, they felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. It was not just the fragrance of the wine. The dense spiritual energy was unparalleled in the Northern Sea. Lin Kuang welcomed the guests. These individuals were primarily the leaders of great powers in the Northern Sea, all possessing the great Luo cultivation level. They had all previously expressed goodwill towards Qilin Cliff. It is only proper to reciprocate hospitality. "Dear friends, you are welcome guests. Please take your seats." Initially, Yunlin intended for Tongtian to sit at the head of the table, but Tongtian declined. The guests seated themselves with great courtesy. Upon seeing the various spiritual materials and innate spiritual fruits on the table, they were taken aback. Even the once prosperous Dragon King of the Northern Sea felt a sense of awe. Fire dates, Yuma peaches, Ling Long fruits. If Yunlin hadn't exhausted the Huangzhong plums for brewing, their jaws would have dropped in astonishment. However, everyone maintained composure. Despite their desire to partake, they only had a token amount. Serve the wine. Soon, the Qilin served wine to everyone. Previously, they had only caught a whiff of the aroma outside Qilin Cliff. Upon seeing the wine's liquid form, they were astonished. The wine was accompanied by a myriad of extraordinary phenomena, and the cup seemed to harbor boundless chaos. Yunner, what is the significance of this wine? Tongtian inquired. "Master, this wine is called the primordial jade liquid wine. I describe some of its ingredients. This." Everyone gasped in awe. The materials used were so precious that it was no wonder such exquisite wine could be brewed. "Dear friends, please indulge." Yunlin took the lead and drank a cup. The others followed suit and emptied their cups. In the next moment, divine lights began to dance throughout the grand hall. Duo Bao, after sipping a cup, promptly fell into a stupor. Delicious, delicious. Tongtian found it both amusing and exasperating, assisting Duo Bao in sorting the energy within his body. And Duo Bao advanced from the early stage to the mid-stage of Tai. The others couldn't help but smile at the sight. Yunlin gazed at the unconscious Duo Bao, and a single phrase floated to mind. Little tipsy. Those who savored the wine gained much from the experience, and they all expressed their gratitude to Yunlin. Thank you, young master of Qilin. In my opinion, this wine must be the finest brew of the primordial era. The Dragon King of the Northern Sea remarked with a sigh. Indeed, compared to the primordial jade liquid wine, what have I been drinking before? Subsequently, Yunlin instructed Lin Kuang to see off the guests. Master, this is for you. Yunlin presented a jar of wine to Tongtian. Tongtian accepted it without hesitation, laughing heartily. I knew from the beginning that you were clever and astute. I have not misjudged this disciple. Master, I wish to exchange the 24 sea calming pearls you possess for some spiritual treasures, Yunlin stated. Exchange? Nonsense. Take them. Tongtian waved his hand, and the 24 sea calming pearls fell into Yunlin's grasp. You have already reached the Great Luo realm. I shall remain at Qilin Cliff for a while to instruct you in Duo Bao. Duo Bao, how can you allow your mind to wander during my teachings? Tongtian admonished. Master, both you and my senior brother are asleep. Your senior brother possesses a unique talent. He can comprehend the Tao through dreams. Can you compare to that? Diligence can make up for shortcomings. Otherwise, you'll fall far behind your senior brother. Oh, Duo Bao clearly did not believe this. However, in the next moment, the sleeping Yunlin was enveloped in a radiant glow of laws, exuding a rich resonance of the Tao, clearly absorbing the teachings Tongtian had just imparted. Duo Bao, the fool was indeed myself. Tongtian and Duo Bao remained at Qilin Cliff for a millennium, with Duo Bao attending Tongtian's lectures alongside Yunlin daily. Occasionally, Tongtian would discuss formations, but it was mostly a dialogue between Yunlin and Tongtian, with Duo Bao listening from the side. Moreover, Duo Bao found great comfort during his time at Qilin Cliff. Although Tongtian would occasionally scold him, he knew he could never match the prodigious talents of his senior brother, primarily at Qilin Cliff, due to being the junior brother of the Qilin young master. He was treated with great respect and enjoyed a steady supply of innate spiritual fruits, even getting a taste of primordial jade liquid wine. Life here was far more pleasant than in Kunlun Mountain. Yin'er, your talents are extraordinary, but do not become complacent. Tongtian advised as he prepared to leave that Duo Bao's eyes shimmered with tears. He did not want to depart. Returning to Kunlun meant facing the reprimands of his second master. While at Qilin Cliff, he was well-fed, well-treated, and his senior brother was generous. Wah, I do not wish to go back at all. Master, I understand. Junior brother, these are some spiritual fruits I have gathered, along with a small jar of primordial jade liquid wine for you to take home. Yunlin offered. Duo Bao hurriedly accepted, wiping his tears as he was led away by Tongtian. After seeing Tongtian off, Lin Kuang approached, saying, Young master, Taoist Yunlin and Taoist Feiyu wish to join us at Qilin Cliff. Yunlin and Feiyu were both great Luo golden immortals who had previously come to Qilin Cliff to taste the wine. Yunlin was a large black fish with a cultivation level at the mid-stage of Great Luo, while Feiyu was a divine bird at the late stage of Great Lu. As Yunlin approached, both paid their respects. Young master of Qilin, we are both scattered cultivators of the Northern Sea. May we join Qilin Cliff? Yunlin spoke, appearing somewhat anxious that of course. This is entirely acceptable. Yunlin replied with a smile. He had always been preparing for future tribulations, and expanding his influence was undoubtedly beneficial. The great Luo golden immortals were considered small powers within the current primordial realm. Yunlin and Feiyu immediately swore an oath, and Yunlin granted them positions as protectors of Qilin Cliff. Grandfather Xian, I inquire with my master, and it is indeed true that you are bound by the heavenly Tao. Certain items are needed to lift the restrictions, Yunlin stated. Young master, I have grown accustomed to it. There is no need for concern. I in the Northern Sea. The Xiangui understands that the constraints of the heavenly Tao are formidable. Even a quasi-saint would find it quite challenging. Although there may be means to alleviate such constraints, they are undoubtedly rare. He does not wish for Yunlin to exert himself on his behalf. Not a problem, Yunlin replied. Should the Xiangui be unable to break free from the bindings, he would surely perish when the time comes to mend the heavens. He vowed to rescue him at all costs. If the Xiangui could ascend to the quasi-saint realm, he would be able to sever the bonds of fate, and even during the mending of the heavens, he would not meet his demise. His master had mentioned that to unravel the heavenly Tao's restraints, one must acquire the blood of the ancestral dragon, the blood of the primordial Qilin, and the blood of the original phoenix. Only by mixing these 3 drops of essence blood and refining them within oneself could the Xiangui hope to break free. Yunlin possessed the blood of the primordial Qilin. As the son of the primordial Qilin, he had integrated its true bones, and the essence within him could serve as the required blood. Additionally, Tongtian had a drop of original phoenix blood, which he had already given to Yunlin, but the blood of the ancestral dragon was elusive. Thus, Yunlin prepared to visit the Northern Sea Dragon Palace. However, he heard that the Dragon King of the Northern Sea had gone to the Eastern Sea, leaving Yunlin to await the Dragon King's return. Time passed, and Tongtian returned to Kunlun Mountain with Duo Bao. The atmosphere within Kunlun was quite lively, as Fuxi and Enhua had come to pay a visit. Fuxi and Enhua were both esteemed emperors of the heavenly realm, but they were not there to court the 3 pure ones. Their relationship was amicable enough. Greetings, fellow Taoists, Fuxi and Enhua. Tongtian greeted with a smile. Third brother, you have returned. With the visit of these 2 esteemed Taoists, my disciple from the southern pole has brought forth the spirit wine he crafted. You must savor it. Yuanshi invited Tongtian to take a seat. Southern pole, introduce your spirit wine to your esteemed uncle, he urged. Esteemed uncle, this spirit wine of mine is brewed from 100 varieties of spiritual materials. Using moonlight, divine water, and other rare ingredients, taking 30,000 years to perfect, Southern Pole proudly declared. Indeed, this spirit wine is remarkable. Moreover, Southern Pole, your talent is exceptional. You have an unlimited future ahead. Fuxi remarked with a smile. Oh, not at all. My disciple still has much to improve upon, Yuanshi humbly replied. Yet the smile on his face could not be concealed. Duo Bao, it is a pity that the ingredients for my spirit wine are hard to come by. Now only a few remain, and you may not get to taste it. Southern Pole expressed apologetically that, in truth, it was a ploy to provoke Duo Bao. Duo Bao, feeling indignant, retorted, What spirit wine? It cannot compare to my elder brother's Hunyuan Yujing wine, even to the slightest degree. I wouldn't want to drink it anyway. Duo Bao, Tongtian admonished he had no desire to draw attention or embarrass Yuanshi in front of others. Third brother, has Yunlin also brewed wine? Can he present it for us to taste, to see if it is as remarkable as Duo Bao claims? Yuanshi inquired. Indeed, Tongtian replied, that I believe this spirit wine is already quite exquisite. But the Hunyuan Yujing wine surpasses it 100-fold. You have stirred my craving for wine. Fuxi expressed eagerly. Tongtian, with no alternative, sided in that case. Let us all partake in a taste. He produced a wine jar. At first, Yuanshi looked upon it with disdain, believing it to be mere showmanship. However, when Tongtian uncorked the jar, astonishment spread across the faces of all present that on Kunlun Mountain, countless wondrous phenomena erupted, and the aroma of wine wafted through the air. Even without tasting it, one could feel a hint of intoxication. Most notably, several quasi-saints were present, including the 3 pure ones and the Fuxianhua siblings, all of whom were among the most formidable beings of the primordial world. This wine was extraordinary. Enhua, who had remained silent, was taken aback. Yuanshi's expression began to darken. He had initially thought Tongtian was boasting. Wanted to make him look foolish. But now, who was truly foolish? Southern Pole, what do you think? Did I speak erroneously? Compared to the Hunyuan Yujing wine, your spirit wine is utterly insignificant, Duo Bao triumphantly declared. Southern Pole's face turned crimson with indignation. Tongtian began pouring wine for everyone. Fuxi could hardly contain himself and gulped down the Hunyuan Yujing wine in one go. Excellent wine. This is the finest I have ever tasted. Within a single cup lies the essence of the cosmos. Even we quasi-saints find our internal laws invigorated by it. Marvelous! Simply marvelous! Fuxi exclaimed, enraptured. Indeed, the value of this wine is beyond measure. Third brother, do you have any left? I would trade you a 9 revolutions golden pill for it, Laozi declared. Laozi was a master of alchemy, and the 9 revolutions golden pill was reputed to be the most potent elixir of the primordial realm, said to enable one to ascend to the great Luo upon consumption. Though somewhat exaggerated, it affirmed its efficacy. Generally, Laozi regarded the 9 revolutions golden pill with great reverence. Tongtian, I too am willing to trade. Just mention what you desire, and I shall exchange it with you. Fushi was clearly enamored by the wine. Having tasted the Hunyuan Yujing, he considered it the finest brew of the primordial realm. To be honest, this wine was brewed by my eldest disciple, utilizing exceptionally precious ingredients, requiring fruits from 5 types of innate spiritual roots in addition to the 3 light divine water and the infusion of merit into the brew. Which is why there is so little that it is my disciple's kindness that allowed me to receive this, Tongtian explained with a smile, though inwardly he felt a twinge of regret. The amount he had just distributed had consumed nearly half the jar. That wretched duo Bao. Why did he speak out? Tongtian lamented. Fushi sighed in regret. Yet Tongtian, not being grudging, poured a cup for Southern Pole as well. Southern Pole, skeptical, downed the cup in one gulp. This wine is nothing compared to my spirit wine. I am feeling dizzy, Southern Pole slurred, collapsing in a drunken stupor, displaying an embarrassing spectacle, while Yuanshi was on the verge of apoplexy, and Duo Bao could hardly contain his laughter. At the banquet, all attention had shifted to the Hunyuan Yujing wine. After the festivities concluded, Tongtian looked at Duo Bao with a smile. Tell me, do you feel more at ease now? Master, I feel utterly at ease. Duo Bao laughed in response. Since you feel at ease, hand over the wine that your elder brother gifted me. Tongtian instructed. Duo Bao gasped. Oh, what? I had intended to cherish the wine your elder brother bestowed upon me. But now you've revealed it with a single sentence. Later, I must also share some with your elder uncle and second elder uncle. So hurry. After Tongtian spoke, Duo Bao reluctantly brought forth the wine, handing it over with great reluctance. Woo-woo, I shall never boast again. Master, you are truly ruthless. In the Yushu Palace, Southern Pole awoke, recalling the events of the previous gathering, filled with shame and indignation, harboring deep resentment. He even overlooked the fact that he had elevated his realm due to the Hunyuan Yujing wine. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He took out a straw doll and inscribed the name Yunlin upon it. I shall pierce you, I shall pierce you, letting you steal my thunder, making me look foolish. I shall pierce you. Southern Pole's hatred for Yunlin was profound, yet Yunlin remained blissfully unaware of Bujo Mountain. Fushi sat despondently amidst a plethora of wine jars. Brother, what troubles you? Inwan inquired. No, the flavors are all wrong, Fushi muttered. Ever since he had tasted the Hunyuan Yujing wine, drinking anything else had seemed utterly bland. The exquisite wines he once relished now lacked their original sweetness and aroma. The Hunyuan Yujing wine is indeed delightful. I still yearn for more. However, seeing how Tongtian behaves, he seems reluctant to part with it. Brother, why not directly seek out our nephew Yunlin? Enwa suggested with a smile. Fushi's spirits lifted immediately. You are right. Let us head to the northern sea. Fushi and Enwa hurried to the Qilin cliff of the northern sea. Upon their arrival, Yunlin was quite astonished. What could these two esteemed figures want? As the esteemed emperors of the heavenly realm, were they seeking to recruit him? However, given their relatively laid-back demeanor, it seemed unlikely. As Enwa and Fushi visited, the host was given a choice. Choice 1. Inform Fushi and Enwa that the demon race would face extinction, leading to Fushi's demise, with a reward of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the shattered jade spear. Choice 2. Join the heavenly court, with a reward of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the flame pot. Choice 3. Remain silent and do nothing, receiving the innate supreme treasure, the chaos pearl. Point 3. With his eyes closed. Yunlin instinctively knew how to make his choice. Informing Yuwa and Fushi that the demon clan would face annihilation now served no purpose. They might not even believe it. This insidious system had even compelled him to join the heavenly court. Moreover, despite possessing numerous spiritual treasures, he lacked even one innate supreme treasure, the chaos pearl, infused with the essence of chaos, formed its own realm. Originally comparable to the heaven-opening axe and the creation jade plate. This innate treasure had been damaged during the heaven-opening calamity, thus demoted to the status of a supreme treasure. When Yuan Fushi came to visit, Yunlin personally welcomed them, and Fushi, with his long beard, exuded an air of refinement, while Nuwa emanated a gentle beauty. Yunlin, your master has brought back some wine to Kunlun, and my elder brother and I just happened to be visiting. Ever since my brother tasted your Hanyuan Yuqiong wine, he has been craving it incessantly, Nuwa said with a smile. Fushi appeared somewhat embarrassed by her words. Yunlin, my esteemed uncle requests a taste of your wine, Fushi added. Yunlin chuckled. I was wondering what it was about. Please, esteemed uncles, take a seat. I shall fetch the wine at once. Having only heard legends of Fushi and Nuwa before, he was pleasantly surprised to find them both remarkably amiable in person, as Fushi savored the wine. A look of satisfaction graced his face. He then engaged Yunlin in a discussion about the path of formations, expressing high praise for him in the vast expanse of Honghuang, who did not know that Fushi's forte lay in this domain. Furthermore, if one were to name anyone in Honghuang who could rival Tongtian in the art of formations, it would undoubtedly be Fushi. Even Tongtian had once commended Fushi while instructing Yunlin to him, "Why, dear uncle, though I may have a thick skin, I cannot accept your wine for free. That I see that you possess great expertise in the path of formations and have profound attainments therein. So I shall present you with a small gift." Fushi cheerfully placed a piece of jade upon the table. Upon seeing it, Yunlin realized that this so-called small gift was indeed extraordinary. Fushi's signature skill, the 8 trigrams divination technique. It would be no exaggeration to say that should this technique circulate throughout Honghuang, it would undoubtedly incite widespread contention. With this technique alone, one could establish a colossal lineage. Its value far surpassed that of the Honyuan Yuqiong wine. Your master once explored the mysteries of my 8 trigrams divination technique. However, this is my unique method, which I did not share with your master. Yet I find you quite likable. Had it not been for Tongtian's prior claim, I would have wanted to take you as my disciple. Fushi lamented, stroking his long beard. Esteemed uncle, while my Honyuan Yuqiong wine is indeed splendid, I must respectfully decline your generous offer. Young Yunlin, please accept it. My brother has long wished to pass down his skills. And even Di Jun has sought to help him select a successor from the demon clan, yet my brother has deemed none worthy. Such is fate. Nuwa encouraged. Yunlin then expressed his gratitude to Fushi and accepted the jade. I noticed that your Qilin cliff, while populated with beasts, is devoid of birds. It remains rather monotonous. Upon my return to the Nuwa palace, I shall send you some phoenix birds, Nuwa remarked with a smile. Subsequently, Yunlin poured some wine for both Nuwa and Fushi, and the Fushi siblings took their leave. Throughout the visit, they never once suggested that Yunlin should go to the heavenly court. Elder brother, do you truly hold that young Qilin in such high regard? Nuwa inquired, bewildered. She understood her brother's pride and found it difficult to comprehend why Fushi would so readily impart the 8 trigrams divination technique to Yunlin. I cast a divination for that young lad. Can you guess what I discerned? Fushi asked. Nuwa was perplexed. Chaos, an expanse of chaos. This young fellow possesses boundless potential, Fushi declared. Nuwa was taken aback. Given her elder brother's abilities, even a quasi-saint could foresee a few things. Yet he was unable to glean anything from the young Qilin. That was indeed remarkable. Thus, I have formed a favorable connection in advance. Most importantly, young Yunlin exhibits exceptional comprehension of the path of formations. Imparting the 8 trigrams divination technique to him is not beneath my dignity. Fushi and Nuwa turned back towards the unperishable mountain, while Yunlin busied himself with the legacy left by Fushi. In the realm of quasi-saints, each possessed their own unique lineage, each a potential patriarch. Tongtian primarily cultivated the upper clear path, with formations as a supplementary study, while the 8 trigrams divination technique was Fushi's main discipline. Typically reserved for direct disciples, yet it was now bestowed upon Yunlin. It was said that the great deity Fushi mastered the art of divination. Could it be that he foresaw something extraordinary in me? Yunlin pondered. He then retrieved a pearl that radiated a chaotic essence, captivating anyone who gazed upon it. This was the innate supreme treasure, the chaos pearl. With this pearl, one could obscure all heavenly secrets, rendering even the heavenly Tao incapable of probing. In the days that followed, Yunlin devoted himself wholeheartedly to studying the legacy left by Fuxi. This so-called wholehearted effort consisted primarily of using the jade as a pillow while he slept, allowing him to comprehend the teachings within. Yunlin slept for yet another 3,000 years. During this time, he was occasionally roused from his slumber. Niwa had mentioned sending some phoenix birds to Qilin Cliff. To his astonishment, she delivered several hundred Honghuang phoenix birds, led by a pair of Qingluans, both of whom were great Luo golden immortals. Such a gift was undoubtedly significant. Previously, the avian clans of Honghuang were all under the dominion of the Feng clan. But after the demise of Yuan Feng, the spiritual birds scattered. The Phoenix Bird clan, a prominent lineage among the avians, had pledged their loyalty to Niwa. Upon their arrival, the Phoenix Birds swore allegiance to Yunlin, whom he tasked with caring for the innate spiritual roots. Yunlin's orchard continued to flourish, nourished by the divine waters of the Three Lights and the essence of Huangzhong Li, resulting in remarkable growth among the spiritual plants. However, due to the absence of caretakers at Qilin Cliff, the growth of the spiritual roots had been hindered. Fortunately, the Phoenix Birds were adept at tending to them and took great pleasure in Yunlin's orchard. Initially reluctant to come, they now showed no desire to leave. It was no exaggeration to say that the environment here surpassed even that of the Niwa Palace. Grandfather Xian, let us venture to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Yunlin declared, having set aside Fuxi's legacy, that it was nearly impossible to fully comprehend such teachings within a mere 3,000 years, even for someone as skilled in dream enlightenment as Yunlin at it present. The priority was to assist Grandfather Xian in upgrading his transformation. Yunlin rode upon a golden shrimp, while the North Sea Xian turtle leisurely trailed behind. The North Sea Dragon Palace, located deep within the North Sea, was grand in scale. Though the Dragon Clan had fallen from grace, they were still formidable. Even the most destitute North Sea Dragon Clan surpassed the former Qilin Clan in strength. I am Yunlin of the Qilin Clan, here to pay my respects to the North Sea Dragon King. Yunlin instructed the guarding Yikshas to announce his arrival. Upon hearing his name, the Yikshas hurriedly relayed the message. Soon, the North Sea Dragon King Ao Xian personally came to greet him. Young Master Qilin, I apologize for any oversight. Please forgive me. Oh, Xian said, accompanied by several dragon sons and daughters, all adorned with dragon horns. The Dragon King was exceedingly courteous, quickly ushering Yunlin into the Dragon Palace. While the North Sea Xian turtle awaited outside, Xian treated Yunlin as an esteemed guest, providing an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Dragon King, I have come with a request. I seek a drop of ancestral dragon blood. I am willing to exchange it for a spiritual treasure, Yunlin stated. This, Ao Xian hesitated for a moment before responding. Speak candidly. Our North Sea Dragon Palace indeed possesses a drop of primordial blood. However, this blood is an invaluable treasure to our dragon clan. A moment of silence ensued, as it was clear Ao Xian was reluctant to part with it. Yunlin understood the significance of ancestral dragon blood to the dragon clan, yet he deemed it essential for his purposes. Just as he was about to press further, Ao Xian spoke again. Young Master Qilin, we can provide the ancestral blood, but the North Sea Dragon Clan seeks an alliance with Qilin Cliff. Just an alliance? Yunlin queried, somewhat perplexed. This condition seemed overly simple, that indeed, as the war between the witches and the demons escalates, the North Sea will inevitably be drawn into the conflict. Unlike the Qilin clan, we lack the deterrent presence of a predecessor like Tongtian, hence our desire for an alliance. Ao Xian explained without reservation. Very well, but let it be known that the alliance between the Qilin clan and the North Sea Dragon clan shall be led by the Qilin clan, with the Dragon clan in a supporting role. Furthermore, this matter shall not involve my master, Yunlin asserted firmly. Agreed. Ao Xuan agreed without hesitation and subsequently procured the blood essence of the ancestral dragon for Yunlin. After receiving it, Yunlin bid farewell to Ao Xuan and turned to leave. Father, how can the blood of the progenitor be handed over so casually? Moreover, that Yunlin speaks with such arrogance, suggesting that my dragon clan should serve as a support. One of the dragon offspring remarked, "You fail to comprehend. Currently, the dragon clans of the four seas present themselves as one, yet each harbors its own ambitions. The Eastern Sea Dragon clan possesses the deepest heritage, but they too are being pressured by the Celestial Court, struggling to endure. Meanwhile, the Western Sea seems to be preparing to ally with the two from the West, and the Southern Sea is stronger than our Northern Sea." Aoshuan sighed and shook his head. "The Northern Sea is harsh and resource-deprived. The Northern Sea Dragon clan may appear formidable, yet their future is fraught with uncertainty. Not to mention, the true overlord of the Northern Sea is the Kunpeng, whose descendants even regard the Northern Sea Dragon clan as their prey, leaving them with no room for complaint. At this juncture, can we afford to be without a path forward? The Qilin clan is my primary choice. Grandpa Xian, I have acquired the blood essence of the ancestral dragon," Yunlin exclaimed joyfully while riding on his small companion. The Northern Sea Xian turtle chuckled. "Well done, young master. Let us proceed to lift the heavenly shackles from Grandpa Xian. With this, our Qilin Cliff will have a quasi-saint to guard us." They swiftly returned to Qilin Cliff, where Yunlin instructed all beings within to remain vigilant and activated the formation. A massive light curtain enveloped the entire Qilin Cliff, drawing the attention of many Northern Sea beings, though none understood the true intentions of the Qilin clan. Meanwhile, the Northern Sea Xian turtle emerged from the depths, with a wave of Yunlin's hand. 3 drops of blood essence materialized before him. Roar. A phantom of the primordial Qilin emerged from 1 drop. The ancestral dragon's phantom appeared. Screech. The primordial phoenix's phantom spread its wings. Under Yunlin's manipulation, the 3 drops of essence began to intertwine continuously. The legend spoke of the 3 ancestral beings, all transformed from the remnants of demon gods, and throughout countless entangling ages, they developed a wondrous connection. The clan leaders of the 3 races were also subjected to karmic retribution by the heavenly path. Now, as the 3 drops of essence united, they possessed the power to shatter the shackles of the heavenly law. Once the 3 phantoms merged, a beam of golden light surged towards the Northern Sea Xian turtle, which was ensnared by chains inscribed with mysterious runes. Bang! Bang! The golden radiance dimmed with each impact, while cracks began to form in the heavenly chains. Just as the golden light seemed on the verge of extinguishing and the chains were still nearly intact, Yunlin unhesitatingly retrieved a jade talisman from Tongtian. Swish. A torrent of sword energy surged throughout the Northern Sea, directed at the heavenly chains. With a crisp snap, the heavenly chain shattered. Grandpa Xian, sever the corpses. Yunlin commanded. Good. The Northern Sea Xian turtle responded, and 36 points of light appeared around him. These were indeed 36 sea-stabilizing pearls. The act of severing the corpses to attain enlightenment was a method conceived by Daozu Hongjun. To achieve sanctity, one must eliminate the 3 corpses of good and evil and the self, reaching the state of heavenly man to unify with the Tao. However, in the current primordial realm, only the heavenly path was manifest, and it was already unified with Hongjun, rendering this path effectively closed. Thus, apart from Hongjun, no one could attain sanctity through this method. Yet, Yunlin conceived a strategy. The 36 sea-stabilizing pearls formed a complete set of spiritual treasures capable of evolving the heavens into a singular entity, even manifesting an entire world. He instructed the Northern Sea Xian turtle to use the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls to sever the corpses, ensuring not only a stronger future, but also retaining the possibility of achieving sanctity through this method. Sever. As the Northern Sea Xian turtle's voice fell, 12 points of light converged, revealing an elderly man in white robes, the good corpse of the Northern Sea Xian turtle. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The good corpse bowed to the Northern Sea Xian turtle. The Northern Sea Xian turtle transformed, becoming an old man in gray robes, and the good corpse entered his body. Thank you, young master, for your assistance. The Northern Sea Xian turtle expressed his gratitude. You are too kind. Grandpa Xian, in the future, your protection of Qilin Cliff will be essential, Yunlin replied with a smile. With the successful severing of the corpses, the impending tribulations could be resolved, and even great merits could be sought. Yunlin then gazed into the distance and retrieved a spiritual longbow, drawing it back to shoot an arrow. The fluidity of his movements was akin to flowing water. A Taiji golden immortal-level Peng bird plummeted from the sky, dying on the spot. Given Yunlin's current strength, not even a Luo could withstand such an arrow without suffering severe injury. Before the fallen Peng bird, a small dragon trembled in terror. Yunlin, you're seeking death. In the Northern Sea Biming Palace, Kunpeng erupted in fury, manifesting his true form above Qilin Cliff. Yunlin, you have slain my offspring. Even with Tongtian backing you, I shall take your life. In an instant, the beings of the Northern Sea once again focused their gazes upon Qilin Cliff. Particularly the Dragon Clan, as Aoshuan broke into a cold sweat. He was aware that Yunlin's actions were to rescue a true dragon of the Northern Sea. Mobilize the troops to Qilin Cliff? Without much thought, Aoshuan gritted his teeth and resolved to act. Yunlin stood up for the Northern Sea Dragon Clan. How could they sit idly by? My Qilin clan has formed an alliance with the Dragon Clan. From this day forth, your Biming Palace shall not hunt the true dragons of the Northern Sea, Yunlin declared. Ha! Yunlin, who do you think you are? You hold yourself in far too high regard, Kunpeng laughed maniacally. Preparing to strike, despite Yunlin's slaying of his offspring, Kunpeng was unafraid even if Tongtian arrived. He was not a solitary figure. However, before Kunpeng could act, a formidable aura suddenly descended. Kunpeng was taken aback. Taoist friend Kunpeng. Your offspring devoured the Dragon Clan first. How about we let this matter pass? The Northern Sea Xian turtle interjected, seeking death. Even though Kunpeng recognized that the Northern Sea Xian turtle had become a quasi-saint, he immediately retaliated. Kunpeng, in his avian form, launched an aggressive attack, while the Northern Sea Xian turtle summoned 24C stabilizing pearls, resonating with the 12 within his good corpse. The 24C stabilizing pearls already belonged to the category of top-tier innate spiritual treasures, while the 36 could be compared to innate supreme treasures. Boom! The entire Northern Sea trembled violently as Kunpeng witnessed the Northern Sea Xian turtle's assault. He exerted all his strength to resist, but was struck until he spat blood. How can this be? You have just become a quasi-saint. How can you be so powerful? When I fell into the Northern Sea, there was no Biming Palace. Had it not been for the heavenly restraints, I would have achieved the position of quasi-saint long ago. How could a waste like you compare? If you dare to disrespect my young master again, I shall end your life. The Northern Sea Xian turtle grunted and launched another attack. Seeing his defeat, Kunpeng first soared into the sky as a bird and then transformed into a great fish, vanishing into the Northern Sea. Young master, Kunpeng excels in speed, and I am least adept at it. The Northern Sea Xian turtle remarked, no worries. After greeting the Northern Sea Dragon King, who had arrived with the troops, Yunlin entered the formation of Qilin Cliff alongside the Northern Sea Xian turtle. The overlord of the Northern Sea has changed hands. Aoshuan beamed with joy. What pleased him most was not merely the presence of a quasi-saint at Qilin Cliff, but that Yunlin had kept his prior promise, willing to protect the Northern Sea Dragon Clan. Subsequently, Yunlin produced a jade talisman and handed it to Lin Kuang. Please, Elder, deliver this item to the hands of Senior Fushi. Taking the jade talisman, Lin Kuang set off towards Buzhou Mountain. At that moment, Kunpeng headed directly to the Celestial Court. Your Majesty, that Yunlin has gone too far. I beseech you to take action on my behalf. Kunpeng knelt before the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, vociferously lamenting. Speak in detail, Demon Master, Emperor Jun inquired. Kunpeng hastily recounted the grievances he suffered at the hands of Yunlin. Demon Master, this matter is rather troublesome. That Yunlin is a disciple of Tongtian. It is not advisable to fall out with the Sanqing now. Di Jun spoke, and Kunpeng immediately felt a chill in his heart, like a tea that moment. A sudden and excruciating pain pierced through Kunpeng's mind, as if he had lost something of immense significance on Mount Buzhou. Within Fushi's sanctum, a multitude of virtues enveloped the space. Characters filled the sanctuary, and soon, they scattered and fell into the vast wilderness. The Shi Emperor has created the demon script. This is indeed a great blessing, for our demon clan. Jun declared joyfully. The fortunes of the heavenly court had surged once more. PFF, Kunping spat out a mouthful of old blood, feeling that this opportunity rightfully belonged to him. Within Fushi's sanctuary, Lin Kuang. My friend, please extend my heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Yunlin for bestowing upon me such an opportunity. I am at a loss for how to express my thanks, Fushi smiled. Although Lin Kuang was merely at the Great Luo level. He was a figure from the era of the Longhan calamity, hence Fushi addressed him as a friend. After Fushi created the demon script, he had directly vanquished the evil corpses, significantly enhancing his strength. You are too modest. Shi Emperor, M.Y. Young Master has expressed that your transmission of the art of divination is a great grace, one that cannot be repaid, if there are no further matters. I shall take my leave. Fushi personally escorted Lin Kuang out. This little Qilin truly is remarkable and generous, bestowing such an opportunity so readily, Niwa remarked as she emerged. Once I solidify my realm, I shall personally visit Qilin Cliff to express my thanks. Fushi chuckled. It seems my elder brother has finished his drink and is thirsting for more. Niwa teased, by the way. Elder brother, I seem to have sensed a disturbance in the purple aura. I wish to venture out for a while. This is a significant matter. We must not be careless, Fushi replied solemnly. Niwa nodded in agreement. Qilin Cliff, the black tortoise of the North Sea, went into seclusion to consolidate his realm. While Yunlin stayed awake, contemplating the formation, he had gained some insights into the art of divination. The formations of Tongtian were characterized by their fierce and aggressive nature, while those set by the art of divination emphasized the principle of change. With a myriad of transformations, they could adapt to any situation. Yunlin sought to blend the characteristics of both. Once one entered the formation, they would not only face countless variations, but also withstand lethal threats. Combining these two traits would pose a challenge, even for his master and the venerable Fushi to ponder together. However, with the Chaos Pearl, which encompasses all, he could establish a supreme formation. Once formed, it would be impervious to any sage, rendering the heavenly secrets unfathomable. He could even place Qilin Cliff beyond the confines of the wilderness, allowing for a swift escape should any events transpire. Yunlin, bold and resolute, wasted no time. He dedicated 10,000 years to refining the Chaos Pearl, and subsequently restructured and improved the existing Yin Guang Red Cloud formation, which took him another 10,000 years. Whether it would succeed hinged on the present moment. A look of excitement adorned Yunlin's face. The Chaos Pearl hovered before him, its divine seals shimmering with brilliance, enveloping a vast expanse of ocean, including Qilin Cliff. Chaos sealing formation, arise. Yunlin pressed his hand upon the Chaos Pearl. Swish. Streams of golden light spread forth like ribbons, transforming into golden chains that intertwined densely within the formation's confines. Boom! A resounding noise echoed across the North Sea. Qilin Cliff, where has it gone? The Dragon King Ao Shin of the North Sea was taken aback, sensing that Qilin Cliff had vanished entirely from his perception, as though it had never existed. Although Qilin Cliff had previously been cloaked in formations, it had always remained in place, but now it was utterly transformed. Within the Purple Sky Palace, Hong Jun slowly opened his eyes. Variables. After a murmured utterance, he closed his eyes once more. Having recently merged with the Tao, he needed to quickly unify with the heavenly Tao to gain control over the wilderness. Thus, he would not be overly concerned with minor fluctuations. Small forces may be altered, but great trends cannot be reversed. As long as the conflict between the witches and demons did not present an issue, he would largely remain indifferent. Within Qilin Cliff, numerous beings exhibited astonishment. They had long resided within Qilin Cliff, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to discern the source of their discomfort. From this day forth, Qilin Cliff had transcended the constraints of the wilderness, and this action by the young master could establish a foundation for Qilin Cliff for countless eons. The black tortoise of the North Sea, now a quasi-saint, possessed a broader perspective. Yet he could only grasp the general situation. Even so, that was enough to leave him in awe. Niwa, guided by the heavenly Tao, sought to create humanity and asked the host to make a choice. Choice 1. Guide Niwa in creating humanity. Reward of the exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Qingyun sword. Choice 2. Wait for Nuwa to arrive and subtly indicate the mysteries of creation, reward of the exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Shirshin spear fragment. Choice 3. Do nothing, reward of the inferior innate spiritual root, Ziu grass. Nuwa's creation of humanity was undeniably a momentous event in the wilderness. The human race would become the future sovereign of the wilderness. The calamity of witches and demons was merely a prelude to the rise of humanity. To be candid, Yunlin truly wished to partake in this endeavor and reap the rewards sooner rather than later. However, such a significant matter would undoubtedly attract the attention of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, unless Nuwa came personally, which seemed improbable. Just as Yunlin was about to choose the third option, a sudden voice interrupted. "Young master, Lady Nuwa has arrived," Lin Kuang announced. Yunlin thought to himself, "What a stroke of luck. It seems the buff of fortune is indeed in effect. Dreams do come true. How delightful. I shall personally extend my invitation." He spoke, selecting the second option. Soon, Yunlin went to greet Nuwa. "Little Yunlin, it has only been a short time, yet your Qilin cliff has undergone a remarkable transformation," Nuwa exclaimed as she entered the formation. Visibly astonished, when she and Fushi had last visited, Qilin cliff had been rich in spiritual energy, rivaling the great spiritual mountains and blessed lands of the wilderness, with formations that were quite exquisite. However, upon re-entering Qilin cliff now, while the spiritual energy and environment remained unchanged, the incomprehensible heavenly secrets instilled a sense of unease within this mighty being of the wilderness, even evoking a feeling of impending doom. Nuwa had recently severed the second corpse and was among the most powerful in the wilderness. Such feelings seemed absurd. Yet, she recognized them as her genuine emotions. Master Uncle. This formation was formed by combining Fushi Master Uncle's art of divination with my teacher's formation techniques through a special spiritual treasure. Though Qilin Cliff resides within the wilderness, it has transcended it, rendering all heavenly secrets inscrutable. Yunlin explained that Nuwa's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Little Yunlin, my elder brother was indeed not mistaken. You possess boundless potential in such a short time. You have managed to implement my elder brother's art of divination to this extent. Is there something you require of me during my visit to Qilin Cliff?" Yunlin inquired. "I am also wandering through the wilderness and happen upon the disturbances at Qilin Cliff while in the North Sea. So I came to investigate that I did not have the chance to properly explore Qilin Cliff during my last visit. Could you show me around, little Yunlin?" Nuwa asked with a smile. "Of course," Yunlin replied. Leading the way, although Qilin Cliff was merely a mountain, it was quite expansive. Nuwa and Yunlin strolled leisurely, stopping along the way. Nuwa took the opportunity to share insights on cultivation with Yunlin. As previously mentioned, every quasi-saint possesses their unique path. For Nuwa, her profundity lay in the way of creation. Although Yunlin did not specialize in the way of creation, gathering the strengths of various schools was still beneficial, and Nuwa's teachings had a profound enlightening effect on him. Eventually, they arrived at the small island where Yunlin had undergone seclusion. "Greetings, young master. Greetings, lady." The wands greeted Yunlin and Nuwa, led by two azure wands. "When I first invited you to Qilin Cliff, you were reluctant. Now look at you. Each one of you enjoys a better life than in my Emperor Palace," Nuwa chuckled. The wands were momentarily at a loss for words. Yet they understood that Nuwa's gentle nature was merely jesting. "Little Yunlin, this orchard of yours is incredible. Not only are there numerous spiritual plants, but also springs of the three lights' divine water. Just these offerings surpass the grandeur of my Emperor Palace. Master Uncle, the last batch of Huangzhong Li has been used up for brewing. Once the next batch is ripe, I shall send some to you," Yunlin replied. Yunlin laughed heartily. Subsequently, Nuwa remarked, "That sounds splendid, but your orchard still has some shortcomings. Although the soil is brimming with spiritual energy and suffused with the essence of the Tao, cultivating innate spiritual roots remains somewhat challenging. I have some 9 heavens earth, so take it and make use of it." Yunlin exclaimed, "What? No, please don't. If Nuwa gives all the earth to herself, what will happen to the creation of humanity?" "Master, this cannot be done. The earth is a top-tier celestial material, highly infused with spirituality," he hurriedly continued, If the nine heavens earth is mixed with the three light divine water, it can be shaped into various forms. Of course, if it is further augmented by your transformative Tao, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. It could surely create a new being, and if that new being were to possess an innate Tao body, it would be even more magnificent. Upon hearing Yunlin's words, Niwa was momentarily taken aback. That I understand now. I see what the heavenly Tao has guided me to do, she exclaimed with delight, turning to Yunlin. Little Yunlin, thank you immensely. I have some earth stored at Shoyang Mountain. I shall go there by the way. Lend me some of that three-light divine water. With a wave of her hand, a small, radiant clump of soil fell into Yunlin's grasp, followed by some of the three-light divine water. Without delay, Niwa hurried away. Yunlin realized that she was about to commence the creation of humanity. He placed the clump of earth upon the ground, and it began to spread at an astonishing speed. The spiritual roots within the orchard started to exude spiritual light, seemingly expressing their joy. Then, Yunlin produced a somewhat damaged black spear, the god-slaying spear, the most lethal spiritual treasure in the primordial chaos, forged from the stem of the chaotic green lotus. It was once wielded by Luo Ho, who, during his time, undoubtedly slew countless beings. Like the four swords of immortal slaying, it may not be an innate supreme treasure, yet its reputation is unparalleled. With the god-slaying spear in his possession, Yunlin pondered. Did Luo Ho truly perish during that last battle? In the final confrontation, he was besieged, and the 12-grade Black Lotus along with the god-slaying spear both vanished without a trace. Luo Ho transformed into a demon, with the Tao and demons contending for supremacy. However, whether Luo Ho is truly dead remains uncertain. It is likely that even Hongjun is wary of Luo Ho, for without the assistance of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun might not have been able to contend with him. Niwa arrived at the foot of Shoyang Mountain, acquiring the nine heavens earth and the three light divine water to begin her creation. An innate Tao body, a being born with an innate Tao body, Niwa was enveloped in the aura of creation, and soon a small clay figure was formed. Then came the second, the third, as these clay figures touched the ground. They transformed into living beings, joyfully exclaiming, Holy Mother. Feeling that this method was too slow, she recalled the gourd vine she had obtained from Buzhou Mountain. Dipping it into the clay, she gave it a vigorous shake. Batch after batch of small beings appeared upon the primordial earth. In total, there were 129,600, precisely a Yuan Chao. You shall henceforth be known as the human race, Niwa declared. Human, the humans cheered incessantly. Boom! Across the primordial realm, vast expanses of golden clouds emerged. This scene stirred the entire primordial beings. What is that? Merit. All of it is merit. My heavens, so much merit, although merit had descended several times in the primordial realm. None compared to this occasion. Yunlin raised his gaze towards Shoyang Mountain, knowing that Niwa had succeeded in creating humanity. Following this, merit descended from the heavens. 1 portion of merit fell upon the human race, another upon the gourd vine used for creation, while the remaining 8 portions were claimed by Niwa. Next, Niwa waved her hand, and, astonishingly, 1 portion of merit was distributed, directly vanishing in a Qilin cliff. This is exceedingly generous. Yunlin was left astounded. Truly a case of low investment yielding high returns. The merit radiating behind him was more than a myriad times bright, and with such merit, even the saints would hesitate to act lightly. Niwa, guided by the heavenly Tao, has attained sanctity today. Her voice echoed throughout the primordial realm. A trace of purple aura enveloped her, and with the primordial purple energy as her foundation, Niwa ascended to the saintly position. In that instant, ethereal sounds resonated, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, as the entire primordial realm celebrated the birth of a saint. Niwa has become a saint, murmured Laozi atop Kunlun. That he felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Realizing that he was not the first to attain sanctity, the two from the west gazed on as well. We too possess primordial purple energy, yet the west is barren, and our fortunes are not profound. Perhaps we should venture east in search of an opportunity for sanctity, suggested Jin. Indeed, it is as it should be. The beings of the west are few. It is an opportune time to ferry some over. Agreed Qingtue with Jane's proposal. Huh. Empress Nua has become a saint. Who dares to oppose our demon race? Di Jun exclaimed with great joy. However, the next moment, the heavenly Tao issued a decree. Saints are forbidden from participating in the calamities of the primordial realm. Di Jun's smile faded. Damn it. Not only can we not rely on the combat power of the saints, but the previous Nua was at least a quasi-saint in strength, and now she has nothing. At this moment, Nua spoke again. The human race must forever revere the Qilin as an auspicious beast. We shall obey the Holy Mother's decree. The humans responded in unison. Meanwhile, atop Qilin Cliff, Yunlin was momentarily stunned. With one portion of merit, he already felt immensely gratified. Now, demanding the human race to worship the Qilin as an auspicious beast was evidently aimed at alleviating the Qilin clan's karma. During the Dragonhan calamity, all three clans bore their own karma. Although the leaders of the three clans had made efforts to lighten their burdens, some karma still shackled their clansmen, making even the enhancement of their powers exceedingly difficult. As expected, atop Qilin Cliff, nearly all of the Qilin sensed a weight being lifted from their shoulders, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. Roar! Lin Kuang revealed his true form, bellowing atop Qilin Cliff. His true form was the fire Qilin, and the raging flames enveloped him, manifesting countless true and spiritual fires. Slash! Lin Kuang bellowed, using an innate spiritual treasure to slay the corpse. Thus, Lin Kuang successfully achieved the status of quasi-saint, becoming the second quasi-saint atop Qilin Cliff. My friend, congratulations! The black tortoise from a northern sea came forth to congratulate him. I owe it all to the young master. Otherwise, I would likely never attain quasi-saint status in this lifetime. Lin Kuang was immensely pleased. His foundation was not as profound as that of the black tortoise, and merely achieving the ability to slay corpses was a significant fortune for him. Now, following the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, everyone understood that there were three paths to attaining the Tao: the path of strength, the path of slaying corpses, and the path of merit. It was widely recognized that the path of strength was the most formidable. However, the difficulty was not something the average person could endure. Even those with remarkable talents, such as the three pure ones and Nuwa, had to slay corpses, not solely due to Hongjuan's deception, but because it was genuinely too arduous. In the entire primordial realm, apart from the ancestral witches, who could manipulate the laws to achieve quasi-saint status, only Tai, a prodigy, had succeeded. Tai, having achieved the path of strength, could withstand the might of 6 ancestral witches. Hence, Yunlin did not emphasize that anyone must attain the Tao through the laws, for not everyone could become a saint. How difficult it is to attain sanctity. Of course, Yunlin had resolved to challenge himself. After Lin Kuang, the Ice Qilin Lin Wu and the Wind Qilin Lin Feng also ascended to the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortals. The other Qilin also made gains, with nearly all of them breaking through their realms and their cultivation speeds accelerating. The Qilin clan flourished. Though the reproduction rate was still too slow, they must hasten their quest for Qilin grass. Moreover, Yunlin understood that although the karma suppression of the Qilin clan had been alleviated through the power of the human race, they had also become entwined with the human race's fate. For instance, the demon race forging the slaughtering witch sword. Never mind, why think so much? Time for a good sleep. Yunlin, adorned with a halo of golden merit, drifted into a sweet slumber. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, a black lotus stealthily entered Qilin Cliff. This black lotus emitted a faint, ethereal glow, its leaves slightly damaged, but no one noticed its arrival at Qilin Cliff. Not even the semi-saint Beihai Xuankui or Lin Kuang, nor the slumbering Yunlin. Soon, the black lotus traversed the entirety of Qilin Cliff and approached Yunlin. At that moment, Beihai Xuankui vigilantly guarded Yunlin, yet still remained oblivious to the presence of the black lotus. It was as if the lotus existed in an alternate dimension, imperceptible to others. This young Qilin was blessed with profound fortune. Qilin Cliff had transcended the primordial chaos, boasting numerous spiritual roots and even springs of the three lights' divine water, making the establishment of a formidable power effortlessly achievable. Most importantly, this young Qilin possessed remarkable talent, with a high probability of attaining sainthood. If I were to seize this opportunity, I could contend for dominance in the primordial world. From atop the Black Lotus, a spectral figure emerged. This figure was none other than the ancient demon ancestor, Luo Ho. During the cataclysm of Long Han, the demon ancestor perished, yet a fragment of his soul escaped, continuously seeking a chance to return to the primordial realm. His pursuit led him here, drawn by the aura of the god-slaying spear. The demon path established by Luo Ho was formless and transcended the 5 elements, allowing him to slip into Yunlin cliff at the opportune moment. Without further deliberation, the Black Lotus pressed itself against Yunlin's forehead. This young Yunlin's body is now mine. Hongjun, just you wait. Once I attain sainthood, I shall make you pay dearly. However, just as Luo Ho prepared to extinguish Yunlin's consciousness, a wolf-toothed club suddenly struck his face. Luo Ho cried out in anguish. This blow affected his remaining soul, inflicting pain that even he could scarcely bear. Demon ancestor, you ought to announce your arrival beforehand. Yunlin chuckled, having sensed the Black Lotus's entrance in a Yunlin cliff from the very beginning. In fact, he had facilitated Luo Ho's entry himself. Brat, relinquish your body at once. Luo Ho bellowed, his residual soul transforming into countless celestial demons, clawing and rushing towards Yunlin, intent on devouring his consciousness. Yet in the next instant, Yunlin's form morphed into an intricate net, ensnaring all the celestial demons. Let me out! Let me out! Luo Ho shouted in a panic, unable to break free from the net's confinement. Out? Is it truly that simple? Yunlin retorted with a grunt, as sharp spikes began to form within Luo Ho's sea of consciousness, driving towards him with relentless force. No. Luo Ho's screams grew increasingly desperate. Spare me, and I shall leave immediately. He pleaded, finding the encounter within Yunlin's sea of consciousness far more confining than he had anticipated. He could not fathom why Yunlin's consciousness was so robust, capable of withstanding his invasion. What Luo Ho did not realize was that Yunlin was a traverser, having fortified his sea of consciousness meticulously. Honing it relentlessly, he had even inscribed formations within his sea of consciousness using the power of merit. It was not merely Luo Ho's fragmentary soul, unless one were a saint. Seizing Yunlin's body was virtually impossible. Host, Luo Ho is approaching. Please make a choice. Option 1. Immediately annihilate Luo Ho, rewarding the host with the restoration of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the God-slaying Spear. Option 2. Release Luo Ho, rewarding the host with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Demon Flame Pearl. Option 3. Integrate Luo Ho into the Primordial Pearl, binding him to serve the host for eternity, rewarding the host with the supreme innate spiritual root. The Enlightenment Tea Tree. 333. Was there any need for deliberation? Of course, it was option 3. Yunlin sees Luo Ho as one would a chick. Demon Ancestor, I now present you with 2 choices. Option 1. I shall immediately annihilate you. Option 2. Serve me. Haha. I am the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. If you possess the capability, then kill me. He cackled defiantly. Yet within Luo Ho felt a profound sorrow. Once he was one of the 3,000 demon gods, nearly achieving the ultimate victory during the Long Han calamity, but was betrayed by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, where he would have emerged as the final victor. Now, he found himself restrained by a mere junior. Truly, a fallen tiger is bullied by dogs. Smack! Yunlin delivered a resounding slap. Luo Ho was momentarily stunned. Not killing me. Then why present me with 2 choices? Yet he did not fear this slap. Yunlin employed various torturous methods. Yet Luo Ho remained unyielding. Despite the pain, he refused to submit. Perhaps this was the last vestige of Luo Ho's stubbornness. You underestimate me, Junior. You should just kill me. Luo Ho sneered. Very well. Then I shall have no choice but to send you into the Blood Sea for eternal suppression. Surely, even a demon ancestor would prefer not to have his suppression in the Blood Sea revealed. Yunlin sighed. Luo Ho's remaining soul immediately paled, his smile frozen in place. The Blood Sea of the primordial world. Birthed from a navel of the Great Pangu, was the most polluted place in existence. Put it bluntly, the blood sea was akin to the toilet of the primordial realm. You know why no one wishes to associate with the river of the underworld? It's simple. Who would want to mingle with those who dwell in a lavatory? You have a cruel heart. Realizing he would be cast into the blood sea, Luo Ho ground his teeth in fury. Now, even if he wished to end his own life, he required Yunlin's consent. Kid, let us strike a deal. After I leave the primordial realm, I will seek every opportunity to defeat Hongjun. I am prepared to offer you all that I possess. Furthermore, I vow never to oppose you, Luo Ho declared, exasperated. You have embraced the demon path, cunning as a celestial demon. I do not trust your words, nor your vows in truth, I already possess a means to compel your obedience. Yunlin replied, gesturing as the primordial pearl entered his sea of consciousness. Luo Ho was genuinely frightened. The primordial pearl, how did it come to be with you? He and Hongjun had searched extensively, but found nothing. Moreover, Luo Ho understood that, as Yunlin had stated, if his remaining soul were confined within the primordial pearl, he would be at Yunlin's mercy. Initially, Luo Ho had intended to stall for time, but he had miscalculated. Demon ancestor, what say you? Serve me, and together we shall contend against Hongjun. Yunlin smiled. Luo Ho grunted, willingly entering the primordial pearl. Yunlin was well aware that Luo Ho would not simply submit. However, once inside the primordial pearl, he would be unable to stir any chaos. Yunlin had chosen to retain Luo Ho, recognizing his exceptional abilities. Such a figure had nearly torn through the primordial realm in the past. After Luo Ho entered the primordial pearl, it radiated a peculiar brilliance within Yunlin's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Qilin Cliff became ethereal, as Beihai Xuankue sensed the strange fluctuations emanating from Yunlin and informed the beings of Qilin Cliff to remain calm. Yunlin slumbered for 1,000,000 years, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of the Luo. During this time, he had Luo Ho teach him the Tao over the course of 1,000,000 years. Such a splendid tool should not go to waste. Moreover, Luo Ho had been on the cusp of achieving sainthood. Compared to the 3 clear ones and Yuhua, Luo Ho's understanding of the Tao was far deeper. After 1,000,000 years, Luo Ho was nearly drained. Upon awakening and stretching, Yunlin saw Beihai Xuankue rise. Young master, you have slept for 1,000,000 years. That is quite a long time, Yunlin replied, yawning. Has anything transpired during this 1,000,000 years? Daoist Tongtian and Daoist Fushi came seeking you. But upon finding you asleep, they chose not to disturb you. Daoist Tongtian mentioned that a grand gathering will be held on Kunlun Mountain, hoping you would attend. Beihai Xuankue informed him. When is it? Yunlin inquired. In 300 years, I had intended to awaken you if you did not rouse yourself, Beihai Xuankue replied. Then I shall prepare, Yunlin stated, raising his hand as the primordial pearl floated above his palm. Grandfather Xian, I have confined Luo Ho's remaining soul within the primordial pearl. Please keep watch over it alongside the Grand Elder. This time, I shall venture to Kunlun alone. Yunlin Dao. The Norsi Xingui was suddenly startled. The name of Luo Ho is well known throughout the primordial world, especially since the Norsi Xingui had experienced the great calamity of Long Han. Its dread of Luo Ho had seeped deep into its bones. Now, when a young lord claimed to have trapped the remnant soul of the demon ancestor, it was a shock. Demon ancestor, come out and greet us with a thought. The shadow of Luo Ho appeared, glaring fiercely at Yunlin. The North Sea Xingui stumbled back in fear. Indeed, it was the demon ancestor. Young master, this brat, I've left behind a great treasure beyond the primordial world. Do you not desire it? Luo Ho tempted. You merely wish to deceive me into leaving the primordial realm, and then have the beasts beyond it kill me. Dream on, Yunlin replied with a chuckle. Luo Ho was rendered speechless. I have already said, once you enter the Chaos Pearl, everything will be under my control. Otherwise, how would I know you were harboring ill intentions while expounding the Tao? Yunlin countered. Luo Ho had taught Yunlin for 1,000,000 years, yet remained untrustworthy. Nevertheless, all was seen through by Yunlin, not to mention Yunlin's discerning eye. Now that Luo Ho was in the Chaos Pearl, every thought of his was crystal clear to Yunlin. As long as Luo Ho dared to play tricks, Yunlin would not hesitate to retaliate. Luoho had been taught a lesson by Yunlin countless times. And now he still dared to scheme against him, that if you continue to plot against me, I will not hesitate to deal with you, Yunlin threatened. Humph. A flicker of fear crossed Luoho's face, and with a muffled grunt, he retreated into the Chaos Pearl. Even with his resolute will, he could not withstand Yunlin's training. The North Sea Xiangue watched in astonishment. The young master truly possessed remarkable abilities. Subsequently, Yunlin arrived at the small pool of the three light divine water, casting the 12-petal annihilation black lotus into it. Initially, the chaos green lotus had left behind several lotus seeds. As those seeds grew, they transformed into the 24-petal creation green lotus, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, the 12-petal fiery red lotus, the 12-petal purifying white lotus, and the 12-petal golden lotus of merit. In fact, the 24-petal creation green lotus matured first, as it was not tolerated by the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, and transformed into three supreme, innate spiritual treasures obtained by the three pure ones. The leaves of the creation green lotus became the Qingping sword in Tongtian's hand, the lotus flower became the three treasures Rui in Yuanshi's grasp, and the lotus root became the whisk in Laozi's possession. Thus arose the saying that the red flower, white lotus root, and green lotus leaf are of one family. The 12-petal lotuses were all supreme, innate spiritual treasures, usually employed to suppress fortune. After falling into the three light divine water, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus began to slowly revive. Yunlin then tossed the god-slaying spear into the three light divine water as well. He also planted the enlightenment tea tree beside his enlightenment stone. Within the primordial realm, numerous items could lead to enlightenment. The creation jade plate was the foremost among them, followed by the enlightenment tea tree and the enlightenment stone. The Bodhi tree from the west and Laozi's wind and fire mat paled in comparison to these two. Now, with both enlightenment treasures placed together by Yunlin, a wondrous aura of Tao filled the Qilin cliff. And the beings atop, it could distinctly feel their cultivation speed dramatically increase. I have broken through. I have too, I have comprehended a new divine ability. The beings exclaimed in astonishment, all aware that the young master must have done something extraordinary. Since he was heading to Kunlun, he thought it best to bring along ample gifts. After 1,000,000 years, given his master's temperament, he must have taken on numerous disciples that a proper greeting gift was a necessity. After pondering for a moment, Yunlin prepared a special item. He then stood upon the back of Xiao Pai. Setting off towards Kunlun, the tea present, Xiao Pai had already attained the status of a Tai golden immortal. The Qilin cliff was not only rich in spiritual energy, but also abundant in the resonance of Tao, with the Grand Elder and the Xiangue frequently imparting teachings. Moreover, Yunlin was generous towards Xiao Pai, feeding him spiritual fruits and elixirs. But most importantly, Xiao Pai possessed exceptional innate talent. His aptitude was even superior to many pure-blood Qilins, and even the North Sea Xiangue praised him, suspecting Xiao Pai bore the bloodline of a certain chaos demon god. The journey was relatively tranquil, but as they passed a spiritual mountain, Yunlin felt a slight stir in his heart. Wui Mountain? Speaking of Wui Mountain, there indeed existed a spiritual treasure there, the falling treasure coin. During the Fengshan War, Zhao Gongming wielded 24 Dinghai pearls to wreak havoc. Ultimately, it was the obscure Xiao Sheng who summoned the falling treasure coin to knock down those 24 Dinghai pearls. And then with a backstab from Randall, Zhao Gongming was finally slain in that battle. The 24 Dinghai pearls were also snatched away by Randall. This falling treasure coin is not an innate spiritual treasure, but rather a postnatal one. Innate spiritual treasures are those formed at or before the opening of the heavens. Hence they are called innate. All treasures formed after the primordial world took shape are collectively referred to as postnatal spiritual treasures. Postnatal treasures generally do not compare to innate ones. Following the spread of Hongjuan's method of slaying the three corpses in the primordial realm, innate treasures became exceedingly sought after. However, the falling treasure coin is different. Although it is a postnatal treasure and lacks any offensive power, it possesses an uncanny ability to knock down innate treasures. Naturally, the falling treasure coin has its limitations. For instance, if the target is already prepared, the coin will be ineffective. Furthermore, it can only knock down one innate treasure at a time and has no effect on innate supreme treasures. Yet when used appropriately, the falling treasure coin is indeed a remarkable tool for ambush. Yunlin searched around and genuinely found it the foot of Wui Mountain. A copper coin with wings lay beneath a fiery red tea tree. That tea tree was a medium-grade, innate spiritual root. De Hong Pao. Both spiritual items were situated within a primordial formation. Had Yunlin not consciously sought it out, coupled with his exceptional searching abilities, he might not have discovered it at all. After all, it was not yet time for the falling treasure coin to emerge. Moreover, for figures were gathered around the formation. What a coincidence! Yunlin smiled gently. The four individuals were none other than Yun Zonkingfeng, Zhao Gongming, and the three sisters of Kaiyun, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. Currently, the four were no longer the formidable figures they had been during the Fengshen calamity, but rather mere fledgling Xianxian. After the demise of Hong Yun, the 99 scattered souls red gourd, carrying a wisp of primordial purple energy, departed, and later the 99 scattered souls red gourd was captured by Yunlin, with the purple energy having vanished, likely taken by Hongjun. The remains of Hong Yun drifted through the primordial realm, ultimately lost to time, and even Xinyuanzi searched long and hard without success. However, no one knew that the remains of Hong Yun had floated to Wui Mountain. Those remains had given rise to 5 beings. Besides the 4 before him, there should be another, Yun Zonglighting, Yun Zhongzi, though it was uncertain why he was not present. Zhao Gongming and the others had likely lived in Wui Mountain for an extended period. Although they could not enter the formation, they had built their own dwelling relying on it. Eldest brother, I heard from a big bear down the mountain that the 3 seniors on Kunlun Mountain are preparing to impart teachings. Yin Xiao said, eyes brimming with anticipation. Unfortunately, we are too weak, and Kunlun is far from us. Zhao Gongming sighed. For beings like them, merely surviving the primordial realm was no easy feat, let alone the luxury of listening to great beings expound the Tao. You wish to go to Kunlun? Suddenly, a gigantic figure appeared before them. The 4 of Zhao Gongming were startled, and Zhao Gongming reacted swiftly, shielding the 3 sisters behind him. As they gazed upon the colossal creature before them. The 4 trembled in fear. They could tell that this great beast was not something they could provoke. Xiao Pai, step aside and wait for me. Do not frighten them. Yunlin instructed. Xiao Pai obediently retreated to the side. Zhao Gongming and the others then saw Yunlin. Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, Qiong Xiao, greets the senior. They were even more terrified to have such a powerful beast as a mount. How formidable must this senior be? Do not be anxious. I am on my way to Kunlun Mountain, and I will take you along. Yunlin, without waiting for the 4 to speak, waved his hand and shattered the innate formation. Although the falling treasure coin attempted to flee, it was swiftly seized by Yunlin. Upon the coin surface were inscribed the profound Taoist runes, enigmatic and extraordinary. Yunlin collected it, along with the great red-robed tea tree. Subsequently, he led Zhao Gongming and the other 3 onto the back of Xiaopi. Though Xiaopi's speed in the air could not match that in water, it was still a blur, appearing as a streak of golden light racing across the sky, giving Zhao Gongming and the others modest strength. Yunlin conjured a protective barrier to shield them. How fast! How high! Exclaimed Bi Xiao, whose lively and audacious nature prompted her incessant marveling. Bi Xiao, hold your tongue, Zhao Gongming admonished gently. Ha ha! No worries, I've acquired the falling treasure coin and the great red-robed tea tree. So I shall bestow some benefits upon you. Here is the dragon binding rope. Zhao Gongming, this is for you, Yunlin said with a cheerful smile that a streak of light descended into Zhao Gongming's hands. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. He was immediately taken aback. As a mere Xianxian, when had he ever encountered an innate spiritual treasure? Senior, this is far too precious. Zhao Gongming stammered, hesitant to accept. Besides, the items within that innate formation did not belong to them. Fear not. Everyone shall have their share. In the next moment, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure appeared in Yin Xiao's hands. A colorful handkerchief materialized in Qiong Xiao's grasp, and a long sword manifested before Bi Xiao. The reason Yunlin provided such an abundance of gifts was that he recognized these individuals would soon become disciples of the Jie Sect, his future junior siblings. Moreover, Yunlin found their camaraderie appealing as they journeyed. Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos were filled with trepidation, uncertain of Yunlin's true intentions. Xiaopi flew for nearly 300 years until they arrived at a grand mountain, the renowned Kunlun Mountain. This mountain is one of the most celebrated blessed lands in the primordial realm, and with the three pure ones presiding over it, countless beings flocked there in admiration. Furthermore, with the three pure ones announcing their impending teachings, rumors circulated that Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian were preparing to accept disciples during this event. Above Kunlun, various spiritual beasts soared, mist swirling, and celestial melodies resonated, with the occasional Taoist aura manifesting, a scene imbued with a celestial ambience. Naturally, Kunlun Mountain was vast, and the three pure ones occupied the summit, having arranged formations around their sacred ground. Who is that person? It seems he wishes to breach Kunlun. Likely just another fool. Many Deluo Jingxian have attempted to enter Kunlun before, only to be soundly reprimanded by the venerable three pure ones. Utterly oblivious to their fate, many beings witnessed Yunlin's approach toward Kunlun, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. However, shortly after, the formation of Kunlun opened, a young lad emerged from within. The water and fire child of the Shangqing Senior has arrived. Let the show commence. Some beings anticipated the unfolding drama. The disciples of Tongtian were well known, and it was rumored that this particular child had an impressive background. It was said that the water and fire child was born from a gourd obtained by Tongtian Taoist on Mount Buzhou, which he had refined into the current water and fire child. Despite appearing youthful, he was indeed a Deluo Jingxian. What surprised everyone, however, was that the water and fire child bowed respectfully to the figure atop Xiaopi and said, "Is the esteemed Yunlin here? The master has instructed me to await your arrival." "Indeed, I am Yunlin," Yunlin replied with a smile. "Please follow me." The water and fire child opened a formation and led the way, with Xiaopi trailing behind him into the Kunlun Mountain formation. Who is that person to receive such deference from the water and fire child? I just heard him refer to him as senior brother. Could he be a direct disciple of the venerable Tongtian? It was common knowledge that Tongtian had accepted Yunlin as a disciple long ago, but he had not made a grand announcement. Many beings in the primordial realm remained unaware of Yunlin's esteemed status as Tongtian's foremost disciple. Many even mistakenly believed that Duo Bao was the first direct disciple of Tongtian. Upon entering the peak of Kunlun, Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos were utterly awestruck. They had never beheld such a celestial mountain. The water and fire child guided Yunlin to the Shangqing Palace, the abode of Tongtian atop Kunlun. "Senior brother, the master is within. Please proceed at your leisure," the water and fire child informed. "Kindly take my mount down," Yunlin requested. "Doubt of course." Just as the water and fire child prepared to escort Xiaopi away, a streak of light flashed from Yunlin's hand, landing before the water and fire child. Before him lay a collection of spiritual fruits. With his discerning eye, he recognized that these were fruits born from innate spiritual roots, possessing immense value. "Thank you for your trouble, junior brother," Yunlin smiled. The water and fire child repeatedly expressed, "Not at all. Not at all. It is my duty." Prior to Yunlin's arrival, the water and fire child and other disciples had speculated about what kind of person the eldest senior brother might be. The second senior brother, Duo Bao, often spoke of the eldest brother's prowess and generosity, instilling a sense of apprehension among them. However, witnessing Yunlin now, it was clear that he was quite amiable. The water and fire child grasped the essence of Duo Bao's claims regarding his generosity. Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos followed closely behind Yunlin, feeling utterly out of their depth. Since entering Kunlun, everything had exceeded their comprehension. They understood that the figure before them wielded great influence and power. Yet, as Yunlin remained silent, they could only trail in his wake. Upon entering the Shangqing Palace, they were enveloped in a refreshing aura, and the entire palace resonated with the essence of the Tao. Individuals like Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos, with their modest strength, felt as though they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Disciple pays respects to the master. Yunlin bowed. "Dada, Kellen, come meet your fellow brothers and sisters." Tongtian greeted Yunlin with a broad smile. The other disciples looked on in astonishment. Tongtian was usually quite stern, even with Duo Bao, rarely displaying such warmth. The fact that he beamed so brightly upon meeting his eldest disciple spoke volumes about Yunlin's esteemed position in his master's heart. "We pay our respects to the eldest brother." The disciples bowed in unison. Yunlin surveyed the scene. "Goodness, how many disciples has the master taken in these years?" The foundation of the Jie Sect seems to have solidified. Several prominent direct disciples, including Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Wudong, had all been accepted. Among the 7 immortals, Wuyun, Jinggu, and Pilu had also joined. Only Qiushou, Lingya, Jingguang, and Cheng'er remained unaccounted for, alongside a significant number of registered disciples. Yunlin chose not to concern himself with the matter of Tongtian's disciples, even if he were to eliminate Cheng'er and impose restrictions on the Jiejiao disciples. The impending function calamity would inevitably come, and in a manner that Yunlin could not foresee. Such an outcome would be even more unbearable. The most crucial aspect was to strengthen Qilin Cliff and bolster his own power. "Master, I encountered these little ones while passing through Wui Mountain. They seem to have a connection with you." Yunlin smiled. I heard from my friend Fushi that he imparted his 8 trigrams and calculations to you, and praise your learning abilities. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I believe these little ones indeed share a bond with me." Tongtian replied with a laugh. "Come forth." Zhao, Gongming, and the 3 Xiaos approached timidly. "All of you shall be my registered disciples, with Zhao Gongming as the foremost among them, that in the future, you shall oversee the registered disciples under my care. I bestow upon you the divine cloud whip." With a wave of his hand, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure fell into Zhao Gongming's grasp. Having already given the 24 Dinghai pearls to Yunlin, Tongtian naturally replaced it with another spiritual treasure. "Thank you, master." Zhao Gongming hurriedly bowed. "Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao, you shall assist Zhao Gongming. I bestow upon you the primordial golden dipper and the golden dragon scissors." Tongtian spoke again, showcasing the phrase wealthy and extravagant to its fullest extent. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper is indeed a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, which the 3 clear ones used to sever numerous prominent disciples of the Chan sect during the function calamity. It encompasses the universe and the 4 seas, allowing it to collect treasures from all corners, truly embodying the essence of the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. As for the Golden Jiao Scissors, they should not be categorized among the innate spiritual treasures. They were forged by Tongtian from a 2-headed malevolent Jiao. During the Great Battle of Fengshan, they also exhibited remarkable brilliance. "Thank you, Master." The 3 clear ones promptly expressed their gratitude with a bow. At this moment, both Zhao, Gongming, and the 3 clear ones were extremely excited, never having anticipated that they would become disciples under the Shanqing sect. Even as nominal disciples, it was already an extraordinary honor. "Liner, I shall now impart teachings to your esteemed uncle and second uncle for 3,000 years. I entrust your fellow disciples to your care," Tongtian said with a smile before disappearing from sight. "Finally, you've arrived, senior brother. I've missed you so much." As soon as Tongtian departed, Duo Bao shouted excitedly, rushing towards Yunlin, startling the other disciples. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Here is the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine and some spiritual fruits that I brought. You should distribute them among your fellow disciples," Yunlin replied. Duo Bao took the items, his face beaming with delight, and began to share them. Each disciple received some, initially thinking the spiritual fruits and wine were of little significance. However, upon closer inspection, they realized their error. "I apologize. My oversight was considerable. You may consume these spiritual fruits, but do not drink the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine recklessly. Just 1 cup can enable beings below the Deluo level to break through a realm. Even the esteemed Fushi and Yuhua have hailed it as the finest spiritual wine of the primordial world," Duo Bao explained, prompting exclamations of astonishment from the crowd as they hurriedly stowed away the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine. "I have told you that senior brother is exceptionally generous, and his family is vast and prosperous. The master has even claimed that senior brother is wealthier than he is, so do not hold back." Duo Bao added with a grin. Bang! Yunlin raised his hand and struck Duo Bao, causing him to grimace in pain. "Stop your nonsense and come with me to listen to the teachings." Laughter erupted among the group, who found senior brother's character quite likable as they exited. The Kunlun Mountain was teeming with life, and, being disciples of Tongtian, they found themselves in close proximity to the place of teachings, a bunch of uncouth creatures. Ignorant of decorum, have been waiting for you, Nanji mocked. Meanwhile, in the Yuqing Palace, led by Nanji, Randin took on the role of a protector. Yunchangzi was also present, and half of the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect had already gathered. When Duo Bao attempted to step forward, Yunlin casually remarked, "Ignore them." Nanji, who had learned little from his second uncle, had perfected the art of giving sidelong glances. However, for Yunlin, arguing with such individuals was truly beneath him. On the other hand, Nanji had prepared to engage in a heated argument with the Shanqing Palace. But to his surprise, Duo Bao did not retaliate, leaving him feeling somewhat dissatisfied, as if his punch had landed on cotton. "Senior brother, that must be Yunlin, the senior brother of the Shanqing Palace, right?" Guang Chengzi inquired. This young man had already attained the Luo position. Randin, appearing lean and benevolent, spoke up. Nanji derisively remarked, "It's merely due to his early entry into Tongtian's tutelage." What is so remarkable about that? Soon, the teachings of the three clear ones commenced. The profound essence of the Tao permeated the entirety of Kunlun Mountain, drawing countless beings to attentively listen. The three clear ones were delivering teachings on Kunlun Mountain, prompting the host to make a choice. Option 1. Listen intently to the teachings, upholding the reputation of the Shanqing Palace, rewarding oneself with a superior innate spiritual treasure, the Water Spirit Sword. Option 2. Inspire fellow disciples to listen attentively, creating an extraordinary phenomenon and bringing glory to the Master, rewarding oneself with a medium-grade innate spiritual root, the Pure Heart Bamboo. Option 3. Fall asleep without a care for appearances, rewarding oneself with a medium-grade innate spiritual artifact, the Earth Banana Fan. Yunlin immediately chose option 3, that what use is appearance when one cannot eat. He found that he absorbed the essence of the Tao most effectively while sleeping. And besides, the Earth Banana Fan was precisely what he desired. That I've come to Kunlun and am somewhat fatigued. I shall take a nap first. Transforming into his Qilin form, Yunlin promptly fell asleep. The disciples of the Shanqing Palace were left momentarily speechless. Here they were, with the master and his two esteemed uncles imparting teachings, while the senior brother had chosen to sleep. Wasn't this akin to the class monitor dozing off during an open lecture? Such behavior was highly inappropriate. Yet, Duo Bao, as one with experience, chuckled, "You do not understand. Senior brother possesses a unique skill called realizing the Tao in dreams. You will soon see." The disciples of the Shanqing Palace exchanged glances. Perplexed, realizing the Tao in dreams? Is such a thing even possible? Nevertheless, they refrained from questioning further, following Duo Bao's lead. What a lackluster senior brother of the Shanqing Palace, just as unremarkable as the rest, Tai Chi Jinren scoffed. Everyone could see Yunlin sleeping peacefully. The disdain from the Yuqing Palace reached its zenith at that moment. Nanji contemplated whether considering such a lazy individual arrival was an overestimation. This fellow, besides entering early and brewing better spiritual wine, had no qualities to compare with him. Utterly useless. Third brother. Yuanshi, upon seeing the sleeping Yunlin, felt as if he had a thorn in his eye, unable to shake off his discomfort. Moreover, it was the day of their three clear teachings. What would others think if they saw it? Yuanshi was most concerned with reputation. He refrained from allowing Tongtian to gather so many uncouth beings, fearing it would tarnish the name of the three clear ones. Second brother, you know as well as I that Liner can realize the Tao in his sleep. It is nothing to worry about, Tongtian replied, still doting. Silence. Laozi furrowed his brow and spoke. Yuanshi and Tongtian ceased their discussion and continued the teachings. As the three clear ones were all quasi-saintly powers, their teachings flowed from shallow to profound, and beings of lower strength could not comprehend the entire session. However, even if they could not grasp the essence, the abundant Tao essence was immensely beneficial to them, so none departed. Look at the Yushu Palace. The gathering of Tao essence there is so rich. It is evident that the disciples of the Yushu Palace have a deeper understanding of the Tao. Yet, what was happening in the Shanqing Palace? Why was the Tao essence so thin? Was it because the senior brother was asleep? Many beings soon learned Yunlin's status as Tongtian's foremost disciple. Observing Yunlin sleeping so soundly, they could not help but scoff. How could such a person be accepted as a great disciple under the esteemed Tongtian? Being so lazy, what quality could have drawn the attention of the esteemed Tongtian? However, at that moment, Duo Bao and the disciples of the Jie Sect were exceedingly jubilant. Duo Bao, why do I feel that this time the master and the two esteemed uncles' teachings are different from previous ones? Wudong Shimu inquired. Indeed, this time we are able to comprehend so much. Jinling Shimu added, as Tongtian's direct disciples, they frequently heard the three clear ones expound on the Tao. Yet, never had they experienced such an abundance of Tao essence. It was almost unbelievable. The other disciples shared similar sentiments. Just look at our senior brother, Duo Bao remarked. The crowd turned to gaze at the slumbering Yunlin, who seemed to be absorbing the Tao essence radiating from the teachings. Moreover, Yunlin exuded new Tao essence, which they could absorb, appearing as if it had been filtered by him, making the absorption process significantly easier than before. Thus, even though they had absorbed a great deal of Tao essence, it had become thin due to their consumption. Now do you understand what I previously said? Do not be lazy. Senior Brother S visit to Kunlun is not easy, so don't miss this opportunity. Duo Bao urged. The disciples nodded vigorously, redoubling their efforts. Many of them felt their strength continuously rising. Soon, 2,000 years had passed, and the teachings of the three clear ones were drawing to a close. In the Yushu Palace, the gathering of Tao essence above the disciples was a magnificent sight, with frequent miraculous phenomena occurring. In contrast, the Shangqing Palace appeared utterly ordinary and unremarkable. The star comparison was unmistakable. Dear disciples, the Master once gifted me a tea leaf for realizing the Tao. I shall now steep it in spiritual water, transforming it into spiritual rain to aid all of you in the Antarctic. A cry resounded. Subsequently, a glimmering leaf was produced, summoning forth a cascade of divine spring water. The leaves of the enlightenment tea tree fell into the sacred waters, instantly rendering them even more translucent. Could it be that this is the tea leaf of enlightenment tea? Wasn't the enlightenment tea tree thought to be lost as one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots of the primordial chaos? The leaves of the enlightenment tea possess the rare ability to aid others in attaining enlightenment. It is truly remarkable that the Antarctic could present such a treasure, truly worthy of the title of the elder brother of the Jade Void Palace. Yet, what of the elder brother of the Upper Clear Palace, still lost in slumber? With a splash, the divine spring water cascaded down, enveloping all the disciples of the Jade Clear Palace in its embrace. A profound aura permeating the air. Boom! A formidable force enveloped Guang Chengzi, propelling him into the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Following suit, Tai Jinren also blossomed into the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. As the two broke through, others too reaped their own rewards, filling the Jade Clear Palace with joy. Yunlin, what do you possess to compare with me? The Antarctic scoffed coldly. However, at that moment, Yunlin yawned, awakening with bleary eyes. Ah, has 3,000 years passed so swiftly? Ha! The elder brother of the Upper Clear Palace is quite amusing. Many beings began to mock Yunlin. Yet Yunlin turned to look at Duo Bao and others, transforming into human form and yawning once more. All are in pursuit of enlightenment. Then I shall lend you a hand. Yunlin extended his hand, and a branch appeared within it. He then casually planted the branch into the ground, merely seeking attention. The Antarctic derided Yunlin's actions with disdain. Yet, Ran Deng suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in astonishment, "The branch of the enlightenment tea tree?" As his words fell, a mysterious aura of enlightenment flooded across Kunlun. The disciples of the Upper Clear Palace were the most affected, with the vast majority of the energy gravitating towards them. What is this? By my word, that is the branch of the enlightenment tea tree. In comparison, the single leaf from the Antarctic pales in insignificance. Those with discerning eyes began to exclaim in surprise. In the next moment, Yunlin sat cross-legged, astonishingly commencing his discourse, assisting the disciples of the Upper Clear in their cultivation. A smile returned to the Antarctic's face. With the 3 clear pearls in front of him, Yunlin's teaching seemed but a performance of a jester. However, soon enough, he found himself unable to maintain his mirth. As he involuntarily began to listen to Yunlin's teachings, sinking into the depths of understanding. Despite his mind and body resisting, even after having heard the teachings of the three clears numerous times, he could not resist Yunlin's discourse. Not even the Antarctic could withstand it, let alone the beings beneath Kunlun, all of whom became engrossed in Yunlin's teachings, in comparison to the profound resonance of the three clears. Yunlin's words, while perhaps lacking in depth, were nevertheless clear and accessible, more suitable for the multitude of beings. Yunlin indeed synthesized and integrated the teachings we imparted, even adding some of his own interpretations and various other doctrines. I heard the 8 trigrams and easy calculation doctrines of my friend Fushi, the way of creation from Yuwa, as well as the ways of fire and water, prompting even Laozi to offer his praises. Tongtian was overjoyed, unable to contain his delight upon hearing Laozi commend Yunlin, which brought him greater joy than praise for himself. Meanwhile, Yuanshi remained silent, as he had no words to express in comparison to Yunlin. His meticulously chosen disciples felt utterly inadequate. Frustration boiled within him, yet he knew he could not express it recklessly. Yunlin continued his discourse for 500 years, reiterating the teachings of the three clears through his own understanding, digesting and feeding it to his fellow disciples. As a result, other beings on Kunlun also benefited from the ride. Of course, the disciples of the Upper Clear Palace reaped the greatest rewards. Truly excellent. Beyond reproach, Laozi remarked, yet a trace of disappointment flickered across his face. In hindsight, perhaps he should not have allowed Yunlin to be given to the third brother. Tongtian was elated, while Yuanshi's frustration grew. Awaken! Yunlin's voice rang out, and a powerful force erupted from the branch of the Enlightenment tea tree, enveloping the disciples of the Upper Clear Palace. The sounds of breakthroughs echoed one after another. Even those of lesser prowess, like the Three Heavens and Zhao Gongming, who possessed decent talents, leapt several levels. Zhao Gongming ascended directly from the late stage of the Mystic Immortal to the late stage of the Golden Immortal. Crossing a significant threshold, Yunshao surpassed Zhao Gongming, reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal, almost stepping into the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. The disciples of the Upper Clear Palace all wore expressions of joy, continuously expressing their gratitude to Yunlin. The magnitude of this harvest was immense. Thank you. The myriad beings of Kunlun also bowed in respect to Yunlin, at this moment, who dared to harbor even a hint of mockery. We had all misunderstood. The elder brother of the Upper Clear Palace may not have been asleep, but rather pursuing enlightenment in a more marvelous manner. The previous lack of resonance in the Upper Clear lineage was likely due to Yunlin's transformation, which allowed the disciples of the Upper Clear Palace to benefit even more. Everyone felt a wave of shame wash over them. Even the disciples of the Jade Clear lineage had to express their gratitude to Yunlin. Uncle Master, is the elder brother about to break into the great Luo Golden Immortal realm? Guang Chengzi inquired, observing the Antarctic still in slumber. Your elder brother is on the verge of a breakthrough. Ran Deng replied with a smile. The other disciples of the Jade Clear were initially taken aback, then elated, only to quickly fall back into despondence. If their elder brother could break through, it was merely due to Yunlin's fortune. What was there to be joyful about? Do not think too much into it. The Antarctic breakthrough was merely a step away, unrelated to Yunlin, Ran Deng asserted. Shameless, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother blurted out, while the other disciples of the Upper Clear Palace glared furiously. Were it not for the elder brother, could the Antarctic have achieved such a breakthrough? Yunlin is also on the verge of a breakthrough, he stated. The disciples of the Upper Clear Palace quickly turned their attention to Duobao, who indeed appeared to be immersed in a moment of enlightenment, silver and lead flowers manifesting above his head, with golden buds waiting to unfurl. Before long, the golden buds above the Antarctic began to bloom. With profound foundations, he was expected to achieve at least an 8-petal bloom. Duobao, however, was somewhat lacking, and attaining an 8-petal bloom would prove challenging. Yuanshi felt a sense of pride, eager to regain some ground. Indeed, Tongtian sighed and smiled. Yuanshi spoke the truth, but what of it? Yunlin had achieved a 12-petal bloom. He had never mentioned it, fearing it would disrupt the harmony. Now, on Kunlun, the discord between the Jade Clear and Upper Clear lineages grew ever deeper, yet Tongtian, as the younger brother, remained more accommodating. With a flourish, the golden buds above the Antarctic began to unfurl. 3 petals, 6 petals, 7 petals. Countless beings watched with bated breath, for witnessing the breakthrough of a great Luo golden immortal was a rare sight indeed, especially for one as remarkable as the Antarctic. The disciples of the Jade Void Palace were equally anxious. 8 petals. They even silently chanted, hoping that as long as he bloomed with 8 petals, it would affirm the Antarctic's exceptional potential. After all, even a talent like their master could only achieve a 9-petal bloom, which was likely the limit. Finally, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, another golden flower blossomed above the Antarctic's head. 8 petals. The disciples of the Jade Void Palace exclaimed in delight. Overjoyed, finally, they had managed to regain some ground. Following this, the Antarctic overcame the heavenly tribulation and officially became a great Luo golden immortal. The crowd congratulated him in unison. Alas, if only he had reached the 9th petal. It would have been perfect. I hope senior brother Duobao can achieve an 8-petal bloom as well. The Antarctic appeared somewhat disappointed, yet genuinely pleased. In his elation, he began to showcase his tea artistry once more. Duobao could never compare with the elder brother. Yunlin transformed into a master of flattery to tea that moment. Duobao also began his breakthrough. Golden flowers bloomed. 3 petals, 6 petals, 7 petals presented some difficulties. The 7th petal eventually blossomed. But the 8th petal only began to unfurl, remaining stubbornly still, and no matter how hard Duobao tried, he could not advance further. Senior brother Duobao has given it his all, the other sighed. Tongtian also shook his head. Third brother, Yunlin, Yuanshi was about to inquire about the quality of the blooming Yunlin flower to bolster his sense of superiority when he noticed Yunlin rising. Duobao, seeing Yunlin stand, lamented, Master brother, I have disappointed you. Disappointed? Was it not just a narrow margin? Master brother supports you. Yunlin positioned himself before Duobao. Everyone was uncertain of his intentions. Suddenly, with a flick of his hand, the branch of the Wudao tea tree landed before Duobao. I shall transform this innate spiritual root of the Wudao tea tree into your foundation. Duobao. What was Yunlin attempting? The quality of the bloom was indeed linked to the foundation, and Duobao's foundation was lacking. Was it possible he sought to alter Duobao's foundation? That seemed implausible. I, too, was perplexed. Why eldest disciples' actions often left me guessing. Tongtian chuckled softly, though he found Yunlin's aspirations somewhat fanciful. However, as Yunlin refined the branch of the Wudao tea tree with his formidable magical powers, the leaves on the branch emitted a gentle green hue. Transform into your true form, Yunlin exclaimed. Duobao immediately complied, revealing his true form as a treasure-seeking mouse. Then, Yunlin pressed the branch of the Wudao tea tree onto Duobao's head. The crowd gasped. Duobao, the 3 pure ones, what is the meaning of this? The foundation of the Wudao tea tree is undeniably stronger than that of a treasure-seeking mouse. Yet this was merely a branch of the Wudao tea tree, and one could not simply place it atop Duobao's head at will. Until the next moment, swish! A myriad of radiance appeared behind Yunlin, nearly blinding the eyes of all beings present. What is this brilliance? Good heavens, it's all merit! A being cried out in astonishment. The merit golden wheel behind Yunlin enveloped the entire Kunlun mountain. It seemed that a portion of the merit lost when Nuwa created humanity had now been bestowed upon little Yunlin. I felt a sudden realization wash over me. What was his intention? Yuanshi could not help but ask. Tongtian suddenly interjected. What a clever lad. Yunlin intends to use the power of merit to cleanse and alter Duobao's foundation. But how much merit will this require? The power of merit is considered omnipotent in the primordial chaos, and now Yunlin aims to merge the Wudao tea tree branch with Duobao to transform his foundation. Yet, as Tongtian mentioned, the amount of merit required is staggering. Who in the primordial chaos possesses such an abundance of merit to expend? Even Nuwa, after achieving sainthood, had less merit than Yunlin. Nevertheless, Yunlin paid little heed to such concerns. He had no intention of using this merit to elevate his own cultivation. Though merit is renowned for its lack of adverse effects on cultivation, Yunlin was determined to seize every opportunity for enlightenment. Otherwise, with his talents and resources, he would have long since reached the pinnacle of Daluo, merely a step away from quasi-sainthood, rather than still spinning in the mid-stage of Daluo. The merit behind Yunlin surged forth as if it were inexhaustible, further harmonizing the Wudao tea tree branch with Duo Bao. Time passed, and Yunlin expended a quarter of his merit, a quantity sufficient to elevate an ordinary being to the Daluo realm. Golden flowers blossomed in 8 tiers above Duo Bao's head, signifying a transformation in his foundation. Wow! A grand phenomenon unfolded atop Kunlun, an ethereal image of a treasure-seeking mouse crowned with the Wudao tea tree appeared above Kunlun Mountain. Crossing the tribulation, Yunlin returned to his original position. To achieve a 9-tier bloom was beyond the reach of mere merit. Tears of joy welled in Duo Bao's eyes as he charged toward the lightning tribulation, successfully stepping into the Daluo realm. Nanji clenched his fists, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. 8 tiers. Duo Bao, who had always been inferior to him, had blossomed into 8 tiers. Tongtian smiled, waving his hand, and numerous disciples of Shanqing returned to the Shanqing Palace. Duo Bao, I thank you for your brother's kindness. Duo Bao expressed his gratitude like a tea that moment. Although Duo Bao had transformed into human form, a small sapling still adorned his head. The sapling radiated a soft green hue, and the brilliance of Wudao enveloped Duo Bao, making him appear wise and enlightened. Upon seeing Duo Bao's appearance, Yunlin found himself momentarily speechless. He hadn't considered the implications at the time. He had merely placed the Wudao tea tree there on a whim. Well, to live a good life, one must always carry a touch of green on their head. It's all right. I won't be by the teacher's side for long. Make sure to accompany him well and take care of our fellow disciples. Yunlin said with a smile that he held his own intentions. Supporting his junior brother was one matter, but most importantly, he could not remain by Tongtian's side indefinitely. In the future, Duo Bao would manage and securing Duo Bao was tantamount to securing the future of the. Having come to Kunlun with great difficulty, he intended to stay a while longer. Tongtian remarked. He yearned to keep Yunlin close, but knew it was futile. Then let it be 1,000 years. I shall listen to the teachings of my master, Yunlin replied. Yunlin remained on Kunlun Mountain for a millennium, during which Tongtian intended to impart his swordsmanship to Yunlin. Tongtian Duxian sword array is renowned throughout the primordial chaos. A formidable swordsmanship truly among the elite. Unfortunately, Yunlin had no interest in swordsmanship, and Tongtian did not press the issue as his departure neared. Yunlin visited the Tongtian Palace. Little Yunlin, what brings you here? Laozi expressed surprise at Yunlin's visit. Master Uncle, this is for you. Yunlin presented a jade slip he had prepared earlier to Laozi. This was a special item Yunlin had set aside, and without waiting for Laozi to respond, he took his leave. Laozi held the jade slip in his hands, initially indifferent. However, after casually glancing at it, his heart and mind began to tremble. Moments later, a unique aura began to emanate from the Tongtian Palace. I could see this moment. Both Tongtian and Yuanshi felt it. Elder brother, Yuanshi exclaimed in astonishment. Elder brother's understanding of the Tao has, in just a millennium, reached such heights. Tongtian gasped in amazement. The two gathered in the Tongtian Palace to protect Laozi. The beings atop Kunlun Mountain also sensed this extraordinary aura, which proved greatly beneficial to them. Within the Tongtian Palace, Laozi wielded a spiritual treasure to sever his third corpse, the most challenging to eliminate. The eye corpse, in the primordial chaos, no quasi-saint had yet succeeded in severing their third corpse to enter the late quasi-saint stage, and Laozi became the first. Congratulations, elder brother. Tongtian and Yuanshi congratulated Laozi upon his achievement. However, Laozi displayed no signs of joy after severing his third corpse. Elder brother, what is this? Yuanshi inquired, perplexed. Laozi gazed in a particular direction, sighing, I cultivate the way of non-action, which emphasizes a tranquil heart and minimal desires. Yet there is one matter that troubles me greatly. I regret not having taken Yunlin as my disciple. Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged glances in astonishment. Meanwhile, Yunlin stood atop Xiaopi, departing Kunlun amidst the reluctance of many Shanqing Palace disciples. When Laozi severed his third corpse, Yunlin was also aware. The jade slip he had given was none other than the Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching was authored by Laozi and represents his crowning achievement. Profoundly enlightening for the current Laozi. Otherwise, he would not have felt such regret for Yunlin. Yunlin's ability to comprehend such wisdom clearly marked him as the most suitable candidate for receiving Laozi's legacy. However, by gifting the Tao Te Ching to Laozi, Yunlin sought to forge a karmic bond with his master uncle. Regarding the function calamity, had it not been for Laozi's assistance to Yuanshi, the outcome could have been uncertain. Xiaopi, you seem to be faring well in Shanqing Palace. Yunlin teased Yunlin's mount. Xiaopi enjoyed excellent treatment on Kunlun Mountain. Xiaopi chirped, expressing a desire to return to Qilin Cliff and lamenting the lack of good food in Kunlun. This amused Yunlin greatly. You rascal, do you know how many people wish to stay in Kunlun, yet never get the chance? Let us hasten our pace and move quickly. Yunlin tossed a spirit fruit into Xiaopi's mouth. Then, with a flash of golden light, the two sped towards Qilin Cliff. I'll stab you. I'll stab you. Despicable. Too despicable, daring to steal my thunder. Not long after Yunlin had departed, within the halls of Yushu Palace, Nanji ground his teeth in frustration. That moment, a knock echoed through the chamber. Nanji hastily concealed the straw man and donned an expression of feigned composure. Master Uncle, what brings you here? Nanji inquired. Gazing at Randang in puzzlement, I intend to eliminate Yunlin. Randang replied with a gleam of mirth. A jolt of shock coursed through Nanji. While he harbored disdain for Yunlin, it had not yet reached the point of wishing him dead. After all, the three pure ones were united as one family now. What would it look like if word got out? Master Uncle, this may not be the wisest course of action, Nanji protested. Nanji, as long as Yunlin remains. You will find no opportunity to rise among the second generation of the three pure ones, Randang retorted with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Nanji recalled the dread he felt under Yunlin's influence, and finally gritted his teeth. What are your plans, Master Uncle? Randang laid out his scheme to Nanji, and once assured of its infallibility, Nanji consented. Randang had already enlisted others to deal with Yunlin, fueled by his resentment towards Yunlin for overshadowing him. Nanji's murderous intent was ignited. For Randang, the motive to eliminate Yunlin was far simpler. Wealth. Everyone had witnessed Yunlin's opulence, as for involving Nanji. That was even easier. If their conspiracy were to be uncovered, they would simply share the blame. Who could forget that Nanji was the favorite of Yuanshi? Xiaopi, we are almost there, Yunlin exclaimed as he and Xiaopi approached the shores of the northern sea, just as Xiaopi was about to enter the water. Yunlin sensed something amiss. A murderous intent lingered in the air. With the great fortune that accompanied him, combined with the divination of the 8 trigrams, he discerned that an ambush awaited. Indeed, the primordial realm was a perilous place, rife with dangers and the law of the jungle. Yunlin calculated once more, discovering that this so-called murderous intent was nothing but child's play. Furthermore, he sensed the arrival of reinforcements. Could it be that his grandfather Xian had come for him? Suddenly, several figures materialized before Yunlin and Xiaopi. To the forefront stood a burly man, a late-stage Deluo golden immortal. Kill him. The imposing figure bellowed, and a red-tinged black cloud coalesced around him. Yunlin recognized it as a foul substance drawn from the blood sea, likely intended to counteract his virtuous power. However, this was a gross underestimation of his merits. Just as Yunlin prepared to act, a sudden flash of white surged forth, revealing a legion of white tigers that shielded him. The lead white tiger was colossal, exuding an aura of immense strength, and bore a fearsome scar stretching from its left eye to the right corner of its mouth. Might I inquire if you are the young master of the Qilin? The leading white tiger addressed Yunlin, raising its voice. Understanding dawned upon Yunlin. The Qilin clan once commanded all beasts, and the Tiger clan stood as one of its great vassals, with the White Tiger clan being former personal guards of the Qilin. The White Tiger was known for its ferocity and combat prowess. That it is I, Yunlin replied. Once we dispatch these foes, we shall explain the circumstances to you, young master. Bai Hao bowed to Yunlin. The would-be assassins. Upon witnessing the appearance of the White Tiger clan, exchanged glances of fear and attempted to flee. Yet, the White Tigers swiftly formed a battle formation, and in an instant, cries of anguish filled the air. The leading black bear was swiftly captured by Bai Hao. "Who sent you to kill me?" Yunlin inquired. I do not know. We merely accepted a commission," the black bear stammered, trembling. "Then kill him." Yunlin gestured dismissively. "No." In the black bear's terror-stricken gaze, Bai Hao's claw swiftly ended its life. "Isn't your White Tiger clan the leader of the Tiger clan? What brings you to the Northern Sea?" Yunlin questioned, puzzled. "Young master, you may not be aware, but the Heavenly Court once sought to enlist our Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan refused, and that scoundrel Bahue colluded with the demon clans against us. Thankfully, we managed to escape. For years, Bahue has relentlessly pursued the White Tiger clan. It was only during the intensifying witch-demon war that we found an opportunity to settle down. Upon hearing of the establishment of Qilin Cliff in the Northern Sea, we hastened to come." Bai Hao explained with a side. "It is also my fault for lacking ability. You need not blame yourself. During the Longhan Cataclysm, your White Tiger clan suffered devastating losses," Yunlin replied. The devastation of the Longhan Cataclysm had not only ravaged the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, but had also inflicted deep wounds upon their subordinate races. The Tiger clan lost many powerful warriors, while the White Tiger clan suffered even more grievously, now reduced to merely 1,000 members. Yunlin was inclined to treat these former allies with kindness. "Come with me to Qilin Cliff." Yunlin smiled warmly. "Thank you, young master," Bai Hao exclaimed joyfully. He had been apprehensive about whether Qilin Cliff would accept them. Yunlin urged Xiaopi to descend into the Northern Sea in the waters of the Northern Sea. Xiaopi swam with newfound speed. Yunlin gestured with a spell. In the next moment, the gates of Qilin Cliff swung open as Qilin Cliff emerged. Bai Hao and the other members of the White Tiger clan were awestruck. Some had visited Qilin Cliff before, yet the sight before them was vastly different from their memories. The current Qilin Cliff was a spectacle beyond compare, deepening their admiration for Yunlin, the young master of the Qilin. "Young master." Upon entering Qilin Cliff, Lin Kuang received Yunlin's message and rushed over. The moment Bai Hao spotted Lin Kuang, he called out excitedly, "Uncle Lin Kuang, at last! I found you! Xiao Hao!" Lin Kuang exclaimed, hastening to greet him. Lin Kuang promptly introduced Bai Hao to Yunlin. "Young master, this is Bai Hao, son of the White Tiger, and the White Tiger clan was once the personal guards of the ancestor. He is trustworthy." Yunlin nodded in acknowledgement. That he understood that the White Tiger Lin Kuang spoke of was not the White Tiger clan, but rather the one sealed within the Four Poles during the Longhan Cataclysm. Hong Jun assigned the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise to guard the Four Poles of the primordial realm. That White Tiger had once been the right-hand man of the original Qilin, and Bai Hao was his son. "Elder, please find a suitable place for the White Tiger clan to reside within Qilin Cliff," Yunlin instructed. Lin Kuang led Bai Hao and the others away. Meanwhile, Yunlin summoned the Chaos Pearl into his hand. Rahu had not yet revealed himself. Shielding the heavenly secrets, did they truly believe I would be unable to discern? Yunlin scoffed coldly and began his calculations. The Chaos Pearl projected scenes before Yunlin's eyes, revealing the clandestine meeting between Randang and Nanji. "Indeed, it is you." Yunlin had long suspected that only a few bore enmity towards him. Subsequently, he unleashed a wisp of spiritual light that darted towards Kunlun Mountain. He then sought to divine the whereabouts of the Qilin grass, yet still found no results. He had been searching for the Qilin grass for years, but to no avail. It seemed he would have to wait for the arrival of his senior. Fushi's mastery of the 8 trigrams was superior to Yunlin's. Together, with the Chaos Pearl, they should be able to pierce through the heavenly secrets and uncover some truths. Back in Yushu Palace, since agreeing to conspire with Randang to eliminate Yunlin, Nanji had been restless, fearing exposure. "Master Uncle, any news yet?" Nanji impatiently inquired. "Patience, it won to be quick," Randang replied, his own composure wavering. The Black Barbarian had gone to the Blood Sea to forge a spiritual treasure, specifically designed to corrupt others' treasures and taint their virtuous power, which was why Randang sought him out. Randang had entrusted the Black Barbarian with the task, unaware of his true identity. However, the wait had indeed become prolonged. Just then, A sharp sword light enveloped Yushu Palace, startling all within. Third brother, what are you doing? Yuanshi appeared, visibly enraged. Yet Tongtian showed no signs of retreat in the face of Yuanshi, revealing the Excalibur array that exerted pressure upon Yushu Palace. Randang and Nanji conspired to kill Liner. I demand an explanation. Tongtian's voice was cold. This is impossible, Yuanshi exclaimed instinctively, while Randang and Nanji turned pale with fear. You too, did you attempt to assassinate Yunlin? Yuanshi cast his gaze upon the two individuals. Master, I would never dare to ambush Brother Yunlin, Nanji vehemently denied. Brother, I lack the courage for such an act, Randang trembled as he spoke. How could one possibly admit to such a thing? It is absolutely out of the question. Third brother, they both claim innocence, Yuanshi remarked. Swish! Two strands of sword energy sliced through the air around Tongtian. Nanji and Randang emitted piercing cries of despair. Second brother, for your sake, I shall only subject these two to a torment of 1,000,000 years beneath the blades, should there be another offense. I shall not show mercy. With that, Tongtian put away the diagram of the extermination of immortals and departed. Yuanshi's expression was one of utmost displeasure. He then took Nanji and Randang to the Yuqing Palace. Up until this moment, he had not revealed himself. Why have you acted in this manner? Yuanshi asked coldly, having sensed something amiss. Master, it was I who was bewitched. Seeing Yunlin overpower the Yuqing lineage led me to contemplate its eradication. Randang interjected hastily, not attempting to evade blame, but rather taking full responsibility. This was the cleverness of Randang. He understood that shirking responsibility or casting blame upon Nanji would surely lead to his demise at Yuanshi's hands. After all, he was merely a guest elder clinging on desperately to his position. Indeed, Yuanshi's countenance softened slightly. Brother, you are being foolish. Even if Yunlin possesses extraordinary talent, does that diminish the Yuqing lineage? What am I to do with this situation? Nanji and Randang lowered their heads, accepting their reprimand, in the Shangqing Palace. Upon hearing of Yunlin's orchestrated ambush by the Yuqing lineage, Duo Bao and the others were filled with righteous indignation, eager to confront the Jie Sect. You all, remain calm. Tongtian, somewhat perturbed, had been waiting patiently. Finally he smiled, a bitter smile. Tongtian had given Yuanshi face. He had intended to kill the two culprits to avenge Yunlin, but out of respect for Yuanshi, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. His reluctance to act did not imply the matter would simply be forgotten. Rather, he awaited Yuanshi to address the issue himself. To his surprise, Yuanshi continued to shield them. He recalled Yunlin's words on Kunlun Mountain. Master, my brothers and I are unhappy here. Perhaps we should seek another dojo. That time, Tongtian had offered no reply. Now, he had resolved to take action. Master, the Yuqing lineage has gone too far, Duo Bao exclaimed passionately. Tongtian waved his hand. Let us depart. Leave Kunlun. Initially, the disciples were taken aback, but soon they were filled with delight that on Kunlun Mountain, the Yuqing disciples had persistently provoked them, and Tongtian had urged patience. They were long past their breaking point. Wherever Master goes, we shall follow, the disciples declared. Haha, what you say rings true, elder brother. Freedom and ease are paramount. Let us depart Kunlun. Tongtian laughed heartily, leading his disciples to the outskirts of Shangqing Palace, where he unleashed his formidable powers to absorb the Shangqing Palace. Third brother, what are you doing? Yuanshi was once again startled, revealing himself at this moment. Second brother, our ideologies are fundamentally at odds. After much contemplation, I have decided to lead the disciples away from Kunlun to seek another dojo, Tongtian stated boldly. This, Yuanshi found it hard to accept. He still valued brotherly bonds. Let him go. When the time is ripe, I too shall take my leave, he sighed. Tongtian bowed to his two elder brothers and turned to depart with his many disciples. On Yunlin's end, he received a notification. Tongtian has left Kunlun. Please make a choice. Option 1. Persuade Tongtian to remain in Kunlun. Reward. Top grade innate spiritual treasure. The transformative wheel. Option 2. Allow Tongtian to leave. Reward. 3 drops of ancestral dragon's blood. Option 3. Provide Tongtian with assistance in finding a desired dojo. Reward: 1 drop of Pangu's blood. Yunlin chose option 3 to in truth, according to the normal timeline. The separation of the 3 pure ones was supposed to occur after all 3 attained sainthood. However, it seemed to have been expedited due to Yunlin's involvement, though this was of little consequence. Subsequently, Yunlin summoned the North Sea Xian turtle. Grandfather Xian, please make a trip to the East Sea. The North Sea Xian turtle accepted the command and set off for the East Sea. Meanwhile, Yunlin held a drop of blood resembling amber, imbued with primal power. This single drop was so weighty that Yunlin nearly struggled to hold it. Pangu's blood? Where did you obtain this? Luo Ho, startled, emerged, unable to contain his urge to seize the Pangu's blood. However, Yunlin would not allow him to succeed, immobilizing him in place. There are a total of 12 drops of Pangu's blood, birthed from the confluence of primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, resulting in the 12 ancestral witches. Where did you come by this blood? Luo Ho questioned urgently. Had he possessed even a single drop of Pangu's blood back then, he would have undoubtedly emerged as the victor. I found it. Do you believe me? Yunlin replied nonchalantly. Luo Ho was left speechless. You could just find something like this? Impossible. If you don't believe me, then consider this. The Huangzhong Li on Chilan Island were all fish I caught from the sea. Is it so surprising I found a drop of Pangu's blood? Yunlin continued. Luo Ho was immediately astonished. What kind of luck is this? Yunlin nearly burst into laughter. Sometimes, teasing Luo Ho was quite entertaining. Luo Ho refrained from pursuing Yunlin's words further and instead said, Little one, if you give me half a drop or 1/3 of Pangu's blood, I will reveal to you a method for refining it. Pangu had been but a step away from the Great Tao, yearning to achieve the embodiment of the Great Tao, but failing. He still wielded the laws of strength, and his blood was exceedingly potent. Even a quasi-saint, if not handled properly, would perish upon using this blood. Yunlin chuckled. Isn't her method simply to use Pangu's blood to refine your physical body 99,999 times to achieve the true form of Pangu? How did you know? Luo Ho blurted out, only to realize a moment later that he had been integrated into the Chaos Pearl, and Yunlin could discern his thoughts. This made his expression darken instantly. Lord Demon Ancestor, I also know you desire a portion of Pangu's blood to refine your own body. With that, Yunlin divided the drop of Pangu's blood in half and presented it to Luo Ho. Luo Ho stared at the Pangu's blood before him, momentarily taken aback. In the end, he said nothing and accepted the blood. Little Chilan, that half drop of Pangu's blood must be refined according to my method. Yet before Luo Ho could finish, Yunlin opened his mouth and swallowed the remaining half drop of Pangu's blood. Luo Ho exclaimed, What are you doing? Hurry and spit it out. That half drop of blood is not something you, as a Luo, can bear. Burp. Yunlin simply burped, declaring the taste delightful. Luo Ho was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had observed Yunlin absorb the Pangu's blood into his being, transforming it into an indescribable power that was assimilated into his bloodline. This was wrong. Too wrong. Luo Ho prided himself as a demon ancestor, once one of the 3,000 demon gods. Yet even with that status, he had never encountered such an absurd situation. Then, Luo Ho seemed to recall something and gazed at Yunlin with new understanding. Little Chilan, I have underestimated you. I see that you have refined a portion of the thunder demon god's essence. I initially thought you would enter the Tao through thunder. You are also quite proficient in formations and divination. I presumed you would at least achieve the Tao through these 2 laws, but I did not expect your ambitions to be so grand, seeking to embody the power of the world within yourself. I once thought that entering the Tao through the slaughter of countless beings, mastering the laws of killing, was sufficiently grand. However, compared to your aspirations, I find myself rather petty. I am not your equal. At this very moment, the attitude of Luo Ho towards Yunlin underwent a profound transformation. It was not merely the gift of a single drop of essence blood. Rather, it was Luo Ho's admiration for Yunlin's path of enlightenment that shone through. Pangu opened the heavens and created the world as a testament to the Great Tao, while Yunlin transformed his own corporeal form into a universe. This method was conceived by Yunlin after he consumed 49 Huangzhong Li. During that time, he suffered from indigestion and restless sleep, prompting him to construct a world within himself, whether it be the path of thunder, the art of formations, or the principles of the I Ching. All became nourishment for this inner world. Even the teachings of the three pure ones, Nuwa and Luo Ho, were assimilated into the power of this inner realm. The thunder he previously absorbed was also incorporated into this world. The recent drop of Pangu's essence blood was no different. This is the ultimate secret that allows Yunlin to attain enlightenment in his slumber. However, the power contained within Pangu's essence blood is indeed immense. Although Yunlin has refined it into his bloodline, it will require a considerable amount of time for him to digest. I have any hope of contending against Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. Yunlin inquired with a cheerful smile. If you succeed, your accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass those of Pangu. What are Hongjun and the heavenly Tao in comparison? Yet this path you tread has never been walked by anyone before. My own method of proving the Tao through slaying was inspired by Pangu's journey, while Hongjun's method of severing the three corpses is merely an ultimate simplification. Whether your path is viable or not remains an enigma. Luo Ho replied. Yunlin chose not to pursue the topic further and instead took out a mystical fishing rod. Engaging Luo Ho in conversation as he fished, in the past, Luo Ho regarded Yunlin with disdain. Believing that Yunlin had ensnared him through underhanded means, harboring a sense of contempt. However, now, Luo Ho had entirely cast aside such notions. He even placed Yunlin on an equal footing with himself. While he held no regard for Hongjun, he was willing to address Yunlin as a fellow Taoist, a person capable of forging a new path, even if still a great Luo golden immortal, is deserving of respect. Young master, Fushi Taoist has come to visit, came the voice of the black tortoise of the North Sea. Quickly, invite Uncle Fushi in. Yunlin exclaimed with sudden joy that he had been eagerly anticipating Fushi's arrival. Luo Ho's figure dissipated in place, retreating into the chaos pearl. His identity was sensitive. If Hongjun were to discover that Luo Ho was at Qilin Cliff, he would undoubtedly go to any lengths to breach the cliff and utterly annihilate Luo Ho. Uncle Fushi, Yunlin went to greet him. Young Yunlin, I thought I would have to make a fruitless trip. Fushi responded without pretense that I heard from my younger sister that you have comprehended the principles of the I Ching deeply. So I thought I would come and take a look. It is not your wine that I covet. Lady Nuwa has flattered me. Why hasn't Tishi come? Yunlin laughed in return. Lady Nuwa has attained sainthood. Her status has changed, so it is not suitable to address her as uncle now. Even the three pure ones must now refer to Lady Nuwa as such. The two took their seats. She was originally going to come, but she has entered seclusion after gaining some insights, Fushi explained. Yunlin poured wine for Fushi. Uncle's timing is perfect. I happen to have a matter for your assistance. What is it? Just say the word. Fushi replied without hesitation, recognizing the immense favor Yunlin had done for him and his sister. Although he spoke of checking Yunlin's studies, his true intent was to express gratitude. He had come with Nuwa previously, but unfortunately, Yunlin had been asleep at that time. It is like this, uncle. Our Qilin clan has been unable to locate the Qilin grass, so I wish to ask for your help in divining its whereabouts. Yunlin said, Qilin grass? My I Ching principles, though unmatched in the primordial world, cannot divine the whereabouts of a quasi-saint. Fushi furrowed his brow. Yunlin gestured, and the chaos pearl appeared before him. Uncle, if I use the chaos pearl as the focal point. The current Qilin cliff can be said to transcend the celestial mechanics of the primordial world. That be why combining the power of the chaos pearl with our strengths, we should be able to tear apart some celestial mysteries. Excellent. Fushi pondered for a moment and realized this endeavor was feasible. He took out a spiritual treasure and began to divine, while Yunlin also invoked the power of the I Ching. The air around the chaos pearl shimmered with chaotic energies. Soon, Yunlin beheld an image. As the majority of the Qilin clan engaged in battle, two figures stealthily entered Qilin Cliff and stole the Qilin grass. One appeared rotund and prosperous, while the other was thin and haggard. Yunlin instantly recognized their identities. The duo from the west. No wonder it had been impossible to divine. They were both quasi-saint powers, wielding treasures like the merit golden lotus to conceal themselves. That moment. Fushi suddenly frowned deeply, and a series of images flashed before Yunlin's eyes, leading him to realize the gravity of the situation. Poof! In the next instant, Fushi coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. After Fushi was injured, the chaotic aura above the Chaos Pearl surged violently. A figure materialized. You know what you are doing. If Hong Jun becomes aware of this, do you understand the consequences? With your meager cultivation, you dare to calculate a calamity? Luo Ho erupted. Furious, he had not intended to reveal himself, but his anger compelled him. Demon Ancestor! Fushi instinctively shielded Yunlin behind him. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was notorious for his ruthlessness, having nearly destroyed the primordial world, especially under Hong Jun's influence, which rendered him even more detestable. Uncle, it's fine. He is one of us, Yunlin reassured, turning to Luo Ho with a smile. Given the unique nature of the Chaos Pearl and with the esteemed presence of the demon ancestor, there should be no errors. Humph. If I had not sacrificed half of my primordial power to activate the Chaos Pearl, I would have certainly drawn Hong Jun's attention. Little Qilin, this single drop of Pangu's essence blood is insufficient to compensate for my loss. Luo Ho lamented, visibly pained. Esteemed Luo Ho, I sincerely apologize that I am willing to compensate for your loss, Fushi expressed, filled with regret. Forget it. It is also due to the little Qilin's oversight. Let him bear the cost. Luo Ho's anger had not yet subsided. Yunlin, on the other hand, wore an expression of disbelief. He could see through Luo Ho's thoughts. Compensate? Could you even afford it? It would be better to seek compensation from little Qilin, who has substantial resources. Yunlin chose not to expose Luo Ho's hidden motives. Compensate for what? You are already mine. Little Yunlin, esteemed Luo Ho, what I just saw will happen in the future. Fushi asked, his complexion pale and filled with trepidation. Just moments ago, he and Yunlin had combined their efforts to tear apart the celestial mechanics, glimpsing the river of time that he had witnessed the ultimate battle between the Wu and the Yao, where he perished within the heavenly court. Tai died, Emperor Jun perished, and all the ancestral witches fell. Simultaneously, he also saw himself being born into the human race, becoming one of the three sovereigns of humanity, only to be trapped in the fire cloud cave. Indeed, the so-called conflict between the Wu and the Yao is merely a scheme crafted by Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao. Neither the Wu nor the Yao are victors. They are the true winners. Let me remind you, once you leave Qilin Cliff, do not speak recklessly in any part of the primordial world. Otherwise, the celestial mechanics will lock onto you, and we will all be finished. If it weren't for your saintly sister, I would have certainly left no survivors, Luo Ho declared. Fushi was drenched in cold sweat. It is said that Luo Ho is a star of slaughter. He had previously lacked a direct impression, but now he certainly had one that after a moment of silence. Fushi forced a bitter smile and said, Little Yunlin, I have one more request. Luo Ho's eyes widened. Fearing Fushi intended to recklessly alter the calamity, Yunlin waved his hand to calm Luo Ho, knowing that Fushi would not make such an outrageous request. Uncle, please speak, Yunlin replied, maintaining his respect for Fushi. I hope that in my next life, you will accept me as your disciple, Fushi stated earnestly. Yunlin was momentarily at a loss for words. Now I understand why I taught you the principles of the I Ching. It seems there is a predetermined fate that I will discuss this with my younger sister and arrange it. Fushi did not allow Yunlin the opportunity to refuse. Yunlin recognized that he had benefited from this arrangement. According to the development of the primordial world, it was Fushi's master, Laozi, who would receive disciples. Accepting the Emperor of Humanity as a disciple would grant him access to the fortunes of the human realm. The human race would be the future master of the primordial world. Since Uncle has requested, I shall acquiesce, Yunlin conceded. Little Yunlin, I will find a way to retrieve the Qilin grass from the west. Fushi volunteered. Uncle, the two from the west are driven solely by profit, utterly shameless and treacherous. If they discover that you are specifically seeking the Qilin grass, they will surely raise their prices exorbitantly. I have a plan that requires the assistance of my esteemed master. Yunlin disclosed his scheme to Fushi, who stroked his beard and chuckled heartily a few times. You are indeed quite the cunning one. If my master agrees, I shall arrange a meeting once I am prepared. Yunlin acquiesced and presented a jug of wine along with some huang hongli. Master, I previously mentioned that I would give some huang hongli to the lady when it ripens. And you happen to be passing by, so I would appreciate your help in delivering it. By the way, do you possess any spiritual fruits? He inquired. The Hunyuan Yuqiong wine is nearly finished, and I intend to brew some more. There are plenty of spiritual fruits on Yunlin Island, and 5 varieties can undoubtedly be gathered. However, Yunlin sought fruits of superior quality, that I have some ginseng fruits and a few celestial apricots, as well as some peaches taken from the Fenbayan. Fushi replied, producing all the spiritual fruits he had on hand. Yunlin decided to take the ginseng fruits, celestial apricots, and the peaches. These 3 are indeed extraordinary fruits with innate spiritual roots, coupled with the huang hongli and the wudao tea tree he possessed. The Hunyuan Yuqiong wine he would brew would undoubtedly achieve a higher caliber. Subsequently, Fushi took his leave. Luoho also retreated into the Chaos Pearl to recuperate, while Yunlin fell into slumber once more. Preparing to refine half a drop of Pangu's essence blood, like tea this moment, Tongtian, accompanied by a group of disciples from the Upper Clear, traversed the Eastern Sea in search of a celestial mountain or blessed land. Master, we have been seeking a place for some time now. The better ones have all been claimed, and we find the lesser ones unworthy. Why don't we seek refuge with our senior brother in the Northern Sea? Duobao murmured. Speak less. Tongtian shot him a glare. Indeed, Yunlin Cliff is quite splendid, perhaps even on par with Kunlun. However, as a teacher, having to rely on his own disciples would be a source of embarrassment. He had been traversing the wilderness for days precisely to avoid letting his eldest disciple witness his predicament, and he refused to believe there was a celestial mountain or dojo that could rival Kunlun. Tongtian harbored a sense of indignation that it was he who had stormed off in a fit of anger, and he wished to avoid being ridiculed by the Yuqing lineage. That moment, Tongtian sensed a powerful presence approaching. Is that you, Taoist Tongtian? A deep voice suddenly resounded, and a colossal turtle emerged from the sea. The disciples of the Upper Clear Palace gasped in astonishment. They could feel that this giant turtle was formidable. It appeared to be a quasi-saint. Grandfather Xian, Duobao exclaimed joyfully. Senior brother Duobao, do you know this esteemed elder? Wudong inquired curiously, as they had mostly met their teacher's friends, but had never encountered this giant turtle. Indeed, this grandfather Xian is the steward of senior brother's household. Duobao skillfully responded, omitting the fact that the Northern Sea Xiangui was Yunlin's servant. Hiss, the disciples of the Upper Clear collectively inhaled sharply. A quasi-saint as a steward. No wonder senior brother Duobao often claimed that their senior brother was wealthy, and why he was so generous. What brings you here, Taoist Xian? Is there something my son needs? Tongtian hastily inquired. Matters concerning his eldest disciple were of utmost importance. Should his precious disciple request something, Tongtian would comply without hesitation. Tongtian assumed something had transpired at Yunlin Cliff, hence his urgency. Nothing of great concern. Haha! It is merely that my young master is aware that Taoist Tongtian has left Kunlun, and he has sent me to assist you in seeking a dojo in the Eastern Sea. The Northern Sea Xingui replied with a hearty laugh. Tongtian felt a bit taken aback, while Duobao added, Master, our senior brother possesses great abilities. Continuing this search is not a viable solution. After some contemplation, Tongtian remarked, Yunlin must have foreseen something to it would be a favor if he could assist us, Taoist Xian. Everyone, please come aboard my back. The Northern Sea Xingui chuckled. Tongtian, along with his numerous disciples, descended. The back of the Northern Sea Xingui was broad, resembling a great mountain. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Penglai Mountain? Tongtian frowned slightly. Indeed, Penglai Mountain is a renowned dojo in the Eastern Sea, having previously served as the dojo of the Eastern King and the dwelling of the Celestial Court. Establishing a dojo here would certainly not tarnish Tongtian's reputation. However, that was the former Penglai Mountain. During the Celestial Court's conflict with the Celestial Garden, the Eastern King retreated to Penglai Mountain, utilizing the formations atop it to fend off the Celestial Court's invasion. Ultimately, in their efforts to breach Penglai's formations, the Celestial Court ruthlessly severed the mountain's ley lines, and following numerous battles among powerful beings, Penglai had long since fallen into ruin. There was no longer any abundant spiritual energy. What remained was merely a hollow shell, with desolation prevailing. Otherwise, the celestial court would not have abandoned Panglai. Taoist Tongtian, please remain calm. My young master has mentioned that the reason Panglai has fallen into such a state is primarily due to the disturbance caused by a monstrous beast. If we eliminate the beast and restore the ley lines, Panglai can be revived, the Northern Sea Xingui explained. Subsequently, the Northern Sea Xingui planted a foot upon Panglai, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, something was roused. A massive whirlpool emerged in the eastern sea, and an enormous figure appeared before the crowd. It was a golden arowana. This golden arowana was extraordinarily large, rivaling even the Northern Sea Xingui. Its aura was no less than that of a quasi-saint. However, the arawana's eyes burned red, filled with a sense of bloodlust and brutality, clearly devoid of any intelligence. Regarding the monstrous beasts, the beings of the wilderness lacked a definitive answer. The most credible explanation posits that these beasts are descendants of demonic gods or remnants of their corporeal forms. The monstrous beasts are varied and strange. For instance, Yunlin's steed, the golden mantis shrimp, is one such beast, though it is not as bloodthirsty as this golden arowana and may eventually transform into a human form given sufficient opportunity. In contrast, monstrous beasts such as this, driven by bloodlust, are typically slain by the powerful beings of the wilderness upon encounter. It is this vile creature causing chaos. I shall slay it. Tongtian laughed heartily as he leapt from the back of the Northern Sea Xingui. Clang! The sword of annihilation manifested, and torrents of sword energy surged towards the golden arowana, centering around Tongtian. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once concealed beneath Mount Sumeryu, and no need for the inversion of yin and yang to forge. Is there not water and fire to temper its edge? The sword of annihilation is sharp, slaying the celestial. It ensnares the celestial in radiant light. The transformation of the absolute celestial is endlessly wondrous, stained with the blood of the great Luo immortals. The sword of annihilation was once the weapon of Luo Ho, regarded with even greater esteem than the god-slaying spear. The bloodshed has witnessed amounts to billions. And in Luo Ho's final battle, he wielded the sword of annihilation against Hong Jun and others. Mastering the sword of annihilation formation, one could contend with four. Later, Tongtian relied on the sword of annihilation to suppress the fates of the Jie. However, the sword of annihilation is an instrument of slaughter, which sowed the seeds of future calamities. Yet, it must be said, its combat prowess is indeed formidable. Encircled by the sword of annihilation formation, the golden arawana's massive form, brimming with potent energy, moved as if it could shake the heavens, yet it found itself utterly powerless against the suppression of the formation. The commotion in the Eastern Sea attracted numerous onlookers. The Eastern Sea, being the most prosperous among the four seas, is home to many beings, yet none dared to approach. They understood that, given such momentum, being drawn into it would spell their doom. With Tongtian's commanding shout, the golden arowana met its demise on the spot. In the next moment, it transformed into an island beside Panglai Mountain. We have won. Master has triumphed. The disciples of the Upper Clear rejoiced, following the slaying of the golden arowana. A wave of spiritual energy began to permeate Panglai Island, and the beings atop the island started to radiate renewed vitality. Indeed, Yunlin's words were not in vain. With the golden arawana's demise, Panglai Island commenced its gradual restoration. With the ley lines restructured, it would not be long before Panglai Island regained its former glory. Tongtian was exceedingly pleased. His strength allowed him to sense the changes occurring in Panglai Mountain. With this matter resolved, I shall take my leave. The Northern Sea Xingui bid farewell. After seeing him off, Tongtian began to orchestrate the arrangement of the dojo with his numerous disciples. Yunlin had slumbered for 100,000 years, fully refining the half-drop of Pangu's essence blood and successfully reaching the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Truly, one cannot compare with you. Luo Ho emerged with a dismissive remark. Initially, he had been intent on competing with Yunlin to see who could first refine the essence of Pangu's blood. However, it now seemed he had acted too hastily. The little Qilin's hidden world was vast beyond measure, and the pace of advancement was exasperatingly slow. Yunlin commented, if an ordinary Luo were to refine even a drop of Pangu's essence, they would have long ascended to the quasi-saint level. The path Yunlin traversed to attain enlightenment was far more arduous than the conventional route of proving one's strength, demanding an even greater expenditure of resources. Luo Ho could only respond with a sense of helplessness. After a moment, Luo Ho proposed, what if you retrieve that item? We could split it evenly. As long as you manage to refine even half of it, you would reach the quasi-saint realm. When captured, Luo Ho had repeatedly claimed to possess valuable treasures, enticing Yunlin to retrieve them. This was no mere fabrication. There truly was something of worth. Yet, Yunlin refrained from pursuing it, not out of disdain, but due to the inherent dangers. The treasure Luo Ho referred to was none other than the remains of a demon god, specifically the skeletal remains of one of the 3,000 demon gods. The Wind Demon God. Remarkably well preserved, it had fallen near the primordial wilderness, discovered by Luo Ho upon his escape. Why don't you go for it yourself? Yunlin shot a glance at Luo Ho. The latter fell silent. He often boasted of the treasure as if it were his own, when in truth, it was merely a chance discovery. Surrounding the demon god's remains were numerous formidable beast guardians. The beasts beyond the primordial wilderness were far more powerful and audacious than those within. Even a quasi-saint would face near certain death attempting to retrieve that skeleton. Luo Ho had merely dared to glance from a distance. Too apprehensive to approach, Yunlin resolved to wait until his mentor achieved sainthood before making any moves. Taking risks without necessity was out of the question. Boom! A violent tremor reverberated through the primordial wilderness. The current heavenly Tao had reached a level of near completeness. Such a commotion could not be provoked even by the fiercest contests among quasi-saints. The second war of the Wu in Yao had commenced, prompting the host to make a choice. Choice 1. Immerse oneself in the primordial wilderness, lead the Qilin cliff to rise, and subdue the Wu and Yao clans, with a reward of the innate treasure. The 5 elements heavenly mechanism umbrella. Choice 2. Lead the Qilin cliff to join either the Wu or Yao factions at will, with a reward of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the cloud turning pot. Choice 3. Remain at the Qilin cliff and observe the spectacle, with a reward of the cloud sea falling deity cannon blueprint. Point 3. Yunlin gazed outward. If the first war of the Wu and Yao had been merely a skirmish, the second war would be the main event. The ascension of 5 saints in a single day, the Earth Mother transforming into the cycle of reincarnation, and the Yao clan forging the Slaughter Wu sword. All these events transpired during the second war of the Wu and Yao. At this moment, the primordial earth resonated with the tolling of the chaos bell, as Emperor Jun led countless demon clans into a fierce battle against the witch clans, spearheaded by the 12 ancestral witches. The first war had nearly torn heaven and earth asunder, and this time, the conflict escalated further. After all, compared to the first war, both clans had significantly enhanced their power. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans was, in essence, quite simple. Emperor Jun declared, I aim to lead the demon clan to dominate the primordial wilderness and become the supreme ruler. To which Di Jiang retorted, we, the Wu clan, are the descendants of the Father God. Even if we dominate the primordial wilderness, it shall be the Wu clan that reigns, while you demon clans are insignificant. And thus, the battle commenced. Emperor Jun harbored grand ambitions. Unifying the primordial wilderness would grant him the opportunity to ascend to sainthood by leveraging the demon clan's fortune. The Wu clan had to be subdued. Yunlin was acutely aware that Emperor Jun was merely a pawn of Hong Jun, who, along with the heavenly Tao, could not tolerate Pangu's resurgence, that Pangu's primordial spirit had transformed into the 3 pure ones. Yet they were still subject to Hong Jun's manipulation. The Wu clan, however, was viewed differently. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao and Hong Jun, the Wu clan was unteachable. They held no reverence for heaven and earth. Only for Pangu. Even Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao dared not confront them. This unstable factor had to be eradicated. After making his choice, Yunlin retrieved the blueprint for the cloud sea falling deity cannon. A product of the system, it was indeed a fine creation. The cloud sea falling deity cannon was a postnatal spiritual treasure, albeit with numerous drawbacks. Its immobility and high production costs were notable among them. However, its immense power was undeniable. A single shot could elevate a Luo, while a volley of 10 could establish a cannon formation capable of inflicting dire consequences upon a quasi-saint. Its range was vast, with tracking capabilities allowing for a shot from the North Sea to hit a target above the South Sea. Currently, the Yunlin cliff was fortified with the Chaos Sealing God Array, offering ample defense but lacking offensive capabilities. With the Cloud Sea Falling Deity Cannon, they would finally possess a means of attack, not for the purpose of invasion, but merely for self-preservation. However, upon reflection, even utilizing all the resources of the Yunlin cliff to forge the Cloud Sea Falling Deity Cannon would yield only 3 units. This was not due to a scarcity of good materials at the Yunlin cliff, but rather the rarity of the precious materials required for its construction. Innate Qi, primordial fallen iron, phoenix blood gold, and chaos stones from the creation of the world. All of these were exceedingly rare materials. Subsequently, Yunlin arrived at the White Tiger Plain, the territory of the White Tiger clan within the Yunlin cliff. Young master, upon seeing Yunlin, Bai Hao hurried forward to greet him. Bai Hao, are you settling in well? Yunlin inquired with a smile. Quite well, in fact exceedingly so, young master. Thanks to you, our White Tiger clan has thrived on the Yunlin cliff. The cultivation levels of our clan members continue to rise. I am on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm myself, Bai Hao exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Other white tigers gathered around, all in high spirits and holding Yunlin in great esteem. Indeed, the Yunlin cliff is splendid, though it does feel a tad too leisurely, one white tiger muttered. Bang! Bai Hao delivered a playful smack to his head. Why are you hitting me? You've said the same, the elder brother protested, rubbing his head. Bai Hao appeared somewhat embarrassed. The White Tiger clan was known for their martial prowess, and after such an extended stay at the Yunlin cliff, they had grown too complacent. They felt guilty for enjoying such bountiful provisions without contributing to Yunlin. Ha ha! No worries, no worries. Just right, I have matters that require your assistance, Bai Hao. Yunlin chuckled. Bai Hao, and the other white tiger's eyes brightened at this. Young master, whatever you need, just command us. We are willing to do anything to help. Bai Hao responded eagerly. With the onset of the Wu and Yao War, I would like you, Bai Hao, to take advantage of the chaos to gather some items for me. Yunlin stated, in essence, this meant scavenging amidst the turmoil. Absolutely. The White Tiger clan is swift and formidable. This is well within our capabilities, Bai Hao asserted confidently. Before that, however, Bai Hao needs to break through to the quasi-saint realm. And I also need to improve the battle formations of the White Tiger clan, Yunlin added. Bai Hao readily agreed to all of it. Then, a figure appeared beside Yunlin. Little Yunlin, what do you need me for? Luo Ho grumbled, clearly displeased, as he was in the midst of a crucial phase of body refinement. Could you assist me in training them? Yunlin requested. Just these weaklings? I have no time for such trivialities. Luo Ho scoffed. What did you say? Bai Hao's temper flared immediately. The White Tiger clan members behind him glared at Luo Ho with indignation. Within the Yunlin cliff, aside from the North Sea Xiangui and the Grand Elder, others were unaware of Luo Ho's existence. Yunlin had also instructed him to alter his appearance to avoid drawing too much attention. The White Tiger clan, naturally proud, could not abide being disparaged by this unknown individual, and their anger boiled over. I will offer half a drop of Pangu's essence, Yunlin declared nonchalantly. How could Pangu have such an abundance of essence? Luo Ho questioned, disbelief etched on his face. Do you want it? Such a splendid opportunity may not arise again, Yunlin replied. Deal. Luo Ho readily accepted. Naturally, Yunlin did not possess any Pangu essence. After all, Luo Ho was none the wiser. He could always provide it later when he obtained some. With that, Yunlin departed, preparing to study the battle formations of the White Tiger clan. Hey, while the young master has requested you to train us, not everyone is worthy of that privilege. The White Tiger clan never bows to the weak. Bai Hao spoke with unwavering confidence. Luo Ho's lips curled into a slight smirk as his figure suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, a fist struck Bai Hao squarely in the face. Boom! Bai Hao was sent flying, crashing into the rocky wall behind him, creating a deep crater. This the son of that White Tiger. In my opinion, You hardly measure up to even a tenth of your father's prowess. Luo Ho mocked, casually shaking his hand as he stood with his arms crossed behind his back. His words ignited the fury of the entire White Tiger clan, who were ready to swarm Luo Ho in retaliation. Hold your ground. At that moment, Bai Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose to his feet. Brother, this fellow is truly overstepping his bounds. We must form a battle array to teach him a lesson. One of the White Tigers exclaimed that it would be futile. Even if we formed a battle array, we would still be unable to defeat him. Bai Hao responded solemnly as he approached Luo Ho. I, from the White Tiger clan, am willing to accept your training, but mark my words, one day, I, Bai Hao, will surely defeat you. Ha! Such spirit! I shall await the day you manage to best me. Luo Ho chuckled heartily. Not far away, Yunlin and Bei Haixinge observed the scene. This young lad, Bai Hao, is truly filled with fighting spirit. If only he knew who he was up against, he might very well burst into tears. Bei Haixinge remarked with a laugh. Not at all. Brother Bai Hao's determination is the strongest among us at Yunlin Cliff. Yunlin retorted with a smile. The decision to have Luo Ho train the White Tiger clan was not solely to showcase Luo Ho's talents. It was also to instill in him a sense of belonging to Yunlin Cliff. Soon, 3,000 years passed, and Luo Ho sought out Yunlin, who was fishing to, I have a favor to ask of you. Yunlin, already aware of Luo Ho's intentions, displayed little reaction. Speak. After a moment, Luo Ho said, I wish for Bai Hao to follow my path. Yunlin remained silent. Luo Ho's path was one of proving himself through slaughter, a journey fraught with peril, one that could be seen as opposing the very essence of the primordial world itself. This path was not one to tread lightly. I am now merely a remnant soul. Even if I were to reconstruct my physical form, I would find it impossible to continue down that path. Yet I am unwilling to accept defeat. If Hongjun could successfully navigate his path despite the odds, I refuse to believe that my path of slaughter cannot yield success. Luo Ho admitted with a bitter smile. This was his obsession. Why do you believe Bai Hao is suitable? Yunlin instinctively inquired, to be frank, Bai Hao's innate talent is not particularly remarkable, but that boy possesses an indomitable spirit, which I find reminiscent of myself, Luo Ho replied. Moreover, I must mention that as the pioneer of the path of slaughter, I have encountered many detours. During the Longhan catastrophe, I intended to obliterate all living beings as a means to prove my path. However, I have come to realize that defeating a single saint is sufficient to attain success, so you need not worry about the moral implications of slaughter. What does Bai Hao think of this? Yunlin asked as he caught a large shark and swallowed it whole, smacking his lips that he agreed. Luo Ho replied, looking towards Yunlin, that he understood that all matters concerning Yunlin Cliff ultimately rested in the hands of this young Yunlin. Even he, once a formidable demon ancestor, held no sway in front of this young Yunlin at that moment. Luo Ho felt a sense of trepidation. Having experienced death once, he now appeared even more carefree than before. Yet, he harbored a mental block. He did not wish for others to perceive him as inferior to Hongjun. The path of proving oneself through slaughter was the culmination of his life's work. If he agrees, then I have no objections. Yunlin waved his hand dismissively. Luo Ho's heart leaped with joy. By the way, may I ask if the demon ancestor intends to take Bai Hao as a disciple? Yunlin inquired further. Luo Ho turned his head and muttered, that useless boy is still far from worthy. He doesn't even know my true identity. I fear he might embarrass me. For now, let him be a registered disciple. Based on his future performance, I may consider taking him as a personal disciple. Yunlin chuckled silently. The more time spent together, the more one could discern that Luo Ho was not merely proud, but also stubbornly obstinate. Little Yunlin, there is one more matter, Luo Ho began. But before he could finish, a stream of light descended before him from Yunlin's hand. The light coalesced into a form. The god-slaying spear, of course. Luo Ho sought this for Bai Hao. He took it without any pleasantries, confident in his ability to handle the task, and Yunlin felt assured that Luo Ho would take all necessary precautions to ensure Hongjun remained oblivious. Luo Ho was even more fearful of being discovered by Hongjun than Yunlin was. Another 10,000 years passed, and a resounding roar echoed throughout Yunlin Cliff. A massive white tiger phantom materialized above the cliff. exuding an aura of majesty and power, accompanied by a faint trace of killing intent that permeated the air. Young master, Baihao has successfully attained the quasi-saint realm. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Let us go and witness this, Yunlin suggested, with Bei Hai Xiangge accompanying him. Upon arriving at the White Tiger territory, the entire clan was enveloped in jubilation to that moment. Baihao revealed his true form, radiating immense power. Fool, restrain your aura, Luo Ho admonished. Oh. Yes, master, Baihao replied sheepishly, transforming back into human form and scratching his head in embarrassment. I have not failed you, Luo Ho said to Yunlin, subtly hinting that it was time for Yunlin to provide a reward. Under Luo Ho's guidance, the White Tiger clan had indeed made remarkable progress. Baihao, being a being from the era of the Longhan catastrophe, possessed profound potential, and under Luo Ho's training, he successfully achieved the quasi-saint level. And he did so through the path of slaughter. Luo Ho had invested considerable resources to ensure Baihao's success. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless. It was evident that Luo Ho held high hopes for Baihao. He had not forgotten that Yunlin's promise was half a drop of Pangu's blood. Just as Yunlin was about to feign ignorance, a glimmer of light suddenly escaped from the Chaos Pearl and landed before him. Yunlin, Pangu's blood? Lin Kuang exclaimed. The light turned out to be a drop of Pangu's blood. That moment, Luo Ho was taken aback. Having resided within the Chaos Pearl, he had no idea that a drop of Pangu's blood was hidden inside. Yunlin, too, was bewildered. Despite refining the Chaos Pearl for so long, he had been unaware of the presence of Pangu's blood. When Pangu opened the heavens, he had glimpsed the river of fate, aware of his impending doom, and thus left behind some contingencies. Now, the host must make a choice. Option 1. Accept Pangu's gift, intervene in the Wu and Yao calamity, overthrow the heavenly Tao's dominion, and be rewarded with Pangu's heart. Option 2. Accept Pangu's gift, assist the Wu clan in defeating the Yao clan to become the overlord of the primordial world, and be rewarded with the soul of the opening heaven axe. Option 3. Accept Pangu's gift, and in the future, find an opportunity to assist the Wu clan, rewarded with a wisp of Xianhuang Qi. Pangu opened the heavens, his heart lost the time. However, if one could obtain Pangu's heart, it would undoubtedly lead to sanctification. The soul of the opening heaven axe was also an extraordinary treasure. The opening heaven divine axe was a chaos spiritual treasure. It was the very axe Pangu wielded when he opened the heavens. A single strike capable of toppling 3,000 demons. After the primordial world took shape, the opening heaven divine axe transformed into 3 innate supreme treasures: the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and the chaos bell. The whereabouts of the soul of the axe remained unknown, that if one could obtain the soul of the axe, they would gain Pangu's power and perhaps even have a chance to recreate the awe-inspiring might of the divine axe in the future. Though the rewards of the first 2 options were enticing, Yunlin was hesitant to accept the consequences tied to them. Thus, he opted for the third choice, that a wisp of Xianhuang Qi, while not as grand as the previous 2 treasures, was still a rarity. When the primordial world was born, it produced both Xianhuang Qi and the essence of all things. Xianhuang Qi and the essence of all things represent the very foundation of the world. There are even rumors that the Hongming purple Qi was formed from the combination of the heavenly Tao with Xianhuang Qi and the essence of all things. If a living being could obtain Xianhuang Qi, they would experience great fortune and perhaps even glimpse the essence of the great Tao. For Yunlin, Xianhuang Qi was of utmost importance. He could integrate it into his inner world, thereby enhancing the power of his own realm. Did you truly manage to acquire Pangu's blood? You are not deceiving me. Luo Ho finally registered the situation, and his gaze towards Yunlin shifted. If he had previously been skeptical about Yunlin's claims of obtaining Pangu's blood, he now believed it wholeheartedly. Why would I deceive you? Fortune favors me. What is there that I cannot acquire? Yunlin naturally took the essence of Pangu into his possession, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided to share half a drop with Luo Hu. Ensure the horse runs. One must provide it with fodder. Previously, Luo had indeed suffered significant losses in his primordial power to atone for Fushi's mistakes. Furthermore, giving Luo this essence could hardly be deemed wasteful. Present, Laozi's strength equated to the early stage of a quasi-saint. Once he thoroughly refined a drop of Pangu's essence, his power would significantly recover. Although he could not reveal himself in the Hongwang realm, an increase in the strength of the Qilin Cliff would only serve to fortify their position. After further contemplation, Yunlin presented half a drop of Pangu's essence before the black tortoise of the North Sea. "Young master, what is the purpose of this?" The black tortoise exclaimed in surprise. "Grandfather Xian, within Qilin Cliff, your foundation is the most profound. Should you obtain half a drop of Pangu's essence, you will surely be able to vanquish the malevolent corpses. The calamity of the Wu and Yao grows ever more severe. This is not the time for pleasantries," Yunlin asserted. The additional essence would serve little purpose for him. It was far more beneficial to bolster the strength of the black tortoise. "Your words are quite reasonable, young master. Although our Qilin Cliff can escape the Hongwang, our roots still lie within it." Lin Kuang expressed no objections to Yunlin's generosity in bestowing Pangu's essence, genuinely wishing for the prosperity of Qilin Cliff. "As your loyal servant, I shall not disappoint your expectations," the black tortoise vowed solemnly. Subsequently, Yunlin turned to Bai Hao, producing several items. "Elder brother Bai, these are the innate spiritual treasures and resources I have prepared for you. Though you have attained quasi-saint status, your safety remains paramount outside of Qilin Cliff," Yunlin stated. Bai Hao did not engage in pleasantries. Kneeling on one knee, "We of the White Tiger clan shall undoubtedly honor the young master's trust," he declared, with the rest of the White Tiger clan echoing his sentiment loudly, affirming their commitment to uphold the young master's wishes. Bai Hao then led a contingent of elite White Tiger warriors away from Qilin Cliff. With the infusion of the Xianhuang Qi, Yunlin entered a state of enlightenment once more. The Xianhuang Qi flowed into his being. The world within him erupted in a fervor, radiating streams of spiritual light. The nearby enlightenment tea tree began to shimmer with brilliance, and the entire spiritual fruit orchard diligently absorbed the emanating spiritual light. The young master is likely to achieve new insights. It is truly a blessing for our Luanbur clan that he has come to Qilin Cliff. "We must not allow the young master to be disappointed," remarked Qin Yu, the current leader of the Luanbird clan. The other Luanbirds began to echo his sentiments. Xianhuang Qi? But did it not vanish after the creation of the heavens? Where could it possibly originate from? Luohu pondered, perplexed. Could it be that he found it by chance? Such a mystery, indeed. 100,000 years later, it seemed that Yunlin had only refined half of the Xianhuang Qi. Yet he felt the summons of Fu 11.8 T this time. The black tortoise of the North Sea was still in the process of refining the essence of Pangu, and breaking into the mid-stage of quasi-saint required merely time for consolidation. After exchanging greetings with Lin Kuang, Yunlin departed from Qilin Cliff, this time without even bringing Xiao Pai along. Fuxi awaited him above the North Sea. Unless someone actively activated the formation, even a powerful being such as Fuxi could only be left gazing helplessly at the vastness of the North Sea, unable to pinpoint the location of Qilin Cliff. "Master Uncle, why not come in for a cup of tea?" Yunlin inquired. No, young Yunlin, it seems you have gained further insights," Fuxi exclaimed, slightly astonished. He was not referring to Yunlin's elevation in realm. A being of his stature could more acutely perceive the essence of the Tao. Presently, Yunlin exuded an inexplicable aura that was beyond Fuxi's comprehension, and he was, after all, a quasi-saint of two corpses. "Master Uncle, you exaggerate," Yunlin replied graciously. Fuxi chose not to dwell on the matter. "Young Yunlin, I prepared everything as you instructed." However, a note of concern crept into his voice. "Yes, you mentioned. Those two from the west are deeply cunning. Can we truly deceive them? Rest assured, Master Uncle, following my plan will surely yield success." Observing Yunlin's confidence, Fuxi gradually felt reassured. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of Shouyang Mountain. In front of them lay a quaint courtyard. Yet it was suffused with an indescribable aura. Even a quasi-saint would feel their insignificance upon entering. Saintly might. Yunlin prepared to orchestrate a ruse, pretending to be a hidden saint of the Hongwang to deceive the two from the west. To make the act more convincing, he had Fuxi summon forth the formidable aura of Nuwa's saintly presence. With a wave of his hand, Yunlin scattered an abundance of merit throughout the courtyard. He then transformed into a young man clad in white, while Fushi took on the guise of an elderly servant in gray robes. Concealing his aura with the Chaos Pearl, Yunlin made further arrangements within the courtyard. "Master Uncle, how do I appear in my disguise?" Yunlin inquired with a smile. "Young Yunlin, I cannot detect any trace of your true nature. The Tao is profoundly simple, returning to its essence, had I not known the truth." "I might have been deceived as well." Fushi chuckled heartily. It was not long before voices could be heard from outside the courtyard. "Elder brother, is there truly a hidden saint here?" Jinti asked. "Whether or not there is, we shall see. Though we have reaped considerable rewards in the East, we have yet to discover the opportunity for enlightenment," Jie remarked. They had traveled nearby, having heard rumors of a hidden saint residing there, and thus sought to investigate. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. "Elder brother," Yuanshi felt the overwhelming presence of the saint and the immense merit, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Jie was equally taken aback, quickly adjusting his appearance before speaking. "Might I inquire where the esteemed master resides?" With a creak, the courtyard door swung open, revealing an elderly servant before them. Wine Master mentioned that esteemed guests would be visiting today. "It must be you two," the servant greeted with a smile. Yuanshi and Jie exchanged glances, bewildered. They scrutinized the scene again, confirming their observations. The dignified quasi-saint was merely a gatekeeper. "Please, enter," Fushi welcomed them inside. As they stepped into the courtyard, their hearts raced with trepidation. Upon seeing Yunlin, they instinctively sought to probe his essence, only to find that the young man before them possessed no discernible cultivation. This only intensified their trepidation. "Esteemed travelers from the distant west, please take a seat," Yunlin said with a smile. As the two from the west sat down, they were astonished to discover that the table itself was an exquisite, innate spiritual treasure. And even the tea set was of the same caliber, brewed from the leaves of the enlightenment tea tree, a true master indeed. Who else but a hidden saint could afford such luxury? They were thoroughly impressed by Yunlin's display, believing in his identity as a hidden saint. "May I inquire your esteemed name, Venerable One?" Jie humbly asked. "I am known as the Green Willow Taoist," Yunlin replied with a smile. The two immediately understood that it was rumored that a Taoist named Yang may had attained enlightenment before the Tao ancestor, but his whereabouts had since become a mystery. "Surely, he must be this very figure, predecessor. Our western lands are barren, and my brother and I suffer greatly from our inability to attain enlightenment. We beseech you to show mercy upon us," Jie implored, tears streaming down his face, with Yuanshi following suit. Yunlin was rendered speechless. He had only heard tales of their shamelessness, but now witnessing it firsthand was indeed enlightening. Two quasi-saints, weeping without restraint, showing no semblance of dignity. In the past, when Liu had obliterated the western veins of the Hongwang, causing untold suffering, the denizens of the Hongwang had declared these two to be shameless. Yet, Yunlin understood that they merely sought to revive the western lands to the best of their abilities. "Though the beings of the Hongwang deem you shameless, you are not so. The revival of the West seems to hold no glimmer of hope," Yunlin spoke softly. Hearing this, Jie and Yuanshi were overwhelmed with emotion. While the beings of the Hongwang viewed them as disgraceful, they in truth were not without merit. Their plight was indeed dire. "This Venerable One understands our plight. We implore you, please guide us." Jie earnestly sought counsel. Just as Yunlin prepared to ensnare them further, intending to retrieve the Qilin grass, an unexpected figure emerged from beyond the courtyard. Old ancestor from Kunlun Mountain requests an audience with the hidden saint. At that moment, both Yunlin and Fushi felt a sudden jolt of alarm. This was the trap they had set for the two from the west, yet now the old ancestor had been drawn into their scheme. What should they do if the ruse was exposed? In the next moment, several voices resounded. The demon clans Di, Jun sought an audience with the reclusive sage. The witch clans Ho-Tu also requested to meet the hidden sage. Yunlin, feeling the urgency, was eager to inquire about how Fushi managed this. However, Fushi himself was equally bewildered. He merely disseminated the information. Who could have anticipated that it would attract such a multitude of formidable beings? Why did so many choose to believe such trivial rumors? Yunlin quickly exchanged a discreet glance with Fushi, realizing that they must remain composed at this critical juncture, setting aside the question of whether they could procure the Qilin grass. The consequences would be unimaginable if so many top-tier powers discovered they had been deceived. Jie grew anxious as well. They were on the brink of summoning the senior. Why had all these individuals arrived? The esteemed beings from the east were not particularly welcoming to them. All who come are destined, he declared. Fu Bo, please usher them in. Yunlin made a concerted effort to calm his racing thoughts. Fu Shi slowly approached to open the door, also striving to adjust his mindset. He must not falter, he absolutely must not crumble. Laozi pays respect to the esteemed senior. Once inside, they all bowed in unison. They too felt the undeniable aura of sanctity emanating from the young man before them, yet they could not fathom the authenticity of this hidden sage's stature. Naturally, they were drawn here by the rumors spread by Fu Shi. Ever since Niuhua attained sagehood, Laozi had been in a state of urgency, perpetually seeking his own opportunity for enlightenment. Upon hearing that a reclusive sage resided on Shouyang Mountain, he rushed here. Dijun fortuitously caught wind of Laozi's movements and hastened to follow. Meanwhile, Ho Tu, noticing Dijun's actions, decided to investigate further. Essay result. The small courtyard prepared for the two from the west suddenly became lively. Esteemed friends, this is the Green Willow Sage, who has come to pay his respects before us. Yunlin announced, in all matters, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Jie promptly asserted his sovereignty. Jie, my friend, you must understand that this is the eastern land, not the west. Dijun replied with a smile. Clad in golden robes and adorned with a crown, Dijun exuded an air of regality, embodying the path of an emperor in both demeanor and conduct. Dijun, regardless of east or west, we are all beings of the primordial chaos. Jane grunted in response, then turned to Yunlin. Esteemed senior, such disrespectful individuals ought to be expelled. Yunlin waved his hand. Enough of the bickering. Esteemed senior, you are self-styled as the Green Willow. Might you be the renowned Yang Mei sage? Dijun's demeanor was far from amiable, exuding an aggressive presence. Yet, this was precisely the behavior the others wished to witness. After all, Yang Mei had not made an appearance in the primordial chaos for quite some time. Could her emergence signify something significant? They even harbored doubts about the true identity of this Green Willow. Fu Shi stood anxiously by Yunlin, hoping they would not mishandle the situation. Just then, a flash of divine light appeared outside the courtyard, and a figure descended. The expressions of the numerous esteemed beings shifted immediately. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Green Willow, your courtyard is quite lively today. Yunlin breathed a sigh of relief, having felt a fleeting impulse to flee moments before. Fortunately, Niuhua had arrived at this moment. Even the previously aggressive Dijun dared not act out. As Niuhua was a revered sage, her addressing him as friend signified the legitimacy of his status. Lady Niuhua, how delightful it is that you have chosen to grace us with your presence. Yunlin smiled and invited everyone to take their seats. Fu Shi poured them all a cup of enlightenment tea. Lady Niuhua has arrived at an opportune moment. I have been seeking the chance to attain sagehood, yet I have encountered considerable difficulties. Might you both assist me in unraveling my confusions? Laozi expressed earnestly. The others perked up, eager to listen. Niuhua, wearing a smile, turned her gaze towards Yunlin. As for the matter of attaining sagehood, I too have struggled to comprehend it thoroughly. Perhaps the Green Willow can offer some insights. This was Niuhua's mischievous intent. She had been summoned by Fu Shi as a hidden ally and understood that the sanctity they sensed was indeed her own. Grasping the situation at hand, she thought to herself how audacious these two were to concoct such a ruse. Most importantly, how could they engage in such a delightful scheme without inviting her? Thus, Niuhua sought to challenge Yunlin. I do possess some knowledge regarding this matter, but should I divulge the secrets of heaven? Yunlin began slowly. Laozi, eager to comply, produced a gourd, requesting, Esteemed senior, this gourd is a precious purple gold-red gourd I acquired atop Buzhou Mountain. A premier innate spiritual treasure. Within, I have refined 9 nine-turn golden elixirs that I implore you, esteemed senior, to impart some guidance based on my sincere quest for knowledge. The purple gold-red gourd is one of the gourds from the innate gourd vine. famously pilfered by the golden and silver horns in Journey to the West, which Sun Wukong had captured multiple times. This gourd is a spiritual treasure related to the laws of causality and is indeed remarkable. However, Laozi possessed many treasures, and this gourd had merely been used to contain golden elixirs. Very well, since you have made such a request, I shall share some insights with you. Yunlin sighed. Thank you. Esteemed senior, Laozi exhaled with relief. Lady Nuwa's foundation is the primordial purple energy, which has led her to attain immeasurable merit in sagehood. This is well known. However, acquiring such merit is no easy feat, Yunlin elaborated. The others furrowed their brows in contemplation. After Nuwa achieved sagehood, several strong beings had created new races, but none compared to her, while beings like the River of Oblivion and Foam created the Azura race. They garnered considerable merit, yet it was insufficient for attaining sagehood. Esteemed senior, where might one acquire immeasurable merit? Laozi inquired eagerly. You three pure ones are manifestations of the primordial deity Pangu's original spirit, endowed with great fortune. When Pangu successfully opened the heavens, a wave of primordial merit was generated, some of which resides within you three pure ones, that, if you can awaken this merit, you shall attain the sagehood. Upon Yunlin's revelation, the esteemed beings gasped in unison. Particularly, Nuwa and Fu Shi, who comprehended Yunlin's identity, were taken aback. Was this true? It sounded plausible, yet how could the young Yunlin possess such profound knowledge? Laozi became increasingly agitated. Esteemed senior, how might I awaken that immeasurable merit? Your path lies within the human race. Yunlin's words were succinct yet profound. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Laozi, prompting him to bow deeply to Yunlin. Esteemed senior, I believe I have grasped a fragment of understanding. Thank you for your guidance. Yunlin felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, this was his master's elder. If his teacher were to learn of this, he might be in for a scolding. Meanwhile, Dijun, Ho Tu, and the two from the west regarded Yunlin with newfound admiration. I could see that moment, all doubts dissipated. Laozi no longer questioned Yunlin's words, for he had captured that fleeting insight and knew he would soon attain sagehood. Esteemed senior, may I inquire if I am destined for sagehood? Dijun interjected eagerly. He then grandly produced three exquisite innate spiritual treasures, causing the two from the west to stare in astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, those three exquisite innate treasures returned to Dijun's side. Inexpressible, inexpressible. Yunlin feigned profundity, shaking his head. However, Dijun remained undeterred. Pressing on with inquiries. Esteemed senior, I was indeed impolite earlier that I hope you won't take offense that if you could offer me even a hint, Dijun would be willing to comply with any request. Yet, Yunlin maintained a smile and remained silent. Dijun, my friend, even if one were to attain sagehood, it is not without limitations. Please do not press. Nuwa interjected with a frown at my apologies. I was too hasty, Dijun sighed, retracting the treasures and calming his mind. The two from the west observed this scene, their anxiety mounting. Soon, they grasped the situation. The esteemed senior's indifference to even three exquisite, innate treasures indicated that he was not swayed by material wealth. What the Green Willow esteemed was their attitude. Dijun had brought this upon himself for his earlier disrespect. Retribution had arrived. Esteemed senior, it is now our turn. The two figures of guidance, Jean and Juni, proceeded to extract items from their possessions. With every item they retrieved, a pang of regret tugged at their hearts. These treasures were remnants of their past endeavors in the East, some acquired long ago. Even the divine staff bestowed upon them by Hongjun was unearthed, though the West had yet to flourish. Apart from the 12th grade merit Golden Lotus intended to stabilize their fortunes, the duo was nearly emptied of their resources. Historically frugal, they now displayed remarkable generosity, eager to convey the depth of their sincerity to their esteemed elder. Yunlin, amidst these treasures, spotted the Qilin grass he had long sought to reclaim. I shall accept this item, he declared. The rest, you may take back. With a wave of his hand, the Qilin grass was in his grasp. Another item caught his eye, a singular egg, pulsating with the dual energies of yin and yang. It could only be the legacy of the golden-winged Great Pangu left by Yuanshi, and oh wonder the Great Pangu had entered the Buddhist fold. It had been stolen long ago. This revelation stirred a wave of emotions within the Western pair, who marveled at the sage's wisdom. Yet, they hesitated to accept the remaining items. Esteemed elder, you must accept these treasures, Jane insisted with unwavering resolve. Yunlin chuckled, initially wishing to maintain an air of aloofness, yet he found himself eagerly receiving their offerings. After all, who could ever have too many innate spiritual items? Do you understand why you two are blessed with purple chi? Yunlin inquired. Jane and Junti were perplexed. Their innate talents were not particularly remarkable among the myriad beings of the primordial era. Jane was the manifestation of the first strand of gung metal from the West, while Junti embodied the innate spiritual root of the bitter bamboo, compared to the likes of the three pure ones and Yuwa. Their talents fell short. Not only were they bewildered, but even the great beings present were confounded. Take Emperor Jun, for instance. He was astute and ambitious, yet why was he denied the purple chi? This was all due to the devastation of the Western ley lines. Although the culprit was the demon ancestor, with his demise, the repercussions fell upon Hongjun to repay this karma. Hongjun had bestowed 2 strands of primordial purple chi upon the West, thus granting them 2 sanctified positions. Yunlin explained, the assembly was taken aback by such hidden truths. Nuwa and Fushi were particularly astonished, even questioning if the figure before them was indeed Yunlin. However, Fushi quickly recalled that the demon ancestor, Rahu, resided at Qilin Cliff. Perhaps this was his doing. This revelation was not shared with Nuwa. Esteemed elder, must we also amass great merit to attain sanctity? Jane inquired. Where shall we acquire such merit? Jane pressed further. Contained within is the knowledge of your path to sanctity, but heed my warning. You may only open it after the 3 pure ones achieve their own sanctity, lest it prove ineffective, Yunlin advised. Presenting Jane with a jade tablet, Jane received it as though it were a treasured artifact, solemnly stowing it away, his joy evident. Esteemed elder, my kin of the witch tribe, Hutu, wished to speak, yet Yunlin interjected. I did not dare to say much regarding the witch and demon tribes, but you shall encounter an opportunity in the future. This revelation eased Emperor Jun's heart, should the witch tribe gain insights. It would be the demon tribe that would suffer. Esteemed ones, let us seize this rare gathering to discuss the Tao, Yunlin suggested suddenly. Fushi nearly struck Yunlin in disbelief. I end this assembly. All were either sages or quasi-sages. What right did a Deluo have to discourse on the Tao? Did he not fear exposure? Yunlin's intentions were simple. Having encountered such a plethora of powerful beings, he sought to glean insights to enrich his own realm. Fortified by his unique understanding of the inner world path and influenced by the many quasi-sages, particularly Rahu, he believed his insights rivaled those of any quasi-sage and perhaps even approached the level of a sage. Esteemed elder, your righteousness is commendable, Laozi exclaimed, his admiration for the green willow sage ascending yet another level. They comprehended the unspoken truth. This was not merely a discussion, but an opportunity for the elder to impart wisdom. Such an occasion was not to be squandered. Then allow me to cast the first stone to inspire the gems. Emperor Jun declared, eager to salvage his image that well-versed in the paths of emperors and fire. He had also dabbled in various grand avenues, as the sovereign of the heavenly court. Emperor Jun was no mere ornament. He was a quasi-saint of the highest caliber. His teachings were profound. Following him, Laozi expounded upon his alchemical and non-action philosophies. After receiving Yunlin's Tao Te Ching, Laozi gained a deeper comprehension of his own path. Next were the Western duo. While perhaps not as illustrious as Laozi or Emperor Jun, they possessed their own commendable strengths. Jane specialized in the path of the golden body, destined to create the 6-character mantra of the Buddhist sect, rivaling the 8-9 profound techniques. Zhuandi excelled in the path of space, destined to craft the Buddha realm within his palm, while also exploring minor paths. As for Hutu, though the ancestral which lacked a soul, she shared her insights on the application of laws and the honing of the physical body. Yunlin gleaned immense wisdom from their discourses. Nuwa, dear friend, the floor is yours, Yunlin invited. Nuwa did not hesitate, smiling as she responded, then I shall present my humble insights. Laozi and the others regarded Nuwa's teachings with the utmost seriousness. When a sage spoke, it was of a different caliber entirely. Nuwa's discourse surpassed their own, demonstrating a more profound understanding of the Tao's essence. Rather than focusing on a specific doctrine, she delved into the very roots of the Tao, elucidating its profound truths. This resonated deeply with all present, yielding significant insights. Green Willow, it is now your turn, Nuwa smiled, directing her gaze toward Yunlin. She was curious about the source of his confidence to propose this discussion. Of course, she was prepared to step in should he falter. When Yunlin began to share his insights, the audience initially perceived nothing particularly remarkable. However, as he unfolded his ideas, they soon recognized the grandeur of his teachings. While Nuwa's discourse drew closer to the essence of the Tao, Yunlin's approached the essence of the world itself. Furthermore, he revisited the teachings previously shared by others, weaving them into a more profound understanding centered on the world's Tao. Even a normally disinterested Hutu found herself captivated. Yunlin's words transcended mere doctrine. They articulated the very dynamics of existence. Even Nuwa, a sage in her own right, gleaned vital insights from Yunlin's exposition. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yunlin concluded his discourse, and the assembly gradually regained their composure. "Thank you, esteemed Green Willow." Laozi bowed to Yunlin once more. Emperor Jun's pride evaporated, replaced by regret over his earlier rudeness. Such behavior was truly unwarranted. Hutu also expressed her gratitude. The Western duo, following Yunlin's teachings, began to sharpen their own skills, particularly Juni, who felt a halo of light manifest behind him. With newfound understanding, Junti proclaimed, "I am Juni. Today, I establish the 800 paths of the side gates." Honoring the Green Willow sage as the progenitor of these teachings, the heavens responded with a resounding approved. A wave of merit cascaded down, filling Junti with joy, and he promptly offered all the merit to Yunlin, believing it to be entirely his doing. The Western duo, well-versed in the principle of exchange, understood that giving begets receiving. By bestowing merit upon the Green Willow elder today, they anticipated a bountiful return in the future. Previously, they had merely offered 10 innate spiritual items, yet gained an opportunity for sanctity and enlightenment from the elder's teachings. A remarkable profit indeed. "I shall decline this merit." Yunlin returned the favor to Jui. It was not out of reluctance but a matter of caution. He was akin to a rogue operating in the shadows. Should the regular forces under Hong Jun discover this, it would spell certain doom. Just moments ago, the esteemed Junti had established the 800 paths of the sideways and nearly frightened Yunlin's soul out of his body by suggesting he become the patriarch of the sideways. Fortunately, no harm came to pass. Such merits are simply unattainable. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun indeed sensed something amiss. However, at this juncture, he was preoccupied with the merging of Tao and had no time to intervene. Even if Yang Mei were to return in wrath, he would remain indifferent. Once he successfully merges with Tao, who is Yang Mei, anyone entering the Honghuang realm would fall under his control. Thus, he dismissed the matter as trivial. Upon witnessing the merits being returned, Junti felt a deep sense of disappointment. "Esteemed friends, my presence in the Honghuang realm was also to assist you promising beings. Now that this affair is concluded, I too must take my leave," Yunlin proclaimed with a smile. "Senior," the crowd exclaimed urgently. They were now convinced that the Green Willow Taoist was a reclusive sage, and they understood that this senior's departure implied a potential exit from the Honghuang realm. Such an opportunity may never arise again. Until we meet again, dear friends, in the next moment, Yunlin, Fuxi, and the small courtyard vanished completely. Everything prior felt like a fleeting dream. "Dear friends, I shall take my leave first." Nuwa floated away. "Have encountered such an opportunity is already a blessing for us. Why must we force matters further?" Laozi also departed. The remaining few then dispersed. After Hutu left, she glanced at a fragment of spiritual light in her hand and hurried towards the Pangu Hall. "Green Willow Taoist, do come forth." Nuwa's it was indeed Nuwa who had concealed the small courtyard. Being a sage, she rendered it undetectable to those formidable beings. "Sister, do not jest with young Yunlin. I was nearly frightened to death just now. Had it not been for your timely arrival, who knows what calamity might have ensued?" Fushi remarked, still shaken. My lady, please do not mock me. This green willow Taoist, let us not mention him again. Yunlin chuckled. He then took out some spiritual treasures to distribute among Fushi and Yua. I cannot accept these. I merely accompanied you in a play, and what you shared has already enriched my understanding. It would be inappropriate to take your possessions, Yua replied with a smile. Fushi was also unwilling to accept that. I believe that if I thoroughly digest what Yunlin has imparted, I will be able to sever my attachment to my own corpse. Sister, please return young Yunlin to Qilin Cliff first, and I shall enter seclusion thereafter. Very well. Yua led Yunlin towards Qilin Cliff. In the heavenly court, elder brother, what has transpired? Tai observed Di Jun's dejected demeanor. Utterly perplexed, in his recollection, his elder brother had always maintained a stoic and imposing presence. Not mention it. I have missed a tremendous opportunity. Di Jun sighed, recounting the events to Tai. It was my folly. Had it not been for my rudeness, the elder might have also guided our demon tribe. Elder brother, it is hard to say, since the elder did not offer guidance to the witch tribe either. It merely indicates a desire to refrain from involvement in the witch demon calamity. Tai consoled. Perhaps you are right. Second brother, I shall now recount the teachings of that elder. Di Jun began to explain to Tai. Soon, a profound wave of energy surged from the sun star. Tai had unexpectedly stepped into the late stage of quasi-sainthood, and most importantly, he had validated his path through strength. Di Jun was overjoyed, realizing that Tai's innate talents far surpassed his own. Had it not been for his focus on the path of strength, he might have already reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Tai quickly reigned in his aura. Elder brother, what that elder shared was truly extraordinary. I wish I had been with you to witness it. Tai expressed his deep regret. If he had been present to hear the elder's teachings, the benefits would have surely multiplied. Alas, one cannot force such matters. Fortunately, the witch tribe fared worse. After all, Ho-Tu gained nothing. Di Jun thought of Ho-Tu, and in comparison, felt somewhat comforted. However, unbeknownst to him at that moment, Ho-Tu had summoned the remaining 12 ancestor witches to gather at the Pangu Hall. In her grasp, she still held that fragment of spiritual light, which had suddenly appeared in her hand upon her departure. Ho-Tu was certain that it was a gift from the esteemed Green Willow. The Pangu Hall, rumored to be a remnant of Pangu, served as the birthplace of the 12 ancestor witches, with the statue of Pangu enshrined within, making it a sacred site for the witch tribe. Sister, did you summon us for some urgent matter? Di Jiang inquired, as the other ancestor witches wore expressions of confusion. Our ancestor witches are inherently incomplete. Even if we walk the path of law to attain sanctity, it merely results in a physical transcendence, rendering us inferior to Dong Huang Tai, Ho-Tu stated. No wonder we could not defeat that scruffy bird. It turns out that's the reason. Zhu Meng scratched his head. Their ancestor witches, having merged with the earth's malevolent energy, favored brute force. If the 12 ancestor witches possessed an intellect of 1 do, Ho-Tu alone claimed a staggering 9.9, that the remaining 0.1 was to be divided among the other 11 ancestor witches that I have a brain, yet I choose not to use it. As long as matters can be resolved through force, they will never resort to other means. Sister, who said that? Di Jiang asked. An elder informed me. Each of you must give me a drop of your blood essence. Ho-Tu replied, oh. Every ancestor which unconditionally believed Ho-Tu's words. With the collected blood essence of the ancestor witches, she departed, and a fragment of spiritual light in her hand subsequently dissipated above the northern sea. Young Yunlin, this is where we part ways. I must hasten back to enter seclusion, Fushi declared. Yunlin made no effort to retain them, opening the portal to Qilin Cliff and disappearing within. Fushi and Yua then took their leave. Elder brother, is there something you and young Yunlin are concealing from me? Yua inquired. Perhaps it was the intuition of a sage, but she felt something was amiss. The relationship between Fushi and Yunlin appeared remarkably close. Yua held great affection for Yunlin, albeit as a protective sentiment toward a junior. Yet, should matters of life and death arise, Yua would not necessarily intervene. She would still weigh her options, but Fushi, on the other hand, was utterly unreserved in his regard for Yunlin. There is nothing of great consequence, sister. Should I be reincarnated in the future, I wish to be accepted as a disciple by Yunlin. Remember this, Fushi smiled. Niwa looked on in bewilderment. Currently, the Honghuang realm did not have reincarnation, and the concept was still quite nebulous. However, as a sage, Niwa understood that to reincarnate, one must first die. Elder brother, I will ensure you come to no harm. Niwa said solemnly. Fushi tenderly ruffled Niwa's hair. Indeed, my sister has become a sage and can now protect her elder brother. The will of heaven is inscrutable, and Fushi knew he could not escape his fate. Yunlin was the true variable, the one with the potential to upend the heavenly order. Niwa, wait, little Qilin, you've returned from your venture, yet you seem different. Upon sensing Yunlin's aura, Luo Ho hurried over. Had this little Qilin encountered another extraordinary opportunity? The power of the world within him appeared even more vibrant. What a mystery! In Luo Ho's understanding, the path Yunlin traversed was far more arduous than that of law validation, yet this little Qilin was maturing at an astonishing pace. It seemed he was on the brink of a breakthrough. I merely went out for a short while and picked up a few things, Yunlin replied nonchalantly. This excursion had indeed been thrilling, but the gains were substantial. However, his greatest reward was not the Qilin grass or those spiritual items, nor was it merely listening to the teachings of various formidable beings. Rather, it was Zhuan Ti's establishment of the 800 paths of the sideways. The Tao encompasses 3,000 paths. Although the sideways may not rival the Great Tao, it too embodies a manifestation of the world's essence, an indispensable component of existence. Presently, Yunlin's world within him had not fully formed the Great Tao. Yet the sideways had already begun to take shape. He needed only to lie down and rest, and upon awakening, he would reach the pinnacle of the Luo. Upon hearing Yunlin's words, Luo Ho regarded him with a profound gaze. The words of this little Qilin regarding fortune could well be true. If he were to follow Yunlin, might he still aspire to attain the status of a sage? If he were to follow Yunlin, could he hope to vanquish Hongjun? The moment this thought emerged, it surged forth like an unstoppable tide. He now found himself amidst the Kirin cliff, and even he was oblivious to his own identity. Was he a counselor bearing the title of a prisoner? Ultimately, Luo Ho chose not to dwell on it. The path to enlightenment of the young Kirin could only be discerned upon reaching the quasi-saint realm. He would decide for himself once he attained that level. Yunlin paid no heed to Luo Ho's musings and, filled with exuberance, made his way to his spiritual fruit garden, summoning Lin Kuang along the way. Elder, I've brought back the Kirin grass. Excellent. Splendid. Tears of joy welled in the elder's eyes. With the Kirin grass in hand and the guidance of the young lord, how could the Kirin clan not thrive? Yunlin planted the Kirin grass beside the enlightenment tea tree. The leaves of the Kirin grass were narrow and elongated, shimmering with a mysterious light, with phantom images of Kirins continuously manifesting upon them. This was a superior, innate spiritual root, yet its significance to the Kirin clan was unparalleled. The moment the Kirin grass was sown, the Kirins atop the Kirin cliff sensed something amiss. Instantly, a surge of fervor coursed through them. Many young and vigorous Kirins burrowed into their small nests. Hearing the commotion from the Kirin cliff, Yunlin was rendered speechless. These fellows had no sense of restraint. Ha! Our Kirin clan members remain as spirited as ever. Young lord, you're not that young anymore. Lin Kuang chuckled suddenly. However, Yunlin promptly interrupted him. I am still but a child. Lin Kuang. Subsequently, Yunlin sent Lin Kuang on his way, with no thoughts of women in his heart. He wielded his sword with divine intent. Then, Yunlin retrieved the egg radiating with the dual energies of yin and yang. Young lord, this is, Qing Yu exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at the egg. This should be one of the offspring of the Yuan Feng, previously stolen and serendipitously fallen into my possession, Yunlin candidly revealed. The Qinghuan clan is a subordinate of the Feng clan. It was only natural for them to recognize the aura of this egg. Qing Yu, help me return this egg to the Feng clan, Yunlin stated. Keeping a mere egg is of little value. It is better to exchange it for a favor. If the Dao Peng were to venture into the West, it would be a true tragedy, squandering his talents and being molded into a wastrel by the Buddhist sect. As a descendant of the three overlords of Long Han, Yunlin thought it best to lend a helping hand. Just as Yunlin finished speaking, the egg suddenly adhered tightly to him. Hey, what are you doing? Yunlin was taken aback, unable to pry it loose. Moreover, the dual energies of yin and yang began to seep into his body, or rather, were absorbed by the world within him. The world operated on the balance of yin and yang. This egg seemed to have been drawn to Yunlin. Young lord, it appears he does not wish to part from you, Qingyu remarked with a smile. Perhaps, young lord, it would be best to keep him. What does the Feng clan have to say about this? Yunlin casually inquired. Young lord, to be honest, I have a bit of selfishness. The Feng clan is currently beset by internal and external troubles. It might be wiser to keep him at the Kirin Cliff rather than return him. His talent is not lacking, and with some cultivation, he could guard a territory. Qingyu explained. After pondering, Yunlin ultimately chose to keep the egg. Regardless of whether he could separate it from himself, it seemed advantageous to have it with him. The infiltration of yin and yang energies into his inner world could also expedite its operation and enhance his foundation. Yunlin once more laid down on the Enlightenment Stone. The North Sea's mystical turtle remained in seclusion, and Yunlin was unsure when it would awaken. Meanwhile, the egg lay quietly in Yunlin's embrace, exhaling the energies of yin and yang. Yunlin slept for yet another 1,000,000 years. The flames of war beyond the primal wilderness continued to spread. Even the remote North Sea began to feel the repercussions. Upon awakening, Yunlin found his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, with only a step remaining to reach the quasi-saint realm. Indeed, should Yunlin choose to break through, he could immediately enter the quasi-saint level. However, he hesitated to act impulsively, sensing that his path was still not fully formed, unstable, and lacking certain elements. Such matters should not be rushed. The more haste, the more chaos ensues. Bang! At the very moment Yunlin awoke, a colossal vortex appeared upon the sea surface adjacent to Kirin Island, stirring the beings atop the Kirin Cliff. This commotion signified that old Xian was about to sever the two corpses. Yunlin felt quite elated. The egg had settled atop his head, as if it had claimed his head as its nest. Shortly thereafter, the immense figure of the North Sea's mystical turtle emerged from the depths. Sever! The voice resounded with tremendous clarity. 36 luminous points materialized around the North Sea's mystical turtle, 12 of which transformed into a black-robed elder. This was none other than the mystical turtle's evil corpse. Indeed, the depth and talent of my friend Xiangui are realms beyond my grasp. Lin Kuang expressed his admiration, genuinely rejoicing for the North Sea's mystical turtle, were it not for the half-drop of Pangu's essence bestowed by the young lord. I fear I would not have broken through so swiftly. The North Sea's mystical turtle took on human form like a tea that moment. A system prompt resonated. I have comprehended the golden pill Tao and wish to impart it to the human race. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1. Preemptively impart it to the human race, rewarding you with a wisp of primordial purple energy. Choice 2. Find an opportunity to impart it alongside me, rewarding you with a remnant soul of the ancestral dragon. Choice 3. Remain idle, rewarding you with a wisp of the essence of all things. Point 3. After the last time he had deceived those formidable beings, Yunlin was resolute in not venturing out during the Wu and Yao calamity. The dangers only multiplied as time went on. Quasi-saints roamed freely, and great Luo were as numerous as dogs. What was the purpose of going out? Yunlin received a wisp of the essence of all things, which he promptly refined into his own being. The wisp of Xianhuang energy within him sensed the essence of all things and immediately surged forth, intertwining with it and accelerating its refinement. Once Laozi arrived at Shouyang Mountain, he wasted no time in beginning his teachings. Laozi's teachings lasted for 3,000 years, expounding upon the golden pill Tao. The human race listened attentively. Previously, the human race was feeble, struggling to make progress in the primal wilderness. Merely a small clan, that a significant reason for this was the absence of cultivation techniques. At that time, the human race relied solely on 3 deified golden immortals for support. The Sui Ren clan, who mastered fire by friction, the Yu Chao clan, who constructed dwellings, and the Zi clan, who fashioned clothing. Now, with Laozi imparting knowledge to the human race, their strength would grow exponentially. Taiching Laozi, hereby established the teachings of humanity. The merit within Laozi's being was drawn forth, immediately achieving sanctification. Extraordinary phenomena erupted throughout the primal wilderness. Following this, Laozi took on disciples at Xuandu. Soon after, Yuanshi atop Yunlin felt a resonance. Yunlin received another system prompt. Yuanshi desires to establish the Chan teaching and achieve sanctification. Please make a choice. Host. Choice 1. Preemptively establish the Chan teaching before Yuanshi, rewarding you with the innate supreme treasure, Pangu banner. Choice 2. Delay Yuanshi's establishment of the teaching, rewarding you with a supreme innate spiritual root, the immortal apricot tree. Choice 3. Remain as a spectator, rewarding you with a portion of the source of the water demon god. Yunlin chose to remain a spectator. He pondered whether the emergence of a saint would facilitate the appearance of choices. If that were the case, today would surely be fruitful. Yuanshi established the Chan teaching and achieved sanctification after Laozi. The jade-clear lineage rejoiced. Tongtian wishes to establish the Jie teaching. The system prompted the host for a choice. Choice 1. Prevent Tongtian from achieving sanctification, rewarding you with Pangu's essence 3. Choice 2. Observe Tongtian's establishment of the Jie teaching and then display the authority of the Grand Master of the Jie teaching, rewarding you with a remnant soul of Pangu. Choice 3. Remain idle, rewarding you with a portion of the source of the wood demon god. Yunlin received the portion of the wood demon god's source. Tongtian established the Jie teaching, suppressing its fortune with the Excalibur of slaying immortals. West. Quickly. Senior Green Willow has stated that the 3 purities will open immediately after achieving sanctification, without waiting for the heavenly secrets to unfold. Jie and Zhu hastily opened what Yunlin had left behind. What Yunlin had implied was essentially to persuade the 2 to defect from the Xianmen and establish the Western teaching. If their merits fell short, they could make grand vows to borrow from the Tao of Heaven. The 2 from the West immediately complied. The 2 from the West wished to achieve the position of saints. Please make a choice. Host. Choose option 1. Immediately reveal oneself as the Green Willow Taoist, rewarded with the Hongming Purple Chi X 3. Choose option 2. Join the Western Sect, become the Western Buddha, rewarded with a fragment of the chaotic demon god S soul. Choose option 3. Remain uninvolved, rewarded with the innate treasure, the sun-illuminating void compass. In no time, Yunlin found himself holding a compass. The compass shimmered with a faint treasure light, and Yunlin felt as if he could perceive the rhythmic essence of the great Tao upon its surface. The moment he grasped the compass, he sensed that this treasure was the most suited to him among all his spirit treasures. Yunlin possessed many spirit treasures, including swords, spears, blades, and halberds. Among them were several supreme, innate spirit treasures. However, he rarely employed those spirit treasures, whether it be swords or spears. Even the Qilin halberd once wielded by the primordial Qilin felt unwieldy in his hands. Engaging in combat seemed lacking in grace. With the compass in hand, uttering a word would conjure a killing formation. How magnificent that thought was! Subsequently, Yunlin also refined some of the primordial essence from the water demon god and the wood demon god. A bountiful harvest indeed. Yet at that moment, as Yunlin was joyfully counting his riches, he suddenly froze. There was a tremendous uproar from the West. We of the West established the Western Sect, venerating the Green Willow Saint as our 3rd ancestral founder. Equal in status to the 2 of us, sharing in the fortunes of the West. Now that Jane and Yuanshi had become heavenly Tao saints, they declared this, and it was instantly recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, a Buddhist seal appeared on Yunlin. What is going on with these 2? Yunlin exclaimed. Moreover, what does the affair of Green Willow have to do with me, Yunlin? Brother, you truly are wise. Our Western Sect is weak. Even if we establish the Western Sect, it would be challenging to contend with the East. Let alone the East, we cannot even rival the Taoist sect. The 3 purities have 3 saints, while we have only 2. Now, dragging the Green Willow Saint into this, having 3 saints suppressing the fortunes, wouldn't that be foolproof? Yuanshi grinned broadly. Jane added, precisely. However, if the senior Green Willow were to know of our reckless use of his name, Yuanshi would have some reservations. Fear not. He has departed from the primordial chaos and may not even return. With Jane attaining sainthood, he had grown rather arrogant, no longer fearing the senior green willow as before. On Shouyang Mountain, Laozi raised his head, his face darkened. Truly, they are two shameless individuals. A.T. the Fushi Taoist temple. Fushi had just taken a sip of water when he sensed the commotion from the west, promptly spitting it out. Inwa, beside him, was laughing uncontrollably. Sister, with the Western sect establishing the third ancestral founder under the name of the Green Willow Taoist, it should not affect young Yunlin, right? Fushi inquired. Who said that? After all, it is a cause and effect set by Yunlin himself, recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if young Yunlin escapes the primordial chaos, concealing the heavenly secrets with the chaos pearl, it will still be acknowledged by the rules. Thus, there is no escape, Inwa explained. You and young Yunlin should keep your identities well hidden, that if those two from the west discover that the so-called Green Willow Taoist is merely a junior, they would do anything. Fushi realized the gravity of the matter. Currently, the two from the west believed the Green Willow Taoist had already left the primordial chaos, which is why they dared to establish him as the third ancestral founder. According to the rules, Yunlin could shake their control over the Western sect, even dividing its fortunes. Particularly since Yunlin was not a saint at all, such a threat would not be tolerated by the two from the west. Although young Yunlin was clever, he ought to be warned of this in the heavenly court. Upon witnessing the appearance of numerous saints, Emperor Jun sat high on his throne, feeling quite discontented. However, he did not linger in his melancholy for long. He had a premonition that as long as he could ascend to the position of the primordial overlord, he would be able to gather fortunes and attain sainthood. Zhe, how goes the training of the demon generals in the formation? Emperor Jun inquired. Reporting to your majesty, the demon generals have become proficient in operating the Great Starry Formation, Zhe replied. Not long ago, Emperor Jun had prepared his trump card, the Great Starry Formation he had comprehended from the river diagram and Luo book. This formation required 365 demon clan members of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level to master the 365 formation flags, with himself stationed at the formation's eye. It could harness the power of the stars, rivaling even the saints. From today onwards, gather all available forces that the Emperor, shall annihilate the Wu clan, Emperor Jun proclaimed as he rose. "As you command." The multitude of demons immediately complied. They understood that Emperor Jun's intention was to expand the demon race and incorporate more factions. At this moment, Kuanping revealed a cold smile, that he intended to leverage the power of the heavenly court to unify the Northern Sea and teach that young Yunlin a lesson. As for killing Yunlin, Kuanping had considered it, but it was impractical. Tongtian, having attained sainthood, would not concern himself with the affairs of the primordial chaos, yet he could still protect a disciple. If Kuanping dared to kill Yunlin, Tongtian would not hesitate to retaliate, and Emperor Jun would not stand up for him. Your Majesty, although the Northern Sea is desolate, it is home to many factions and powerful beings. If we can conquer the Northern Sea, it will undoubtedly bolster the demon race, Kuanping suggested. Agreed. Emperor Jun waved his hand. Chilin Cliff, Yunlin concealed the Buddhist seal. If it could not contend with the saints, this mark must not be exposed. Several hundred years passed, and the Hunyuan Yujing wine Yunlin had brewed previously was finally ready, and its effects were even more potent. He planned to send some to Tongtian and Fushi, Inwa, and the others. Young master, the cloud sea falling god cannons you instructed us to create have been completed. 10 in total, Lin Kuang reported. Over 1 million years had passed, and under Baihao's leadership, the White Tiger clan had not ceased their efforts. They had consistently followed Yunlin's directives, collecting various rare materials. Even with their diligent efforts, they had only managed to find enough materials to forge 7 cloud sea falling god cannons, indicating just how scarce those materials were. Upon hearing this, Yunlin was thrilled. He had long anticipated the arrival of the cloud sea falling god cannons. Subsequently, he arrived at Chilin Cliff, where the 10 cloud sea falling god cannons were arranged in a formation. They were quite large. In appearance, they bore no significant difference from ordinary cannons. Their entirety was black, with blue currents swirling above. However, even from a distance, the power contained within was enough to astonish even the great Luo Golden Immortals. Young master, Due to material limitations, we have only managed to produce 42 shells for the Cloud Sea Falling God cannons, Lin Kuang said apologetically, feeling as though he had let Yunlin down. After all, he had been responsible for overseeing their construction. It is of no consequence. This is not the fault of the Grand Elder. With these Cloud Sea Falling God cannons, the combat power of Yunlin Cliff has risen to a new level. If I could construct 100 Cloud Sea Falling God cannons, I would dare to fire upon the saints. Yunlin exclaimed excitedly as he caressed the Cloud Sea Falling God cannon. He was tempted to test its power, but ultimately refrained, considering the tremendous power of the cannon and the high cost of the shells. After all, once they became spirit artifacts, even without testing them, he could ascertain their condition. Young Master, the Dragon King Ao Xian of the Northern Sea has come with many leaders of the Northern Sea factions. The Northern Sea Tortoise reported. What is the matter? Yunlin inquired. He rarely involved himself in worldly affairs. It was primarily the Northern Sea Tortoise and the Grand Elder who managed such matters. Luo, who had also started to lend a hand, sometimes even teaching the beings of Yunlin Cliff and addressing their concerns. The beings of Yunlin Cliff held Luo, who in great esteem, affectionately referring to him as Mr. Mo, believing he was an invited guest of Yunlin. However, if they were to discover that Luo, who was the demon ancestor, they would likely be taken aback, not necessarily in fear, but rather in astonishment. The demon ancestor, known for his ruthlessness, could be so amiable. Young Master, it seems the demon race is preparing to launch a large-scale war against the Wu clan, as they have been busy consolidating their forces recently in the Northern Sea. Kunping is also coercing and enticing the factions of the Northern Sea to submit. Currently, only some forces of the Northern Sea Dragon clan have united in resistance. Moreover, Kunping has plans to make a move against Yunlin Cliff. The Northern Sea Tortoise explained that I will go and meet them. Yunlin doubted. He was also aware that it was highly likely that Dijuan had realized his master had ascended to sainthood and could no longer intervene in the matters of Honghuang, which explained the unrestrained attitude towards Kunping. However, it was of little concern. While Yunlin Cliff may not be exceptionally powerful, dealing with a mere Biming Palace would be akin to playing with a child. Although Yunlin Cliff could traverse Honghuang, its roots lay within it, specifically in the North Sea. If Kunping were to take control, it would become inconvenient for the beings of Yunlin Cliff to venture forth. Yunlin was quite lethargic, but if someone were to ride on his face, that was simply intolerable. As long as Kunping was thoroughly intimidated, the Heavenly Court would not allocate substantial military resources to this desolate North Sea. We have encountered the young master of Yunlin, Ao Xian, and the others bowed in unison upon seeing Yunlin. Presently, Yunlin Cliff was undeniably aloof from the affairs of the North Sea. Although Yunlin Cliff did not engage in the disputes of the North Sea, it was still revered by the beings of the North Sea as the foremost power. Thus, everyone held Yunlin in high regard. Most importantly, it was only Yunlin Cliff that could resolve the current predicament. Yunlin also greeted them. Young Master Yunlin, the demon race has dispatched 1 million demon soldiers and sent the demon god Ing Zhao to assist the North Sea, coupled with the influence of Biming Palace. Our North Sea can only unite to repel the demon race. Our North Sea Dragon Palace has an ancestor who is a quasi-saint, and with the venerable Xian of the North Sea, we possess the capability to fight. Ao Xian declared, and "Oh need." Yunlin waved his hand. Ao Xian and the others immediately turned pale, fearing that Yunlin had declined their request. The demon race has gathered their soldiers and intends to assault Yunlin Cliff. Please make your choice. Host, Option 1. Compromise and agree to the demon race S summons, rewarded with a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Bailu Rui. Option 2. Evacuate Yunlin Cliff from the North Sea to avoid the flames of war, rewarded with 3 Chaos Essence Stones. Option 3. Open fire on the demon race, rewarded with 10 Chaos Spirit Fish. Yunlin chose Option 3 just as the Dragon King of the North Sea was about to plead with Yunlin to take action. Lin Kuang rushed over anxiously. Young Master, a multitude of demon soldiers has appeared over the North Sea. I am aware. Yunlin smiled at the Dragon King of the North Sea and others. Yunlin Cliff will take action. The Dragon King and his companions were momentarily stunned. However, the willingness of Yunlin Cliff to intervene was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. That moment, On the surface of the North Sea, the demon soldiers led by the demon master Kuanpeng and the demon god Ing Zhao advanced with great ferocity. Ing Zhao was now a quasi-saint, while Kuanpeng had severed his second corpse, becoming a mid-stage quasi-saint. He commanded an impressive number of the Luo Golden Immortals, with over 100 under his command. After all, Kuanpeng had cultivated power in the North Sea for so long and was not without achievements. His forces were indeed vast. Demon Master, His Majesty has commanded that you have full authority over this mission. His Majesty has stated that if Yunlin Cliff obstructs the Heavenly Court, then action will be taken against Yunlin Cliff. If Yunlin Cliff chooses to remain hidden, then it shall not be disturbed. Ing Zhao proclaimed. With Tongtian as his backing, Yunlin knew that the Heavenly Court would not dare to act recklessly. That is only natural, Kuanpeng responded. Yet he thought to himself that even if Yunlin Cliff chose to seclude itself, once he grasped control of the North Sea, he would not allow Yunlin Cliff to remain unscathed. For instance, he could sever the veins of Yunlin Cliff, isolating its spiritual energy and obstructing the passage of its beings. He was determined to have that little Yunlin beg him desperately. Otherwise, his ambitions would remain unfulfilled. Demon Master, our North Sea has never engaged in the battle between the Wu and the Lich. Why must we be forced into this? Ao Xian emerged. Upon learning that Yunlin would act, Ao Xian and the others exited Yunlin Cliff. Beside Ao Xian stood an elderly man in a brocade robe. Adorned with dragon horns, exuding an imposing aura, he was undoubtedly the quasi-saint ancestor of the Dragon Clan. Led by Ao Xian, the leaders of various powers in the North Sea gathered, accompanied by numerous beings of the North Sea. While the beings of the North Sea were plentiful, most lacked substantial strength. There were few to Luo Golden Immortals, and only one quasi-saint among them. Compared to the demon race, their momentum was significantly weaker. The calamity had descended upon Hong Huang, sweeping through all lives. Ao Xian, if your North Sea Dragon Clan joins my Heavenly Court today, once the Heavenly Court unifies Hong Huang, how can the Dragon Clan not flourish? Do not remain obstinately ignorant. Kuanpeng declared coldly at that moment. A figure appeared before the North Sea Coalition. My young master has decreed that the North Sea does not wish to be embroiled in the calamity. I implore all fellow friends to depart. Lin Kuang made his appearance. Kuanpeng and Ing Zhao were slightly taken aback. Their intelligence indicated that Yunlin Cliff only had one Xiangei quasi-saint. Now Lin Kuang had also ascended to quasi-saint. However, Kuanpeng was merely surprised. Now, relying on the luck of the Heavenly Court, having severed his second corpse, he was confident in defeating the Xiangui and avenging his past humiliation. Lin Kuang, my Yunlin clan is but an outsider. My Heavenly Court does not wish to be adversaries with Yunlin Cliff. Stand aside, Ing Zhao declared, gripping a long spear of spiritual treasure, his quasi-saint might surging forth. The demon soldiers behind him received the command and surged forward. Yunlin Cliff could not obstruct their advance. I shall fire the first shot. Yunlin grinned, placing a hand on a Yunhai Falling God Cannon. The Yunhai Falling God Cannon possessed an aiming function, and Yunlin had locked onto the charging troops of the demon race in the front line. Whoosh, a pale blue cannonball, imbued with immense power, shot forth from Yunlin Cliff in the face of the demon race's charge. The North Sea was also prepared to meet the enemy. However, in the next moment, boom, a sudden explosion reverberated, causing the North Sea to tremble continuously. The leading demon troops were unexpectedly blown to smithereens, staining the North Sea crimson. What on earth is happening? Kuanpeng and Ing Zhao exchanged glances. The demon soldiers had been led by the Luo Golden Immortals. Yet just now, a Deluo Golden Immortal had been obliterated. Could it be that a powerful being had intervened in secret? Ao Xian and the others were equally astounded. Haha, this is the method of Yunlin Cliff. Will you demon race retreat? Lin Kuang laughed heartily. Ing Zhao immediately began to hesitate. Conquering the North Sea should have been a certain victory. But now, due to Yunlin Cliff's interference, it seemed to have become complicated. Just moments ago, Yunlin Cliff's cannon had killed at least 10,000 demon soldiers, including several demon generals of the Luo Golden Immortal level. If his forces suffered heavy losses in the North Sea, it would be difficult to explain upon returning. Demon God Ing Zhao, do not be intimidated by these minor tactics of Yunlin Cliff. Over the North Sea, Kuanping, am the strongest. Kuanping bellowed angrily and struck out directly. Roar. In. Above the North Sea, a colossal dragon and an imposing Yunlin emerged. The true dragon commanded the waters, while the Yunlin bathed in flames. Launching an assault on Kuanping, facing two quasi-saints, did not dare to be careless. He transformed into a massive rock that obscured the sky, wielding a spiritual treasure as he charged towards the dragon and Yunlin. Fire at Kuanping! Yunlin shouted from atop Yunlin cliff point 10 yen high. Falling god cannons targeted Kuanping, and at Yunlin's command, the cannons fired in unison. The battle among the three colossal beasts above the North Sea was exceptionally fierce. However, Kuanping was ultimately far stronger. Even when the true dragon and fire Yunlin joined forces, they were still outmatched and continuously forced to retreat. The moment the cannon fired from Yunlin cliff, Kuanping sensed something amiss. Yet, it was too late. The shells of the Yunhai falling god cannons were specially crafted, imbued with the power of spatial laws. With 10 cannons firing simultaneously, they formed a cannon formation capable of traversing time and space. Arriving in an instant, retreat, Lin Kuang shouted, fleeing alongside Ao Zhen. Boom! The shell struck Kuanping squarely. No. One could faintly hear Kuanping's anguish scream. This impact was exponentially stronger than the previous shot. Both the demon race and the North Sea were left in a state of shock. When the dust settled, there was no trace of Kuanping, only some remnants left behind, and even the sea surface had been flattened. This, Ying Zhao was immediately drenched in cold sweat. If that last shot had struck him, he too would have perished instantly. The heavenly court shall not step foot upon the North Sea. From this day forth, the North Sea shall no longer have Biming Palace. The voice of Yunlin reverberated throughout the North Sea. Within the Yunlin cliff, 10 cannons were simultaneously fired, all landing upon the North Sea's North Underworld Palace. The Kuanping's dojo was utterly leveled. Yunlin, young master, we harbor no intention of opposing Yunlin cliff. We take our leave, Ying Zhao declared, leading his demonic soldiers in retreat. The myriad beings who had participated in the battle of the North Underworld Palace hastily followed suit. Who would choose to remain here and await death? After exchanging a brief greeting with Lin Kuang, he too turned and vanished into Yunlin cliff, leaving the beings of the North Sea in a state of lingering agitation. They felt exhilarated, yet the cost was considerable. 21 cannonballs had consumed half of their stock. They hoped that Brother Baihao could secure more resources in the primordial wilderness. Yunlin patted the great cannon of the Cloud Sea, the falling god cannon. Young master, has the Kuanping been annihilated? Lin Kuang inquired upon his return. The 10 cannons had unleashed a barrage upon the Kuanping, but Lin Kuang felt the destruction had been excessively thorough, although some remains were found. No fragments of its true spirit lingered. It seems he escaped with half his life. Yunlin chuckled. The 10 Cloud Sea falling god cannons could slay a quasi-saint, but that applied only to those in the early stages. The Kuanping was a dual-body quasi-saint, renowned for its unparalleled speed in the primordial wilderness. It would not be so easily eradicated. Yet, even if it survived, its essence would be severely wounded, perhaps even leading to a regression in cultivation. Yunlin was confident that as long as Yunlin Cliff stood, the Kuanping would not dare return to the North Sea. Subsequently, he released the chaotic spirit fish granted by the system. The chaotic spirit fish, diminutive in form, appeared quite ornamental and swam gracefully. However, its utility was extraordinary. Born from a wisp of chaotic essence, while it took the shape of a fish, it was not entirely accurate to call it a living being. The chaotic spirit fish possessed a singular ability. It could purify chaotic breath and transform it into chaotic spiritual energy should 10 chaotic spirit fish flourish within Yunlin Cliff, even if the ley line were severed in the future. There would be no fear of spiritual energy depletion, as long as they connected with chaos, allowing the chaotic spirit fish to channel spiritual energy in, all would be well. Luoho was stirred by the chaotic spirit fish, and, upon seeing Yunlin, inquired, "Did you find another?" "Indeed," Yunlin replied, "I in the heavenly court." Ying Zhao returned with his troops, an expression of panic etched upon his face, causing Di Jun to raise an eyebrow in surprise. The conquest of the North Sea had seemed a sure thing. Could something have gone awry? Your Majesty, regarding Qilin Cliff. Ying Zhao recounted the events. Even the demon master had perished on the spot. At this moment, the Kunpeng also arrived at the heavenly court, but the situation was dire. A significant portion of his body existed in a state of void, his essence remarkably unstable. He was nearly on the verge of regressing to the early stages of quasi-sainthood. Ying Zhao regarded the Kunpeng with the eyes of one who had seen a ghost. Demon Master, did you not perish? I survived by a stroke of luck, the Kunpeng wailed. Your Majesty, I am tormented. I have shed blood and sweat for the heavenly court, yet that wretched Yunlin has grievously wounded me and obliterated my north underworld palace. I beseech your Majesty for a resolution. Demon Master, this matter will not be easily overlooked by our demon clan. However, with the impending assault on the witch clan, it is unwise to complicate matters further. Dijun began to smooth things over. Qilin Cliff possesses such profound foundations. The North Sea is barren. Even if we conquer it, the benefits to our demon clan will be minimal. Moreover, Yunlin has shown prudence, causing no significant casualties to the heavenly court, thus preserving our clan's dignity. Dijun weighed the pros and cons and ultimately decided against further action. The losses outweigh the gains. The Kunpeng's countenance turned ashen. Time and again, when Dijun had initially invited him to join the heavenly court, his attitude had been exceedingly earnest. Now, with the heavenly court's army robust and numerous quasi-saints present, he felt abandoned. Though the Kunpeng held the title of Demon Master within the heavenly court, he felt more like an outsider. Dijun had always regarded him with suspicion. Did he truly believe the Kunpeng was oblivious to this? This time, Yunlin had tarnished the heavenly court's reputation, but did the Kunpeng possess any sense of shame? Demon Master, within our heavenly court's treasury, there remains a 9 revolutions golden pill and some 3 light divine water. I shall send someone to deliver them to you. For the time being, you may reside in the Demon Master's estate in the heavenly court. As for the North Sea matter, we shall address it after I have quelled the witch clan. Dijun reassured that I am grateful for your Majesty's grace. The Kunpeng could only suppress his indignation. After the ministers withdrew, elder brother, the Kunpeng is clearly defiant, Tai remarked. The Kunpeng is inherently rebellious, narrow-minded, and short-sighted, rendering him unworthy of significant responsibility. Had it not been for the heavenly court's previous need for personnel, he would never have been appointed as Demon Master. Once the heavenly court unifies the primordial wilderness, we shall find an opportunity to deal with him. Dijun stated indifferently. He had always looked down upon the Kunpeng. From the moment the Kunpeng had received their assistance to slay Hong Yun, but failed to obtain the Hongmeng purple qi. His disdain had been solidified that Dijun did not dwell on this further. Instead, focusing on preparations for the assault on the witch clan, I could see this moment. The Kunpeng's animosity towards Dijun burned even more fiercely than towards Yunlin. Gazing at the Lingxiao Hall, the Kunpeng's eyes threatened to burst with rage. You think you can unify the primordial wilderness? Dream on. Another 10,000 years passed, and a tranquility enveloped the North Sea. Many beings, relieved to discover that the North Sea had not been invaded, sought refuge there. Ocean and others intended to form an alliance in the North Sea, placing Qilin Cliff at the forefront. However, Yunlin had no interest in such affairs. For a millennium, Qilin Cliff had not re-emerged in the North Sea. The Demon Clan launched an assault on the Witch Clan, with the Demon Clan deploying the Great Array of the 7 Stars. While the Witch Clan utilized the 12 capital Heavenly Gods-Killing Array, the 2 top-tier formations of the Primordial Wilderness clashed. The host is requested to make a choice. Option 1. Proceed to observe the battle, studying the operation of the 2 formations, with a reward of substantial array origin. Option 2. Join one side, with a reward of partial array origin. Option 3. Remain at Qilin Cliff, with a reward of partial array origin. Yunlin chose option 3. The Great Array of the 7 Stars and the 12 capital Heavenly Gods-Killing Array were the pinnacle formations of the Primordial Wilderness. Point 1 could harness the power of the 7 Stars, while the other could channel the true essence of Pangu. Both formations possessed the might to resist saints. Naturally, Yunlin wished to observe, but he was unwilling to engage in overly perilous endeavors. Among the 3,000 avenues, the array path was one of his greatest areas of expertise. Refining array origin would greatly benefit him. The Demon Clan was soon to forge the sword of slaughtering witches. After all, the Qilin clan had been personally designated as auspicious beasts by Yuan, so assisting the human race seemed fitting. Yunlin considered if he were to aid the human race in repelling the demon clan, it would be somewhat impractical. At most, he could deliver a message to the witch clan. The battle between the witches and the demons persisted for another 5,000 years, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Dijun's dream of unifying the primordial wilderness was once again dashed. Inciting his wrath, soon, news arrived that by melding human souls into weaponry, the witch clan's physical forms could be overcome. That Dijun's heart trembled at once. What made the witch clan formidable? It was their mastery of the laws and their seemingly indomitable physical forms. The strength of the witch clan's bodies could withstand even the might of spiritual treasures. If the physical forms of the witch clan could be breached, half of their advantage would be nullified. Every one of our demon clan members shall proceed to slay the human race. Your Majesty, the human race was created by Yuan, and the Tongtian saint has also spoken of the human race. Bai Zhe cautioned. Then let us test the waters. Dijun commanded with a wave of his hand. The human race had ties to two saints, yet Dijun was nearly blinded by rage. As long as he could vanquish the witch clan, he was willing to try anything. At this moment, outside the hooded tribe, someone came to pay a visit. By how the White Tiger clan seeks an audience with ancestor Witch Hoodoo. The members of the hooded tribe were more gentle compared to other tribes, yet they were aware that the Tiger clan had submitted to the demon clan. Thus, they immediately regarded Bai Hao as a member of the demon clan. Filled with hostility, Bai Hao, my friend, please enter. Hood's voice echoed. Bai Hao, met how you, as far as I know, the White Tiger clan has defected from the Tiger clan and does not belong to the demon clan. What business do you have, Bai Hao? Hotu inquired. That be why forging weapons with human souls, one can breach the true forms of the witch clan, Bai Hao declared before transforming into a gust of wind and departing. Huta did not attempt to stop him. Ancestor witch, the human race is feeble. How could their souls possess such power? A great witch questioned skeptically. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Keep a close watch on the movements of the demon clan. Huta Dao. Regardless of whether Bai Hao is deceitful or not, such matters cannot be taken lightly. She is well aware of the dire consequences if the true form of the witch clan were to be compromised. Soon, Hutu received word that the demon clan was launching an attack against the human clan. Hutu immediately recognized that Bai Hao's words were not mere fabrications and swiftly summoned the 12 ancestor witches to obstruct the demon clan. Why should the witch clan concern themselves with such a minor faction? The demon clan has slaughtered numerous races, yet the witch clan has never responded so promptly. Has someone leaked information? Within the heavenly court, Emperor Jun wore a grim expression. The sovereign is inherently suspicious, and in his current state, Emperor Jun is particularly eager for results. Your Majesty, few are privy to this matter. It is unlikely that our demon clan has leaked any secrets internally. Bai Zhe remarked. Presently, the witch clan is providing robust protection to the human clan, leaving the demon clan with no opportunity to exploit. It is utterly impossible to forge a witch-slaying sword in such a short time. Moreover, the efficacy of the witch-slaying sword relies on surprise. Now that the witch clan is on guard, its effectiveness has greatly diminished. Emperor Jun harbored some doubts about Kuanpeng, but since Kuanpeng's arrival in the heavenly court, he has been well behaved, so it should not be him on the Qilin cliff. Yunlin was peacefully slumbering when the Egga's arms suddenly began to stir violently. The surging yin-yang energies started to permeate the entire Qilin cliff. Yunlin awakened. Young master, this little one is about to hatch, Qingyu announced. Yunlin was, of course, aware that the little creature was on the verge of emerging soon. Cracks appeared on the egg, and with a flash of brilliance, a small bird materialized before Yunlin. The bird was entirely golden, adorned with intricate patterns, and the yin-yang energies continuously flowed around it. Flap, flap. The golden bird incessantly flapped its wings, and, without a second thought, landed in Yunlin's embrace, displaying great affection. This little creature was born as a great luo, blooming at the 9 grades. Its lineage was stronger than even the top-tier powers of the primordial world, such as the 3 pure ones, remarked the Black Sea Xinggue in astonishment. If it possessed no such talent, it would be a waste of this opportunity. Luo Ho chuckled. While others may not comprehend the peculiarities of Yunlin, he was well aware. This little bird was fortunate. Its internal yin-yang energies bound to the world power of the little Qilin. As long as the little Qilin successfully paved the way, its path to sanctity would surely be smooth. You are the child of the Yuan Feng, a peer of mine. Henceforth, refer to me as elder brother, understand? Yunlin teased the little golden eagle. Elder brother! Elder brother! The little golden eagle immediately chirped, eliciting laughter from those around. Mr. Damo, I have already contacted my teacher. Let us retrieve that item. Yunlin declared it was time, for Tongtian had already attained sainthood. Luo Ho's body trembled slightly. He had long coveted the remains of the wind demon god. On Penglai Immortal Mountain, Tongtian instructed, Duo Bao, I have received communication from your senior brother. Go to Qilin Cliff. You must manage them with great care. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao immediately replied, Teacher, take me with you, with my junior sisters there. Nothing will go amiss. Once we reach Qilin Cliff, won't the spirit wine and spirit fruits be available for feasting? We could even bring back quite a bit. However, Tongtian shook his head and chuckled. Your senior brother has stated that this trip is of great importance, not a social visit, that I shall return shortly. With that, Tongtian vanished without a trace. Duo Bao looked dejected. What a pity. One day I must visit Qilin Cliff for a grand feast. Tongtian arrived swiftly, and Yunlin was already waiting above the North Sea. Qiliner, can what you say truly be verified? A single skeleton of a demon god was enough to stir the heart of a saint. It is true, teacher. We shall first venture into the chaos beyond the heavens. Yunlin replied. Good. Tongtian did not elaborate further and directly led Yunlin away from the primordial realm. Beyond the primordial realm lay endless chaos. Without the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, entering the chaos would surely lead to death. Even for a great Luo golden immortal, encountering a slightly stronger exotic beast or a chaotic storm could result in instant demise. The chaos is fraught with peril. Thus, even quasi-saint powers would not leave the primordial realm unless absolutely necessary. Before long, Luo Ho appeared. Tongtian immediately recognized Luo Ho's identity. The demon ancestor. Only a few from Qilin Cliff and Fushi are aware of Luo Ho's presence near Yunlin. Even Yuhua remains oblivious. Qiliner, the demon ancestor, is transformed into a heavenly demon, excelling in bewitching hearts. This poses a great calamity. Allow me to eliminate him for you. As Tongtian's voice fell, an overwhelming aura of sanctity surged around him, pressing toward Luo Ho. The four swords of extermination also made their appearance, ready for battle. The four swords of extermination have followed you. That is no disgrace, Luo Ho reminisced, with your potential and the legacy of Pangu. You could have walked a far better path, yet you were thwarted by Hongjun. The beings of the primordial realm are indeed pitiable. Do not speak nonsense, Tongtian retorted coldly. You and the heavenly saints will inevitably fall under the influence of the heavenly way, gradually becoming completely controlled by it, losing your freedom. How lamentable! Luo Ho mocked further. Just as Tongtian was about to strike at Luo Ho, Yunlin intervened. Teacher, let us set this matter aside for now. The demon ancestor has already been refined into the Chaos Pearl. Even if he harbors intentions, he cannot pose any threat to me. Let us first retrieve the remains of the demon god. Tongtian ceased to quarrel with Luo Ho. The remains of the demon god were of utmost importance. They would deal with Luo Ho later. Guided by Luo Ho, they swiftly distanced themselves from the primordial realm. Tongtian sensed that the farther he strayed from the primordial realm, the weaker his power became. Just ahead lies the lair of those exotic beasts. The remains are among them. Retrieve the remains and leave swiftly. Luo Ho exclaimed. As they approached the chaos ahead, the breath of chaos thickened. Exotic beasts swarmed around a spherical object, circling incessantly. The weakest among those beasts possessed late-stage Great Luo strength. Their forms were bizarre. Some had lion heads and python bodies, while others appeared as a patchwork of various creatures. The strongest could rival the pinnacle of quasi-saints. And there were even more than 10 such quasi-saint-level exotic beasts. Each possessed formidable powers rooted in the essence of wind, likely birthed from the remains. Their eyes glowed crimson, devoid of any sanity. I shall go take a look. Qiliner, stay safe. Tongtian formed a hand seal and summoned the extermination sword array. In the next moment, the array transformed into a meat grinder, annihilating all the powerful exotic beasts in its wake. The spectacle was grand. Beneath the saints, all are but ants, is no mere saying. The power of a saint is indeed terrifying. Yunlin was astonished. Furthermore, a saint who attained enlightenment through merit is the weakest. Just imagine how powerful a saint who comprehends the laws would be. It is said that Yang Mei and Hong Jun achieved sainthood nearly simultaneously, with Yang Mei decisively defeating Hong Jun. This is likely true. Fool! Why do you still dawdle? Quickly take the items and leave. Luo Ho shouted in anger at Tongtian, who was still leisurely strolling to AT this moment. Tongtian's expression shifted as well. Roar. A roar echoed, as if it were meant to resonate throughout the chaos. Followed by an overwhelming pressure descending. Nearly suffocating Yunlin, Tongtian's expression changed drastically. He gathered the items in the lair, resheathed the 4 swords of extermination, and hurriedly fled with Yunlin. Upon hearing that roar, Tongtian did not dare to linger for a moment, speeding toward the primordial realm. Only when the pressure dissipated entirely did Tongtian and Yunlin exhale in relief. Such a ferocious beast exists in the chaos. Tongtian glanced back, based on the pressure earlier. He was certain that if he engaged that beast, he would undoubtedly be defeated. The chaos knows no bounds. Do not think that becoming a saint in the primordial realm makes one invincible in the world. Luo Ho said solemnly. That ferocious beast, is it also a remnant of a certain demon god? Yunlin inquired. Indeed. Among the 3,000 demon gods, there are those of varying strengths. Pangu is the strongest, and that ferocious beast is likely a remnant of a high-ranking demon god. Luo Ho explained. Quickly retrieve the remains of the wind demon god. If we bring them into the primordial realm, Hong Jun will surely take notice. At this moment, Tongtian had shed much of his previous arrogance. Having attained the esteemed position of a sage within the vast primordial realm, he believed himself invincible as long as his master did not intervene, especially with his command over the indomitable sword array of the extermination of immortals. However, upon encountering the fearsome beast, he came to realize the profound truth that there are always greater beings beyond the known. Excellent. Tongtian gestured, and a colossal entity materialized amidst the chaos. Its bones were a striking azure, enveloped by the essence of wind, featuring the head of a bird and the body of a man, adorned with a pair of grand wings. Yet, the skull bore a deep gash, as if cleaved by a formidable weapon. From the jagged opening emanated a faint rhythm of power and laws. Even in its skeletal form, it instilled a sense of dread in Tongtian. The peak of the wind demon god, in its prime, could likely obliterate it effortlessly. What level of power does the wind demon god possess? Tongtian inquired. The sage realm encompasses 12 tiers, with the wind demon god residing at the 7th level in the past. 3,000 demon gods were born as sages, while Pangu stood at the pinnacle of the 12th tier, a half-step into the realm of the Great Tao. Luo Ho paused momentarily before continuing. Although we were born as sages within the chaos, further ascension proves exceedingly challenging that I, along with Yang Mei and Hong Jun, are but remnants of demon gods, having fallen into the primordial realm, seeking to reclaim the path to sagehood to grasp the opportunity for transcendence into the Great Tao. Tongtian was left astounded by such revelations. Was it true that the Father God had indeed felled the 3,000 demon gods with a single strike? Indeed, Luo Ho confirmed. The wound upon the wind demon god's head is a testament to Pangu's might. With one swing, all 3,000 demon gods were vanquished, and the wind demon god was fortunate not to be the first to fall, yet he too faced utter annihilation, leaving only his shell behind. Many others were not even afforded the dignity of remnants. After speaking, Luo Ho placed a hand upon the bones of the wind demon god, and a ghostly green aura coalesced in his grasp. Your path remains unrefined because the primordial realm cannot sustain it. The essence of the demon god contains the chaotic laws. Once you absorb it, you shall step into the quasi-saint realm. The chaotic rule's power fell into Yunlin's hands. Child, allow me to examine your progress. Do not be deceived, Tongtian advised. Luo Ho remained unfazed. After a thorough inspection revealed no issues, Tongtian entrusted the essence to Yunlin. Upon integrating the chaotic rule's power into his being, a luminous sphere began to expand, centered around Yunlin. Tongtian and Luo retreated, the sphere swelling until it rivaled a miniature world before it finally ceased its growth. "What is happening?" Tongtian inquired, astonished to discover such profound mysteries even after attaining sagehood. "Your disciple is remarkable. He has transformed himself into a world. If he can achieve sagehood through this path, his future accomplishments shall surpass even Pangu," Luo remarked casually. "Transforming into a world? How does this differ from the Father God creation of the universe?" Tongtian pressed on. "Strictly speaking, the distinction is minimal. There are myriad paths, yet all converge to the same destination. Pangu's creation marked an end, while the young Qilin's creation signifies a beginning. Ultimately, the goal remains the establishment of a grand chaotic world," Luo elucidated. Tongtian, though partially grasping the concept, felt it transcend his understanding. He realized the significance of it all. Even he, as a sage, found himself captivated by the luminous sphere emanating from Yunlin, unwittingly entering a state of enlightenment. Luo, too, gazed at the orb, lost in thought. Eventually settling into a meditative position to end the chaos, time became an abstract notion. Years turned into millennia, and millions of years passed. It was not until 300,000 years later that Tongtian jolted awake, discovering a significant enhancement in his power. Where he once stood at the first tier of sagehood, he now occupied the second, in the hierarchy of 12 tiers. Each tier represented a distinct realm. Without Yunlin's assistance, a breakthrough could have taken him countless eons of arduous cultivation. Moreover, he gleaned numerous insights from the evolution of Yunlin's world, including the realization that the position of a heavenly Tao sage is fraught with peril. Luo approached Tongtian, inquiring, "Is it not true that compared to the young Qilin, the so-called severing of the three corpses is merely a path to mediocrity?" Tongtian found himself at a loss for words, pondering the implications of such a statement. If severing the three corpses was indeed a path of insignificance, then his own method of attaining merit through sagehood was rendered utterly trivial. Before long, the luminous sphere began to retract, and as the radiance faded, a magnificent Qilin materialized before Tongtian and Luo. "Congratulations, my friend, on forging a new path," Luo exclaimed with a smile. Yunlin transformed into human form, his visage radiant with joy. Upon becoming a quasi-saint, he could now be regarded as a formidable entity within the primordial realm. "Child, in time, your achievements shall undoubtedly eclipse those of your teacher," Tongtian sighed, feeling a profound sense of pride. "This time, I have reaped substantial rewards. Keep the bones of the wind demon god as a treasure." "Master," Yunlin replied, understanding the rarity of such a find. Even for a sage like Tongtian, acquiring a demon god's skeletal remains would greatly benefit his path. There is no need for further words. After observing the evolution of your world, I have gained much clarity. Before entering the primordial realm, I shall sever my memories. When the time is ripe, you may assist me once more." Tongtian sighed, having come to trust Luo's earlier words. The path of the merit sage leads to the loss of freedom, leaving one at the mercy of the heavenly Tao. "Master, after the calamity of the witch and the demon," Yunlin began, but Tongtian interrupted. "We are already ensnared in the web of fate, no matter how hard we strive to save ourselves. We cannot escape the net woven by the heavenly Tao." Yunlin had intended to reveal the underlying truths of the Fengtian affair to prepare Tongtian, but upon hearing his words, he chose to remain silent. "Such resolve," Luo chuckled. "Indeed, my greatest fortune in this lifetime has been to take you as my disciple. With a pupil as exceptional as you, how could I, as your teacher, allow you to suffer shame?" Tongtian laughed heartily. Luo let out a soft grunt, unable to hide his envy. Had he possessed such a young Qilin's assistance back in the day, he surely would not have met such a fate. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Yunlin's ears. "The Earth Mother wishes to establish the cycle of reincarnation. Please make a choice. Option 1. Assist the Earth Mother. Reward. Source of reincarnation. Option 2. Observe the Earth Mother's transformation into reincarnation. Reward. Authority over the reincarnation wheel." Option 3. Let nature take its course. Reward. Source power of the sword demon God. In the primordial realm, the Earth Mother roamed, witnessing the widespread suffering and devastation among the beings of the world. Moved by compassion, she ultimately transformed into the cycle of reincarnation at the behest of the heavenly Tao. The 6 paths of reincarnation emerged, and all beings within the primordial realm felt its impact. Subsequently, a deluge of merit descended, elevating the Earth Mother to the status of a sage. Yet, she remained a sage imprisoned within the underworld. The ancestral witches, upon learning the news, were overcome with sorrow, while the demon clans rejoiced at the turn of events. Amidst the myriad of life forms, none realized that the Earth Mother, following Yunlin's counsel, had brought forth the essence of the remaining 11 ancestral witches into the cycle of reincarnation. The primordial realm comprises the heavenly, earthly, and human paths. The heavenly Tao appeared first, originally devoid of selfishness. Yet, it developed desires, conspiring with Hongjun to cultivate the beings of the primordial realm, harvesting them through a process of calamity. They even sought to undermine the earthly and human paths that emerged later. However, the 11 drops of ancestral witch essence brought forth by the Earth Mother represented a variable. Where there is variability, there lies hope. Yunlin chose the third option, gaining a portion of the sword demon god source power. A noble deed, Earth Mother, Tongtian sighed, feeling a sense of empathy. In truth, I possess a method that may allow you to escape the heavenly Tao's grasp in the future, Luo Ho suddenly stated. What method is that? Tongtian inquired. Sever a strand of your saintly soul and cast it into reincarnation, allowing the young Qilin to safeguard your path. Should that fragment of your saintly soul achieve success, it may eventually merge with your true self. Thus, even the shackles of the heavenly Tao may be broken, Luo Ho explained. Without hesitation, Tongtian drew forth the Qingping sword and severed a strand of his saintly soul. In that instant, his countenance grew pallid. A sage is typically flawless, yet by severing a piece of his own soul, Tongtian effectively undermined his foundation. Child, I entrust this to you. After Tongtian finished speaking, Yunlin responded with a nod. During the witch and demon tribulation, his master had protected him, and now, in the Fengshen tribulation, it was his turn to safeguard his master. Subsequently, Yunlin collected the bones of the wind demon god, and after Tongtian transported them into the primordial world, he severed his own memories. Tongtian gazed at Yunlin beside him, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired, he understood that he had willingly severed his memories. Otherwise, not even the heavenly Tao possessed such capabilities. Tongtian refrained from inquiring further and turned away, returning to the Penglai Immortal Mountain. Meanwhile, Yunlin returned to Qilin Cliff. Elder brother, the little golden Peng dove into Yunlin's embrace as soon as it sensed his aura. Had it not been pinned to Qilin Cliff earlier, it would have certainly followed Yunlin. Young master, you seem different. The Black Sea Xingui immediately sensed the change in Yunlin. I have ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Yunlin replied with a smile. Wonderful, splendid, Lin Kuang exclaimed joyfully. The Black Sea Xingui and the others were equally elated. Elder, summon all the beings of Qilin Cliff back. Seal the cliff in 1,000 years. Yunlin commanded. Understood. Lin Kuang did not question the rationale. For him, it was sufficient to carry out the young master's orders diligently. Before long, a millennium passed, and by Hao and the others returned. The witch and demon tribulation had reached its conclusion, rendering further involvement unnecessary. Mr. Mo, do you no longer require the bones of the demon god? Yunlin sat on the enlightenment stone, fishing. Luo Ho sat beside him, and no longer. Your successful ascension to the quasi-saint realm confirms my foresight. If possible, please refine me into Qilin Cliff. Yunlin was taken aback, his fishing rod trembling in his grasp. Have you thought this through? Yunlin was aware of Luo Ho's intentions, although Luo Ho still lived. He was merely clinging to life, and no matter how hard he tried, he had no hope of becoming a saint. His path had been severed after that battle. Thus, Luo Ho sought to rely on another means to attain formidable strength. With merging into Qilin Cliff as his primary choice. Under Yunlin's craftsmanship, Yunlin Cliff's foundation had grown exponentially compared to the past. No one could predict how far Yunlin Cliff would ascend in the future. As the spirit of Yunlin Cliff, there remained a possibility for Luo Ho to attain saintly power in the days to come. I have made up my mind. After all, you wouldn't let me go, would you? Luo Ho chuckled. I possess a secret technique. If the bones of the wind demon god are refined into Yunlin Cliff, it will undoubtedly transform into the mightiest weapon in the primordial world. Would you care to try? So you've been setting a trap all along? Yunlin jested. Then let us proceed. Thank you, young master. Luo Ho also changed his form of address. Quintessentially, the figure of Kuni stealthily released 10 golden crows, requesting the host to make a choice. Choice 1. Rescue the 10 golden crows, reward of strand of Hongmeng, purple chi. Choice 2. Shoot down the 10 golden crows, reward of Pangu's essence, blood X1. Choice 3. Turn a blind eye, reward of the innate supreme treasure, the Hongmeng sword. Yunlin chose the third option. Previously, he pondered who had released the 10 golden crows. After all, for the safety of his offspring. Emperor Jun had kept the 10 golden crows confined within the Tang Valley of the East Sea, safeguarded by a grand formation. Only a select few could breach such defenses. The culprit, it turned out, was Kunti. This was anticipated. After all, the greater the chaos in the East, the more favorable it was for the West development. Upon their release from Tang Valley, the 10 golden crows headed straight for the Witch Clan's territory. While the 10 golden crows were the princes of the demon clan, endowed with extraordinary talent, they had been well protected by Emperor Jun since childhood and were oblivious to the dangers of the primordial world. Upon their emergence, they aimed to slay the Witch Clan to achieve merit. Ultimately, they were discovered by the great Witch Kwafu, who sought to eliminate them. However, the 10 golden crows were far too swift, leading to Kwafu's demise midway. Eventually, Kwafu's friend, De drew his bow and shot down 9 of the 10 golden crows. Enraged, Emperor Jun annihilated De, igniting the war between the witches and the demons. With the loss of Ho-Tu, the Witch Clan could only barely form a grand formation with a single great witch, yet they fought fiercely against the demons. The two sides battled for millennia, leaving the beings of the primordial world in dire straits. Just as the witch and demon clans were embroiled in conflict, a figure clad in white appeared in the heavens above the primordial world. Cease this at once. With no extravagant fluctuations of laws or dispersal of power, merely a single command was enough to dismantle both the 12 heavenly gods of the Witch Clan and the starry formation of the demon clan. Halting the war. Tao, ancestor, the Witch Clan has slain my 9 sons. I shall avenge this grievance. Emperor Jun's eyes burned with fury. To be candid, his heavenly court had been ill-prepared for this battle, and it had drained much of their fortune. However, the desire for vengeance overshadowed all else. Begone! Emperor Jiang roared, launching an attack towards Hongjun. The deaths of Kwafu and Yi fueled his rage. Hongjun merely glanced at Emperor Jiang, causing him to be sent flying, spitting blood upon impact. This revelation jolted Emperor Jun into clarity. Presently, Emperor Jiang stood at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Was this truly Hongjun? At Yunlin Cliff, Yunlin gazed into the distance. This was his first encounter with the legendary Tao ancestor, the unseen hand of the primordial world. He appeared ethereal and dignified, exuding an aura of wisdom, resembling an ordinary old man at first glance. Yet, upon a second look, one could discern a rhythm of laws about him that inspired trepidation. It is he. Luo Ho's eyes burned with resentment as he regarded Hongjun. When adversaries meet, the tension escalates. However, Yunlin and Luo Ho merely observed from Yunlin Cliff. The mere appearance of Hongjun signified his successful integration with the Tao, enabling him to wield portions of his power. The war between the witches and demons ceased for 10,000 years. Hongjun left behind a single statement before vanishing into the vastness of the primordial world. The witch and demon clans dared not defy Hongjun's decree. During this millennium, the two clans refrained from engaging in further conflict. Another 1,000 years passed, and Yunlin Cliff remained tranquil, until one day, Lin Kuang approached Yunlin. Young master, a monkey has been kneeling outside Yunlin Cliff, requesting to see you. A monkey? Yunlin queried in surprise. It is the 6-eared macaque. I have heard he once offended the Tao ancestor, who decreed that the law would not be transmitted to the 6 ears. Thus, the beings of the primordial world harbor great disdain for him, and the powerful beings remain vigilant against him. Perhaps we should drive him away, Lin Kuang suggested. Yunlin was familiar with the name six-eared macaque. Like Sun Wukong, he belonged to the 4 mischievous monkeys. However, the six-eared macaque had fared worse than Sun Wukong. When Hongjun preached, he stated that those with affinity could attend the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao. Yet, the term affinity essentially pertained to beings at the Deluo level and above. Beings beneath Deluo could not traverse the chaos to reach the Zixiao Palace. Despite the six-eared macaque's exceptional talent, his strength fell short, and he attempted to eavesdrop on the teachings of the Zixiao Palace using his divine powers. Hongjun, in his stinginess, not only wounded the 6 ears, but also declared that the law would not be transmitted to them. Ultimately, the 6-eared macaque met his demise at the hands of Sun Wukong. Let us not drive him away just yet. Yunlin smiled. The 4 mischievous monkeys did not belong to the 5 celestial realms, heaven, earth, humanity, deities, spirits, nor the 5 insects, worms, scales, fur, feathers, insects. Their origins could be traced back to one of the 3,000 demon gods. The mischievous demon ape. Another 1,000 years passed. Young master, that monkey has not left, Lin Kuang reported. Let us wait a while longer. Yet another 3,000 years elapsed. The 6-eared macaque still did not depart. At this moment, upon a small island, or rather, a rocky outcrop, outside Yunlin Cliff, the 6-eared macaque knelt, facing the direction of Yunlin Cliff. He had been kneeling for 4,000 years, dust accumulating upon him, transforming him into a stone monkey. Despite the wind and sun, he remained motionless. This monkey must be quite foolish. Kneeling for 4,000 years, remarked a being from the North Sea. He shows great sincerity. I just wonder if he can move Yunlin Cliff to IT seems rather precarious. What a waste of time. Yet, Lu'er remained utterly still. While Hongjun was delivering a sermon at the Zixiao Palace, Lu'er yearned to use his divine powers to listen, his heart resolute in its pursuit of the Tao. However, he found it perplexing why he was not deemed a fated individual by the Tao ancestor. Following a certain incident, he suffered a wound to his essence at the hands of Hongjun, diminishing even his ability to eavesdrop with his divine powers. What he found most difficult to accept was the decree that the teachings would not be passed to Lu'er over the years. Lu'er, the macaque, had journeyed to many places in search of enlightenment, yet he returned empty-handed, as few were willing to instruct him. Disheartened, he wandered to the North Sea, where he heard tales of a great practitioner atop the Yunlin Cliff, prompting him to seek an audience there. This was to be his final attempt. If this too failed, despair would take root in Lu'er, leading him to contemplate bleak thoughts of existence. Yet at this moment, a resounding crack echoed above the North Sea as a colossal portal opened that a radiant light emerged, the very aura invigorating Lu'er's spirit, allowing him to sense his essence slowly mending. Lu'er, my young master wishes to meet you. With a mere gesture from Lin Kuang, Lu'er found himself by his side. Elation surged within him. Though he tempered his expectations, he maintained his composure, revealing no signs of desperation, which earned him Lin Kuang's respect for his admirable demeanor. Upon entering Yunlin Cliff, Lu'er was astounded in his quest for a mentor to restore his essence. He had traversed numerous celestial mountains and blessed lands, even visiting the sanctuaries of sages, yet none compared to Yunlin Cliff. Lin Kuang led Lu'er to Yunlin Island. Young master, Lu'er has arrived. Lu'er gazed at the youth before him, apprehension flickering across his face. Although Yunlin Cliff was not widely recognized, and its young master seldom ventured into the vast wilderness, his extraordinary talents had granted him knowledge of certain matters that a direct disciple of the Jie. Endowed with exceptional gifts, he presided over Yunlin Cliff and commanded several quasi-saints. Yunlin Cliff possesses the means to restore your essence, Yunlin stated with a smile. Lu'er was momentarily taken aback, then fell to his knees. Please, young master, assist me. You are but a tiny golden immortal, a being so common that Yunlin Cliff has countless such entities. Your once proud innate abilities are now nearly diminished. Why should we extend our aid to you? Yunlin countered. Lu'er stood frozen, bitter realization washing over him. Indeed, he had lost everything. Why would Yunlin Cliff take notice of him? Just as he prepared to abandon hope and depart, Yunlin spoke again. I admire your determination towards the Tao. From this day forth, you shall remain at Qilin Cliff. In that instant, Lu Er felt a surge of fervor. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Elder, take him to Mr. Mo's academy, Yunlin commanded. Luo Ho frequently delivered teachings and answered questions for beings at Qilin Cliff. In fact, he had established the Qilin Cliff Academy, where even the golden-winged Great Pangu had been sent for guidance under Luo Ho. Upon arriving at the academy, Lu Er felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Having traversed many locales, he had long endured the disdain, scorn, and mockery of others, etching their contempt into his memory. Qilin Cliff is different from what you might expect. Do not carry too much psychological burden. Being accepted by the young master is a blessing. Lin Kuang seemed to understand Lu Er's thoughts. Lu Er's cheeks flushed, though his dense fur concealed any signs of embarrassment. Mr. Demo, this is Lu Er, the macaque, sent by the young master to learn at the academy, Lin Kuang announced. Luo Ho nodded casually. The arrival of Lu Er piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Lu Er? The macaque. I've heard he has quite the audacity. He even attempted to eavesdrop on the Tao ancestors' teachings, one remarked. Lu Er's anxiety heightened. He braced himself for the inevitable derision. His astonishment. However, the response was, wow, truly impressive. He dared to eavesdrop on the Tao ancestors' teachings. Indeed, that macaque appears unremarkable, yet possesses such audacity and talent. Lu Er was taken aback to find that the beings at Qilin Cliff regarded him with admiration. Admiration? Lu Er was left dumbfounded. Silence, Luo Ho commanded, and instantly, the room fell silent at him. O was known for his kindness, yet maintained a strict demeanor. While casual banter was permissible, disruption during class would earn one a reprimand. The golden-winged Great Pangu, a notorious troublemaker at Qilin Cliff, frequently found himself on the receiving end of Luo Ho's discipline. You may choose any seat. Lu Er complied obediently, and Luo Ho began his lesson. After Pangu opened the heavens, all things came into existence. The wheel of heaven turns, and all beings flourish and thrive. This is the cycle of rules that we, the beings of the wilderness, must revere heaven and earth. Yet we must not submit to them. Striving for self-improvement is the principle we ought to follow. Lu Er listened, astonished. Throughout his travels in the wilderness, aside from the Wu clan, he had always heard that the heavenly way was supreme and must not be defied. Yet here, Lu Er mused that perhaps Qilin Cliff truly was different. After 500 years of Luo Ho's teachings, Lu Er reaped significant rewards, mending much of his essence. As the lesson concluded, everyone gathered around Lu Er. Lu Er, the macaque, this is a spiritual fruit rewarded to me by the young master. Could you share your experience of eavesdropping? Step aside. I have a 5-turn golden elixir. Can you recount the secrets of the wilderness? Lu Er, the scene became chaotic. Lu Er found himself at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before. Hey, please, don't crowd. Perhaps we can have this macaque recount his eavesdropping experience, allowing everyone to hear what they wish. A golden-clad youth suggested. Lu Er began to narrate. As he recounted the injury he sustained while eavesdropping, the crowd erupted in righteous indignation, deeming the Tao ancestor petty. They found Lu Er's revelations intriguing. And the golden-winged Great Pangu was particularly excited. Having remained on Qilin Cliff for many years without venturing outside, he was eager to hear about the outside world's delights. Mount Buzhou, Kunlun, the Eastern Sea. The Great Pangu listened with rapt attention, feeling invigorated. Macaque, for now on at Qilin Cliff, I will protect you. Anyone who dares to bully you will have to contend with me, the golden-winged Great Pangu, he declared, patting Lu Er on the shoulder. Lu Er quickly assimilated into life at Qilin Cliff. This macaque is quite astute and possesses good potential, Luo Ho remarked, unusually complimentary. Although Lu Er was indeed clever, Luo Ho's praise was tinged with personal sentiment. This was not merely because Hong Jun had taken a disliking to Lu Er. Luo Ho had resolved to nurture Lu Er with the intent of provoking Hong Jun's ire. Yunlin, aware of Luo Ho's intentions, couldn't help but chuckle. Then Lu Er shall be instructed by Mr. Mo, Yunlin decided. The Demon Clan schemes. Kunping plans to deceive the water and fire ancestors, causing them to lose their senses and incite a conflict with the Wu clan. Seeking vengeance against the heavenly court. Please, host, make your choice. Option 1. Inform the Wu clan. Thwart the demon clan's plot. Reward. Mid-grade innate spirit root. Mandala flower. Option 2. Inform the demon clan. Alert Emperor Jun that Kunping has turned against them. Reward. Low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Wood pattern bow. Option 3. Remain at Yunlin Cliff. Reward. Top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Pure world white lotus. Yunlin chose 3. However, the conflict between Kunping and the witch clan was something he had not anticipated. What occupied Yunlin's mind was the pure world white lotus. Initially, the chaos green lotus had left behind 5 lotus seeds. The green lotus, red lotus, black lotus, golden lotus, all of which had already manifested in the primordial world. Each of these 5 lotus flowers was a spiritual treasure and also a spiritual root capable of suppressing the fortunes of the great sections, yet the pure world white lotus had remained elusive. The 12-petaled pure world white lotus possessed the ability to purify all impurities, making it an extraordinarily rare treasure. Yunlin placed the pure world white lotus into the pool of the 3 lights divine water. A faint glow radiated from above the white lotus. Within the pool, the 12-petaled annihilation black lotus gradually approached the white lotus. They were, after all, of the same root and origin, so their affinity was quite natural. Surprisingly, at the moment when the white lotus and black lotus drew near, the innate spiritual roots within the innate spiritual fruit garden seemed to sense this disturbance, scattering their divine light into the pool. An endless vitality began to blossom. Within the 3 lights divine waters pool, an additional array of lotus flower buds emerged, of green, red, golden, white, and black hues. Under the illumination of divine light, they were exceedingly beautiful. At that moment, the 3 lights divine water in the pool had nearly been depleted, with only a shallow layer remaining after years of accumulation. The 5 lotus seeds left by the chaos green lotus possessed some kind of wondrous connection. Legend had it that the gathering of the 5 lotus flowers could restore the splendor of the chaos green lotus. I had initially intended to collect them, but since the green lotus had been destroyed, I abandoned that thought. Luo, who gazed at the scene before him, astonished. Why could the convergence of the black and white lotuses give birth to 5-colored lotus flowers? Yunlin was also somewhat bewildered. Luo, who, with an odd expression, remarked, "It could be that your 3 lights divine water is abundant. The 3 lights divine water can mend all things and promote the growth of spiritual roots." The black and white lotuses symbolize rebirth and destruction, representing the journey from beginning to end, thus capable of nurturing 5 types of lotus flowers. Furthermore, the Yunlin Cliff transcends the primordial world and is unaffected by the heavenly Tao. Coupled with a multitude of innate spiritual roots within the Yunlin Cliff, which can replenish vast amounts of innate vitality, these conditions are likely indispensable. Yunlin felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, meeting these conditions was no easy task, and he had stumbled upon it by accident. Could the gathering of the 5 lotus flowers truly resurrect the chaos green lotus? Yunlin inquired. Not necessarily. One could only say there is a slight possibility. You can now mass-produce innate spiritual treasures. What more could you desire? Just take joy in it. Luo, who replied curtly, "This fellow is truly greedy." Yunlin thought to himself that his desire was not misplaced. After all, it was the chaos green lotus. Pangu himself was born from the chaos green lotus. After 10,000 years of cessation between the Wu and Yao clans, friction had reignited between the two. Growing increasingly intense, the enmity between the 2 clans ran deep as the sea, utterly irreconcilable. "Your Majesty, I have a method that could deal a heavy blow to the Wu clan." Kunping offered. "Speak," Emperor Jun commanded. "The water and fire ancestor witches are fundamentally incompatible. I possess a spiritual treasure called the heart-bewildering lamp. Yes, soon as the 2 ancestor witches engage in battle, I will cast a spell to bewilder their minds. They will surely fight to the death. If both ancestor witches are gravely injured, it would present a magnificent opportunity for our heavenly court." Kunping explained. "Ha! Excellent. If this plan succeeds, a great merit shall be recorded in your name." "Yao Master," Emperor Jun laughed heartily. Kuanping echoed his enthusiasm. However, Kuanping harbored no good intentions. He merely wished to provoke the Wu clan, instigating a definitive showdown with the Yao clan. Kuanping had no desire to see Emperor Jun prosper. The Zhu Rong and Gong Gong tribes were adjacent to each other, yet due to their elemental incompatibility, conflicts frequently arose. Even the two ancestor witches often clashed, and this time they had begun to fight again. A scenario that the many ancestor witches had grown accustomed to. Though they fought, it remained within controllable limits. Before long, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong had battled to the foot of Mount Buzhou. Gong Gong, cease this at once. Zhu Rong shouted. In the past, they had always known when to stop, not fighting to the bitter end. However, Gong Gong seemed to be acting strangely that moment. Gong Gong appeared frenzied, disregarding Zhu Rong's words and relentlessly attacking with the power of the laws. Zhu Rong, too, unleashed his true fire. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong clashed. Mount Buzhou was on the verge of collapsing, and the host was prompted to make a choice. Choice 1. Stop Gong Gong and Zhu Rong to preserve Mount Buzhou. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual treasure, the soul-dispersing bell. Choice 2. Go to observe the battle. Reward. Upper grade innate spiritual root, the Jade Lake pear tree. Choice 3. Remain indifferent. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual treasure, the evil slaying sword. Yunlin. Remaining at Qilin Cliff, obtain the evil slaying sword. Yunlin understood that the calamity of the Wu and Yao clans was nearing its conclusion. The battle between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong grew increasingly fierce. Although Zhu Rong was slow-witted, he began to sense something was amiss. Gong Gong, what is wrong with you? Stop this at once. Zhu Rong dared not unleash his full power, adopting a defensive stance instead. Meanwhile, Gong Gong continued to escalate his assault. Something feels off. In the Yao Master Palace, Kuanping attempted to halt the operation of the heart-bewildering lamp. His original intention was merely to provoke the Wu clan, not to truly inflict severe harm on the two ancestor witches. Yet, the heart-bewildering lamp seemed unresponsive to his commands. Bang! Gong Gong's fist pierced through Zhu Rong's body. Zhu Rong's eyes were filled with disbelief. Water naturally counters fire, and under the outpouring of Gong Gong's water laws, Zhu Rong's vitality was rapidly depleting. That moment, Gong Gong regained his senses. Zhu Rong, what happened? How could this be? I killed Zhu Rong. No. Gong Gong, in a fit of hysteria, appeared utterly deranged. The thought of having killed his own brother intensified his guilt, leaving him without the face to continue living in this world. In a sudden surge of heat, Gong Gong dashed headlong into Mount Buzhou. Boom! The primordial world trembled, awakening countless beings. Under their gaze, cracks began to appear on the slopes of Mount Buzhou, which ultimately broke in half and slowly began to collapse. Mount Buzhou has fallen. Hong Jun is truly ruthless, Luo Hu remarked. Mount Buzhou was transformed from Pangu's spine. It was only with Mount Buzhou that the heavens and earth could be held apart. Moreover, Mount Buzhou served as the origin of the primordial earth's veins. Great places of power, such as Kunlun Mountain and Fengxi Mountain, all emanated from Mount Buzhou. It was unrealistic for even a quasi-saint like Gong Gong to sever Mount Buzhou, let alone the 6 saints of the primordial world, none of whom had detected Gong Gong's intent to crash into Mount Buzhou. This was somewhat ridiculous, like a cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest, dissatisfied with the magpie's nest, seeking to erase the magpie's traces. Such narrow-mindedness was evident. Yunlin couldn't help but smile coldly. This cuckoo represented Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao, while the magpie symbolized Pangu. Pangu toiled tirelessly to open up the primordial world, only to facilitate Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao. Now, Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao sought ways to erase Pangu's legacy, aiming to transform the primordial world entirely into their own domain. This was the true origin of the calamity, with the collapse of Mount Buzhou. A vast chasm appeared in the sky above the primordial world. From that chasm, chaotic energy began to surge outward. Ordinary beings of the primordial world, chaotic energy was the most lethal poison. In an instant, the myriad beings of the primordial world fled in panic. Furthermore, with the absence of support, the heavens of the primordial world began to descend. That presented a scene reminiscent of the impending apocalypse. Kuanping, look at the havoc you have wrought. Emperor Jun roared in fury upon witnessing the chaos. The mutual destruction of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong was initially a favorable turn of events. However, Gong Gong's wrathful crash into Mount Buzhou caused the heavenly court to suffer karmic backlash, and their fortunes had plummeted if they did not seal the heavens and prop them up again. It seemed likely that the heavenly court would be utterly destroyed. Kunpeng wanted to assert that he had no intention of such an outcome, but Emperor Jun did not afford him the opportunity. Zhurong Gong Gong. Compared to the Yao clan, the Wu clan was far more concerned about the deaths of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. They had mourned the transformation of Hutu into reincarnation for a long time, and now the deaths of the two ancestor witches plunged them into deep sorrow. Without a primordial spirit, the ancestor witches were unaware of the impending doom brought forth by Gong Gong's furious collision with Mount Buzhou, which had obliterated the blessings bestowed upon them by Pangu. However, they were indifferent to such matters. Elder brother, with Mount Buzhou fallen, if heaven and earth merge, the primordial world may revert to chaos, and our kin will suffer grievously, Xian Yuan exclaimed. Emperor Jiang and the other ancestor witches immediately sprang into action, striving to save the members of the Wu clan. Swish! At the horizon, a golden bridge materialized, heralding the appearance of Laozi. Subsequently, he activated the Taiji diagram, endeavoring to seal the breach in the heavens. The effect was remarkable. Before long, the 6 saints of the primordial era gathered in unison. The primordial realms converged, yet all suffered significant losses. Esteemed ones, my strength alone cannot seal this gap for long. We must devise a means to mend it. Laozi proclaimed, I have received guidance from the Tao of Heaven. We shall forge 5 colored stones to repair the heavens. I beseech your assistance. Niwa and the others set forth in search of the 5 primordial spirit stones of distinct colors. Eventually, Niwa produced the creation furnace, casting the stones into its depths. In total, Niwa refined 36,501 5-colored stones, employing 3,600 of them to effectively mend the celestial rift. The remaining stone was carelessly discarded by Niwa along the shores of the Eastern Sea. This did not go unnoticed by 2 figures from the west, although they remained silent. The breach in the heavens was sealed. Yet the sky continued to sink. Something was needed to replace Mount Buzhou and support the heavens. That moment, an immense figure emerged above the northern sea. The saints turned their gaze, revealing a colossal black tortoise. I'm the black tortoise of the northern sea. Today, I shall sever my 4 limbs to uphold the 4 pillars of heaven and earth. A resonant voice reverberated throughout the primordial expanse. Subsequently, the northern sea black tortoise was enveloped in a radiant light, discarding its corporeal form and ascending to the 4 corners of the primordial world, transforming into 4 celestial pillars to support the heavens. Boom! Above the celestial dome, boundless merit descended, a portion of which was divided among Niwa and the other saints. Niwa claimed the lion's share, for it was she who had forged the 5-colored stones. Another portion alighted upon the northern sea black tortoise. This merit far surpassed that of Niwa's heavenly repairs, although it remained slightly lesser than the merit derived from her creation of humanity. After all, supporting the heavens was a feat that even the Tao of Heaven could not diminish. Furthermore, the Tao had decreed that the northern sea black tortoise was destined to perish, yet it had defied fate and reaped its own rewards. As the merit descended, the northern sea black tortoise was reshaped by its power, transforming into an elderly man clad in gray robes, with a radiant wheel of merit shining brilliantly behind him. From this day forth, I am the celestial venerable of merit, declared the northern sea black tortoise. Upon uttering these words, he received the Tao of Heaven's endorsement. Ordinarily, such a title would not be bestowed lightly, for the power of merit is of utmost significance in the primordial realm, akin to a protective talisman. Yet, in this instance, the Tao of Heaven seemed somewhat disoriented, granting the title in recognition of the black tortoise's self-sacrifice to uphold the heavens. With this title and the protection of merit, the northern sea black tortoise became an extraordinarily transcendent entity within the primordial realm, one that even the saints dared not provoke. That moment. 36 luminous points encircled the northern sea black tortoise. The northern sea black tortoise seized the opportunity to sever the attachment of his self from the 3 corpses. Such formidable power exists within the Northern Sea. Yuanshi exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a tinge of envy towards the Northern Sea black tortoise's newfound status. Yet, the black tortoise had rarely revealed himself. The last time was during the incident at Yunlin Cliff. Yuanshi had never imagined that the current celestial venerable of merit was the same black tortoise he had encountered before at the level of a Deluo golden immortal. Among the 6 saints, only Tongtian was aware of the black tortoise's affiliation with Yunlin Cliff, which filled him with pride. With the rift in the heavens sealed and the sky upheld, the 6 saints began to disperse. Meanwhile, a fragment of Mount Buzhou was collected by Yuanshi. Witnessing the stabilization of heaven and earth, Emperor Jun let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the losses in the primordial realm were not catastrophic. Otherwise, under the backlash of karma, not only would the heavenly court face annihilation, but he and Tai would also meet a deadly fate, as their fates were intertwined with that of the heavenly court. At this moment, both Emperor Jun and Tai were severely injured from the weight of the heavens. Emperor Jun's face turned pale, whereas Kunpeng gone. He could hardly contain his fury, wishing to slay Kunpeng. However, before he could seek out Kunpeng, a demon general rushed in, panicked. "Your Majesty, the Wu clan has launched an attack." "What?" Emperor Jun sprang to his feet, a mixture of shock and rage flooding his visage. "Such audacity! Soldiers, prepare for battle!" Emperor Jun acted swiftly, and the demon clan immediately sprang into action. The final battle between the Wu and the demon clans was imminent. The host must make a choice. Choice 1. Participate in the battle between the Wu and the demon clans, with a reward of the innate supreme treasure, the world-destroying Great Mill. Choice 2. Reap the benefits as a bystander while waiting for both sides to weaken. And then rise with the Yunlin clan, with a reward of Pangu's remnant soul. Choice 3. Observe the battle from Yunlin Cliff, with a reward of strand of primal creation chi. Yunlin chose option 3. This primal creation chi possessed considerable value. It could revert acquired items back to their innate state, enhance the essence of innate items, repair them, and even elevate them to a higher tier. For instance, a damaged creation jade plate could be fully restored to its former glory as a chaotic spiritual treasure, provided there was sufficient primal creation It could also merge the chaos bell, Taiji diagram, and Panga banner into a single entity, reinstating the might of the chaos spiritual treasure. The heaven-opening axe. Of course, this was contingent upon having an adequate supply. A single strand of primal creation chi could at most offer some repair functions or revert acquired items back to their innate state. Yunlin took out the falling treasure money and infused it with the primal creation chi. The falling treasure money was an exceptionally unique existence among acquired treasures, capable of attracting heavenly treasures. If it were to transform from acquired to innate, the results were uncertain. If it could attract all treasures of the world, that would be splendid. Soon, the 2 invisible wings of the falling treasure money began to flap vigorously, and the mysterious inscriptions upon the coin began to shift. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of sounds echoed, resonating throughout Yunlin Cliff, startling all beings present. "What is this?" Luo Ho arrived first, gazing in astonishment at the glowing falling treasure money. "Primal creation chi?" "Yes, I infused the primal creation chi into the falling treasure money, and it transformed in this manner." Yunlin could only stare in disbelief. "You truly are Luo Ho. I am at a loss for words." The primal creation chi only materialized during Pangu's creation of the heavens. Later, it transformed into various innate treasures, leaving no remnants in the primordial realm today. Even if an innate treasure were destroyed, the primal creation chi could not be extracted. He could not comprehend how Yunlin had procured such long-extinct entities. Before long, the commotion surrounding the falling treasure money subsided. It had transformed into a copper coin with 3 pairs of wings. Swiftly landing in Yunlin's palm, the copper coin bore 2 large characters. Universe. These characters seemed to embody the essence of universal laws, leaving Yunlin feeling dizzy just by gazing at them. That it was beyond what he could currently comprehend. Moreover, the falling treasure money had transitioned from acquired to innate, curiously lacking any classification. The current falling treasure money could attract precious treasures and even chaotic spiritual treasures. It was ineffective against innate supreme treasures. Yunlin was left dumbfounded. Previously, the falling treasure money could only attract innate treasures beneath the innate supreme treasures. Now it appeared to have become immensely powerful, yet Yunlin understood how precarious the situation truly was. Only 3 innate supreme treasures had emerged in the primordial realm. The Taiji diagram transformed from the Pangu axe, the Pangu banner, and the chaos bell. Beyond that lay the creation jade plate. He would be courting death to attempt to attract Hongjuan's creation jade plate. One mere finger from him could crush him. What use was this falling treasure money to him? The falling treasure money was originally a unique spiritual treasure, born to restrain innate treasures. Yet no one had anticipated it would have the opportunity to ascend from acquired to innate treasure. Luo Ho's expression was quite peculiar. IT should prove useful in the future. All Yunlin could do was store the falling treasure money away. Beyond the heavenly court, the Wu clan indeed launched an assault. Despite their limited intellect, they swiftly concluded that the demon clan had orchestrated the deaths of Zhurong and Gonggong, igniting a blood feud that demanded retribution. Emperor Jun, prepare to meet your demise. Without further ado, Di Jiang led the remaining ancestral witches into battle. Brother, must you go? Niuhua implored Fushi, sensing an ominous premonition of impending calamity. Sister, as the demon emperor of the demon clan, I am bound to the fate of our kin. There is no room for retreat in the face of battle. Fushi smiled gently and reached out to stroke Niuhua's head. As one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan, he too would meet his demise if their fate were to perish. Niuhua had ascended to sainthood, breaking free from the shackles of destiny. Yet he had not. Rather than await his death at the hands of fate, he preferred to die gloriously in battle. You have become a saint, surpassing even my elder brother. You must understand that there are some things from which one cannot escape. With that, Fushi turned to depart. Niuhua extended her hand, yearning to grasp Fushi, but despite his proximity, she could not hold him back. Even as a saint, she was powerless to retain him. IT felt as though an invisible barrier separated them, one which Niuhua could not breach. Tears streamed down her cheeks. In the wake of the deaths of Zhurong and Gonggong, the Wu clan, under the leadership of the remaining 9 ancestral shaman, launched a full-scale assault against the heavenly court of the demon clan. Initially, the Wu clan suffered a significant loss due to the absence of 3 ancestral shamans. However, the demon clan, too, was weakened by the depletion of their fortunes. With formidable figures like Di Jun sustaining severe injuries, the 2 sides fought fiercely, evenly matched, with neither willing to yield. The battlefield was awash with the blood of countless demons and shamans. Which clan shall prevail? Bai Hao inquired. In truth, he hoped for the victory of the Wu clan, that if neither can triumph, both the Wu and demon clans will merely be fleeting shadows in the annals of time. Yunlin remarked. Fushi is in peril. I beseech the host to make a choice. Option 1. Intervene forcefully to rescue Fushi, rewarded with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Chuan Yun shuttle. Option 2. Provide covert assistance, rewarded with a strand of the essence of all things. Option 3. Offer a cup of muddied wine in farewell, rewarded with Fushi's zither. Yunlin produced a wine cup, filling it with the primordial jade wine. Fushi, may you journey well. He poured the wine upon the chilling cliff like tea this moment. He deemed it fortunate merely to avoid personal loss, let alone rescue Fushi. Poof! Within the heavenly court, Fushi was pierced by the spear of Rushou. Yet he managed to slay Rushou in return. Both were gravely wounded. Fushi's true spirit was fractured, and his divine soul began to dissipate. Take care, little sister, the little Qilin, it is now your turn. Fushi closed his eyes slowly, a smile gracing his lips. No. Niuhua sensed Fushi's passing, and tears cascaded down her face as if a dam had burst. She summoned all her saintly might, striving to shatter the confines of her prison. Yet she found herself utterly incapable. Tai wielded the chaos bell, drenched in blood, flames enveloping him as he descended like a celestial harbinger of death, slaying Zhu Meng. His strength was formidable, even in a state of severe injury. Despite being besieged by 4 ancestral shamans, he still managed to kill one of them, Zhu Meng. The remaining ancestral shamans, witnessing Zhu Meng's demise, howled in rage. Tai, I swear your death. Shi Baishi's eyes blazed red as he charged at Tai. Tai regarded him with disdain, once more activating the chaos bell that if he could slay 2 more ancestral shamans, the plight of the demon clan would be alleviated, securing their dominion over the wilderness. Yet in the next moment, boom, as Shi Shur approached Tai, he detonated without hesitation. The tremendous explosion shook the entire heavenly court. Not only that, but Tai was also forced to cough up blood from the blast. No one anticipated that Shi Shur would act with such resolve. Die. I will kill you. Xian Ming, witnessing Shi Shur's self-detonation, did not hesitate to charge at Tai. Boom. Xian Ming exploded once more. Tai's right arm was reduced to mere fragments. Brothers, we cannot allow Shi Shur and Xian Ming to die in vain. Let us slay this wretched bird. Tian Wu and Chang Liang prepare to take advantage of Tai's weakened state to finish him off. Meanwhile, Di Jun was being overwhelmed by Di Jiang. Compared to Tai, Di Jun's strength paled significantly, and Di Jiang, being the foremost of the 12 ancestral shamans, was the mightiest among them. Nevertheless, Di Jun was more than capable of defending himself. Observing Tai embroiled in battle, Di Jun felt a surge of urgency, wishing to extend his aid. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Di Jiang, the time ancestral shaman, Zhu Jiuyin. He had been seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Di Jun. With a swish, Zhu Jiuyin struck, intent on eliminating Di Jun entirely. If Di Jun falls, the demon clan is doomed. Di Jun's heart raced as he sought to evade, only to discover he was powerless to do so. Di Jiang had sealed the space, while Zhu Jiuyin had already confined time itself. Even a peak quasi-saint like Di Jun found himself utterly immobilized under this dual confinement. However, in the next moment, Di Jun was astonished to find that the searing pain of his body being torn apart did not manifest, for a figure had appeared before him, blood splattering across his face. Di Jun roared in fury. Flee. Elder brother, as long as you survive, there's hope for our demon clan. Blood flowed from Tai Yi's lips as his vitality waned. Zhu Jiuyin's previous strike had been a lethal one. And under the self-detonation of 2 ancestral shamans, Tai Yi was utterly spent, yet he still summoned his last vestiges of strength to save Di Jun. No. Tai Yi, you must not die. You cannot leave me. Di Jun's eyes widened in despair. He and Tai Yi had both emerged from the Sun Star, their bond profoundly deep. As the ruler of the heavenly court, Di Jun placed his trust in no one, but could unconditionally believe in Tai Yi. Now, with Tai Yi dying before him, how could he possibly accept it? Kill him. Di Jiang led the ancestral shamans in their intent to annihilate Di Jun. Tai Yi, you are already dead. What use is it for me to become the sovereign of the wilderness? Wu clan, you shall accompany me to the grave. Die. All of you. Perish. Di Jun suddenly erupted in manic laughter, then formed a hand seal, causing array patterns to materialize throughout the heavenly court, the stronghold of the demon clan. How could Di Jun not have made preparations? He intended to detonate the spiritual energy within the heavenly court, taking the Wu clan down with him. Not good. Di Jiang and the others sought to escape, but found themselves too late. Boom! A colossal explosion resonated from the heavenly court, echoing throughout the wilderness and leaving a lasting silence in its wake. Countless beings of the wilderness gazed toward the heavenly court, eager to witness who would emerge victorious. It is over. Yunlin sighed deeply. The 4 emperors of the demon clan stood among the pinnacle of the wilderness. Even disregarding Yuhua, the remaining 3 were commendable figures. Di Jun possessed great ambition. Tai Yi was extraordinarily gifted, and Fushi was a master strategist. The Wu clan, with its 12 ancestral shamans, were all descendants of Pangu, destined for greatness in the future, yet under the manipulation of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. These 2 clans had been consigned to history. A lamentable fate indeed. The annihilation of the Wu and demon clans marked the end of the calamity. Please, host, make a choice. Option 1. Immediately seize control of the heavenly court to obtain the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the pregnant treasure gourd. Option 2. Open the Yunlin cliff to acquire a fragment of the demon god's remnant soul. Option 3. Continue to seal the Yunlin cliff to gain a strand of primordial purple energy. Yunlin chose option 2. Opting to open the Yunlin cliff, the calamity had subsided, and it was time to reap the rewards. From today forth, The Qilin Cliff shall be open. All beings from the Qilin Cliff may venture forth to hone their skills. Yunlin's voice resonated throughout the Qilin Cliff. Understood. The myriad beings of the Qilin Cliff responded in unison. As the grand formation of the Qilin Cliff activated, it re-emerged above the northern sea. The formation continued to envelop it, allowing the denizens of the northern sea to glimpse the hazy silhouette of the Qilin Cliff. Mr. Mo, I must take my leave. The six-eared macaque bid farewell to Luo Ho. Over the years, the diligent six-eared had not only repaired his essence, but had also successfully ascended to the Luo realm. Although Luo Ho had not formally accepted him as a disciple, Six-Eared regarded M.O. as his teacher. If you wish to leave, then go. What is there to say? Luo Ho replied nonchalantly. Yet Six-Eared solemnly performed 3 bows and 9 prostrations before turning to depart. Though Luo Ho appeared indifferent, he cast a glance at the departing figure of Six-Eared. Perhaps I should take on another disciple. Yunlin jested. He is not worthy. Luo Ho maintained his obstinate demeanor. Elder brother, can I go out now? I wish to venture forth. The golden-winged roc rushed forward, exclaiming loudly, No, you have yet to reach the pinnacle of the Luo. A voice resonated. The golden-winged roc, filled with indignation, turned to see who dared oppose him, only to lock eyes with Luo Ho in an intense gaze. Instantly, the golden-winged roc trembled in fear, cried out, and fled at Mr. Mo. I shall retreat to seclusion immediately. As the golden-winged roc darted away, the onlookers burst into laughter. This little creature truly needs some discipline, chuckled the black sea shen turtle. That moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly illuminated Qilin Cliff, a powerful vitality emanating from it. Issiter. Luo Ho was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the silhouettes of numerous powerful beings appeared atop Qilin Island. Young master, I'm unsure of the cause, but Huang Zhongli has begun to emit such brilliance, reported Qin Yu and the phoenixes. Gazing at Yunlin as if they had found their anchor, Yunlin cast his gaze toward the orchard, where the towering figure of Huang Zhongli radiated light, causing even the unripe Huang Zhongli fruits to gradually mature beneath this glow. Transformation. A thought suddenly crossed Yunlin's mind. After Pangu opened up the primordial world, many spiritual entities succeeded in their transformation. Numerous innate spiritual roots had also taken form, such as Yuanshi, who transformed from a ginseng fruit tree, and Ti, who emerged from a bitter bamboo. However, after the primordial world stabilized, very few innate spiritual roots managed to transform, especially the innate spiritual roots. Moreover, Huang Zhongli had previously been a chaotic spiritual root. Could it be that it has now gained the opportunity for transformation? Perhaps it is due to the remnants of the demon god as a reward from the system. Yunlin pondered this. He had previously speculated about how the remnants of the demon god would manifest, and now he realized that this was it. The commotion from Huang Zhongli persisted for an entire millennium, during which Yunlin and Luo Ho waited patiently, while the other beings vacated Qilin Island. With a rustling sound, Huang Zhongli's branches began to sway. Subsequently, Huang Zhongli began to shrink continuously until it transformed into a human form before Yunlin and Luo Ho. She was a woman of stunning beauty, adorned in a pale yellow palace gown, exuding grace and poised. If Nuwa embodied the essence of a youthful maiden, then the woman before them was a regal figure, radiating an undeniable aura. You have not perished? Luo Ho remarked, gazing at the woman with a mix of surprise. Devoid of disdain, I govern the vitality of all beings, making me one of the more difficult demon gods to slay among the 3,000. Had I not been unfortunate enough to be absorbed by Huang Zhongli, I would have likely transformed long ago. The woman replied with a smile directed at Luo Ho, then bowed to Yunlin. I, your humble servant, greet you, young master. Were it not for you, I would likely have lost all hope of transformation. Yunlin recognized her identity. She was the vitality demon god among the 3,000. The custodian of the laws of life. Among the demon gods, she could be considered relatively powerful. Now, as the remnants of the vitality demon god awakened, she had transformed with the aid of the spiritual root Huang Zhongli. Newly born, she already possessed the realm equivalent to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Moreover, Since Qilin Cliff had been refined into the Chaos Pearl by Yunlin, the life and death of the beings on Qilin Cliff rested within his thoughts. And this vitality demon god was no exception. "Senior, you are too kind," Yunlin replied courteously, refraining from arrogance. "Just call me CC, young master. I have chosen that name for myself. Li CC." The woman responded with a smile. "Vulgar," Luo Ho snorted disdainfully and departed. Licc paid no heed to Luo Ho. "Then I shall address you as Senior CC. Auntie, Mr. Mo oversees the education of Qilin Cliff, and I entrust the internal affairs of Qilin Cliff to Auntie CC. Yunlin proclaimed. "Thank you for your favor, young master." Li CC responded with a smile. The outcome of the war of witches and demons quickly spread throughout the primordial world, evoking sighs from all beings. Who could have anticipated that they would ultimately perish together? Among the demon clan's 4 emperors, apart from the sanctified Nuwa, Dijun, Tai Yi, and Fu, she all met their demise. The remnants of the heavenly court, led by the demon god Bai Zhe, sought the demon clan's Prince Luya to take command. However, the vast majority of the demon clan refused to acknowledge this young master. Many even joined the sect known for its inclusive teachings. The remnants of the heavenly court, including Luya, could only retreat into the 10,000 great mountains to recuperate, hoping for a day to reclaim their position in the primordial world. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan faced a similar fate. Hutu reincarnated, while the remaining 11 ancestral witches perished, leaving the witch clan in disarray. The majority of the remaining witches had already been absorbed into the underworld by Hutu, with both the witches and demons vanquished. Certain beings began to vie for the territories of the fallen, fiercely contesting for resources in the primordial world. Although the witch and demon clans were annihilated, the turmoil within the primordial world had not yet come to a complete end. Regardless, the demon clan has fallen, and with Dijun's death, my schemes have not been in vain. Within the heavenly court, an elder clad in green was on his way. He then produced a spiritual treasure. A smile creeping upon his lips. I never expected to acquire the He Tu and Luo Shu in the end. During the battle in the heavenly court, Kuan Peng refrained from participating, fearing that Dijun would seek him out for trouble. Thus, he fled first, unexpectedly preserving his life. Later, intending to return to the heavenly court, he discovered it was sealed, yet fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon the He Tu and Luo Shu. Though the He Tu and Luo Shu is a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, its utility is extraordinary, primarily in divination. Even the demon clan Zhou Tian, Stardow formation, was derived from it. Subsequently, Kuan Peng stowed the He Tu and Luo Shu away. "I cannot return to the North Sea for the time being. I must find a place to rest." Clan leader, the heavenly court's young master has retreated to the 10,000 great mountains. Shall we continue to pursue? Within the tiger clan's territory, a great Luo tiger demon gazed upward. After aligning with the demon clan, the tiger clan had gained considerable favor, yet following the calamity of the witches and demons, they suffered severe losses once more. Previously, the tiger clan had allied with the Qilin clan during the Long Han calamity, resulting in heavy losses for all 3 clans. Now, after the witch demon calamity, the tiger clan found itself weakened yet again. Ba Hui, the current leader of the tiger clan, was cunning, always ensuring his own safety. However, discontent among the clan members was beginning to brew. "From this day forth, my tiger clan shall abstain from the conflicts of the primordial world and recuperate," Ba Hui declared, aware that continuing to follow the demon clan could incite dissent among his kin. After all, he had usurped the position from the Baihu clan. Most importantly, with the demon clan's downfall, he feared the return of Baihu seeking vengeance. Thus, he resolved to bide his time. "Ba Hui, you have shown wisdom this time, recognizing the need to recuperate." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, several figures appeared, startling Ba Hui. "Baihu, why are you surprised to see me? Today marks your demise," Baihu sneered, lunging toward Ba Hui. Impudence. Ba Hui dared not underestimate the situation. He transformed into a large yellow-spotted tiger, wielding a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. A great sword, he had led the tiger clan into the heavenly court, gaining substantial benefits in the process. Now, Ba Hui had achieved the quasi-saint realm, possessing 2 or 3 pieces of innate spiritual treasure. He even summoned a benevolent corpse, planning a pincer attack on Baihu. Waste is forever waste, even if one becomes a quasi-saint. Bai Hao scoffed, shaking his head. He brandished the god-slaying spear, effortlessly knocking Ba Hui's spiritual treasure sword aside. Alarm bells rang in Ba Hui's mind upon witnessing this. Yet, even amidst the assault from his true form and the benevolent corpse, Bai Hao remained unfazed. After all these years, you haven't learned a thing. Bai Hao taunted, then pierced through the benevolent corpse's avatar with a single thrust. The god-slaying spear, a formidable weapon steeped in the essence of slaughter, was imbued with countless malevolent and vengeful energies. Once the physical form was breached, that bloodthirsty aura would invade the soul. The benevolent corpse of Ba Hui instantly perished, leaving only an innate spiritual treasure to fall, huffed, with the destruction of the benevolent corpse. Ba Hui was grievously wounded, spitting out blood. What are you waiting for? Attack! Go! Ba Hui let out a loud cry. Some of his loyal followers understood that if Ba Hui were to perish, they too would face certain death. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, only to be intercepted and swiftly executed by the members of the White Tiger clan. Realizing he could not win, Ba Hui turned to flee, as the saying goes. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. However, Bai Hao would not allow him to escape so easily. With a single thrust of his spear, he pierced Ba Hui's body. Ba Hui met his demise. Bai Hao then strode directly towards the throne of the Tiger clan that we pay our respects to the clan leader. In the primordial chaos, strength was paramount, especially for a warrior race like the Tiger clan. From this moment forth, the Tiger clan would once again fall under the dominion of the White Tiger clan in the realm of humanity at Shoyang Mountain. The leader of the Swearin tribe announced that the Wolf clan was about to invade. A wave of panic swept through the human populace. Despite having developed for quite some time, the human race remained a relatively small tribe amidst the primordial chaos. The Wolf clan sought to attack humanity, intending to turn them into their blood food. In the past, the Demon clan attempted to forge the slaughter which soared using the vengeful souls of humanity, and some demons discovered that devouring humans could enhance their cultivation. Following the cataclysm of the Witch Demon War, humanity became a coveted target. Now, the Wolf clan took the lead in the assault, with other races poised to take advantage of the situation. Even when faced solely with the Wolf clan, humanity fought desperately, yet their efforts fell short. First, escort the elderly and children to safety. The rest of us shall charge forth and slay these scoundrels, Swearin declared furiously. Currently, the strongest among humanity were the three ancestral figures, all at the Tai Golden Immortal level, whereas the Wolf clan had a great Luo Golden Immortal stationed among them. Humanity, surrender resistance, a great Luo Golden Immortal of the Wolf clan proclaimed, effortlessly shattering the human defenses. Just as it seemed humanity was on the brink of utter defeat, several imposing figures suddenly emerged. Yunlin. The Wolf clan's strongman gasped in astonishment. During the calamity of the witch and demon, it could be said that not a single Yunlin was seen in the primordial chaos. To now witness a whole group of them was astonishing, especially the leading fire Yunlin, whose true power was beyond his comprehension. This oppressive aura, a quasi-saint, before the Wolf clan strongman could utter a word. A surge of spiritual fire engulfed him, ending his life. That be why the order of our young master, my Yunlin clan, shall protect humanity. This group of Yunlin was dispatched by Yunlin, with Lin Kuang leading them to guard humanity. After the calamity of the witch and demon, humanity would become the true sovereign of the primordial chaos. Now was the perfect time to invest. Missing this opportunity would lead to regrets. The Wolf clan hastily retreated, and other beings eyeing humanity also refrained from overtly attacking. Thank you, esteemed elder, Swearin bowed respectfully to Lin Kuang. There is no need for such formalities, my friend. Lin Kuang responded as he and his kin descended, preparing to defend Xiang Mountain. Soon, 500,000 years passed over the vast land of the primordial chaos, and the situation had largely stabilized. Within Yunlin Cliff, laughter echoed. Ha! I have broken through. I am now at the pinnacle of Great Luo. I can finally leave. Ha! The laughter of the golden-winged Great Pangu resonated throughout the cliff. Here, this purple gold-red gourd is for your protection. Inside, I have prepared some items for you. Be cautious when you venture outside. Do not act recklessly, Yunlin said, handing the gourd to the golden-winged Great Pangu. With his profound foundations and exceptional talent, even a quasi-saint in the early stage would struggle to capture him. Big brother, I am well aware of this, the golden-winged Great Pangu replied, already eager to depart. Yunlin chuckled, slightly helpless, and added, remember to visit the everlasting volcano after you leave. Understood, big brother, I will remember, the golden-winged Great Pangu nodded eagerly. Yunlin harbored doubts about his sincerity. Or not neglect your cultivation while you are out there, that I will occasionally check on your progress, and if you dare to slack off, you will regret it. At that moment, Luo, who quietly appeared behind the golden-winged Great Pangu, causing him to shudder in fear. Why does Mr. Mo always appear and disappear like a ghost? He thought, not daring to be careless. Rest assured, Mr. Mo, I will surely double my efforts, he exclaimed hurriedly. Do you not think that just because you hide in some nook, I cannot find you? My abilities are considerable. Luo, who chuckled. The golden-winged Great Pangu broke into a cold sweat, wondering how this ominous figure could read his thoughts. Let us depart. Yunlin waved his hand. With a whoosh, the golden-winged Great Pangu darted away, forgetting even to say goodbye. With wings spread wide, the Great Pangu soared upward with remarkable speed. This little Pangu bird is indeed gifted. Has my friend developed a fondness for talent? Laozi remarked with a smile. Having excellent foundations, she had now reached the late stage of quasi-saint. This mischievous rascal. If not for his outstanding talent, I wouldn't bother with him. Luo, who replied with mock annoyance. Suddenly, movement stirred in the waters surrounding Yunlin Cliff. Yunlin sensed it and focused on the area, where a massive shrimp floated, shimmering with golden light. Little Pai is finally about to take shape. Yunlin exclaimed with joy. Little Pai had been among the first to follow him. Above Little Pai, calamity clouds began to gather. It seemed this little creature contained a fragment of the bloodline of a golden demon god. Could it be that Fellow's remains have fallen into the primordial chaos? Laozi pondered. During Pangu's opening of the heavens, the corpses of 3,000 demon gods scattered everywhere. The primordial chaos likely hides many such remnants. Luo, who, having spent considerable time in the primordial chaos, stated with authority, as the thunderous tribulations rumbled, lightning struck Little Pai. Compared to ordinary beings, Little Pai faced a much fiercer trial. However, with its profound roots, it weathered the tribulation unscathed as the golden light receded. A small boy clad in golden robes appeared before everyone, with rosy lips and white teeth, adorably charming. I have seen the master. Little Pai saluted Yunlin. With a beckoning hand, Yunlin summoned Little Pai to his side. Dong, dong. At that moment, a series of bell sounds rang out, prompting Yunlin and the others to look towards the direction of the heavenly court. Hongjun intends to establish the Xianmen heavenly court. Please make your choice, host. Option 1. I self-recommend. I wish to become the lord of the heavenly court. Reward. The heavenly book and a list of deities. Option 2. What lord of the heavenly court? I disdain to be a puppet. Reward. The innate supreme treasure. The chaos bell. Following the calamity of the witch and demon, Hongjun summoned the 6 saints to discuss matters regarding the establishment of the Xianmen heavenly court, intending to appoint his disciple Haotian to manage the affairs of the primordial chaos. However, the 6 saints looked down upon Haotian, deeming him merely a child. Haotian had suffered greatly at the hands of the 6 saints and went to Zhixiao Palace to lament, which ultimately led to the initiation of the deification calamity. Yunlin chose option 2 with a wave of his hand. A small bell materialized before him. The bell exuded the aura of chaos. Adorned with images of flowers, birds, insects, and fish, resembling a world contained within. This was the Chaos Bell, one of the 3 innate supreme treasures transformed from Pangu's axe, possessing the power to suppress the primordial world, alter heavenly time and space, unravel heavenly mysteries, and refine the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. Originally, it was a companion spirit treasure of the Eastern Emperor Tai, but after Tai's demise, the Chaos Bell vanished without a trace, eluding even the great saints of the primordial chaos. Now, it had fallen into Yunlin's hands. Chaos Bell? Where did it come from? Laozi gasped in shock. Luo, who, however, was unfazed and spoke in a tone of an elder. This little Yunlin is the illegitimate child of the Tao, blessed with great fortune that he can find treasures everywhere. Previously, I saw him encounter the primordial yellow qi, the mother qi of all things, Pangu's essence blood, and various spirit roots and treasures. Finding a chaos bell is not out of the ordinary. Indeed, it was just lying around. Yunlin fibbed nonchalantly, causing Li Sisi to be utterly astonished. She had never witnessed such a scene before. Yunlin then addressed Luo, Hu, and Li Sisi. I entrust Qilin Cliff to both of you that I must head into the primordial chaos now. Rest assured, young master, with both me and Mr. Mo here. Even the saints cannot breach this place, Li Sisi assured with a smile. This was no idle boast. Qilin Cliff already boasted profound foundations, and with the remnants of the demon gods integrated within. Luo, who had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint. However, with the support of Qilin Cliff, he dares to challenge even the saints. Xiaopai transformed into a colossal mantis shrimp, and as Yunlin landed on Xiaopai, he surged forward at full speed. At that moment, dragon shadows emerged above the northern sea, as the true dragons of the northern sea danced joyfully. Countless spiritual fish swam about, giant whales spouted water columns, and innumerable rainbows hung in the sky above the northern sea. Beautiful melodies filled the air, making the entire northern sea seem like it was hosting a grand celebration. What is happening? Inquired a practitioner of the northern sea. My friend, you have only been in the northern sea for over 100,000 years, so it is understandable that you do not know. The northern sea was once barren and nearly conquered by the demon clan. But fortunately, Qilin Cliff rose to the occasion, driving the demons away and allowing the northern sea to flourish. Now, many factions in the northern sea see the appearance of the Qilin young master and express their respect in this manner. A being of the northern sea chuckled. Currently, after the Kunpeng was expelled, under the leadership of the Dragon Palace of the northern sea, many powerful beings have voluntarily formed an alliance. The order in the northern sea has greatly improved. Even if private disputes arise, there are those who intervene to prevent them. Moreover, the most significant change is that with the emergence of Qilin Cliff, the spiritual energy of the northern sea seems to have been invigorated, with new spiritual veins continuously manifesting, gradually enriching the northern sea. The number of powerful beings in the northern sea has also been steadily increasing in the hearts of all beings in the northern sea. Qilin Cliff is regarded as the uncrowned king. Yunlin, witnessing this, revealed a hint of a smile. After all these years, the scene has become even more vibrant. Nevertheless, his steps did not falter as he departed the northern sea atop Xiaopai. It had been a long time since he visited the primordial wilderness. It was time for a journey. Yunlin's path of the world required not only the replenishment of resources, but also the elevation of his state of mind. This journey would span millions of years. As he traveled, he encountered many amusing events, and due to his great fortune, he acquired numerous spiritual treasures, his cultivation advancing steadily, seemingly not far from the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Is this the blood sea? Yunlin stood atop Xiaopai, gazing out at the blood sea, which appeared boundless. The blood waves surged, and a thick blood aura permeated the air, with countless bloody and malevolent energies sweeping across. The Blood Sea is renowned as the most tainted place in the primordial wilderness, said to have originated from the navel of Pangu. Even a fully realized Luo golden immortal would likely face peril if they were to fall into the Blood Sea. The master of the Blood Sea is none other than the old ancestor of the underworld river. Throughout the development of the primordial wilderness, the old ancestor of the underworld river has played a minimal role. Yet he is undoubtedly one of the oldest survivors of the primordial wilderness. Aside from participating in the ambush of Hongyun, he rarely makes an appearance. Truly a recluse, he has cultivated 480 million blood deities, claiming that as long as the Blood Sea exists, the underworld river shall not perish. Despite experiencing several great tribulations, the underworld river has remained unscathed. He is also a symbol of aspiration in the primordial wilderness. When Nuwa created humanity, he fashioned the Azura clan. When the three purities established their teachings, he founded the Jie Sect. Such diligence, all for the sake of breaking through to the saint realm. Unfortunately, he lacks the fortune to attain sainthood. However, his strength should not be underestimated. Of course, Yunlin did not come for the underworld river. He arrived at the Blood Sea to seek the entrance to the underworld, after Hutu's transformation into reincarnation. The underworld emerged in the primordial wilderness, yet there remains much to be perfected. Before the establishment of the underworld, numerous vengeful souls sank into the Blood Sea, enduring relentless torment. Hutu's transformation into reincarnation occurred near the Blood Sea. An entry to the underworld requires access through the Blood Sea's entrance. Yunlin's journey was to send the saint's soul of Tongtian into reincarnation. Soon, Xiaopai transformed into a small child, following Yunlin closely. The entrance to the underworld was quite rudimentary, merely an old, dilapidated gate, guarded by two members of the Wu clan. Amusingly, the two were snoring loudly. "Hey, hey!" Yunlin called out several times. "Who dares to intrude upon the underworld?" The two Wu clan members quickly rose to their feet, on guard, albeit so distracted that they even held their weapons backward without realizing it. "Fellow Taoists, I am Yunlin of Qilin Cliff, here to seek an audience with Lady Pingxin." After Hutu's transformation into reincarnation, her title became Lady Pingxin. "Oh, please wait a moment. I will inform her," one of the guards replied. After a short while, the two guards escorted Yunlin inside. Yunlin was astonished by the conditions of the underworld, which were indeed dilapidated and simple. Upon entering, souls were led by the burly Wu clan members toward the reincarnation disc, unceremoniously shoved inside. The current reincarnation disc did not differentiate between the 6 paths. It did not matter whether one was reborn as a human, beast, or otherwise. It was simple and brutal, akin to opening a blind box. "What are your names, fellow Taoists?" Yunlin asked, handing each of the two Wu clan members a piece of spiritual treasure. Upon seeing the treasures, the two Wu clan members immediately recognized their value and felt more favorably toward Yunlin. In all situations, one must navigate the intricacies of human relationships, even with minor officials. It is wise to cultivate good relations to avoid unnecessary troubles. "I am Nyoto, and he is Mei Mian, the more robust of the two introduced." Yunlin responded, "Well then, I did not expect to meet notable figures in the underworld." "Has it always been like this in the underworld?" Yunlin inquired further. "Indeed, ever since the lady established reincarnation, it has been like this for millions of years. It's quite good," the guiding Wu clan member replied, nonchalantly. Soon, they brought Yunlin deep into the underworld, where he beheld a palace, with the words Pangu Hall faintly visible. After the ancestral witches passed away, Pangu Hall vanished, seemingly absorbed into the underworld by Hutu. "The lady is inside. You may enter by yourself." Yunlin instructed Xiaopai to wait outside, and stepped inside. The moment he entered Pangu Hall, Yunlin felt a vast aura envelop him, heavy, solid, and exuding an intense sense of oppression. Yunlin pays respects to Lady Pingxin. Yunlin bowed. The head of Pangu Hall sat a woman in a black robe. Although her face bore little expression, her mere presence radiated an overwhelming pressure. Additionally, within the hall, besides Hutu, there were 11 stone statues lining the sides, representing the 11 ancestral witches who had passed away. Hutu likely intended to commemorate her siblings in this manner. "You are a disciple of Tongtian and have aided my Wu clan during the Witch Demon War, rendering great kindness to us. There is no need for excessive formalities." Hutu spoke. She was already aware of the circumstances behind Yunlin's involvement in the matter of the demon clan's attempt to forge the Slaughter Wu sword, as Yunlin had sent by how to deliver the warning. "What brings you to me?" Hutu then inquired. "Lady, I possess a remnant soul, and hope you can guide it into reincarnation." Yunlin replied, "Oh, a remnant soul? Such a trivial matter. Simply place it in the reincarnation disc when you are ready." Hutu waved her hand, even feeling that Yunlin was making a grand show of it. Yet in the next moment, with a wave of his hand, Yunlin conjured a strand of remnant soul, which materialized within Pangu Hall. "Sing." Hutu's expression shifted in surprise, and she abruptly stood. "A saint soul? No, it is a remnant soul, and it appears to belong to a strand of Tongtian's soul. Lady, the heavenly Tao is unjust, and the primordial wilderness is a cage. Though the saints are immortal, they too lack freedom. Why Master entrusted me with this strand of saintly soul to be guided into reincarnation, perhaps in hopes of finding a sliver of opportunity for transcendence." Yunlin spoke slowly. Hutu sat down once more, a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Interesting. Was this task assigned to you by Tongtian? No. It was I who urged my master to sever this saintly soul. My master has even cut away this portion of memory to prevent the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor from noticing. Yunlin replied, half in truth and half in pretense, as he could not fully trust Hutu. After a moment of silence, Hutu spoke again, a scornful smile gracing her lips. In the primordial wilderness, it is rare to hear your name. Yunlin, yet you possess such capability? No wonder Tongtian took you as a disciple. You are indeed extraordinary. But why do you believe I would risk assisting you both? Allowing a saint's soul to be reborn is a significant matter that would surely disturb the primordial wilderness. Without Hutu's assistance to obscure it, it would undoubtedly be exposed. Although the lady presides over the underworld, seemingly possessing vast power and authority, her heart has long been extinguished. The deaths of her 11 brothers have dealt a severe blow. Yunlin Dao boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yunlin. The power of the Hutu in the underworld was comparable to that of a saint. However, despite such immense pressure, Yunlin merely let out a muffled groan, which surprised Hutu to some degree. Why lady possesses the essence blood of your 11 siblings. What if I were to say that one day she could resurrect them? Yunlin continued to eye in the next instant. The weight pressing down on Yunlin receded like a tide. Hutu's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Before her transformation into reincarnation, she had taken the essence blood of her siblings. This was a secret known only to her. Well, also to one other, the Green Willow Saint. Are you a contingency left by Senior Green Willow? Hutu inquired. Yunlin remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. Surely, it would be unwise to proclaim, I am indeed Green Willow. For Hutu would obliterate him in an instant. Can my elder brother and sister truly be resurrected? Hutu rose once more, her eyes filled with hope that lady, you wield dominion over the underworld, governing the path of reincarnation. Though the ancestral witches lack primordial spirits, if the path of reincarnation is cultivated to its pinnacle, there's no reason they cannot be drawn back from the river of time. Yunlin spoke with a grave sincerity, spinning tales of possibilities. The notion of retrieving the ancestral witches was uncertain even to Yunlin himself. While he felt a twinge of remorse for Hutu, he could only speak thus. Hutu began to believe. The underworld had existed for millions of years. Why had it remained so dilapidated and simplistic? Was it not due to Hutu's desolation? This had allowed various factions to exploit the underworld freely in the years to come. From the western Tibet king to the eastern extreme Qinghua emperor of the heavenly court, all profiting handsomely at the underworld's expense. But now, Hutu had regained hope. The path of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation. Hutu mused, laughing unabashedly, disregarding her previous stoicism. Since her entrance, Hutu had maintained a solemn expression. Her beauty was among the finest among the myriad goddesses of the primordial age, yet her stern demeanor was somewhat unsettling. Now, with her smile, an entirely different atmosphere enveloped the underworld. This bewildered the witch clans. Little Qilin, not bad. You are quite remarkable. However, I am now ensnared within the underworld, unable to enhance my understanding of reincarnation through my own cultivation. Surely, you must possess a solution? Hutu's gaze was fixed intensely on Yunlin that a wave of panic surged within Yunlin. He felt that if he claimed to have no solution, this dignified lady would undoubtedly rend him to pieces. The consequences of a hopeful individual suddenly losing that hope were unimaginable. Moreover, this lady wielded formidable power. If Hutu were to unleash her fury, not even the 6 saints could intervene in the depths of the underworld. Hutu was the strongest. I do have a method, Yunlin hastily replied. The underworld governs the primordial reincarnation. By strengthening the underworld and managing the flow of reincarnation effectively, it will aid you in grasping the path of reincarnation, allowing you to wield it more proficiently. Very well. Then this matter shall be entrusted to you. This is a divine seal I have condensed using the rules of the underworld. As long as you remain within the underworld, you will be able to wield the powers of the underworld, even capable of contending with saints, Hutu declared, waving her hand as a mark fell into Yunlin's grasp. Yunlin? Hutu's actions left him utterly bewildered. I shall not restrict your freedom. Even if you utilize my authority over the underworld to pursue any endeavor, I will support you. Even if you offend a saint, I will stand by you. However, I have but one condition. Assist me in constructing the underworld. Hutu proclaimed. Rest assured, my lady, I shall not disappoint you. Yunlin exhaled in relief, having feared he would be confined to toil within the underworld. He even contemplated fleeing using the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl had merged with Qilin Cliff, now under Yunlin's control. With but a thought, he could instantly return to Qilin Cliff, impervious to even a saint's interference. This was Yunlin's true source of confidence. Furthermore, the authority granted by Hutu was indeed substantial. The current underworld could be likened to an undeveloped fertile land, rich in treasures. A casual sweep would yield bountiful rewards. Moreover, should Yunlin comprehend the rules of the underworld and forge them into his own realm, it would greatly benefit his cultivation that, in short, he stood to gain immensely. Hutu was exceedingly pleased with Yunlin's response. You shall oversee the affairs of the underworld, I shall not intervene. That fragment of saintly essence, to which race do you wish to allocate it? Hutu inquired. My lady, let it be bestowed upon the human race. Yunlin replied, handing over the remnant soul of Tongtian. Excellent. Hutu acquiesced, and with that, she dismissed Yunlin. After Yunlin departed, Hutu turned her gaze towards the ancestral witch statues within the Pangu Hall, her resolve unwavering. I shall ensure your return to the primordial realm. The heavenly Tao and Hongjun cannot hinder me. The bond among the ancestral witches was profound. Upon learning of their demise, Hutu fell into an abyss of self-reproach. If she had not transformed into reincarnation, perhaps such a tragedy would not have occurred. If only she could have offered assistance at that critical moment, her elder siblings might have been saved. Alongside her guilt simmered an endless hatred for the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. Coupled with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, she understood her confinement, her limitations. Even if she exerted every ounce of strength, she could not harm those two treacherous fiends. The appearance of Yunlin had granted her a flicker of ethereal hope. Yet even the faintest glimmer of hope compelled her to grasp it with all her might. Subsequently, Hutu summoned the reincarnation disc, placing the fragment of Tongtian's saintly essence within it. The reincarnation disc evidently resisted. After all, a saint's remnant soul exceeded its usual parameters. However, Hutu exerted her utmost effort, employing the rules of the underworld to suppress it, barely managing to force it inside. Upon completing this task, Hutu's complexion paled significantly, clearly drained. Just as Yunlin stepped outside, the bull-headed and horse-faced guards approached him, their demeanor quite deferential. Your Majesty, we return this spirit fruit to you. We dare not accept it. Just moments ago, Hutu had issued a decree to all witch clans that henceforth Yunlin would be the underworld's king of the underworld, his status only subordinate to hers, with all affairs of the underworld falling under Yunlin's jurisdiction. It's fine. I have just arrived in the underworld, and I require someone to introduce me. You two seem quite capable. Please feel free to keep the spirit fruit. Yunlin replied, that moment. He sensed a peculiar connection with the underworld, capable of summoning its power with a mere thought. Thank you, Your Majesty. The bull-headed and horse-faced guards expressed their deep gratitude, growing increasingly amicable towards Yunlin. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted in the underworld, causing Yunlin's initial Buddha seal to glow, and he felt the emergence of Buddhist light. Why has that wretched monk returned again? The horse-faced guard grumbled. A monk? Yunlin inquired. Indeed. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but 1,000,000 years ago, a monk suddenly arrived in the underworld, claiming to save wandering souls. However, this was originally our duty. He had the audacity to come and steal our role. Not only that, but he also uses the aura of the underworld to refine his Buddhist light. Intolerable, the bull-headed guard added. However, none among them could contend with him, and their lady offered no assistance. Once the witch clan entered the underworld, their physiques underwent changes, gradually transforming from the pinnacle of corporeal forms into the epitome of souls, beginning to develop a greater awareness. This was evidently influenced by the aura of the underworld. Thus, they harbored a strong aversion to the Buddhist light. The Western teachings have sent Ksitigarbha to the underworld to establish a doctrine. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Teach Xitigarbha a lesson. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Underworld King's Sword. Choice 2. Grovel before Xitigarbha, ingratiating oneself with the Western teachings. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Sacred Buddha Relic. Choice 3. Remain an onlooker. Reward. Top-grade innate spiritual root. The Yunming Tea Tree. Choose 1. Now was a transitional phase between the witch and demon tribulation and the canonization tribulation, making it exceedingly safe. The underworld was now his territory. What nonsense! Xitigarbha dared to come and snatch his possessions. Yunlin opted for a decisive strike. Subsequently, Yunlin led the bull-headed and horse-faced guards to the source of the Buddhist light. A monk sat cross-legged upon a mat, the Buddhist light cascading around him, seemingly illuminating the entire underworld. Whenever a wronged soul fell into the light, a serene expression would wash over their face, purging their resentment as they slipped into reincarnation. With each soul that departed, a fragment of merit would be absorbed by the monk. Wretched monk, I, the king of the underworld, am here. Depart at once. The ox-head and horse-face let out a thunderous roar, exuding an air reminiscent of a ruffian's lackey. The earth-store bodhisattva gradually opened his eyes. As a disciple of the Western teachings and a direct successor of the Holy Ones, he possessed strength equivalent to that of a mid-stage quasi-saint. The casualties among the shaman clan were grievous, with even the great shamans dwindling in number. Who could possibly contend with the earth-store bodhisattva? Having encountered the king of the underworld, the bodhisattva observed the myriad sufferings within the nether realm and thus wished to extend a helping hand to these wronged souls. To assist the wronged souls, Yunlin chuckled. You seek to share in the merits of the underworld, do you not? The earth-store bodhisattva remained silent, acknowledging that this was indeed one of his objectives. Who would refuse to accumulate more merits? Moreover, with Lady Pingxin unconcerned, his endeavors to guide the departed souls were not new. He felt no fear of the king of the underworld. Will you depart on your own? Or shall I compel you to leave? Yunlin inquired. Your Majesty, you are being rather domineering, that I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of Lady Pingxin. The earth-store bodhisattva replied with a smile. Unexpectedly launching an assault against Yunlin, that a string of prayer beads flew forth, aimed at Yunlin. This prayer bead was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and the bodhisattva did not hold back, unleashing the might of a quasi-saint. Such audacity! Yunlin sneered, pointing a finger. Seal! Instantly, the power of the formation surged forth, transforming into a grand array that pressed down upon the earth-store bodhisattva. The bodhisattva furrowed his brow slightly, attempting to break Yunlin's formation with the prayer beads. Bang! A resounding clash echoed, and the bodhisattva's prayer beads were unexpectedly sent flying. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the bodhisattva summoned a spiritual treasure staff, aiming to dismantle the formation, but Yunlin's lips curled into a smile as he conjured 3 more formations. Suppress! The earth-store bodhisattva spat a mouthful of blood. Enough! Lady Hutu materialized, prompting Yunlin to disperse the formations. The bodhisattva finally caught his breath. I have encountered Lady Pingxin. Our Western teachings boast 2 holy guardians, he asserted. Lady Hutu shot him a glance. The bodhisattva suffered another blow, his essence wounded. 2 holy guardians? Then summoned Yuanshi and Jin. Let us see if they dare to be insolent before me. Lady Hutu's voice was cold. Begone! The earth-store bodhisattva, feeling utterly dejected, dared not linger any longer and hastily retreated. My lady, Yunlin called out, you have offended the Western teachings upon your arrival. You certainly know how to stir up trouble. Lady Hutu remarked with a smile. Though her expression bore little reproach, the affairs of the underworld were seldom eluded by Lady Hutu's keen gaze. She was intrigued to observe Yunlin's approach. Yunlin's maneuvers garnered her admiration. After all, Lady Hutu was an ancestral shaman. Even with her amiable disposition, her combative nature was ingrained in her very being. What astounded Lady Hutu further was Yunlin's prowess, a mid-stage quasi-saint vanquishing a mid-stage opponent, all without invoking the rules of the underworld or employing spiritual treasures to achieve such a feat. And no wonder he remained composed even under her immense pressure. This naturally made Lady Hutu regard Yunlin more favorably. Bolstered by the confidence bestowed upon him by the lady herself, Yunlin offered a compliment. "You certainly know how to flatter." However, the establishment of the Western teachings within the underworld was a decree of the heavenly Tao. "Very well, do as you see fit," Lady Hutu concluded before vanishing. Yunlin was left speechless, pondering Lady Hutu's capriciousness. The ox-head and horse-face, regaining their senses, immediately showered Yunlin with praise, their admiration genuine, with strength and fortitude. Who would not wish to serve such a master? At that moment, a woman and a strong man approached Yunlin to pay their respects. During the War of the Shamans and Demons, the shaman clan suffered catastrophic losses, leaving only two great shamans, Jiufeng and Shangliu. After the war, they led the shaman clan into the underworld, in the vast expanse of the primordial world, where strength reigned supreme. The scene of Yunlin defeating the Earth Store Bodhisattva unfolded before their eyes. Ensuring no thoughts of rebellion lingered in their minds, that I have been entrusted by Lady Pingxin to reconstruct the underworld. I will first explore the nether realm and plan accordingly, Yunlin declared. Yes, Shangliu and Jiufeng followed closely behind him. Your Majesty, we have now arrived at the underworld sea, Jiufeng announced. Within the underworld sea, various aberrant beasts roam freely, including some quasi-saint-level creatures. Were it not for the lady's protection, those beasts would have long since broken their restraints. After traversing the underworld, they beheld a vast expanse of black and purple ocean. The primordial world was immense. Despite its multitude of living beings, it could not be said to be fully explored. The underworld had only recently come into existence, leaving many areas yet to be developed. The underworld sea was a desolate region of the underworld, fraught with danger from the aberrant beasts that circled within. Yunlin suspected that remnants of demon gods had fallen into the underworld, and there was even a possibility of encountering the lingering souls of demon gods. Just as Yunlin prepared to depart, a sudden glimmer of light descended beside him. That it was the innate spiritual root, the underworld's bienhua flower. Jiufeng and the others were taken aback. They had seen innate spiritual roots before, but they had never encountered one so audaciously presenting itself. The underworld's bienhua flower was exceptionally vibrant and beautiful, belonging to the category of superior innate spiritual roots, serving as the progenitor of all bienhua in the underworld. The bienhua flower, also known as the forgetfulness flower, was said to be the primary ingredient in Mengpo's soup. However, when utilized for cultivation, the bienhua flower could eliminate karma and clear perceptual obstructions. Even quasi-saints would regard such a spiritual root as a treasured possession. Yet now, this superior innate spiritual root seemed to possess a will of its own, rubbing against Yunlin. Yunlin felt a tinge of exasperation, uncertain whether it was due to Lady Hutu's influence over the underworld's laws or simply the result of his own fortuitous fate. Nonetheless, acquiring an additional innate spiritual root was undoubtedly advantageous. Yunlin casually collected it and then sought out Lady Hutu. "Have you observed the underworld thoroughly? What are your thoughts?" Lady Hutu inquired with a smile. Ever since Yunlin had given her hope, she had become more cheerful, shedding her previous aura of gloom and now radiating vitality. Lady, the cycle of reincarnation should encompass the 6 paths, and there ought to be a complete system within the underworld, Yunlin stated. Lady Hutu's interest was piqued. Speak on that in this primordial world, countless beings passed away every moment that to guide these souls. It was essential to establish ghostly messengers to escort the souls, and their destination should undergo proper judgment before being reincarnated. This would ensure the functioning of rules and the direction of merits. The underworld should construct the Ghost Gate, the Naiha Bridge, and the Mirror of Retribution. Yunlin replicated the entire framework of the previous underworld establishment. Even Lady Hutu could not help but commend him. Should such an underworld be realized, it would yield immeasurable merits, and, as the sovereign of the underworld, her authority would undoubtedly expand infinitely. The power to control the cycle of reincarnation was therefore self-evident. These concepts were ones the underworld would have taken countless years to develop, yet Yunlin articulated them all at once. Excellent, excellent. Little Qilin, I must admit, I underestimated you. Perhaps I should discuss with Tongtian about having him transfer you to me? Lady Hutu jested. Yunlin broke out in a cold sweat. What negotiation? It would likely result in conflict. I am grateful for your kindness, my lady. I am now the king of the underworld. My status is equivalent to that of your direct disciple. Is it not? He retorted, sensing her jest. You seem quite anxious. You may just be handing yourself over to Tongtian. Lady Hutu slowly rose. Let us proceed as you suggested. I shall first open the underworld sea. In the next moment, Lady Hutu's figure vanished from the Pangu Hall, her towering presence materializing in the underworld. Instantly, boundless power surged downward, prompting all the shaman clan members in the underworld to bow in unison. I wield the authority of the underworld. I shall open the underworld sea. Lady Hutu's voice resonated, and as soon as she spoke, the laws of the underworld and the power of reincarnation began to flow forth. Before everyone's eyes, the coastline of the underworld sea began to recede inward. Within the formerly tranquil underworld sea, the roars of aberrant beasts echoed. One aberrant beast, comparable to a quasi-saint, attempted to rise in resistance. But Lady Hutu did not show it any mercy. Effortlessly smashing it to smithereens with a single slap, the remaining aberrant beasts, witnessing this, dared not act recklessly. Though these beasts lacked intelligence, they possessed the instinct to evade danger. With such a formidable foe, who would dare to provoke her? The emergence of Hutu in the realm of the Nether Sea has indeed startled many formidable beings of the primordial chaos, particularly the 6 sages who were taken aback by this unexpected development. Ever since the demise of the ancestral shaman, Hutu has remained in silence. What could be her intentions now? However, when the 6 sages attempted to probe with their divine consciousness, they found themselves utterly crushed by Hutu's overwhelming might. In the Nether, the authority of Hutu is not mere rhetoric. The expanse of the Nether Sea has considerably diminished, yet Hutu has not entirely obliterated it. Then, with a wave of her hand, Hutu proclaimed, "The Netherworld is founded upon the principle of reincarnation. I establish the ghost gate to guide the souls of the departed. I create the mirror of transgressions and set down the stone of 3 lives to illuminate past and present. I establish the 10 halls of Yama to judge the sins committed in life. I set forth the 18 layers of hell." With a thunderous roar, Hutu's voice resonated throughout the netherworld, sending tremors across the primordial chaos. With each utterance from Hutu, the chaos quaked violently. Above the heavens, an infinite radiance of gold emerged. The sages could sense the continuous operation of the heavenly Tao, as something was being imprinted upon the laws of the primordial chaos. In the future, even the sages would be compelled to adhere to these newly established regulations. The re-establishment of the netherworld's rules by the Empress of Tranquility. This could alter the very fabric of the primordial chaos. On Penglai Mountain, Tongtian wore a face of perplexity. He was not alone. Inhua, Laozi, and Yuanshi were equally astonished. Meanwhile, in the west, the expressions of Jie and Zhuni darkened. This could spell disaster. The Empress of Tranquility has suddenly instituted the rules of the netherworld. Will we in the west no longer be able to acquire merits from the nether? Zhunti lamented. That is unlikely. The heavenly Tao is guiding, and Dizong will establish the path for the nether, Jane replied. Yet, he was certain that after Hutu redefined the rules, their opportunities to reap benefit from the nether would be significantly reduced. And indeed, this was the case. The West had originally intended to capitalize on the vacancies within the nether to establish the Western Pure Land, guiding lost souls to become followers and strengthen their influence, competing with the nether for business. However, now the West had lost its prime opportunity. This was an immeasurable loss, yet they dared not voice their concerns. Why did they not speak up when Dizong was attacked in the nether? Because they feared that they too would be met with Hutu's wrath. Thus, they chose to refrain from intervening, preserving their dignity. In the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun also sensed the changes within the netherworld. He calculated and furrowed his brow. Another variable that he despised variables. However, given the current boundless tribulation and this minor shift, Hong Jun did not pay it much heed. I shall establish the 6 paths of reincarnation, namely the heavenly path, the human path, the Azura path, the hell path, the hungry ghost path, and the beast path. Hutu's voice echoed throughout the primordial chaos. Confirmed. The voice of the heavenly Tao responded. And then the heavens split open. Whoosh! A deluge of merits descended, amounting to a staggering 50% of what Enwa had once created. Perfecting the netherworld was indeed one of the greatest merits in the primordial chaos. However, after receiving those merits, Hutu did not even glance at them, bestowing them all upon Yunlin. Hutu, in her disdain, refused to accept the gifts of the heavenly Tao. This greatly startled Yunlin, king of the Nether. The rules of the netherworld have been established. From this moment forth, you shall oversee its operations. With another wave of her hand, Hutu vanished once more. Yunlin had grown accustomed to Hutu's hands-off approach. He gathered the resplendent power of merits behind him. Moreover, what Hutu provided him was far more than mere merits. With the re-establishment of the netherworld's rules, what was now in short supply? People. The Ghost Gate requires guardians. Does it not? The Yama halls need inhabitants, do they not? Fengdu, Ghost City requires sentinels, does it not? The 18 layers of hell need supervision, do they not? Yunlin, the king of the Nether, could mobilize all resources of the netherworld. He could even place his confidants and personnel in crucial positions within the Nether. Utilizing the resources of the Nether, he could cultivate numerous powerful beings. Yunlin was confident that Hutu would not intervene. Hutu desired results, not the processes. Furthermore, after establishing the rules of the Nether, the one who stood to gain the most was still Hutu herself. Presently, Hutu's control over the netherworld had reached an unprecedented breakthrough. Along with her mastery of the laws of the Nether and reincarnation, it was uncertain just how much more powerful she had become. The human sovereign, Suiren, has returned to position. The host is requested to make a choice. Choice 1. Expose the heavenly Tao's conspiracy to Suiren. Reward of a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Choice 2. Go and observe. Reward of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the soul-dispersing bell. Choice 3. Remain in the netherworld. Reward of 2 fragments of the ancestral shaman's essence. I choose 3. Yunlin made his decision. The human race has 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 3 sovereigns are the heavenly sovereign, earth sovereign, and human sovereign. With the human sovereign leading the way, Suiren, as the ancient leader of the human race, has led his people through trials and tribulations, and his ascendance to the position of human sovereign is entirely justified. Yunlin's choice of 3 was motivated by the desire for the ancestral shaman's fragments of essence. The ancestral shamans lack souls, and the hope for their resurrection is inherently slim. Moreover, the heavenly Tao and Hongjun have meddled, erasing the ancestral shaman's essence. Consequently, even a Hunyuan Wujidi Deluo Jinxian, capable of traversing the river of time, could not bring them back. As Hutu's ambition grew, Yunlin felt increasingly apprehensive if the ancestral shamans could not be returned. Would Hutu not fly into a rage? Yet now, by acquiring the ancestral shaman's essence through the system, Yunlin breathed a sigh of relief. With the essence, resurrecting the ancestral shamans would not be an impossible feat. Initially, Yunlin intended to place the remnants of the ancestral souls within the Chaos Pearl, so as not to be detected by Hutu. However, those 2 remnants transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the world within Yunlin. Subsequently, those 2 streaks of light morphed into red and blue phantoms. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the forms of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who then began to integrate into the operations of Yunlin's inner world. Moreover, Yunlin discovered that those 2 phantoms were taking root in his world, continuously growing stronger. Yunlin paid little mind to it, as long as he could report back to Hutu satisfactorily. Niotu and Ma Mian. Come forth, Yunlin commanded. The 2 quickly approached. The netherworld has 10 Yama commanders, of which you are the second. From now on, you 2 shall be responsible for guiding the departed souls and guarding the Ghost Gate. With a wave of Yunlin's hand, 2 beams of spiritual light entered Niotu and Ma Mian's bodies. Soon, their forms began to transform. Niotu truly became a bull-headed human, while Ma Mian became a horse-headed human. Both wielded steel forks, and their auras surged to the initial stage of Deluo. Whether in the celestial court or the duties of the netherworld, they would serve to enhance each other's powers. Currently, the celestial court's fortune was lacking. However, the netherworld was different. With Hutu presiding, the aura of the nether thrived, creating a self-sustaining system. thus significantly amplifying their powers. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Niotu and Ma Mian expressed joyfully. Indeed, following the king meant there would be rewards. Xiang Lu and Jiufeng. "You two shall oversee Fengdu, Ghost City, and Mongshan." After the spiritual light entered their bodies, Xiang Lu and Jiufeng's forms began to grow larger, their auras escalating to the initial stage of quasi-saint. Fengdu Ghost City is a gathering place for spirits, while Mongshan is responsible for guarding the Ghost Gate, both crucial components of the Netherworld. At present, they were still in the preliminary stages of refining their roles. Once fully refined, they could even reach the mid-stage of quasi-saint. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xiang Lu and Jiufeng hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Subsequently, Yunlin sent out communications. Soon, a figure descended into the Netherworld. "Young Master." The newcomer was Lin Kuang. Having participated in the Longhan catastrophe, he could be considered a veteran powerhouse of the primordial chaos. However, strength and realm are not merely accumulated over time. For instance, the Black Sea Xiangge possesses immense depth and great fortune, thus having severed his 3 corpses, attaining the late stage of quasi-saint. Yet Lin Kuang remained stuck in the initial stage of quasi-saint. As Yunlin was not stingy with his elders, he declared, "Great Elder, I now govern the Netherworld and wish for you to serve as the Emperor of Benevolence and Righteousness, guarding the 18 layers of hell." The 18 layers of hell stand as one of the cores of the underworld. The position of the Celestial Emperor of Benevolence and Righteousness can be deemed the highest office, second only to the Earth Mother. However, with the presence of Yunlin, the King of the Netherworld, the Celestial Emperor has now been relegated to the 3rd rank within the underworld. Initially, Lin Kuang pondered why the young master had summoned him. But upon hearing Yunlin's proclamation, he was taken aback. The commotion in the underworld was indeed significant, and he had just been marveling at the grand gestures of Lady Pingxin. Yet the young master revealed that he had taken command of the Netherworld. This left him utterly astounded. Quickly, however, Lin Kuang regained his composure. "Thank you, young master." Yunlin then conferred upon Lin Kuang the title of Celestial Emperor of Benevolence and Righteousness. In the next moment, Lin Kuang donned a black robe, exuding an air of authority. His strength surged as he harnessed the power of the Netherworld to vanquish the malevolent corpses. Within the Netherworld, he dared to confront formidable beings at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, bolstered by the Netherworld's energies. Subsequently, Yunlin produced 10 innate spiritual artifacts, which transformed into the 10 kings of hell, endowed with the laws of the Netherworld, each attaining the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal level of cultivation. These 10 kings of hell, rather than mere manifestations of the artifacts, could be understood as the vessels of Yunlin's consciousness, guided by his will. Although the underworld had been established, it faced a shortage of personnel, compelling Yunlin to step in to ensure its smooth operation. Esteemed beings, the underworld is now functioning normally. If you have any individuals to recommend, I shall arrange for them to be placed in suitable positions. Yunlin declared that we respect the edict of the king of the Netherworld. The assembly responded in unison. Over the subsequent 100 millennia, Yunlin meticulously organized the affairs of the underworld, promoting numerous talents from various witch clans and transferring some from Qilin Cliff. The Earth Mother expressed her satisfaction with Yunlin's capabilities, bestowing upon him several innate spiritual treasures. Following this, Yunlin requested to enter seclusion for cultivation. After 1,000,000 years of traversing the primordial realm, he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-quasi-saint stage. Once the Earth Mother redefined the underworld's regulations, Yunlin seized the opportunity to catalyze his breakthrough, allowing the essence of the Netherworld to take root in his world. Upon entering his slumber, 3,000,000 years passed. Yunlin awoke amidst a sea of netherworld flowers, having planted a singular netherworld flower by the banks of the Yellow Springs, which soon flourished along the entire shore. The blossoms were vibrant, swaying in the breeze, emanating a fragrance that even spirits could detect. With Yunlin's awakening, all the netherworld flowers danced, expressing a jubilant sentiment. Moreover, the moment he awoke, the entire netherworld seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation. In the Pangu temple, the Earth Mother opened her eyes, filled with astonishment. Just moments prior, as the sovereign of the netherworld, she had discerned that the laws of the netherworld seemed to have undergone a wondrous transformation. A portion of the foundational rules of the netherworld appeared to have merged with the young Yunlin. Even though she was the ruler of the netherworld and possessed some dominion over its powers, the high status of the netherworld's rules meant they could not be easily manipulated. Yet, it seemed that the rules had shown great favor towards the young Yunlin. In other words, even if the Earth Mother were to revoke Yunlin's authority over the netherworld's powers, he could still wield them. Furthermore, should Yunlin continue to grow, he could potentially usurp the position of the Earth Mother as the sovereign of the netherworld. Most individuals would likely seek to extinguish Yunlin entirely. However, the Earth Mother did not share such intentions. Rather, she felt elated. The more extraordinary Yunlin's abilities appeared, the greater the chances of resurrecting her elder siblings, as long as the ancestral witches could be revived. The Earth Mother would willingly sacrifice everything. Young Master, Lin Kuang had remained at Yunlin's side throughout. How has the underworld fared during her absence? Yunlin inquired, stifling a yawn that he had now successfully advanced to the mid-quasi-saint stage. Young Master, ever since Lady Pingxin re-established the regulations of the underworld, everything has been running quite smoothly. In accordance with your wishes, we have transformed some souls into messengers. However, the Xianmin and the Western factions seek to take advantage of our underworld. Lin Kuang reported. Lin Kuang's meaning was clear to Yunlin. The underworld had always been a coveted realm, and now, following its expansion, even saints were coveting it. They aimed to accrue merit and fortune within the underworld. In the future, both the Buddhist and Taoist sects possessed the ability to guide the spirits of the deceased, possibly under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, with the intent of weakening the underworld. Is Lady Pingxin aware of this? Yunlin inquired. After the young master entered seclusion, she too has gone into seclusion, and we have not dared to act without her consent, so we have been holding off. Lin Kuang explained. The Xianmin and the Western factions have dispatched envoys to the underworld, hoping to extract concessions from us. Due to our prolonged silence, they have begun to grow impatient. The Xianmin and the Western factions wish to take advantage of the underworld. Please make your choice, Master. Option 1. Expel them, asserting the authority of the underworld, and receive a reward of the 100 Calamities Nether Transformation Cultivation Method. Option 2. Allow them to freely reap benefits within the underworld, and receive a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Blood Demon Blade. Option 3. Reason with them and receive a top-grade innate spiritual root, the 9 Nethergrass. Yunlin chose the first option. Allowing them to reap benefits was absolutely unacceptable. Yunlin was not one to engage in negotiations. Let us first teach them a lesson. Moreover, I am quite tempted by that 100 Calamities Nether Transformation Method. This technique allows one to cultivate a distinct from the 3 corpses, and not the kind that is severed by a powerful being. It can be understood as an independent avatar that will not rebel against its original self. Unlike the 3 corpses and other avatars, which invariably leave traces that can be detected by powerful beings, ordinary avatars do not exceed the realm of their origin. However, the 100 Calamities Nether Transformation allows for exceptions. For instance, should Yunlin traverse the world on the path of enlightenment, each level would be exceedingly arduous, with exceptional combat prowess. Yet, achieving sainthood remains a monumental challenge. The 100 Calamities Nether Transformation, however, could allow him to attain the status of a saint before his original self, thereby safeguarding his path. That not enticing. Do saint disciples think themselves so remarkable? Grand Elder, expel them from the underworld, and let them know whose territory this truly is. Understood. Lin Kuang had no doubts regarding Yunlin's command. Even in the face of pressure from the 5 saints behind the Taoist and Western factions, Lin Kuang would dare to act against them at the young master's behest. Within Fengdu, the king of Fengdu addressed Lin Kuang. I, from Xianmin, have 3 saints backing me. Should the underworld be willing to collaborate, it will prosper even further. Nanji chimed in, representing the Xianmin, now a disciple of the Chan teaching. He had reached the initial quasi-saint stage. Following his previous defeat at the hands of Yunlin, he had worked diligently to improve himself. This was his chance to prove himself, and he felt confident in success. I, too, from the Western faction, have 3 saints supporting me. King of Fengdu, please consider this carefully. Dizong added. Neither the Xianmen nor the Western factions believed they could persuade the Earth Mother to relent solely on their own strength. Thus, they opted for a joint approach, excluding the Western faction's empty boast of a third saint. The two sides collectively possessed 5 saints, making it formidable for anyone in the primordial realm to withstand. Currently, the pressure was mounting on Xiang Lu, who had become the king of Fengdu. Esteemed ones, it is not that the underworld is unwilling to negotiate, but both the king of the netherworld and Lady Pingxin, who hold authority, have entered seclusion that we are truly unable to make decisions, the king of Fengdu explained. King of Fengdu, it has been 3 million years that it seems that your underworld is simply unwilling. Inform me of Lady Pingxin's location, and I shall seek her out myself, Nanji retorted, frustrated. The king of Fengdu found himself in a difficult position. Just then, a figure appeared, and the king of Fengdu felt as though he had seen a beacon of hope. Your Majesty, Nanji and Dizong turned their gaze towards the newcomer. The underworld had been thriving these years, and Lin Kuang, the celestial emperor of benevolence and righteousness, had gained considerable renown in the primordial realm. Without waiting for Nanji and Dizong to speak, Lin Kuang coldly declared, by the decree of the king of the netherworld, expel the individuals from the Xianmen and the Western faction from the netherworld. With audacity, I stand as a representative of the 6 revered sages. How dare you provoke the wrath of the king of the underworld? Meanwhile, the king of Fengdu has long been exasperated by the wisdom of the Westerners and the Xianmen. Relying on the support of the sages, they frequently challenge him. Boom! The king of Fengdu's aura surged, and a colossal wolf-toothed club manifested in his grasp as he bellowed, by the decree of the king of the underworld, expel the followers of the Xianmen and the Western teachings. In an instant, the underworld was engulfed in tumult, a grand spectacle. Countless spirits roared, and numerous formidable beings from the underworld surged towards Fengdu. The 10 great Yin commanders, the Ghost King of Mongshan, and the 10 halls of Yunluo all led their subordinates to the scene, densely crowding the city of Fengdu. Your Majesty, I implore you to think thrice before acting. The king of the underworld is tyrannical and will inevitably doom the future of the underworld, spoke Nanji. How dare you speak ill of the king of the underworld? Strike him down. How dare you malign the king of the underworld of our realm? Nanji's words ignited fury among the underworld's powerful beings, with Lin Kuang being the first to take action. Nanji stood dumbfounded, while Dizong silently rejoiced, relieved that he had held his tongue, having learned a lesson from Yunlin previously. Thus, he maintained a more subdued demeanor this time, merely assisting Nanji, who sought to assert his dominance, that I am a direct disciple of the sage. I represent the Xianmen. Nanji cried out. However, the underworld's mighty beings paid him no heed. Yunlin held a revered status among them, one they would defend with their lives. If not for the king of the underworld, how could the underworld have reached its current state? Furthermore, many beings from Qilin Cliff resided within the underworld. 6 long swords hovered behind Lin Kuang, exuding the power of the 9 nether. This was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xinyu sword array, wielded by the Emperor Tianqirun. It was a treasure of the underworld, capable of harnessing its power with immense might. Moreover, Lin Kuang's attack on Nanji was fueled by personal vendetta, as it was Nanji who, alongside Ran Deng, had set a deadly trap for the young master. Now, seizing the opportunity, he sought to settle both new and old scores. Faced with Lin Kuang's onslaught, Nanji hastily summoned the spiritual treasure, the 5-fire, 7-birds fan, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure crafted from the feathers of 7 innate spiritual birds. Allowing control over 5 types of innate spiritual flames, wielding tremendous power. With a wave of his hand, the 5-fire 7-birds fan unleashed its greatest might, enveloping the spiritual flames in an attempt to counter Lin Kuang's Xinyu sword array. Lin Kuang scoffed. How dare he play with fire before him? Lin Kuang was a fire Qilin. Break! Lin Kuang shouted in fury, and the Xinyu sword array suppressed the spiritual flames. In the next moment, it surged towards Nanji. Nanji was taken aback. His strength was already inferior to Lin Kuang's, and this was Lin Kuang's domain. Did he dare to confront him? Even if Nanji exerted all his effort, he would soon be gravely injured by Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang understood that he could not recklessly take Nanji's life, but he could certainly impart a severe lesson. Without several 100,000 years of arduous cultivation, Nanji would find it impossible to restore his essence. Your Majesty, we of the West have no desire to become enemies with the underworld. I shall take my leave. Dizong wisely fled the scene. Still not gone. Lin Kuang coldly commanded Nanji. Rage filled Nanji's eyes as he declared, "You shall regret this." After Nanji and Dizong departed, the king of Fengdu expressed concern. Your Majesty, they are after all 5 sages. This matter is one that the king shall handle, Lin Kuang replied, smiling. With those words, the underworld's powerful beings felt reassured. They held unwavering confidence in the king of the underworld. However, in the next instant, wow! A brilliant light illuminated the entire underworld, startling all spirits into silence. The aura of the sages had descended. Calm down. We of the Xianmen merely seek mutual assistance with your underworld. Why are you so unreasonable? Yuanshi descended upon the underworld, his face filled with fury. The attack on his direct disciple was a blow to his pride. The sages, immortal and indestructible in the primordial realm, valued nothing more than their reputation. Yuanshi, how grand your presence is, exclaimed Ho Tu, appearing in a black robe, seated upon her throne. Even in the face of Yuanshi, she remained unfazed, exuding a hint of mockery. The power of the underworld surged within its depths, and in an instant, Yuanshi's majestic aura was completely dissipated. Witnessing this scene, the beings of the underworld were swept by a wave of emotion. Meanwhile, Yunlin stood amidst the blossoms, observing Ho Tu's display. Calm down, my lady. Our Xianmen obtaining some authority within the underworld and occupying certain positions is sanctioned by the heavenly Oh, you wish to defy its will? With a sigh, Laozi appeared riding a green bull. With both Yuanshi and Laozi present, Tongtian would naturally not remain absent. The 3 sages of the Xianmen had gathered. Following this, 2 beams of Buddhist light radiated forth. Yuanshi and Jin would not miss this opportunity either, for the West's ability to gain benefits within the underworld hinged on this moment. The 5 sages had arrived in the underworld, and there was an implicit intention to unite against Ho Tuesday. This incited a wave of worry among the powerful beings in the underworld. The will of the heavenly Tao. What does that amount to? One day, I shall tear apart this heavenly Tao. One day, I shall suppress Hong Jun in the underworld to suffer endless torment. Ha ha ha. Ho Tu laughed, appearing somewhat deranged. Perhaps she had already lost her sanity when the 11 ancestral witches perished, the absent sage. Nuwa had been observing the events within the underworld. She gazed at Ho Tu, feeling a twinge of envy. Envy for Ho Tu's freedom. Envy for her audacity to resist. Like Ho Tu, she had lost her brother during the witch and demon calamity. Nuwa was luckier than Ho Tu. Fushi still had the possibility of reincarnation. Yet, Nuwa pondered more deeply. If one day the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor truly sought to annihilate her elder brother, could she truly lend a hand? Calm down, you dare. Laozi's anger flared. The Tao ancestor was the progenitor of the Xianmen, their teacher. Ho Tu's actions were excessively offensive. The Taiji diagram manifested behind Laozi, transforming into a golden bridge. Seemingly poised for action, Yuanshi and Tongtian awaited Laozi's signal. Should Laozi act, they would follow suit. The Pangu banner and the sword of extermination were primed for battle. The Taiji sage must not act. You must not. Jin hastily intervened. He then turned to Ho Tu and said, My lady, this matter is quite simple. Why complicate it? You are indeed powerful in the underworld, but if the 5 sages unite, we can still suppress you. Indeed, I cannot contend with all 5 of you. Ho Tu nodded. The other sages rejoiced, believing Ho Tu was about to concede. However, Ho Tu smiled as she spoke. Then let us see if I can destroy the underworld before you can suppress me. Are you mad? Yuanshi exclaimed in shock. The underworld is one of the foundations of the primordial realm. If Ho Tu were to destroy it, the primordial realm would undoubtedly be left incomplete. Far more severe than when the heavens split or collapsed, that it would pose a risk of upheaval for the primordial realm. Under such karmic backlash, it was likely that the 5 sages would be stripped of their saintly status or even lose their lives. You wish to make a move? Come, try if you dare. Ho-Tu raised her head, staring down the five sages defiantly. Yet none of the five sages dared to meet her gaze. "My lady, what do you truly desire?" Laozi asked helplessly. Compromise was impossible. Ho-Tu had lost her mind. If pressed further, she might drag them all down with her, endangering the primordial realm in the process. The Xianmin and the Western teachings wish to enter the underworld? Very well, that is entirely acceptable, but this matter will be led by the underworld. Who may enter the underworld and who may not will be determined by us. The underworld shall offer you benefits. But if you seek to seize them, it will be utterly impossible. With each word, the essence of Ho-Tu revealed itself. Yunlin observed Ho-Tu's demeanor, internally exclaiming in awe. There was an unmistakable air of dominance about her. The five saints fell into a contemplative silence. This had indeed crossed the threshold of their patience. Yet, they found themselves powerless against Ho-Tu. Very well, we shall abide by the will of the Empress. Ultimately, the five saints reached a consensus. Those so-called primordial saints are rather lackluster. I had anticipated a more vigorous confrontation. The Xianmin and the Western Church had dispatched individuals to the underworld, and, as the king of Yomi, I am wholly responsible for all matters pertaining to it. After Ho-Tu concluded her words, she disregarded the five saints entirely and dissipated into thin air. The five saints lingered for but a moment in the underworld before departing. Yunlin was left in a state of bewilderment. Damn it. While Ho-Tu may have been unafraid of offending the five saints, he, Yunlin, was apprehensive. What if they discovered that he was the king of Yomi? Would those saints not vent their frustrations upon him? At that moment, the five saints were indeed engaged in discourse. The king of Yomi is said to be a rising star in the underworld. Having contributed significantly to the establishment of new regulations, he manages nearly all affairs of the underworld. My disciple, Dizong, has had dealings with him, and he is exceedingly overbearing. Esteemed colleagues, I must take my leave. With that, they departed alongside Juni. The king of Yomi is merely a lowly insect under Ho-Tu's protection. Yuanshi let out a muffled grunt. His disciple had been defeated, and he had initially sought a resolution, only to find himself humiliated. Yuanshi was seething with anger. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly take delight in delivering a thrashing to that king of Yomi. Third brother, regarding the affairs of the underworld. Have Duobao handle the negotiations. Regardless of the circumstances, we must establish our foothold in the underworld and ensure the West does not surpass us. Understood. Tongtian readily agreed to this task. The matter of the five saints came to a temporary conclusion. Ho-Tu reappeared before Yunlin. Empress, Yunlin bowed respectfully. Little one, have you truly no intention of switching allegiances? I find myself increasingly fond of you. Ho-Tu teased. She felt particularly invigorated today. It had been ages since she had felt such exhilaration since her transformation into the cycle of reincarnation. Confronting the five saints had allowed her to release pin-up frustrations. Yunlin scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. What do you plan to do next? Ho-Tu did not dwell on the subject of Yunlin's potential defection. Empress, naturally I shall await the visit from Xianmin and the Western faction. Since Nanji faced setbacks in the underworld, it should be the disciples of Jie Jiao coming to negotiate, and I am, after all, the eldest brother of Jie Jiao. Yunlin replied. You truly are a cunning one, taking advantage of every opportunity. Ho-Tu chuckled, comprehending Yunlin's intent. Yunlin was a disciple of Jie Jiao and a member of Xianmin. If Xianmin were to send individuals to the underworld, why should it not be Yunlin? That would indeed be a favor from the Empress, Yunlin added with a smile. Ho-Tu lingered, imparting extensive knowledge about cultivation to Yunlin. This level of attention was not something just anyone could receive. The Shuaman's representatives have arrived. You should go. When you have the opportunity, I will provide you with a more in-depth explanation of the rules of Yomi and reincarnation. Ho-Tu's form dissipated. Having spent many years in the primordial era, aside from Tongtian and Fushi, Ho-Tu was perhaps the third elder whom Yunlin genuinely respected. Here in Fengdu, the ghost city had transformed into a reception hall. The king of Fengdu was hosting guests, but this time, the atmosphere was markedly different. Previously, disciples of the saints had strutted about with arrogance. Yet now, Duobao wished he could shrink away. He had heard of Nanji's humiliating defeat in the underworld. Moreover, Duo Bao was acutely aware that after Pingxin Empress displayed her might, these disciples of the saints had nowhere to lament their misfortunes. Thus, Duo Bao remained low-key. Duo Bao, the king of Yomi, is currently with the empress. It may take a while before he arrives. The king of Fengdu informed him, "No matter, I can wait," Duo Bao replied repeatedly. Now, the entire primordial era was aware of the king of Yomi's tyrannical reputation. Having trampled Vizong and pummeled Nanji, Duo Bao did not wish to become the next disciple of the saints to face a beating. Before long, Yunlin approached. "Your Majesty." The king of Fengdu greeted him with utmost respect. Upon seeing Yunlin, Duo Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. He even rubbed his eyes, astonished that this was none other than his elder brother in a different attire. The king of Fengdu discreetly excused himself. "What's wrong? Do you not recognize me?" Yunlin inquired. Duo Bao was instantly overcome with excitement. "Elder brother, it truly is you. Are you really the fearsome king of Yomi?" Why would I not be?" Yunlin laughed heartily. "Oh my, you truly startled me. What are you doing in the underworld, elder brother? Does our master know?" "Our master likely does not know. If he did, he wouldn't have advised me to be humble upon meeting the king of Yomi." Duo Bao babbled excitedly. The two brothers reminisced for a while. Yunlin offered a few words of advice, and Duo Bao took his leave. Upon returning to Penglai, Tongtian summoned him to the upper clear palace. "Duo Bao, how did it go? What did the king of Yomi say?" Tongtian inquired urgently. The three clear ones held the affairs of Xuanmin's entry into the underworld in high regard. After Nanji's humiliating experience, Tongtian feared Duo Bao might have faced similar grievances. And of course, there was also the desire to rival Chan Jiao. The rivalry between Chan Jiao and Jie Jiao had not diminished over the years. In fact, it had only intensified. "Master, please shield the heavenly secrets first." "I have something to report," Duo Bao replied. Tongtian's expression shifted as he utilized his great powers to conceal their conversation. "Master, the king of Yomi is actually my elder brother, Duo Bao," he said. Boom! Tongtian immediately sprang to his feet. "What did you say?" As a saint, how could he have missed Duo Bao's words? He simply found it hard to believe why elder brother is the king of Yomi. Duo Bao reiterated, in the next moment, the corners of Tongtian's mouth curled into a wild grin. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his laughter. Ha! Ha! The divine might resonated throughout Penglai, leaving countless disciples of Jie Jiao baffled by the sudden uproar. "Duo Bao, your elder brother is truly remarkable. He managed to ascend to the position of king of Yomi without uttering a word." Tongtian felt a surge of joy in his heart. As a teacher, witnessing the success of his disciple certainly brought him happiness. Second brother always claims he cannot produce good disciples. One day, we shall bring Liner out to show him what makes the good disciple. Indeed, my elder brother is extraordinary. I have heard he oversees all matters of the underworld. Whether it be appointments or other affairs, everything falls under his jurisdiction. How impressive! Duo Bao chimed in with enthusiasm. "Master, my elder brother also asked me to convey a message. Xianmin wishes to place someone in the underworld, and my elder brother said to proceed with it. The fact that he is the king of Yomi must remain confidential." "Very well," Tongtian responded decisively. Liner was as astute as ever. With Liner managing affairs in the underworld, Jie Jiao would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. "What a good disciple, truly a good disciple, oh no," Tongtian suddenly exclaimed. "Liner is too exceptional." Back when Fuxi had thoughts of seizing Liner for himself, even your elder uncle mentioned he felt unsettled for not having recruited Yunlin. Well, Hutu also. Duo Bao was momentarily taken aback. People were eager to take Liner as their disciple. Yet he had ended up with his elder brother. "Master, this is perilous. We cannot allow this to happen. I must make a trip to the underworld." Duo Bao urged frantically. Tongtian was genuinely anxious now. "My precious disciple." "Master, no. If you go, won't that jeopardize my elder brother's situation? Besides, my elder brother would never betray Jie Jiao." Duo Bao protested urgently. Tongtian quickly calmed himself. "I will consult with your elder uncle and second elder uncle. We must finalize this matter before Liner waits too long." Duo Bao watched Tongtian rush away with a mix of anxiety and exasperation. He genuinely wanted to say, "Master, You're a saint, not a sycophant. At Kunlun, the three clear ones reconvened. Third brother, any news? Yuanshi queried, puzzled. Could it be that Duobao was expelled by the king of Yomi? Ha! Second brother, good news. The king of Yomi has agreed to Shuaman's requests. Willing to grant some authority over the underworld, and has consented to let Xianmen place individuals there, Tongtian announced. Yuanshi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. In comparison, Nanji appeared somewhat foolish. It seemed that the pressure from the five saints had indeed had an effect. The king of Yomi was likely intimidated. Yuanshi forcibly sought to uphold his dignity. Tongtian, weary of explaining himself to Yuanshi, acknowledged that this was indeed a favorable development, yet questioned who among the Xianmen sect would take the lead in this matter. Laozi interjected, "My esteemed elder brother, all disciples of the Chan sect are individuals of profound fortune. We can select someone from our ranks." Yuanshi hastily responded, "Who is unaware that this is a lucrative task. Moreover, my second brother, Duobao, has conveyed that the king of the underworld wishes to thwart the Chan sect from leading this endeavor, claiming that their arrogance is excessive. Otherwise, he would not permit our Xianmen to enter the underworld," Tongtian remarked. Yuanshi fumed. How audacious of the king of the underworld! His anger nearly reached a boiling point. Had the king dared to appear before him at that moment, Yuanshi would have crushed him with the Pangu banner. Such brazen insolence! In that case, let us select someone from the Jie Sect. Laozi declared he had but one disciple, Xuandu, and preferred to abstain from such affairs. Thus he was not inclined to contend that "I believe Yunlin would be a suitable choice," Tongtian suggested. However, before Yuanshi could voice his thoughts, Laozi decisively concluded, "Then it shall be Yunlin that in the West." Jin and Junti were similarly troubled. They had intended to appoint Dezong, yet Dezong had previously offended the king of the underworld. "Senior brother, shall we not consider sending Yaoshi or Methria instead?" Junti proposed. Yaoshi, Dezong, and Methria were all genuine beings of the West, direct disciples of Jin and Junti. Even when Laozi devised the establishment of Mahayana Buddhism, the Western faction sought to restore order. Mahayana Buddhism encompasses the past, present, and future Buddhas. Why is the past Buddha known as Randing, the present Buddha as Duobao, and the future Buddha as Methria? The past and present merely serve as adornments for the future. That will not do. Dezong's enlightenment is exceedingly high. He is the most suitable candidate, Jin firmly countered. Junti nodded in agreement that in truth, Jin's so-called high enlightenment referred to Dezong's rebellious spirit. The current prominence of the Western sect leaned towards Hinayana Buddhism, with Junti's incarnation of Shakyamuni Buddha regarded as the sole true Buddha. Dezong had repeatedly questioned the nature of becoming a Buddha, yet Jin and Junti were at a loss for answers. Hinayana Buddhism pertains to the very foundation of the Western sect, which must firmly uphold the notion of a singular true Buddha in the world. They could only vaguely inform Dezong that the true Buddha is unique, and one day he too might have the opportunity to become a true Buddha. Dezong, born in the West, possessed exceptional talent and enlightenment, causing even Jin and Junti to marvel that he surpassed even the Chan Sect's Nanji and the Jie Sect's Duobao. Naturally, Dezong was dissatisfied with such claims and wished to delve deeper into the matter. While having such a gifted disciple should have been a source of joy, Junti and Jin found no happiness in it. Rather, they felt a measure of annoyance towards Dezong. For years, Dezong had been in search of answers, prompting Jin and Junti to consider placing him in the underworld. Though termed as an arrangement, it was, in essence, a form of exile. They wished to prevent him from participating in the core of the Western sect for fear of jeopardizing its foundation, in truth, according to the trajectory of the primordial development. Dezong had indeed vowed that he would not attain Buddhahood until the hells were empty. Thus, he was destined to remain in the underworld, guiding souls and accumulating fortune for the West, with even a return to Lingshan being a challenging endeavor. It was indeed rather pitiable. "Let us end Dezong after all," Jane sighed. Junti expressed no objections. Upon receiving the directive, Dezong did not hesitate and proceeded to the underworld. This time, Dezong was quite obedient and refrained from any reckless actions. Having encountered the king of the underworld, when he saw Yunlin approach, he offered a respectful bow. "Are you here regarding the matter of the West's entry into the underworld?" Dizong inquired. "There is little to discuss. I can agree to this matter directly." Yunlin responded cheerfully, much to Dizong's astonishment. Yunlin smiled, saying, "Everyone believes that the king of the underworld is unreasonable. In fact, I am the most reasonable of all. As long as you are courteous and do not overshadow your host, I will not impose upon you." Upon reflection, Dizong realized this was indeed the case. His punishment stemmed from disdain for the underworld. And the same principle applied to Nanji. "I have underestimated the king of the underworld's magnanimity. I should be punished." Dizong chuckled lightly. Dizong was about to make a grand vow and requested the host to make a choice. Option 1. Go with the flow. Reward of a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the soul pearl. Option 2. Provide Dizong with an exposition on Mahayana Buddhism, reward of one ancestor which essence. Option 3. Expel Dizong, delaying the time for him to make his grand vow. Reward of one mother chi of all things. Both the ancestor which essence and the mother chi were appealing to Yunlin. Nevertheless, Yunlin chose the second option. After all, he was one of the founding figures of the Western sect and could not waste this opportunity. It was time to begin disseminating the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. That moment, Dizong received heavenly guidance, prompting him to establish a grand vow to eternally guard the underworld. Yunlin began, "Dizong, what is a Buddha?" Dizong was taken aback. "The Buddha is the one and only. The Buddha encompasses all. The Buddha is eternal, that we all revere and serve the singular true Buddha, Shakyamuni." Yunlin shook his head, smiling. "The Buddha is not singular. In the 3 times and 10 directions, countless Buddhas coexist simultaneously. Shakyamuni is but one among them. You are a Buddha. I am a Buddha. All beings can become Buddhas at this moment." Dizong trembled with profound realization. Meanwhile, Yunlin's initial Buddha mark gradually emerged, enveloping Dizong within its light. What the Western sect propagated was merely the pursuit of personal liberation, rooted in transcending life and death, aiming to sever attachments and ultimately extinguish ignorance. This led to the Hinayana teachings. Today, I shall impart to you the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. Will you uphold them? Yunlin inquired. "I shall uphold them. I beseech the esteemed one to bestow the teachings." Dizong replied fervently, bowing deeply. Having long sought the path of Buddhahood, yet finding it elusive, hearing Yunlin's words was akin to encountering sweet dew after a long drought, igniting an eager anticipation within him. The Dharma is marked by great compassion and benevolence, universally liberating all beings. To become a Buddha is to save the world, to establish a Buddha realm. The path of cultivation requires traversing countless lives and deaths, enduring tribulations, and attaining supreme wisdom to seek ultimate enlightenment, thereby liberating all beings. Yunlin articulated slowly. Dizong immediately entered a meditative state, immersed in the radiance of Yunlin's Buddha light. The initial Buddha mark on Yunlin shone brightly. Fortunately, he had prepared with the chaos pearl to suppress its full revelation. Otherwise, Jane and Zhuanti would have swiftly sought to eliminate him a century later. Dizong abruptly opened his eyes, beaming with a newfound wisdom. And with palms joined, he bowed deeply to Yunlin. "Thank you, esteemed one, for resolving my doubts that I am a Buddha, destined to guide all beings towards Buddhahood. May the Buddha's compassion prevail." At the moment, Dizong comprehended the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. A radiant Buddha light illuminated the entirety of the underworld. In an instant, all spirits within the underworld erupted in roars, with the commotion in the 18 layers of hell being the most tumultuous. This compelled Lin Kuang to intervene and suppress the chaos. Had it not been for the realization that the Buddha light emanated from Fengdu, many powerful beings of the underworld would have rushed over. Aware that the king of the underworld was currently in audience with Dizong at this juncture, Dizong declared his grand vow. "May I, through the eons to come, respond to all suffering beings, widely establish means for their liberation. Once all beings are liberated, I shall attain Bodhi. Until the hells are empty, I vow not to become a Buddha." Boom! The underworld had barely settled when it trembled anew, each tremor connected to Yunlin. Hutu merely cast a glance and paid it little mind, casually suppressing the vengeful spirits of the underworld. Mused, this little fellow truly causes a stir. Dizong's figure was enveloped in golden light, establishing his presence in the underworld, his influence resonating throughout the primordial realm. Dizong has established his path within the underworld. We have seized the initiative before the Xianmen, Jane joyfully proclaimed. What on earth is Yunlin doing? Why does he still remain elusive? Yuanshi, already displeased, began to vent his frustration upon witnessing the West gaining the upper hand. Lin is well prepared. When the time comes, his might shall be no less than that of the West. Tongtian asserted that, in the face of Yuanshi's reproach, he was reluctant to engage too much, yet feared Yuanshi's potential for causing a ruckus. What if it displeased Lin? Regardless, once Lin made his move, it would undoubtedly astonish all. Dizong, having failed to recognize the great figure, has neglected the esteemed one. I humbly ask the esteemed one to bear no grudge. Kazong gazed upon Yunlin, his eyes brimming with profound reverence. The teachings imparted by Yunlin illuminated Kazong's mind. Leading him to a moment of clarity, he vowed to ascend to the late stage of quasi-saintship without delay. Should there come a day when he truly guides the souls of the damned out of hell, he would attain the esteemed status of a saint, as for the Buddha, within his heart. Who dares assert that Kazong, in this moment, is not a Buddha? The great vehicle Buddhism is indeed the true doctrine, yet Ling Mountain primarily adheres to the lesser vehicle teachings. Ultimately, there shall come a day when I will lead both saints to embrace the profound truths of the great vehicle. Liberating them from the sea of suffering, I shall ensure that the beings of Ling Mountain receive the nourishing waters of the great vehicle teachings, Kazong declared. Presently, Kazong stands as Yunlin's most fervent admirer. Whenever Yunlin suggests an action to propagate the great vehicle teachings, Kazong is ready to act immediately, even at the cost of his life. Fortunately, Kazong possesses the wisdom to refrain from rashness. Otherwise, should he rush to Ling Mountain to preach, it would leave Yunlin in a precarious position. That day will surely arrive that I implore King Kazong to accumulate the foundation for our great vehicle Buddhism, allowing its brilliance to envelop the vast wilderness and liberate countless beings from suffering. Yunlin spoke earnestly. This is only natural, Kazong replied with a smile. And then he took his station in the 18th layer of hell, using the light of Buddhism to guide the souls of the departed. At this moment, the deity of Kwani was quite pleased, believing that Kazong would bring immense merit and fortune to Buddhism. However, they remained unaware that their own home had been pilfered. After addressing Kazong's matters, Yunlin exhaled deeply. Kazong's conversion was an unexpected delight. Subsequently, Yunlin discovered that within his internal realm, another ancestral shamanic figure had manifested. Time ancestral shaman, Zhujiao Yin, was time to visit the heavenly court. Yunlin contemplated that he sought to request the position of Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor from Haoyan, also known as Tai, the rescuer of suffering. Tai is one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court, concurrently overseeing the affairs of the underworld. Legends state that the 10 Yama kings are all manifestations of Tai. Furthermore, the heavenly court is also a promising venture. Investing now would yield significant returns, and missing this opportunity would be regrettable. As early as several million years prior, Yunlin had sent the North Sea Xian turtle to the heavenly court, where Haoyan conferred upon it the divine rank of the Emperor of Guochun. After exchanging a few words, Yunlin instructed Xiao Pai to escort him to the heavenly court, the southern heavenly gate. The heavenly court appeared somewhat improved compared to the underworld, with numerous heavenly soldiers patrolling. It was evident that Haoyan was earnest in developing the heavenly court, though his efforts were hampered by limitations. A million years had passed since Hongjun established the Xianmen heavenly court, yet within the court, there remained only a few lowly figures, not to mention the scarcity of the Luo golden immortals. Even the Tai golden immortals were few and far between, following the calamities of the Wu and Yao. The Chan and Jie sects, as well as Western teachings, had opened their gates to recruit disciples, especially Chan and Western teachings, which had done so with great fervor. The 6 saints looked down upon Haoyan, deeming him merely a disciple of the Tao ancestor, of lowly status. Many preferred to align themselves with the saints rather than serve in the heavenly court. Who approaches A heavenly general inquired. I am Yunlin, a disciple of the Jie Sect. I kindly request that you inform the celestial general. Yunlin responded. Upon recognizing him as a disciple of the saints, the heavenly general did not dare to be neglectful. After receiving news of Yunlin's arrival, Tongtian was taken aback. He had heard of Jie Sect Yunlin, known as the elusive elder brother of the Jie Sect. What brought him to the heavenly court? Nevertheless, Tongtian did not dare to treat him lightly. The saints held the highest regard. Even when faced with a direct disciple of the saint, he could not afford to lose his decorum. Yunlin, I have the honor of meeting your majesty. Yunlin bowed. From their very first encounter, Tongtian found Yunlin quite agreeable. While other disciples of the saints often carried an air of arrogance, particularly those from the Chan sect, who seemed to gaze down from the heavens, this Jie Sect elder brother was distinctly different, exhibiting commendable demeanor. Nephew need not be overly formal. Is there something you wish to discuss in the heavenly court? Tongtian inquired at why purpose here is to seek a position within the heavenly court. As I have heard that the role of Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor remains unfilled, Yunlin articulated. Tongtian was momentarily stunned that in his quest to recruit talented individuals over the years, he had encountered numerous challenges. Recently, he had even hosted a peach banquet to win the hearts of others. Yet the results had been disheartening. Even the positions among the 6 sovereigns could not sway the true powers. The last individual he recruited, the North Sea Xian Turtle for the role of Guochen Emperor, had brought him great joy for a long while. Such a powerful being, even in idleness, could serve as a deterrent within the heavenly court. Tongtian even questioned whether Yunlin had lost his senses. Is there a problem? Uncle? Yunlin asked. He assumed Tongtian was hesitant and contemplated whether he should seek assistance from his master, in the Taoist heavenly court. The highest authorities are the 3 purities and the 6 sovereigns. The 3 purities are, of course, the 3 saints of the Tao. They do not directly manage the heavenly court. That duty belongs to the 6 sovereigns. The 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court include the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of Guochun, the Emperor of the North Pole, the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, the Southern Extreme Longevity Emperor, and the Emperor of Heaven's Law following the Earth Mother. The Jade Emperor is Tongtian, the supreme ruler overseeing the heavenly court. The position of the Earth Mother is essentially a concession to her, regardless of her acceptance. After the sealing of the gods, the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court would be highly sought after. The Chan sect had already acquired several positions as a defeated faction. The Jie sect had not secured even one. Yunlin understood that if he did not seize the opportunity now, even quasi-saints might find it impossible to attain positions among the 6 sovereigns in the future. Nephew, the disciples of the saints look down upon the heavenly court, Yunlin remarked. Tongtian expressed his doubts aloud. Uncle, their disdain for the heavenly court is simply their blindness. The heavenly court is the heart of the wilderness, and the position of the heavenly emperor stands shoulder to shoulder with the saints. Even in its current weakened state, under your leadership, Uncle, it will undoubtedly thrive and flourish. With this statement, Tongtian was deeply moved. He truly wished to exclaim, in this vast wilderness, aside from the Jade Pool, only Yunlin understands me. A scholar would lay down his life for a true friend. A woman would adorn herself for the one who delights her. Moreover, given Yunlin's strength and status, securing the position of Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor would pose no issue whatsoever. Since that is the case, nephew, I hereby grant you the position of Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. Tongtian proclaimed solemnly. That moment, a stream of divine light emerged within the heavenly court and entered Yunlin's being. He received the divine seal, donned a new robe, and acquired several spiritual artifacts befitting the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, including the Tai divine sword and the seal, both no weaker than high-grade innate spiritual treasures. Thank you, your majesty. At this moment, the changes in the positions within the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court also stirred the 3 saints of the Xianmen. What was Yunlin up to? Not only did he neglect his duties in the underworld, but as a disciple of the saints, he willingly chose to remain subordinate to Tongtian. This was truly disgraceful. Yuanshi fumed. Indeed, teacher, it appears that Yunlin has made little progress over the years. Nanji echoed from the side. After the previous humiliation in the underworld, Nanji had crafted a straw dummy of the king of the underworld. often bringing it out to stand alongside Yunlin's own dummy in a mock battle. Seeking to vent his pent-up resentment that I shall confront Tongtian, Yuanshi could no longer sit idle. Having already been incensed by the affairs of the underworld, Yunlin's blunder provided him with the perfect opportunity to vent his frustration. Tongtian, too, found Yunlin's actions perplexing. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, Tongtian sought to send someone to guide Yunlin to the heavenly palace of the eastern extreme Qinghua emperor. Following the mutual destruction of the Wu and Yao, Hongjun had sealed the heavenly court. Additionally, due to the great battle, much of the heavenly court had been devastated. It was Hongjun who led the 6 saints in restoring the heavenly court and establishing the 33 heavens as the dwelling places for immortals and deities. The 9th layer was the most esteemed, where Tongtian resided. The temple of the eastern extreme Qinghua emperor lay in the 26th layer of Qinghua Changlu. Uncle, please wait a moment. Yunlin smiled. Tongtian, puzzled, halted. Just then, Yunlin began to recite, silently and without trace, "The void stands against calamity. Who can fathom this distant realm? Once one enters the great vehicle path." He was reciting the Tai Sutra of rescuing suffering. The foundational scripture of the rescuer of suffering. As Yunlin's chants resonated, treasures of light erupted throughout the wilderness. Ethereal blue lotuses emerged, and celestial sounds reverberated, majestic and overwhelming, shaking the very fabric of the wilderness. In the heavens above, Yunlin's figure manifested, exuding an aura of vitality. Boom! At this very moment, an endless aura of the ethereal suddenly manifested within the primordial chaos. Subsequently, palace after palace materialized before the multitude. It was the 10 halls of Yama from the underworld. Why would the halls of Yama appear in the primordial realm? The beings were utterly perplexed. The halls of Yama in the netherworld are tasked with judging the sins of souls. Their decrees determined the cycle of reincarnation across the 6 realms, dictating the destinies of souls. Furthermore, the 10 Yama kings possess the authority to cast souls into the 18 levels of hell. A significant power indeed. Yet, why would such a pivotal establishment of the underworld manifest in the primordial realm? Could it be that the venerable Lady Hutu has taken action? Even the 6 saints were visibly anxious, fearing that Hutu might succumb to madness. However, in the next instant, a divine apparition in the sky spoke once more that I am the supreme deity of salvation, Tai, entering the ethereal underworld, presiding over the 10 halls of Yama, and judging the departed souls. From within Yunlin surged 10 beams of spiritual light, which descended into the 10 halls of Yama, transforming into the 10 Yama kings. King Qingguang, with leopard-like eyes and a lion's nose, adorned with a square crown, oversees the lifespan and mortality of mortals, governing the fortunes and misfortunes of the netherworld, guiding the righteous to transcendence. King Chu Jiang. Wow! At this moment, not only were the beings of the primordial realm astonished, but even the 6 saints stood dumbfounded. Previously, when Dizong made grand vows, their reactions were rather muted. After all, Dizong was merely a collector of souls, while the true overseer of the 18 layers of hell was the benevolent Emperor Tianqi of the underworld. But this time was different. To preside over the 10 halls of Yama meant obtaining immense power over the underworld, capable of influencing its operations. Tongtian was particularly overjoyed. My dear disciple, my good disciple. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Hutu possibly bestow the 10 halls of Yama upon the Xianmen? Absolutely inconceivable. Jean, filled with disbelief, awaited Hutu's appearance for a long time, yet she never showed, and the 10 halls of Yama had already merged into the underworld. The matter of the Xianmen governing the 10 halls of Yama had now become a fait accompli. Yuanshi was momentarily stunned. He genuinely hoped that Yunlin would take charge of the 10 halls of Yama, for this would signify that the Xianmen could acquire the great fortune of the underworld. Yet he also wished for Yunlin to be struck down by Hutu, as he did not want others to claim that the Chan teachings were inferior to the Jie teachings. It was a profound contradiction, but if Yuanshi felt this way, then Nanji was even less able to withstand such a blow. His Tao heart on the verge of collapse, he had thought he had escaped the shadow of Yunlin, only to realize that he had been exceedingly naive that if Nanji exists, how can Yunlin be born? Poof! Having failed to circulate his breath, Nanji's old injuries flared up, causing him to faint upon the ground. Indeed, Yunlin was quite remarkable. Laozi observed Yunlin with deep appreciation. "Master, is this Yunlin your disciple?" Xiandu inquired. Although he had entered the fold late, Laozi was the foremost of the three pure ones, and thus the elder brother of the Xianmen. "You must show respect to your senior brother Yunlin, for his talents surpass yours," Laozi advised. Xiandu complied. Like Laozi, he was an easygoing individual who disliked contention. Thus he did not mind the titles of senior brother and junior brother. Junior nephew. How Tian regarded Yunlin with a different gaze. The heavenly court and the underworld, one above and one below, yet their treatment was reversed. No one coveted positions in the heavenly court, while all sought to serve beneath the saints of the underworld. Yunlin's ability to govern the 10 halls of Yama was indeed remarkable. Even how Tian felt compelled to curry favor with Yunlin, coveting the fortune of the underworld. "Your Majesty, I am the Eastern Emperor Qinghua. When the opportunity arises, I shall facilitate a collaboration between the heavenly court and the underworld," Yunlin declared. "Excellent! Excellent!" How Tian's face lit up with joy, eager to elevate Yunlin to a position of honor. "Junior nephew, today I shall host a banquet to welcome you. That I will invite Emperor Goqing as well, so that you may bond." How Tian was entirely unaware that the Northern Sea's black tortoise was associated with Yunlin. Yunlin did not delay. How Tian had put forth great effort to prepare a feast of fine wines, exquisite dishes, and spiritual fruits, sparing no expense. "Esteemed guests, please forgive my unsolicited arrival, that I have come seeking a cup of wine," announced a powerful figure who had arrived at the heavenly court. Upon seeing him, the crowd gasped. It was Zhen Yuanzi. In the primordial realm, there were three reclusive individuals who, even amidst the great calamities, had remained unscathed. These three were the Sea of Blood, the Nether River, and Zhen Yuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple. They were among the few great powers in the primordial realm, known as the 3,000 guests of Zixiao. The Nether River required no introduction. The Western Queen Mother had been conferred the title of the foremost female immortal of the primordial realm when she attended the teachings at Zixiao Palace. Yet she held no interest in power, thus evading calamity. After the death of Dong Wanggong, the Western Queen Mother retreated to the Western Kunlun, ignoring the affairs of the primordial realm, as for Zhen Yuanzi. He was a manifestation of the innate spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree, possessing an extraordinary foundation. He oversaw the Earth Book among the three books of heaven, earth, and humanity. When Luo, who destroyed the western veins of the earth. It was Zhen Yuanzi who sheltered countless beings, earning immense merit. He was later revered as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, possessing profound magical powers. Zhen Yuanzi shared a close bond with Hongyun, and following Hongyun's demise, Zhen Yuanzi rarely ventured out. Now, upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi, the assembly was filled with astonishment. "Zhen Yuanzi, it is a rare honor. Please take a seat. We have prepared the celestial brew of Qing Shao, which should suit your palate." How Tian welcomed with a smile. "Ha! Your Majesty, you are too kind. I have actually come for the primordial jade Xiong wine of young friend Yunlin." Zhen Yuanzi chuckled, stroking his long beard. "Primordial jade Xiong wine?" the Queen Mother inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, by chance I once tasted a cup of primordial jade Xiong wine from my friend Fushi, and I have been yearning for that flavor ever since. Other wines now seem utterly bland to me. I had even intended to seek the Qilin Cliff, but alas, it is secluded, and I have yet to find the opportunity," Zhen Yuanzi lamented. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings of the heavenly court were immediately astonished. The way Zhen Yuanzi spoke did not seem to indicate deceit. What kind of wine could possess such an effect, capable of making a quasi-saint yearn for it? "Zhen Yuanzi, you overpraise me that I happen to have some primordial jade Xiong wine with me. Allow me to invite you all to savor it," Yunlin smiled. The crowd was instantly filled with anticipation. Subsequently, Yunlin produced a small wine jar, and as he uncorked it, both Hao Tian and the Queen Mother felt a stirring within their bodies. They too were quasi-saints. Yet now they sensed the essence of the Tao within a single cup of wine. Even a mere hint was sufficient to astonish the world. Yunlin was generous, sharing the wine with all present. "What a fine wine! A splendid wine!" Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed. My friend Fushi once told me that this wine is brewed from 5 kinds of innate spiritual fruits, supplemented by the power of merit and crafted using special techniques. Below the Great Luo, a single sip can elevate one's realm. Zhen Yuanzi, filled with excitement, downed the wine in one go, and a Tao rhythm began to manifest around him, revealing a look of contentment. This wine must be the finest brew in the primordial realm. Tian, after finishing his drink, also offered high praise. The others echoed their admiration. However, I feel that this batch of wine seems even more fragrant than the one my friend Fushi shared with me. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, somewhat puzzled. The esteemed one is unaware that we at Shilin Cliff brewed 2 batches of primordial jade Xiong wine. The first batch did not compare to the second, and what everyone is enjoying now is from the second brewing. Yunlin explained, Little Yunlin, when inviting someone for a drink, you should at least refer to me as Master Uncle. Be careful, or I shall report you to your teacher. A sudden laughter rang out. All present stood to welcome the newcomer, who was none other than the sage of Taiji. Xiandu was also beside Laozi, casting curious glances at Yunlin. Master Uncle, I did not wish to disturb your busy schedule for such a small gathering. If you wish to drink, simply let me know, and I shall bring it to you. Yunlin chuckled. You little rascal, you know how to speak. Laozi looked at Xiandu and said, you should learn from your senior brother Yunlin. Whether in conduct or cultivation, he is ahead of you and serves as your example. Yes, master, Xiandu replied earnestly, then turned to Yunlin, addressing him. Yunlin's senior brother. The gathering was composed not of ordinary individuals. Each had undergone countless years of cultivation. Even in this seemingly simple dialogue, numerous issues could be discerned. Laozi, revered as the foremost among the 6 saints, typically maintained a demeanor devoid of levity, yet he regarded Yunlin with affable warmth. Despite being the leader of the 3 pure ones, he found himself addressing Yunlin as senior brother, while Xuandu, traditionally his rightful title as the master brother of the Xianmin, was now subordinate to Yunlin. Indeed, my fellow Taoist speaks the truth. Yunlin, you invite others for a drink without extending the courtesy to me, clearly indicating that I am not held in high regard. From the east, a resplendent glow emerged as Niwa approached. Hao Qian exchanged a glance with Yao Qi, his expression somewhat dazed. Ever since the decree had declared Hao Qian as the Lord of Heaven, the saints had rarely frequented the celestial court. Now, 2 saints had arrived simultaneously, and both for the sake of Yunlin, they could not believe it was solely due to the Hunyuan Yuqing wine, nor could they attribute it merely to Yunlin's transformation into the Lord of the Ten Yama. Such matters hardly warranted the presence of 2 saints. As Laozi and Niwa took their seats to savor the wine, they both offered praises to Yunlin. In truth, Yunlin harbored some confusion regarding what could possibly merit such a personal visit from these 2 esteemed figures. The imminent birth of Fushi prompted a choice from the host. Option 1. Adhere to the agreement made and take Fushi as a disciple, imparting the method of the Bagua and Ishua. With a reward of the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the wind banana fan. Option 2. Relinquish Fushi to Laozi, with a reward of the superior grade innate spiritual treasure, the time boat. Yunlin comprehended that Fushi was on the verge of incarnation. Elucidating why both Laozi and Niwa sought him out, that he realized he had been too preoccupied lately to recall this matter. Choosing option 1 seemed fitting, as he had promised Fushi in the past. Moreover, he was merely 1 fan short of the 4 essential banana fans representing the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water. The convergence of these 4 fans could potentially unveil extraordinary phenomena. Little Yunlin. My elder brother is about to reincarnate. He once expressed his desire to become your disciple. You remember? Niwa initiated the serious discussion. Indeed, I recall. Yunlin nodded. According to heavenly decree, my elder brother is one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity and is thus meant to be a disciple of Laozi. Hence, we are here to finalize this matter. Niwa continued. This juncture, the guests at the banquet remained silent, recognizing the significance of the conversation, which, while not a closely guarded secret, still carried an air of gravity. I have no objections to Yunlin accepting the human sovereign as his disciple. After all, Yunlin had once rendered me significant assistance. Laozi chuckled amiably. Laozi, embodying the principle of non-action, pursued the path of the Taishang Wuqing. His words implied a desire to sever the karmic ties associated with Yunlin, presenting him the Tao Te Ching. Despite his apparent kindness and fondness towards Yunlin, Laozi was, paradoxically, the most emotionally detached among the six saints. Closely resembling Hong Jun and aligning with the celestial order, should matters arise, he would not hesitate to forsake Yunlin, even if it meant sacrificing familial bonds that Laozi's accounts were meticulously clear. Then I expressed my gratitude to Master Uncle. Yunlin responded with a respectful bow. Yunlin had anticipated this development and was aware that Laozi might leverage the earlier gift of the Tao Te Ching as a condition. Thus, he was not overly surprised. Accepting a human sovereign as a disciple would bestow upon any formidable being, even a saint, tremendous benefits in terms of the fortunes of humanity. Yet Yunlin, accustomed to a more languid existence, was not particularly enamored with the human fortune. He merely intended to honor his agreement with Fushi. So, I shall take my leave first, Laozi stated, having swiftly concluded the matter over a glass of wine. Little Yunlin, did my elder brother entrust you with the Fushi Qin? Niwa inquired. The Fushi Qin, a companion spiritual treasure of Fushi, indeed remained in Yunlin's possession. Yes, Yunlin affirmed. The heavenly decree has designated the three sovereigns of the three races, with my brother as the heavenly sovereign of humanity. Tasked with creating the human Dao Bagua using the Hichu and Luoshu as aid, that I have sought the Hichu and Luoshu for many years, but to no avail, Niwa expressed her concern. My lady, within the celestial court, I possess the Haotian mirror, capable of thoroughly investigating the primordial chaos. Allow me to utilize it. Haotian interjected, seizing the opportunity. Then I shall rely on you, your majesty, Niwa replied. Without delay, Haotian summoned a magnificent mirror, which hovered in mid-air, emanating radiant light. After a while, however, the Haotian mirror yielded no results. Haotian recognized this as a rare opportunity to align with Niwa, willing to expend the fortunes of the celestial court to ensure success. In an instant, the mirror's brilliance illuminated the primordial chaos, causing widespread alarm among its inhabitants. The Haotian mirror was originally a supreme, innate spiritual treasure bestowed by Hong Jun to suppress the fortunes of the celestial court. Now, empowered by Haotian's formidable magic in the court's fortunes, it could probe as far as the 33 heavens and delve into the underworld. I found it, Haotian exclaimed. The assembly then noticed a figure concealed within a sea of blood. The Hichu and Luoshu affixed to him. This crimson expanse was unmistakably the Blood Sea, yet the figure was not the river of the underworld, but rather Kunpe, and no wonder I could not find it after searching for so long. It was concealed by the karma of the Blood Sea, preventing even my probing, Niwa remarked coldly. Kuanpeng, surrender the Hichu and Luoshu, and I shall spare your life. Kuanpeng, who had been cultivating within the Blood Sea, trembled at her words. Following the calamity between the Wu and the Yao, Kuanpeng had resolved to bide his time for future growth. He had initially sought refuge with his friend, the river of the underworld, who had permitted Kuanpeng to hide within the Blood Sea. For many years, Kuanpeng's presence had been a rarity in the primordial chaos. But now, Niwa's voice reverberated, nearly fracturing the entire Blood Sea. The ancestor of the river of the underworld was startled into action, hastily locating Kuanpeng. Kuanpeng, my friend, we cannot afford to provoke a saint. Kuanpeng hastily emerged above the Blood Sea, declaring, Lady Niwa, the Hichu and Luoshu are here. He dared not hesitate, producing the Hichu and Luoshu without reservation. Although reluctant, he understood that his life took precedence over any treasure. After all, Kuanpeng had not participated in the battle and was already deemed a traitor of the Yao clan. Should Niwa choose to eliminate him, her reasoning would be sound. Niwa accepted the Hichu and Luoshu, dismissing Kuanpeng without further regard. Kuanpeng sighed with relief. Recognizing that he could no longer linger in the Blood Sea, he bid farewell to the river of the underworld before departing. Your Majesty, thank you. Niwa expressed her gratitude. And own need for formalities, Haotian replied, though his complexion was pale, resembling one suffering from debilitation. Yet he understood that his sacrifices were undoubtedly worthwhile. Little Yunlin, I entrust you with matters concerning my brother. Should anything arise in the future, You may always seek me at the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa stated, handing the Hichu and Luoshu to Yunlin before taking her leave. Yunlin, here are some ginseng fruits. I hope you do not find them lacking. When you visit Wuzhuang Temple, I shall ensure you receive a warm welcome. I shall take my leave first, Zhen Yuanzi announced, his gaze lingering on the blood seed. He had not forgotten the grudge against Kunping for the ambush on Hongyun all those years ago. In these years, while Nuwa sought Kunping for the Hichu and Luoshu, Zhen Yuanzi sought Kunping for retribution. Zhen Yuanzi, please hold a moment, Yunlin interjected. Zhen Yuanzi paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. That I once obtained the 99 scattered soul red gourd from Ancestor Hongyun. Thus I share some karmic ties. As far as I know, Ancestor Hongyun still has the potential for reincarnation. Yunlin explained. Zhen Yuanzi's expression brightened with excitement. This true. By a stroke of fortune, I've come to know some inside details. In due time, Ancestor Hongyun will reincarnate as one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity. Yunlin continued. Ha! Excellent. Truly splendid, Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed with uncontainable joy, bowing deeply to Yunlin. Suddenly, a surge of vitality radiated from him. The demise of Hongyun had left cracks in his Tao heart. But upon hearing this news, his heart was restored. This bow was well-deserved by Yunlin. For such great kindness, words of thanks are insufficient. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Zhen Yuanzi vowed gravely. This promise carried immense weight. You are too humble, great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. Yunlin chuckled softly as Zhen Yuanzi bid farewell. Despite knowing that Hongyun would reincarnate, Zhen Yuanzi still wished to exert his utmost effort to seek retribution against Kunping. Yunlin sighed as he watched Zhen Yuanzi depart. In the primordial world, Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi shared no blood ties. Yet, Zhen Yuanzi was willing to sacrifice everything for Hongyun, a bond that truly stirs the heart. Hongyun was indeed pitiable. Having been schemed against by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, his demise was unfortunate enough. Yet the heavenly Tao and Hongjun remained unconvinced, compelling him to reincarnate as one of the 3 sovereigns. The divine farmer, under their constant scrutiny, disciple Yunlin, should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to speak to your uncle. Whatever your uncle possesses will certainly be at your disposal, declared Hao Yan. Initially, Hao Yan believed he had overestimated Yunlin, but now he realized the truth. His dependence on this disciple was far greater than he had anticipated. Indeed, Yunlin, do not stand on ceremony, although the heavenly court lacks a sage to oversee it. Our foundation is not insubstantial. Feel free to voice your needs, added Yaoqi with a smile. In the future, I shall not hesitate to call upon both my esteemed uncles, replied Yunlin with enthusiasm. Yunlin then turned to the Xian turtle of the North Sea and said, Emperor Goqing, I intend to relay a message to the human emperor. Would you be willing to lend me your assistance? Naturally, I would be delighted to help, responded the North Sea Xian turtle with a cheerful demeanor. Hao Yan observed this exchange with great relief. Having initially feared that conflicts might arise between the 2 emperors, it seemed such concerns were unfounded. Ever since the calamity of the witch and demon, the Swearen clan had led the rise of the human race, resulting in an increasing number of formidable human warriors. Once Swearen successfully ascended to the position of human emperor, his power would reach the peak of quasi-saint. Coupled with the influence of Enhua and Laozi, the human race stood as the most esteemed among the myriad beings of the primordial realm, this moment, outside a birthing chamber within the Huaxu tribe. The clan's elders and tribesmen had gathered. Since Huaxu entered the Thunder Marsh, she has become pregnant. This must be a blessing from heaven, for the child she carries is extraordinary, remarked an elder. Just then, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded above the chamber. Countless rare and marvelous beasts surged forth, bringing with them celestial flowers and fruits, all paying homage. The tribesmen of the Huaxu tribe perceived this as an auspicious sign. With Huaxu's cry of pain, a golden light descended upon the chamber, and Enhua manifested to bestow her blessings. The multitude of human beings fell to their knees, fervently calling out to the Holy Mother. The miraculous descent of Fuxi even stirred the powerful among the human race. Several 100,000 years later, Fuxi became the leader of the Huaxu tribe. He created nets for fishing and for countering malevolent beasts. He domesticated livestock, established surnames, and formulated marriage customs, leading to the flourishing of the human race. On this day, Fuxi sat by the river, lost in thought, gazing up at the vast starry sky and surveying the mountains, rivers, and lakes before him. He felt the winds and the thunder, contemplating the mysteries of the transformation of heaven and earth, yet he remained unable to transcend the barriers before him. As Fuxi pondered, a colossal turtle appeared before him, gliding through the flowing waters. Upon its shell, the dual forces of yin and yang swirled, elucidating the principles of the 8 trigrams. That Fuxi's eyes brightened, and he fell into a state of enlightenment. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld the characters Qian, Kuan, Qinli, Jin, Zhen, Sun, and Dui. This is the path of the 8 trigrams. Do you comprehend it? Yunlin materialized, presenting Fuxi with a qin that I understand now. Thank you, master. Fuxi bowed to Yunlin. Having grasped the causal connections involved, suddenly, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. That a tremendous surge of human vitality descended, causing the heavens and earth to lose their luster. Fuxi's aura surged, instantly reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint. At the same time, a towering figure appeared before him, enveloped in flames. It was Swearin. Human Emperor Fuxi, do not delay your ascendance. Called Swearin. The vitality of humanity transformed into a great dragon, carrying Fuxi to the fire cloud cave. Yunlin too was enveloped in the rich essence of human vitality. The so-called acceptance of disciples was merely a formality, a matter of gaining a title. Even sages could not expect the human emperor to serve them closely. As the foremost of all beings, the rise of humanity was an inevitable decree of the primordial realm. Even if the path of humanity faced restrictions from the heavenly Tao, its vitality remained formidable. From this moment forth, Yunlin could accept offerings from the human race and bask in their incense. As long as the human race thrived, so too would his fortune flourish. Yet for him, it was somewhat of a mixed blessing. After attending to these matters, Yunlin returned to Qilin Cliff. Back already. Did you sense that your lotuses are about to bloom? Asked Luoho as he materialized. The moment Yunlin entered Qilin Cliff, Luoho was already aware of his return. Ah, the lotuses are about to bloom, Yunlin exclaimed in surprise. Luoho remarked, in truth, with your strength, you could simply sense the situation at Qilin Cliff. However, as things have remained stable here for many years, you showed little inclination to concern yourself with it. After all, there are 2 demon gods managing the trivial matters, making it quite effortless. Yunlin and Luoho arrived at the pool of the 3 light divine water, where Laozi was also present. Upon seeing Yunlin return, she greeted him warmly. At this moment, the water level of the 3 light divine water had yet to recover, but centered around the black and white dual lotuses, numerous buds were poised to bloom, each radiating divine light, a spectacle of 5-colored brilliance. That I thought you returned because you sensed the lotuses were about to bloom. Luoho chided. Such a significant event, and yet you seem utterly unconcerned when others obtain 5-colored lotuses. Even sages would be vigilant, eagerly awaiting their bloom. But here you are, frolicking about without a care. Perhaps the young master has many opportunities, leading him to overlook this one. Laozi giggled, covering her mouth. Luoho was left speechless once more. That may be true. For others, the 5-colored lotus is a rare treasure. But for the young Qilin, it may not hold the same value. How much longer until the 5-colored lotuses bloom? Yunlin inquired. Most 10,000 years. Laozi replied confidently. Being a life spirit demon god, and having transformed from Huang Zhongli, she had full assurance regarding such matters. Then we shall wait. Yunlin began to rummage through his belongings. Mid-grade innate spiritual treasures? When did you collect such items? Luoho asked with some confusion. Mid-grade innate spiritual treasures are beneath my notice. Just watch my actions, Yunlin replied with a smile. Continuing to search, he produced 4 banana leaves, each possessing unique attributes: earth, fire, wind, and water. As the 4 banana leaves came together, Luoho immediately fell silent. Individually, these leaves were insignificant, but when united, even Luoho felt a sense of awe that he could perceive the flow of worldly power. The young master has indeed gathered all 4 of these banana leaves. Li Sisi exclaimed in astonishment. This was unexpected. How could the heavenly Tao allow these four spiritual treasures to converge? While there were many complete sets of magical treasures in the primordial realm, most were incomplete. For instance, the 4 banana leaves were missing the water and earth variants. Similarly, the 3 lights lacked the lamp wick for the Yushu Liuli lamp. The Baoyan lamp is derived from the chaotic green lotus seed pod and does not belong to the 3 lights. Moreover, the innate 5 directions flag was missing the Xian Yuan water controlling flag.as for the 36 calming sea pearls. Aside from the 24 in Zhao Goming's possession, the remaining 12 were nowhere to be found. Additionally, the 5 directions lotus had seen the destruction of the green lotus, and the white lotus had vanished. This was likely the handiwork of the heavenly Tao. These spiritual treasures might contain some power that the heavenly Tao feared. Or perhaps the Tao was preemptively guarding against something. The true circumstances remained shrouded in mystery, which was why Li Sisi was so astonished at that moment. The 4 banana leaves transformed into 4 luminous points and began to converge. Blue, yellow, red, and green. In the instant they intersected, an explosion of radiant light erupted from Yunlin Cliff, followed by the emergence of a magnificent pagoda within the luminous mass. This tower, 9 stories high, was not particularly resplendent. Yet it exuded an aura of profound depth, as if the traces of the great Tao danced upon its surface. This is the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Tower of the World. Rahu and Li Sisi both displayed expressions of astonishment. A primordial treasure of chaos. Yunlin was filled with questions. Had he inadvertently assembled a primordial treasure from fragments? In the time before Pangu separated heaven and earth, amidst the chaos, there existed 9 primordial treasures, some claimed by demon gods and others wandering within the chaos. The world-subduing tower had fallen into the hands of the 5 elements demon god, and its emergence could reverse the chaos and subdue all. However, it was regrettable that many primordial treasures were incomplete or had been forced to disassemble. Your Chaos Pearl was one such example, and the current world-subduing tower had also been reduced in status. Now merely an innate treasure. Rahu expressed his regret, yet it was evident how much he valued and cherished the world-subduing tower. Then let this tower be under the stewardship of Mr. M.O., with a wave of his hand. Yunlin brought the tower before Rahu. Rahu was momentarily stunned. Little Yunlin, allow me to tell you, this tower is extraordinary. If used properly, it could even suppress the heavenly Tao. Are you truly giving it to me? What is yours is mine, and what is mine is still mine. What difference does it make? Yunlin replied nonchalantly. Rahu, damn it. Without further ado, Rahu took possession of the world-subduing tower. Licc, nearby, was grinning from ear to ear. After a moment of contemplation, Yunlin presented a small bell to Li Sisi. Aunt Sisi cannot be without a spirit treasure. This chaos bell is for you, Yunlin declared. Thank you, young master. Licc was also immensely pleased with the chaos bell. Both of these demon gods were under his absolute control. However, they too possessed their own emotions. Yunlin was not the type to impose strict demands on his subordinates when there were benefits. He genuinely provided them. Having slept at Yunlin Cliff for nearly 100,000 years, Yunlin had now reached mid-stage quasi-saint to break through to late-stage quasi-saint. He required various resources, as well as a profound understanding of the Great Tao. Originally, Yunlin had returned to Yunlin Cliff to refine the 100 Calamity Nether Clone. The 100 Calamity Nether Clone required a primordial spirit root as a vessel, and Yunlin thought of the Enlightenment Tea Tree. However, with the blooming of the 5-color lotus, should it truly be able to revive the chaos green lotus, even in its juvenile form, it would surpass the spirit roots of the primeval era. Young master, wake up! The 5-color lotus is about to bloom, Li Sisi urged, rousing Yunlin. Yunlin stretched and transformed into his human form. There was nothing quite like the comfort of sleeping in his own home. Meanwhile, in the pool of 3 light, divine water, the flower buds emitted a glimmering radiance, intertwining to form a tapestry of chaos. Within, the rhythm of the Tao flowed, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. At this moment, the beings within Yunlin Cliff felt their innate powers stirring within them. The 5-color lotus was not tolerated by the heavenly Tao of the primeval era. Yet fortunately, Yunlin Cliff was shielded by the Chaos Pearl. Otherwise, before it could bloom, the heavenly Tao would surely have destroyed it. Licc remarked. The chaos green lotus is the foremost among primordial spirit roots and also the pinnacle of primordial treasures. Even though she had lived as the life demon god for countless eons in the chaos, she felt a sense of awe and anticipation before the chaos green lotus. She yearned to witness a miracle. Stay calm. Do not hold too high hopes, Rahu said nonchalantly. Yet, it was clear that his hands were trembling excessively. Yunlin, you should remain calm yourself. Wow! Under their hopeful gazes, the entire pool of lotus flowers burst into bloom. Though they did not reach the 12th rank, they were all third-rank lotuses. Nevertheless, even as low-grade innate treasures, the gathering of the 5-color lotuses was a magnificent spectacle. It successfully bloomed, Rahu exclaimed in astonishment. However, in the next moment, they noticed something amiss. The individual blue lotuses were slowly withering. How can this be? Yunlin, who had initially been delighted, was now troubled. Licc immediately summoned her energy, activating the principles of life, pouring all her strength into preserving the blue lotuses. Yet the effect was far from sufficient. She could not halt their withering. Perhaps it was not that the heavenly Tao could not tolerate the 5-color lotus, but rather that the great Tao simply allowed for only one chaos green lotus to exist. Rahu sighed. It appears to be, so did Licc expressed her disappointment as well to that moment. An idea struck Yunlin, and with a motion of his hand, whoosh, 5-color lotuses transformed into streams of light, descending beside him and swirling around him. Little Yunlin, it is futile. Not even Pangu, if it were to be reborn, could halt the withering of the green lotus, Rahu urged. You two, assist me in protecting the law. Mr. Dadamo, please sever the connection between Yunlin Cliff and the primeval era, Yunlin spoke urgently. Though Rahu and Licc were unsure of Yunlin's intentions, they did not hesitate to comply as Yunlin Cliff vanished once more. The beings of the Northern Sea were momentarily taken aback. After all, the disappearance of Yunlin Cliff had become a familiar occurrence. Yet those who had ventured outside Yunlin Cliff were utterly astonished. Beings like the North Sea Xian Turtle, Bai Hao, and even Lin Kuang, the elder of the Yunlin clan, received no message from Yunlin. The retreat of Yunlin Cliff was too sudden. However, they did not panic excessively. They all had confidence in Yunlin's abilities. Even if a saint were to invade, they could not breach Yunlin Cliff. Within Yunlin Cliff, as Rahu and Licc shielded Yunlin, their gazes grew increasingly astonished and grave. I have acquired a method to mold a clone using the essence of the spirit root. The 5-color lotus originated from the same source, while the blue lotus has yet to wither. I must refine the essence of the 5-color lotus into my clone, Yunlin declared. Rahu's eyes lit up at once. This method could indeed be feasible. Quickly, summon all resources from Yunlin Cliff to assist me. Yunlin sat cross-legged, the 5-color lotus transforming into streams of light that intertwined. Then, centered on Yunlin, a powerful pulling force emerged. Rahu and Licc immediately sprang into action, simultaneously instructing the beings of Yunlin Cliff not to panic. In an instant, Yunlin lost consciousness. Typically, when Yunlin slept, he was actually cultivating, continuously refining his inner world while remaining aware of the outside situation. However, this time was different. As his consciousness awakened, he beheld 2 rivers flowing endlessly before him. One river bore the power of time, while the other carried the force of fate. Yunlin immediately realized that these were the rivers of time and fate. These 2 rivers were the foundation of chaos. If chaos were to be likened to a house, then these 2 rivers would serve as the beams, utterly crucial. Even saints would not dare to tread lightly upon these rivers soon. The rivers of fate and time intertwined. And Yunlin's consciousness was drawn into their depths. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by boundless chaos. It was not long before he sensed numerous powerful presences. Yunlin thought that even the weakest among them could easily crush him. Could it be? Yunlin seemed to have an inkling. Wow! A lotus flower appeared. Yunlin beheld this lotus. He was instantly enveloped within its essence that he felt the rhythm of the great Tao and the primordial source of chaos. This lotus was none other than the 36th rank chaos green lotus. Yunlin witnessed the birth of Pangu, observed Pangu grow to become the foremost of the demon gods. He also saw Pangu part the heavens. 999 demon gods frantically attempted to thwart Pangu. Whether it was an illusion or not, Yunlin had the distinct feeling that Pangu cast a glance in his direction. Pangu raised his axe in unmatched pressure descended, suppressing the demon gods, as a single stroke of the axe cleaved through the chaos. Holy crap! Yunlin was astounded. He realized he was also enveloped within the range of Pangu's attack. Most importantly, he was merely an observer. Why was he able to feel it so vividly? Faced with such overwhelming power, Yunlin could not even attempt to flee, let alone move. Yunlin's consciousness was ensnared within the chaos. Laozi and Rahu were truly lamenting. How much more does the young master need to absorb? I genuinely feel I cannot withstand it any longer. Laozi's complexion had turned pale, and she was already somewhat exhausted. I do not know. However, in this state, it is impossible to interrupt. Rahu gritted his teeth. Boom! A tremor coursed through Yunlin cliff, revealing a colossal skeleton of a demon god. This was the skeletal remains of the wind demon god. Extracted from the chaos, and after all these years, Luoho had only managed to refine a third of it. Now, with Yunlin's insatiable demands, if the energy was not replenished soon, it would not only spell doom for them, but would also render Yunlin Cliff utterly devoid of substance. Yunlin exclaimed in shock, awakening abruptly. What has happened? He inquired, gazing at the pallid faces of Luoho and Laozi, who lay on the ground. The two looked at him with expressions tinged with resentment, causing Yunlin to feel immensely embarrassed. Clearly, something had transpired while he was swept away by two rivers of time. Young master, what sort of avatar have you crafted? We have channeled all our strength into you. And even M.O. has extracted the wind demon god skeleton, ultimately resorting to drawing from the very essence of Yunlin Cliff. If you do not awaken soon, we are all likely to perish, Laozi stated, her voice weary and devoid of energy. Yunlin scratched his head, feeling even more awkward. I was refining my avatar, and my consciousness was pulled into the rivers of time and fate, where I glimpsed the chaos green lotus and the creation of the universe by Pangu. Impossible! Luoho suddenly exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The rivers of time and fate are realms even the saints dare not tread lightly. You are merely a quasi-saint, Laozi interjected. Mr. Mo, it is true that the young master is a quasi-saint, but his status is quite unconventional. Luoho was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to retort. Yunlin felt as though Laozi was berating him. What do you mean unconventional? Nonsense. Young master, have you successfully crafted your avatar? Laozi pressed urgently. Luoho also lifted his head abruptly. If such a high price had been paid, and Yunlin's avatar had not been successfully forged, he feared he might strangle Yunlin in frustration. It has succeeded, Yunlin replied, as a swirl of chaos materialized above his head, transforming into a figure that settled beside him. Clad in azure robes, the youthful figure bore a warm smile, exuding a sense of familiarity. This newly formed avatar possessed quasi-saintly prowess, with 5-colored lotus flowers at its core, which, though not yet unified, coexisted harmoniously. Furthermore, the 5-colored lotus flowers had ascended from the 3rd grade to the 6th. Mr. Demo, why does this avatar of the young master instill a sense of dread in me? Laozi remarked. Do not speak of fear. I share the same sentiment. Luoho concurred. Young master, what exactly is the nature of this avatar? Have the 5-colored lotus flowers unified? They have not unified, but coexist, possibly hinting at a chance for unification. Fear. I received a blow from Pangu at the end. Could it be that the essence of Pangu lingered within me? Yunlin exclaimed, suddenly startled. It was not an implausible notion. Pangu's strength was unfathomable, and he might have lent you a hand. Otherwise, your avatar would not have materialized. Luoho mused, his expression easing slightly. With Luoho's reminder, Yunlin comprehended the implications. The Chaos Green Lotus was unique throughout the ages. He was shattering the taboos within it, defying the cosmic order. Had it not been for Pangu, he might have perished. A wave of dread washed over Yunlin as he recalled this. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. The deceased Pangu was benevolent, But the living Pangu may not be, for such formidable figures possess far-reaching designs, causing even the heavenly Tao and Hong Jun to regard Pangu's return with trepidation. How troublesome! Had I known, I would have diligently utilized the Enlightenment Tea Tree to refine my avatar. Young master, in my endeavor to forge your avatar, I have suffered substantial losses to my essence. Even parting with my cherished demon god skeleton, Luoho confessed. Rest assured, when Pangu's strike fell, I discerned the locations where several demon gods had fallen. Follow me, and I shall procure as many demon god skeletons as needed. Yunlin assured, patting his chest. Both of you, I entrust Qilin Cliff to you once more. Wait for me to complete my avatar, he declared before making a hasty retreat. Demon god skeletons, my hope for returning to the realm of saints. Luo was filled with renewed vigor. Licc could only shake her head in exasperation. Yunlin ventured to the Wisdom Stone on Qilin Island. Greetings, Taoist Qinglian. He exchanged pleasantries with the Taoist, who responded in kind. Their interaction felt somewhat simplistic, akin to a left hand striking a right. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with his avatar, Yunlin resumed his slumber. He beheld the chaos green lotus and the creation of the universe by Pangu. Though merely visions, they were enlightening for Yunlin, as long as he could fully grasp those insights. Reaching the late stage of quasi-sainthood would pose no challenge. The Earth Sovereign, Shennong, has returned to his rightful place. Please make your choice, host. Option 1. Strive to become Shennong's mentor. Reward: a strand of Xianhuang Qi. Option 2. Attend as an observer. Reward: a strand of primordial Qi. Option 3. Continue sleeping. Reward: the essence of the cloud demon god. Yunlin chose to continue sleeping. However, it was not long before he was roused again, as a tremendous surge of human fortune entered his being. Whoosh! Yunlin sprang to his feet. What has transpired? Why has Shennong become my disciple? Originally, the Southern Polar Sect intended to take Shennong as a disciple, but Xinyuanzi had exchanged the Earth Book for Shennong's allegiance to the young master. Luoho explained, appearing just in time, that he was aware of Fushi's submission to Yunlin. But now Shennong had also pledged himself. Not only did Luoho not foresee this, but even Yunlin had not anticipated it. Among the human race, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were pivotal, with the 3 sovereigns embodying a significant share of human fortune. Suiren, as the ancestor of humanity, was not taken as a disciple, while the heavenly sovereign Fushi and the earth sovereign Shennong were claimed by Laozi and the Southern Polar Sect, respectively, with the 5 emperors divided among the 3 teachings of the Xianmen. The Xianmen had thoroughly constrained the fortune of humanity, with even the human treasure, the Kongtong seal, in Laozi's possession. Having secured Fushi, Yunlin intended to withdraw. Who could have foreseen Xinyuanzi's intervention? Moreover, Xinyuanzi's price was exorbitant. The Earth Book, the Heavenly Book, was the investiture of the gods, and the Human Book was the Book of Life and Death, fundamental artifacts of the Heavenly Court in the Underworld. The Book of Life and Death in the Underworld was not the genuine item. The true one remained in the hands of the Heavenly Tao, constraining the Underworld. The Earth Book, transformed from the Earth's membrane, also known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas, recorded the transformations of the earth and sea. Though the 3 books were supreme, innate spiritual treasures, they were fundamentally connected to the essence of the primordial chaos. Not to be exchanged for innate treasures. Xinyuanzi's actions left Yunlin momentarily at a loss for words. Taoist Xinyuanzi. What is the meaning of this? Within Wuzhuang Temple, Tongtian sat across from Xinyuanzi. Yunlin's acceptance of Shennong as a disciple would surely please him, as it would garner tremendous human fortune, greatly benefiting his sect. However, Xinyuanzi's actions puzzled him. The Earth Book was Xinyuanzi's companion's spiritual treasure, intimately tied to his path to enlightenment. He would relinquish it so easily? What qualifications does the Southern Polar Sect possess to claim Shennong as a disciple? He mused, feeling somewhat disconnected. Xinyuanzi, however, appeared remarkably unconcerned. The fact that Shennong has pledged himself to Yunlin brings me peace of mind. Tongtian refrained from further words. This favor would be remembered. Yet neither of these 2 had considered the feelings of the parties involved. This was indeed fortuitous. With 2 emperors of humanity under his wing, great accomplishments awaited. Were it not for your status as a disciple of the Xianmen, The Xianmen would not allow the fortune of humanity to dissipate. Just be cautious in the future. Do not attract too much attention from the heavenly Tao. Luoho advised. What could Yunlin say? The die was cast. Yuanshi, with good intentions, would seek an opportunity to reclaim the Earth Book as well. When the primordial chaos first opened, some demon god skeletons fell into the direction of the Northern Sea. Yunlin recalled. Luoho immediately perked up. Having merged with Qilin Cliff, he understood that Yunlin's earlier avatar crafting had nearly drained Qilin Cliff completely if he were to restore it through normal circulation of spiritual energy. It would take billions of years. Young master, you must hurry and search. Yunlin shot Luoho a glare. Who is the young master here? Show some respect. He noticed that ever since Luoho had pledged his loyalty, his demeanor had changed. The former demon ancestor was consumed by thoughts of revenge against the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, desperate for ascendance. Now, however, Luoho seemed to have come to terms with things, his mindset stronger than before. This was a positive development that I understand. No need to rush me. Yunlin found himself unable to sleep. Within mere tens of thousands of years, his incarnations had already breached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The speed of his progress was commendable. Rooted in the five-color lotus and further infused with the essence of Pangu, it was difficult not to advance rapidly. However, due to the influence of Pangu's aura, the Qinglian Taoist could not manifest in the primordial chaos, as both the heavenly Tao and Hongjun were acutely sensitive to his presence. Yunlin contemplated placing the Qinglian Taoist within the netherworld of Yomi, allowing him to emerge only when he attained sainthood, thus serving as the ruler of the netherworld in Yunlin's stead. Xiaopi, let us now seek the source of your bloodline, Yunlin called out, and Xiaopi quickly approached. Xiaopi possessed the essence of the golden demon god, and Yunlin had indeed observed remnants of the golden demon god scattered towards the Northern Sea, though the exact location remained elusive. The vastness of the primordial seas made it arduous to search place by place. Xiaopi led Yunlin to the Dragon Palace of the Northern Sea, where familiarity with the region was undoubtedly the domain of the Dragon Clan. Upon Yunlin's arrival, the Dragon King Ao Xian hurried to greet him. Young Master Qilin, the Dragon King was overly courteous. Yunlin smiled, acknowledging the passage of time. Ao Xian remained at the Great Luo stage. Despite years of accumulation bringing him closer to quasi-sainthood, he had yet to break through. As previously stated, ascension in realms is not merely a matter of time. It also depends on talent and opportunity. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan bore a heavy burden of karma, which significantly affected their cultivation. Is this the young Master Qilin? If ever you visit the Eastern Sea, we shall surely provide you with a grand reception. That a youth adorned with dragon horns stepped forward, but upon noticing Ao Xian attending to guests, he refrained from interrupting and took his leave. Alas, though the calamity of the witch and demon is past, my dragon clan finds itself in a decline, plagued by karma. Our birth rate has dwindled, and breakthroughs in realms have become increasingly difficult. Perhaps one day, my clan will face utter ruin. Ao Xian sighed. The youth just mentioned was Ao Hui, the dragon prince of the Eastern Sea. Our clan S. Huanglong Jinren has joined the ranks of the primordial heavenly venerable, and the Eastern Sea seeks to gather treasures from the four seas to present to him. Hoping for assistance, Ao Xian's concerns were not unfounded. During the journey to the west, celestial beings often rode upon dragons, and dragon liver and phoenix marrow became delicacies among them. The three dominant tribes of the Dragon Han era met tragic fates in the end. However, Yunlin found it difficult to comprehend the Dragon Clan's actions. His second master despised those who were born with horns and did not favor the Dragon Clan. Would a person of such stature entertain the offerings from the Dragon Clan? Moreover, it was absurd that the Huanglong Jinren, though indeed one of the 12 golden immortals and a direct disciple of his second master, was not favored at all. Other disciples of the Jie Sect received treasures in droves. Guang Chengzi enjoyed his second master's favor, possessing numerous innate spiritual treasures and wielding the formidable fan Tian Yin during the Fengshen calamity, earning a reputation as a slayer of goddesses. Yet Huanglong Jinren, his strength was lacking, and he possessed not a single innate spiritual treasure. During the Fengshen War, he was merely cannon fodder, beaten by Zhao Gongming and subsequently humiliated by the three Shaos. Later, he was pursued and beaten by Jingui Xianma Sui.it was a complete tragedy. He had hoped to use Huanglong to connect with his second master, only to be met with ridicule. Young Master Qilin, you are aware that Ao Xin realizes the difficulties of this journey. Ultimately broaching the subject with Yunlin. Yunlin understood his intent. He merely wished for assistance in establishing a connection with his teacher, Tongtian. The Dragon Clan bore far more profound karma than the Qilin and Phoenix clans. I surmised that neither my teacher nor my second master would be inclined to assist. Sages place great importance on fate, which your Dragon Clan cannot possibly appeal to doubt if he were to speak on Tongtian's behalf. Tongtian would certainly agree, but it would be superfluous. The Dragon Clan has better paths ahead. Alas, Ao Xin no longer pressed the matter, sighing. The Dragon Clan had contemplated the western regions, yet those two individuals acted unscrupulously. Fearing betrayal, the Dragon Clan of the Western Sea had suffered greatly at their hands and had lost many of their enter the West necessitated conversion to Buddhism, casting aside all other clans. The Western Sea Dragon Clan gained nothing of value. I have met young Master Qilin, the elder ancestor of the Northern Sea Dragon Clan. Ao Zhen made his presence known. You honor me with your courtesy. Senior Ao Zhen. Yunlin returned the greeting. Ao Xian, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and invite young Master Qilin to take a seat. Ao Zhen exclaimed. Ao Xian immediately sprang into action, his concern for the future of the Dragon Clan having made him forget this matter. Ao Zhen motioned for Yunlin to take the seat of honor. Young Master Qilin, do you possess a method to alleviate my clan's karma? We implore you to save us. Ao Zhen spoke earnestly. Yunlin chuckled lightly. The Dragon Clan is indeed lost in its own plight. You comprehend the art of manipulating clouds and rain. Do you understand how to channel waterways? This is a natural ability, a talent inherent to my Dragon Clan, executed with ease. Ao Zhen appeared perplexed, uncertain of Yunlin's reasoning. Then why does your Dragon Clan not regulate the climate of the primordial chaos to benefit its sentient beings? Yunlin countered. You may hold my talisman and venture to the heavenly court, petitioning for a divine position. The heavenly court will arrange matters for you, thus legitimizing your actions and alleviating fears of competition. Ao Zhen was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. This method is simple, though the merits accumulated may not be substantial. However, given the multitude of rivers in the primordial realm, should the Dragon Clan manage to encompass them all, day by day, how can we not gradually erode our karma? Thank you, young Master Qilin, for your guidance. Ao Xian was instantly filled with joy. Ao Zhen bowed deeply to Yunlin. Young Master Qilin, such a great favor is beyond our means to repay. In the future, should you require assistance from my Dragon Clan, do not hesitate to ask. Yunlin waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small act. The Northern Sea Dragon Clan had safeguarded the Northern Sea for many years, never forgetting Qilin Cliff and frequently offering tributes. Although Qilin Cliff did not lack for such offerings, the goodwill of the Northern Sea Dragon Clan was appreciated. The Heavenly Court was in need of personnel, and the Dragon Clan's integration would undoubtedly enhance the foundation of the Heavenly Court, while simultaneously helping the Dragon Clan to resolve their karma. It was a win-win situation, merely requiring a mediator to bridge the gap. By merely using his words to facilitate a connection between both parties, Yunlin would also benefit. I have come to the Northern Sea with a purpose. I seek assistance from the Dragon Clan. Does the Northern Sea Dragon Clan possess a map of the sea regions? Yunlin inquired. Ao Xian swiftly procured the map of the Northern Sea for Yunlin. Young Master Qilin, this map of the sea regions has been acquired through our explorations. However, there are some areas that remain uncharted or beyond our capability to explore. Yunlin examined the map, noting the meticulous details provided by the Dragon Clan. Thank you. You are too kind, young Master Qilin. After receiving the map, Xiaopi led Yunlin away. Elder Ancestor, shall we venture to the Eastern Sea? Ao Xian asked. Let us go. Ao Zhen transformed into a true dragon, leading Ao Xian towards the Eastern Sea. Despite the Northern Sea's long-standing governance, it paled in comparison to the Eastern Sea. Naturally, The Northern Sea Dragon clan was considered a powerful clan within the Northern Sea, yet the Eastern Sea Dragon clan could not claim such a title in their domain. Elder Ancestor, has our dragon clan truly reached this juncture? Sighed Ao Zong, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. The primordial heavenly venerable has never favored those adorned with fur and horns. This is a desperate measure. Few can resolve the dragon clan's karma within the primordial chaos. Previously, I sought the sage Tongtian, but to no avail. The sage Ta Ching and Yuwa both disregarded such matters, leaving us to implore the sage Yu Qing for assistance. Otherwise, our dragon clan is destined for decline. The elder ancestor of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan lamented. Each of the 4 sea regions had a quasi-saint elder to preside over them, which constituted the true foundation of the dragon clan. Yet, burdened by karma, even the quasi-saint elders of the 4 sea regions faced significant impacts, with subtle signs of being pushed down in realms. During the calamity of the witch and demon, the demon clan sought to recruit the dragon clan, offering to cleanse their karma. However, the dragon clan's pride prevented them from becoming vassals, and they were reluctant to engage in the struggles of the primordial chaos. Now, they were desperately seeking assistance, AS for the Northern Sea. There had been no response, thus FAR and O news at present, AT that moment. Ao Zong spoke. Just then, Ao Zhun and Ao Xin arrived, imploring that the matter concerning the primordial saint should not be pursued. They suggested that with the guidance of the young master of the Qilin, they could seek assistance from the heavenly court. Heavenly court? That Hao Qian is merely a child. Ao Zong hesitated. Our dragon clan is in such dire straits, and yet we dare look down upon others. Whether the heavenly court is willing to accept our dragon clan remains a different matter altogether. Oh, Zhun retorted coldly. Subsequently, Ao Zhun recounted the words of Yunlin. Let us gather the dragon clans of the 4 seas and proceed to the heavenly court. The Eastern Sea ancestor exclaimed immediately, finding this course of action feasible. Soon, the ancestors and dragon kings of the 4 seas convened and set off toward the heavenly court. What? The dragon clan is visiting. Hao Ian was taken aback. Having no prior dealings with them, that we, the dragon clan, pay our respects to your majesty. We have been recommended by the young master of the Qilin and wish to arrange for our kin to serve in the heavenly court. Ao Zhun presented the token given by Yunlin. Hao Ian could immediately discern its authenticity. Yet at that moment, he hesitated. Who among the heavenly beings was unaware of the burdens of karma that weighed upon the dragon clan? The heavenly court's fortune could indeed suppress and dissolve the dragon clan's karma. However, the heavenly court's fortune was not as abundant as one might imagine. The dragon clan's entry would surely deplete it, potentially disrupting the heavenly court's operations. The dragon clan seemed to sense Hao Ian's uncertainty and refrained from speaking further. Your majesty, the dragon clan is here on the recommendation of Yunlin. There can be no mistake. Yao Qi interjected. Very well, my esteemed friends. You may select members of your clan to join my heavenly court's water department, and I shall confer the position of the Water Virtue Star Lord upon the dragon clan. Hao Ian stated plainly, the heavenly court comprises 8 departments: thunder, fire, pestilence, combat, tai sui, pox, water, and wealth, with the water department being responsible for controlling clouds and rain. With a wave of his hand, a stream of spiritual light descended before the assembled dragon clan. Ao Xian, the Eastern Sea ancestor, called out that Ao Xian then assimilated the position of the Water Virtue Star Lord into his being. The 4 seas had no objections to this decision, knowing that if successful, the Northern Sea would gain the most credit. Boom! As Ao Xian integrated the Water Virtue Star Lord's position, the heavenly court's fortune surged with fervor, and the dragon clan's fortune manifested, albeit in a rather tragic manner, with dense red chains of karma binding it. Even with their utmost effort, the dragon clan could not break free. The heavenly court's fortune cascaded downward, beginning to erode the dragon clan's karma, causing Hao Ian to feel a pang of regret. These fortunes had taken him a long time to accumulate. Had it not been for Yunlin's intervention, he would not have accepted the dragon clan. The 6 saints of the primordial era and numerous powerful beings observed this scene, merely finding it amusing and questioning Hao Ian's judgment for considering the dragon clan a proverbial hot potato, even in times of need. In the next moment, having attained the position of Water Virtue Star Lord, Ao Xian transformed into a dragon form and let out a resounding roar. Our dragon clan traverses the four seas, adept in the manipulation of clouds and rain. Today, we pledge to regulate the weather of the primordial realm and to clear the waterways of the primordial era. May heaven and earth witness our vow. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted above the primordial heavens. Approved, the sound of the heavenly decree echoed in the hearts of all living beings. Subsequently, a wave of merit descended, merging into the bodies of countless Dragon Clan members. Crack, crack. The chains of karma binding the Dragon Clan's fortune began to fray, and their fortune showed signs of growth. Across the four seas, the dragons soared joyously. Even Hao Yin found himself in high spirits. Just moments ago, after Ao Xian's oath, the Dragon Clan's fortune had been liberated, and the Heavenly Court's previously consumed fortune had been significantly replenished. Overall, the Heavenly Court consumed less than a third of its fortune, far exceeding Hao Yin's expectations. Most importantly, Hao Yin understood that in the future, when the Dragon Clan manipulated clouds and rain or cleared waterways to accrue merit, the Heavenly Court would also share in the benefits. What a gain, Queen Mother! Yunlin truly leaves no stone unturned. He laughed heartily. Did someone just hesitate? Yao Qi teased, and why apologies, my apologies. Hao Yin quickly offered, we are deeply grateful for your Majesty's assistance. Should the Heavenly Court require aid in the future, our Dragon Clan will undoubtedly provide unwavering support, the Eastern Sea ancestor remarked. This endeavor concluded successfully, with both parties pleased and grateful for Yunlin's contributions. Those powerful beings who had come to observe were left in stunned silence, pondering a singular thought. I underestimated Hao Yin. Just then, the heavenly decree surveyed the entirety of the primordial realm, indicating that the young Qilin was in peril. Luo Ho frowned, his senses keen due to his connection with Qilin Cliff. What now? Li Sisi expressed her concerns. We shall wait for his return to discuss. Luo Ho gritted his teeth. I in the Zixiao Palace. Hong Jun remained undisturbed, collaborating with the heavenly decree to calculate and establish a developmental trend most favorable for their calamity. While the grand tide was irreversible, an abundance of minor currents could still influence it. The upheavals in the underworld, the changes of the human emperor, and the transformations within the Dragon Clan. Who among them was the old friend behind this? Yang Mei, Luo Ho, or perhaps someone else? Hong Jun appeared contemplative. Meanwhile, Xiao Pai and Yunlin arrived at a certain trench in the sea. The Dragon Clan had marked this area on their maps as uncharted territory. Xiao Pai, do you sense anything here? Upon hearing Yunlin's inquiry, Xiao Pai's voice resonated. Master, this should be the place. The journey to the Northern Sea had not consumed much effort. Even acquiring the sea chart from the Dragon Clan was merely to minimize detours. Yunlin's skills in divination were unparalleled, even surpassing Fu Shi. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, and Xiao Pai possessing the bloodline of the demon god, it was relatively easy to locate their destination. Although they encountered some fallen bones, it was inevitable to come across remnants of the demon Though be cautious, they transformed. The Taoist of the Green Lotus, with the Chaos Pearl atop his head, descended into the unfathomable trench. They shared a unified consciousness, and what the Green Lotus perceived was what Yunlin perceived. After traversing a considerable distance, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared within the trench. Yunlin beheld numerous remnants of the demon god, though all were rather fragmented, with severed limbs and shattered remains. The most intact was that of the golden demon god, possessing half a body. What is that? Yunlin suddenly noticed something unusual among the remnants of the demon gods. Approaching for a closer look, he discovered a shard of the creation jade disc. The creation jade disc, one of the primordial treasures, holds the power to comprehend the 3,000 paths and assists in enlightenment. Even Hong Jun had attained the method of severing the 3 corpses through the aid of the creation jade disc. Initially, it had fallen into the hands of a demon god during the confrontation with Pangu, shattering into fragments. Subsequently, Hong Jun embarked on a quest to gradually piece together the shattered disc. However, despite the passage of countless eons, Hong Jun had yet to fully reconstruct the creation jade disc. The shard before Yunlin was quite small, exhibiting a vibrant green hue. Even as a mere fragment, it seemed to possess the allure to draw one in. Whoosh! Just as Yunlin was lost in thought, a streak of light suddenly darted forth toward his incarnation. Yet, in the next moment, an aura emerged from within the Taoist of the Green Lotus. Brushing it aside with ease, the aura of Pangu, accompanied by a scream, that streak of light vanished without a trace. Yunlin was left speechless. Why did these demon gods continuously seek to seize his form? He gathered all the remnants into the Chaos Pearl and returned to Qilin Cliff. I have returned, and this journey was fruitful. I obtained numerous remnants of the demon gods, Yunlin announced. However, both Luo Ho and Li Sisi wore grim expressions. What troubles you? The Dragon Clan has entered the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Decree has surveyed the entire primordial realm. Qilin Cliff is quite concealed, and the Heavenly Decree could not detect it. Nevertheless, some matters inevitably leave traces behind. Luo Ho stated that the Heavenly Decree unable to endure. Yunlin initially believed he would not truly become busy until the function calamity, yet the Heavenly Decree's capacity for endurance appeared lacking. Should I emerge from Qilin Cliff to attract Hong Jun's attention? Luo Ho gritted his teeth. Yunlin, Mr. Mo, with your current strength, once you step beyond Qilin Cliff, it would be your demise, a true death. Hong Jun will not show you any mercy that I am aware. Yet amidst the primordial chaos, only you possess the capability to topple Hong Jun. Even if I can buy you a little time, it would be advantageous. Luohu declared. Previously, during the Long Han tribulation, Luohu had the upper hand. Now, however, in the primordial world, Hong Jun can overlook Luohu, and their standings are no longer comparable to Luohu's emergence is tantamount to seeking death. Despite this resolute determination from Luohu, Yunlin found himself quite admiring. Leave this matter to me. Attempting to draw Hong Jun's attention is merely a last resort. I have a superior strategy, Yunlin asserted. What superior strategy? Oh, inquired. That's the demon ancestor. You have established the path of demons, standing in opposition to the Xianmen. You haven't forgotten that for every inch of Tao, there's a foot of demon. Your actions merely aim to irritate Hong Jun, yet he adeptly utilizes this to balance the forces of righteousness and evil in the primordial realm. Not only have you failed to vex him, but you have also unwittingly crafted a wedding dress for him. Thus, in terms of scheming, you remain a step behind Hong Jun, Yunlin explained. Nonsense. Were it not for the assistance of the heavenly Tao, could he possibly triumph over me? Lu gritted his teeth. Any mention of his inferiority to Hong Jun was strictly forbidden. Otherwise, Luohu would erupt in fury at a moment's notice. Currently, the Xianmen is thriving, and Hong Jun is perpetually seeking opportunities to bring forth the demonic path. As the demon ancestor, you could very well initiate the force of the demonic path in advance. And then, just watch me. The emergence of the demonic path requires a catalyst. You shall sever a strand of your true soul and grant it to me. I will take care of the rest. Once the demonic path enters the primordial realm, it will flourish instantly, and your ascension to sainthood will be as certain as the sun rising, Yunlin proclaimed. Agreed. Lu, though somewhat perplexed, could sense that Yunlin had grand designs in motion. Without hesitation, he severed a strand of his true soul that I shall leave little Pai at Qilin Cliff. I trust you both to guide him a bit. Yunlin remarked, departing after leaving behind those demonic god remains in the underworld at the Pangu shrine. Little Qilin, do you have matters to discuss? Hutu, who had been in seclusion, was momentarily interrupted. Should it have been anyone else? Even a sage, disturbing Hutu during her retreat would have earned them a sharp rebuke. But with Yunlin, it was a different story. Goddess Pingxin, behold, as Yunlin's voice fell, Taoist Qinglian appeared beside him. Hutu immediately rose. The aura of the Father God. Innate beings within the primordial realm are, to varying degrees, connected to Pangu. Figures such as the 12 ancestors of sorcery and the 3 pure ones share a close bond with Pangu. However, Hutu could ascertain that the aura emanating from the Taoist before her was unlike any of these. It resonated with a profound depth, shaking her very essence. Goddess Pingxin, this is an incarnation I crafted using a forbidden method. Due to my contact with the rules of the Great Tao, my consciousness has been swept away by the currents of time and fate. Yunlin recounted the circumstances, albeit with a touch of artistic embellishment. Excellent. Hutu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Little Yunlin, I knew I had not misjudged you. Even the Father God has chosen to assist you. It seems you have been selected by him. Actually, I have a small favor to ask of Goddess Pingxin. Yunlin continued. Little Yunlin, you need not stand on ceremony. Simply state your request. I would even assist you in dealing with the sage, provided you lead him to the underworld. Hutu chuckled, clearly in good spirits. Goddess, I possess another lingering soul that requires your aid in reincarnation, Yunlin stated, producing a fragment of Luhu's true spirit. Upon sensing this aura, Hutu, despite being the ruler of the underworld, was momentarily stunned. First, a remnant of a sage's soul. Now a piece of the demon ancestor's true spirit. Hutu harbored serious doubts that Yunlin was merely seeking to alleviate her boredom by finding her tasks. You rascal! Last time, for the sake of the Tongtian remnant soul's reincarnation, I lost an unquantifiable amount of my essence. And moreover, the saintly soul struggles to merge with the power of reincarnation. It likely languishes within the cycle now. And now you present me with the true spirit of the demon ancestor? Hutu reproached. Goddess, please calm your anger. You, who preside over reincarnation, should know that the human race will soon face a struggle for a common leader. The predetermined emperor for humanity is one matter, yet the opposing faction has arranged for the bloodline of the witch tribe, which is nothing more than the heavenly Tao's attempt to fully diminish the witch tribe's fortune in the primordial realm and expel them, Yunlin argued. The mere mention of this infuriated Hutu. After the battle between the witches and the demons, most of the witch tribe's members entered the underworld, becoming souls, with only a few preserving their bloodline, to safeguard the last remnants of the witch tribe's fortune. Hutu took it upon herself to allow those from the witch tribe to intermarry with the human race. The results were promising as the human witch tribes rapidly flourished. Yet now, the heavenly Tao sought to extinguish this. I propose allowing the true spirit of the demon ancestor to reincarnate as the leader of the human witch faction. Although he cannot seize the position of the common leader of humanity, he can leverage this conflict among the humans to draw forth the demonic path, enabling the complete revival of the demon ancestor. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? Yunlin elaborated. Hutu fell into contemplation, weighing the feasibility of this proposal. Ultimately, this matter held no benefit for her. The fortune of the witch tribe would still dissipate, even if it resulted in the resurrection of the demon ancestor. Watching the conflict between the demon ancestor and the Tao ancestor might be quite amusing, yet Hutu had her reservations. Little Yunlin, the demon ancestor, is a formidable figure in the primordial realm. Had it not been for unfavorable circumstances, he would have emerged victorious. Among all, only he can contend with the Tao ancestor to such an extent. Assisting him in drawing forth the demonic path is one thing. But once he grows strong, he could become uncontrollable. There is no need for you to worry, Goddess. Simply place your trust in me, Yunlin replied with a smile. Very well. Hutu acquiesced readily, casting Luhu's fragment of true spirit into the cycle of reincarnation. Subsequently, she wielded her immense power to ensure its rebirth, enabling it to participate in the struggle for leadership among the humans. Hutu's actions flowed seamlessly. Yunlin understood well why the heavenly Tao and Hongjun sought to confine Hutu within the underworld. Compared to the other 6 sages, her unpredictability was far too great. The power of reincarnation could not be easily manipulated, even by the heavenly Tao, yet Hutu wielded it with ease. Goddess, this incarnation of mine bears the essence of the Pangu god. I shall leave it in the underworld for quiet cultivation, Yunlin stated. That is acceptable. As long as it remains in the underworld, the heavenly Tao will not perceive the aura of the Father God emanating from it. Hutu assented. Just as Yunlin prepared to turn away, wait, Hutu called out, causing Yunlin to halt in his tracks. Perplexed, I have heard that you have brewed the finest wine in the primordial realm. Are you not going to offer me a taste? Hutu teased. What finest wine in the primordial realm? Such flattery, Yunlin retorted, producing a jar of wine to present to Hutu. She accepted it with a smile, saying, Go forth. I hope to see you attain sainthood soon. Then I shall borrow the goddess's auspicious words. Yunlin bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Hutu beckoned to Taoist Qinglian. Little one, accompany me for a drink. As you command, Taoist Qinglian replied with a smile. At Shilin Cliff, all matters were settled. Mr. Imo simply needed to wait. I shall retire for the night, Yunlin announced. The last time, Shinnong inexplicably became his disciple, interrupting his cultivation. Therefore, Yunlin needed to make up for lost time. 300,000 years had passed in the primordial realm. The struggle for a leader among the human race erupted, with the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan battling Qiyu at Zhuolu. This contest for a common leader among the humans was merely a pretext for internal strife. Within the Fire Cloud Cave, Shinnong expressed his bewilderment. According to the rules of the Heavenly Tao, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all to be confined within the Fire Cloud Cave to guard the fortunes of humanity. In truth, it was nothing but house arrest. Even a brief excursion required a report. Presently, as the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan contended with Qiyu, it was, as Shinnong had remarked, merely internal strife, depleting the strength of the human race. Moreover, as the human race had escaped the calamity of the witch-slaying sword, this confrontation was particularly fierce. Countless powerful humans perished on the spot, blood flowing like rivers. This was the very foundation of the human race. As one of the 3 sovereigns, how could he not feel heartache? The will of heaven is difficult to defy. Sui Run was deeply troubled, while Fu Shi remained silent, lost in contemplation. The battle of Zhuolu raged on, with the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan leading the Bear Clan against Qiyu, who commanded the Jiuli tribe. Under Xuanyuan's command were numerous formidable figures, including Feng Ho and Ying Long, aided by the ancient goddess. Jiutianxian, in contrast, the Jiuli tribe, a blend of humanity and shamanism, possessed remarkable physical strength, embodying the virtues of both races. Qiyu, adept in secret arts, was impervious to harm from axes and halberds. Endowed with an invincible vitality, and his 81 brothers were equally fierce warriors. Thus, the battle was cataclysmic, evoking awe even among the sages. "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" one inquired. "The Xianmen governs humankind, yet our kind suffers greatly. Their fortunes in disarray, an enigma to behold. The teacher's intentions were beyond our comprehension," I replied nonchalantly. Niwa observed the unfolding events from her palace, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "Ultimately, I cannot take a gamble." Despite her desire to aid humanity, she felt powerless. Hutu could act without restraint, but she could not Fu. She was confined in the Fire Cloud Cave, at the mercy of the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun. She dared not defy the will of the cosmos. The Battle of Zhuolu persisted for millennia, culminating in victory for Xianyuan to prevent Qiyu's resurrection. He severed his limbs and head, confining them to disparate locations. Xianyuan sought to become a disciple under the auspices of the Duo Bao, prompting the host to make a selection. Option 1. To hastily accept Xianyuan as a disciple, rewarded with the superior innate spiritual treasure. The Purple Light Spear. Option 2. To observe the proceedings, rewarded with a single strand of Pangu's hair. Option 3. To remain indifferent, rewarded with a fragment of the ancestral shaman's essence. X1 at Yunlin naturally chose the third option. However, he was taken aback that the system even procured a strand of Pangu's hair. Seizing the moment, Yunlin acquired the fragmented essence of the golden ancestral shaman. Rusho, Xianyuan, do not delay your return. Duo Bao appeared, accepting Xianyuan as a disciple. The fortunes of humanity enveloped Xuanyuan's form, as the 3 sovereigns manifested, preparing to guide him into the Fire Cloud Cave. Yet, at the precise moment Xianyuan was ushered into the cave, a sudden anomaly erupted within the primordial realm. The skies darkened with ominous clouds, causing even the 6 sages to feel a tremor of dread. The demonic path. How could this be? The time for its emergence has not yet come. The usually composed Laozi lost his composure. The other sages fared little better. The emergence of the demonic path could significantly alter the primordial landscape. In Shilin Cliff, Luo who sensed a stirring, a smile gracing his face as he cradled the 12-petal extinction Black Lotus. In the next instant, countless Black Lotus phantoms erupted from the Black Lotus, surging into the primordial realm. Hongjun, I told you I would return. The Tao reaches 1 foot, and the demon reaches 10. Luo whose laughter reverberated through the primordial expanse. engulfing myriad beings in a tide of overwhelming demonic energy as fear began to spread within their hearts. In the ensuing chaos on the battlefield of humanity. Blood and corpses transformed into swirling black vapors, converging towards 6 distinct points. The locations of Qi Yu's severed limbs, head, and body. This is dire. The demon ancestor aims to resurrect the demonic path using the bloodlust from the battlefield. We must promptly suppress Qi Yu's remains to prevent the emergence of the demonic path. Laozi summoned the Taiji diagram, transforming it into a golden bridge, while Yuanshi produced the Pangu flag. And Tongtian invoked the 4 swords of extermination to form a sword array. The 2 sages from the west called forth the 12-petal merit golden lotus, and Yuwa unfurled the map of mountains and rivers. All 6 sages unleashed their ultimate abilities. This marked the first collaboration of the 6 sages since the repair of the heavens. Under their collective effort, the 6 locations restraining Qi Yu's remains seemed to grow compliant. Severing the black energy, that a sigh of relief escaped the lips of the 6 sages. However, before they could rejoice, shadows surged from the 6 locations, coalescing into a towering demonic figure. Luo, who, seated upon the 12-petal extinction black lotus. His black hair billowed, and his eyes surveyed all beneath him, aflame with demonic fury. Do you think you can halt the resurrection of the demonic path with your meager efforts? You are sorely mistaken. Luo, who mocked, demon ancestor, the emergence of the demonic path is not for us to prevent. We have severed the bloodlust. Your scheme shall fail. Laozi retorted coldly. Luo, who found amusement in the 6 sages' determination. The demon is formless. The demon is without shape. As long as the beings of the primordial realm endure, the demon shall never perish. To think that mere saints could obstruct the resurrection of the demonic path is laughable. Boom! In the next moment, the bloodlust pierced through the 6 sages' blockade, flooding into Luo, whose demonic figure. Simultaneously, countless black lotuses materialized in the primordial realm, transforming into demonic apparitions that descended upon the world. Brandishing claws and fangs as if the primordial realm were their hunting ground. The demon arises from the heart. The spirit is immortal, and the demon is indestructible. The formless demon, we are the calamity of the Tao heart. In an instant, those demonic figures frantically burrowed into the beings around them. Those whose hearts were weak succumbed to madness, their desires inflating without end. Ha ha ha! Kill, kill, kill! In this vast world, who could rival me? Today, I shall embrace the demonic path, devouring essence and blood to augment my strength. Chaos erupted in the primordial realm, with countless beings losing control. The demon magnified the desires within their hearts, corrupting their very souls. In this chaotic era of demons, the primordial fortunes were at stake. Hongjun initially planned to delay the emergence of the demonic path until the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had returned to their rightful places, sealing the heavens and isolating the celestial from the mundane before unleashing the demonic path, ultimately imposing karmic tribulations to constrain it. Hongjun speculated that Luo, who might not be dead, after isolating the celestial and mundane realms, the power of the demonic path would not be overly formidable. Following that, he intended to initiate the conflict between Buddhism and the demon's post-journey to the west, the sequel to Journey to the West, decisively suppressing the demon ancestor Luo who. However, now that the celestial and mundane realms remained interconnected, the demonic path had emerged prematurely, gathering immense power. Suppress. Laozi acted once more, this time targeting Luo, whose demonic figure. The other 5 sages joined forces in their assault. The power of the sages surged forth. Luo, whose demonic figure was momentarily shattered. Yet before long, Luo, whose silhouette re-emerged, unharmed and growing stronger with the passage of time, on the brink of transcending to the level of a sage. The prospect of a saintly Luo who sent shivers down the spines of the 6 sages. I have stated that as long as the beings of the primordial realm exist, the demon shall not perish. Even you sages harbor the essence of demons within your hearts. How can you hope to extinguish them? Luo, who remarked nonchalantly. The 6 sages found themselves a loss for words. My fellow Taoist, the emergence of the demonic path is beyond our control. Jie interjected, already wavering in resolve. The Western sages, who had once been resolute, now hesitated as they witnessed the unstoppable resurgence of a demon ancestor. They pondered whether Luo who might covet their territory in the West, leading them to accumulate strength for its defense, an endeavor that had consumed their life work. The affairs of the Eastern lands were of little concern to them. With the emergence of the demonic path, countless beings suffered. This was a matter beyond their capability to manage. Yuanshi sighed deeply that moment. Strange occurrences erupted once more in the primordial skies. Thunderclouds gathered ominously. A once golden immortal, empowered by the demonic path, had ascended significantly, breaking into the Tai realm and voraciously consuming the essence of life to bolster his strength. Yet a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, incinerating him into cinders, resulting in his immediate demise. Such incidents unfolded throughout the primordial realm. Countless beings who had succumbed to the demonic path were gripped by panic. While the practice of the demonic path could indeed enhance one's strength at a rapid pace, the heavenly Tao maintained a balance over all things, and divine retribution was the means by which it constrained the demonic path. There were no shortcuts in cultivation. To embrace the demonic path would incur a significant cost. Moreover, upon the blood sea, the river of the underworld sat upon the 12-petal fiery red lotus, proclaiming, guided by the heavenly Tao, I am the blood demon ancestor, wielding the power of the demonic path's slaughter. Master of the bloodlust of the demonic path, those who chant my true name shall enter the blood demonic path. Boom! A vast expanse of blood-red demonic energy descended instantaneously, settling behind Mingi. The power of the blood sea surged towards Mingi, and countless blood-colored phantoms erupted from the blood sea, racing towards the primordial chaos that a portion of the demonic fortune was immediately siphoned away. Luo established the heavenly demonic path, the heart demon, while Mingi established the blood demonic path, both being the progenitors of the demonic realm. The rapidly growing momentum on Luo's side came to an abrupt halt, much to the relief of the 6 saints and many mighty figures in the primordial chaos. Quite swift in action, Yunlin remarked atop Qilin Cliff. This time, I let him have one move. Luo grunted in response. Yunlin rolled his eyes, muttering that it was merely a matter of being unable to compete. Hongjun did not show his face at all. First, he summoned the Karma Thunder Calamity. Once the karma exceeded a certain threshold, a thunder calamity would descend. Then he allowed Mingi to establish the blood demonic path, thus dividing the power of the demonic realm and weakening Luo's hold on the demonic fortune. With just these 2 moves, Luo's ambition to awaken the power of the demonic path and achieve sanctity was thwarted. I have returned. Wait for me, for I shall seek revenge and settle the score. Luo declared, You're but a defeated foe. You are currently unworthy to contend with me. Even my subordinates could easily subdue you. Hongjun retorted. Though the 2 old adversaries did not engage in direct conversation, the essence of their exchange was clear. However, Luo's intention was never to attain immediate sanctity through the demonic path. He merely sought to shield Yunlin. Who would have imagined that the formidable demon ancestor would find himself subordinate to a junior? Upon Hongjun's actions, Luo's phantom visage instantly turned grim, feigning. Demonic sect, establish, Luo bellowed, causing the demonic fortune to tremble once more. All who succumbed to the demonic path became disciples of the demonic sect. The reason the mighty figures favored establishing sects was not solely to covet merit, but also to consolidate fortune to aid their cultivation. After all, the path of cultivation became increasingly arduous with time. Hongjun, let us wait and see, Luo's demonic shadow declared, dissipating into the void. The 6 saints found themselves utterly powerless in the face of Luo's departure. Your Highness, the demon ancestor has descended in the form of Qiyu. I beseech you to reveal yourself for a discussion, Laozi proclaimed, directing his gaze towards the underworld, filled with unvented fury. The demonic path arose from Qiyu, who was both human and shaman. He could not believe that Ho-Tu had not participated. The 6 saints were no fools and immediately connected this matter to Ho-Tu's. A beam of reincarnation light appeared, revealing Ho-Tu's presence. I do not comprehend the words of the Taiji Daoist, The demon ancestor has stated that the heavenly demon is formless and omnipresent, that it would be trivial for the demon ancestor to seize Qi Yu's body. What relevance does it have to me? Your Highness, with the demon ancestor now in the world, causing chaos in the primordial realm, this is a grave transgression. Jie interjected, visibly vexed. Are you instructing me on how to act? Ho-Tu shot Jie a glare, prompting immediate silence from him, that if you lack the capability, do not place the blame on me. If you possess the ability, would you not take charge of this reincarnation? Ho-Tu remarked lazily. Your Highness, let this matter be concluded. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for turning hostile. Laozi grunted softly. In that instant, Ho-Tu's expression abruptly shifted. Among the 6 saints, Laozi had always remained low-key, rarely involving himself in matters of the Xianmen. Yet, everyone knew that Laozi was the strongest among the 6 saints. However, just how strong remained uncertain. From the aura Laozi had just exuded, Ho-Tu sensed that he was at least at the level of a saint of the 6th heaven. Meanwhile, as the one presiding over reincarnation, she had redefined the rules of the underworld and refined a vast amount of reincarnation power, placing her at the 4th heaven of the saints. Ascending as a saint was arduous. Even 1 billion years was not excessive, yet several saints of the primordial realm were exceptions. The 6 saints achieved their paths through merit, becoming the merit saints of the primordial realm, rapidly enhancing their strength with the assistance of the primordial heavenly Tao, though they would gradually lose their sense of self. In contrast, Ho-Tu, due to her dominion over the underworld, was supported by immense foundational strength. However, Laozi's speed was extraordinarily rapid, raising suspicions that the heavenly Tao was intentionally facilitating this. After all, in the absence of calamities, Hongjun would not emerge. Someone needed to oversee the greater situation of the primordial realm, and Laozi was an excellent candidate. With such formidable strength, the Taiji Saint was indeed somewhat daunting to Ho-Tu's day should Laozi truly turn hostile, combining the strength of the 6 saints and drawing upon the heavenly Tao. It was conceivable that he could indeed restrain Ho-Tu at a bearable cost. Ho-Tu refrained from further discourse with the 6 saints, once again retreating into the underworld. From this day forth, disciples of the Xianmen are forbidden from practicing the demonic path. Any infraction will be met with severe punishment, Laozi proclaimed. Yuanshi and Tongtian immediately acquiesced. Even without Laozi's admonition, they understood that one must not dabble in the demonic path. For the 6 saints, it was perhaps merely a matter of preventing their own fortunes from being tainted by demonic energy, yet for the myriad beings of the primordial realm, the consequences were dire. Previously, one would only face great calamities upon entering the Great Luo. But after the demon ancestor's emergence, the heavenly Tao established multiple calamities. In addition to thunder calamities, there were also demonic calamities. Failure to overcome these would result in death, rendering countless years of cultivation into naught. In an instant, countless beings cursed Luo Ho, yet no amount of curses could erase these tribulations. Some beings who succumbed to the demonic path perished, yet the majority lay in wait, biding their time for action. The heavenly Tao's constraints on those who fell into the demonic path were exceedingly stringent. The power of the heavenly tribulations was multiplied several times, and slaying those who had succumbed to the demonic path would yield rewards of merit from the heavenly Tao. The fervor for eradicating demons and upholding the path surged throughout the primordial realm. In the west, Jie and Yuanshi were even more exaggerated. Upon returning to the west, they did not engage in cultivation, but instead worked tirelessly to research methods to counter the demonic path, striving to prevent their own descent into the demonic realm. They genuinely feared Luo Ho's return to seize the foundations of the West. Subsequently, they indeed produced considerable results from their research, such as severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, maintaining a tranquil mind, and warding off the heart demon. Additionally, they explored various Buddhist scriptures capable of purifying demonic energy. Meanwhile, the various orthodoxies in the East also developed numerous techniques, all fearing Luo Ho's potential return and the unleashing of his full power. The emergence of Luo Ho significantly impacted the primordial realm, yet it remained within a controllable range. Among the beneficiaries of this incident, the greatest was undoubtedly Mingi, who became one of the progenitors of the demonic path. Enjoying the fortune of the demonic realm, with his strength nearly approaching that of a saint. Continue sleeping, Yunlin mused, having lingered at the mid-stage of quasi-saint for quite some time without finding a breakthrough opportunity. With the establishment of the demonic path, I have certain matters to attend to, Luo Ho stated. You all go about your business. I shall keep watch over Qilin Cliff, Li Sisi chimed in with a smile. As Yunlin drifted into slumber, a figure appeared in the ancestral land of the Tiger Clan. Following Bai Hao's return, the Tiger Clan rapidly expanded, though Bai Hao maintained discretion, ensuring that the Tiger Clan did not expand recklessly while secretly assisting Yunlin in gathering materials for the construction of the Yunhai falling god cannon. Strangely, the figure swaggered into the grand hall of the Tiger Clan without any of the clan members noticing. Even the Daluo Golden Immortal level tigers failed to perceive the intrusion. Bai Hao, who had been in seclusion, suddenly sensed an intruder and immediately became alert. Over the years, Bai Hao had advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. He had cultivated Luo Ho's path of slaying to attain enlightenment, which was inherently more challenging than severing the 3 corpses. And his talent was not lacking. Indeed, it was worth teaching you the path of slaying, a voice echoed with laughter. Upon seeing the figure's visage, Bai Hao exclaimed in delight, Master, what brings you here, having once been accepted as a named disciple by Luo Ho? This title of master was indeed fitting. I came to see you, and I also wish for you to take charge of the demonic sect, Luo Ho proclaimed. Bai Hao was aware of Luo Ho's establishment of the demonic sect, but did not expect to be entrusted with its leadership. What? Are you afraid? Luo Ho chuckled. How could I be afraid? Bai Hao scratched his head. I am merely concerned about not handling the tasks you entrusted me with properly. In the present day, the demonic path could be said to be at odds with the entirety of the primordial realm. A common individual might indeed feel fear. Yet Bai Hao did not, that he was inherently bold. And after cultivating the path of slaying, he had rarely experienced the exhilarating thrill of battle, leading to a pent-up frustration. The young master holds you in high regard. Do not disappoint me. Nor the young master. I will have Luo assist you, Luo Ho stated. The form of Luo Hu dissipated into the ether. Upon hearing Luo Hu's words, Bai Hao was immediately consumed by a surge of blood and vigor. Soon after ensuring the safety of the Tiger Clan, he departed from their ancestral grounds, with no one privy to his whereabouts. In a secluded valley of the primordial wilderness, Luo sat cross-legged, surrounded by a throng of small beings who were enraptured by the Taoist essence emanating from within him. Suddenly, those little creatures collapsed to the ground, and Luo opened his eyes. Mr. Mo, upon seeing the newcomer, Luo was filled with delight. The young master has indeed praised your talents. They are remarkable. Had you not been delayed for so long, you would have undoubtedly stepped into the quasi-saint realm by now. Luo Hu remarked with a smile. I am the demon ancestor Luo Hu, and I wish to take you as my named disciple. Are you willing? Without hesitation, Luo knelt before Luo Hu, paying his respects. I am willing. With the emergence of the demonic path and the establishment of the demon sect, you shall assist your senior brother in managing the sect. Luo Hu commanded, obeying the master's decree. When Luo lifted his gaze again, Luo Hu's presence had vanished. Luo was elated. He had never fully understood Luo Hu's true identity, but upon learning that Mr. Mo was indeed the demon ancestor, he found himself momentarily dazed. However, it was during Luo's most desperate times that Yunlin had taken him in, and it was Mo who had guided him. Luo's heart had long since returned to the Qilin Cliff, and he had pledged his loyalty to Luo Hu. Moreover, Luo had a long-standing grudge against Hong Jun. Nearly 3 million years had passed, and 3 of the 5 emperors of humanity had returned to their positions. Yunlin chose to accept the system's rewards, acquiring the remnants of 2 ancestral witches' origins and a wisp of primal yellow qi. Only the last of the human emperors, Yuanshi, had yet to return. Once Yuanshi ascended, the heavenly Tao and Hong Jun would sever the connection between the celestial and mortal realms, leading to the emergence of the Fengshen calamity during the Shang dynasty. The Zhou dynasty would obliterate the Shang, extinguishing the last of the human emperors. From the onset of the Zhou, the human path would fully submit to the heavenly Tao, with all human monarchs referring to themselves as the Son of Heaven. At the Yunlin cliff, Laozi voiced her concerns. The young master seems to be behaving oddly during this seclusion. Following Yunlin's retreat, the Yunlin cliff had experienced several fluctuations, indicating the struggle of Yunlin to break through. Yet he had not succeeded. The path to enlightenment is not easily forged, Luo acknowledged, though he held faith in Yunlin's potential. Meanwhile, Yunlin remained immersed in his cultivation, replaying the scene of Pangu creating the heavens in his mind, gaining immense inspiration. Yet, for some reason, a barrier remained unbroken. This is indeed quite challenging. Yunlin exhaled deeply. Upon sensing Yunlin's awakening, Luo and the others immediately approached him, still unable to breach the late quasi-saint stage. How could it be so swift? Luo remarked with mild irritation that I am well aware of that. Yunlin replied with a smile that if only the young master were to wander the primordial wilderness, perhaps he would encounter an opportunity, Laozi suggested. Yunlin found this reasoning quite sound. Only one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors remained unseated, and within a mere 100,000 years, the Tongtian calamity would descend. Furthermore, news from the underworld indicated that his teacher's holy soul was on the verge of reincarnating, necessitating a journey into the world. Cousin Cici, would you care to venture out as well? With M.O. paving the way, the heavenly Tao should not be overly concerned, Yunlin proposed. Luo felt a strong urge to reprimand this young Qilin. The phrasing was rather ungracious, implying that he was merely a pawn. Little Pai is on the brink of a breakthrough. Let us allow him to advance, Laozi chuckled. Over the years, Laozi had been the one caring for Little Pai, who, after absorbing the remnants of the golden demon god bones, was nearing the quasi-saint realm himself. Yunlin agreed and made preparations to leave the Qilin cliff without a specific destination in mind. Along the way, he heard many rumors. The 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect had gained immense renown, while the disciples of the Jie Sect amassed in great numbers, and the disciples of the demon sect were notorious for their ruthlessness, with 2 demon lords being particularly ferocious. Are you also here for the tea gathering hosted by Taoist? A female cultivator approached him during his travels in the primordial wilderness. She was dressed in elegant white garments, exuding grace and poise. The tea gathering? Yunlin was momentarily taken aback. That it seems you are not here for that. My apologies for the misunderstanding. I am Shiji, a disciple of the Jie Sect. May I ask how you are addressed? The woman smiled. Her cultivation level was not insignificant, being at the early stage of Luo. Yunlin had returned to a state of simplicity, rendering his aura inscrutable, thus not appearing overbearing to others. Just call me Yunlin Taoist. Yunlin was indeed aware of Shiji's background. She had met an unfortunate fate during the Tongtian calamity. Originally a stone transformed, she had joined the Jie Sect and acquired true teachings, often retreating within the Skull Mountain's bone cave. Not only did she refrain from harming living beings, but she also frequently aided the common folk of Qiantang Pass. However, after her disciple was killed by Neza, Shiji, possessing a gentle temperament, did not hold a grudge, merely requesting an apology from Neza. Regrettably, Neza, being obstinate, not only failed to apologize, but also killed another of Shiji's disciples, subsequently accusing her of bullying him. Tai Zhenren unjustly executed Shiji under the pretext of her being a demon. This incident exemplified the tyranny of the Jie Sect. Your name is quite apt, reminiscent of my senior brother from the Jie Sect, Shiji jested. Is it common for many to bear this title in the primordial wilderness? Yunlin inquired with curiosity. Before he could finish his sentence, someone greeted Shiji. Lady Shiji, are you also here for the tea gathering? A colossal figure appeared. Yunlin was astonished to see a Taoist casually seated upon an enormous mantis shrimp. In disbelief, Yunlin wondered if he was the only one employing such an eccentric mount in the primordial wilderness. Indeed, please proceed, Taoist Sui Yun. I shall join you shortly. Shiji bid farewell. Taoist, you must be a diligent practitioner. Hence unaware of certain news, the title Yunlin is rather ordinary. However, my senior brother holds a position in the heavenly court and oversees the 10 halls of reincarnation. Thus the name Yunlin has spread throughout the primordial wilderness. Many beings alter their titles to evade karmic retribution, while others admire my senior brother, capturing large shrimps as mounts. Henceforth, do not declare yourself as Yunlin, lest you attract trouble, Jie explained. Yunlin felt a wave of embarrassment. Such a predicament existed? Taoist, would you care to join me at Taoist DST gathering? He is quite fond of making friends, Jie suggested. Then I must trouble you, Lady Jie. Yunlin acquiesced. He refrained from revealing his identity. Although Yunlin had spent considerable time in the primordial wilderness, he had either been in slumber or wandering aimlessly. Even his travels were merely in pursuit of the Tao. He felt that the opportunity he lacked might be found through genuine engagement with the primordial wilderness. Making friends seemed like a worthwhile endeavor. Jie guided Yunlin to the Ba Bao Yun Guang cave, the abode of Taoist Di. During the Fengshan calamity, Taoist Dui had descended to assist Shiqi, lending the wind-stopping pearl to dismantle the wind howl array within the Jie Sect's 10 absolute formation. Li Jing and Zhonglun of the Hengha duo were among his disciples. Moreover, Taoist Di was a named disciple of Laozi, belonging to the Taiching lineage that it was widely acknowledged that the Taiching saint embodied non-action. Having only accepted one disciple, Xuandu to be accepted, even as a named disciple, under the Taiching saint was a mark of esteemed status. Even the direct disciples of the Chan and Jie sects would not dare to underestimate Taoist Di. Lady Jie has arrived? Please, take a seat. Taoist Di welcomed them warmly. Jie maintained a cordial relationship with Taoist Dui. It was rumored that Li Jing lacked talent in cultivation and was therefore unable to enter the fold. But it was Jie who had suggested that he descend to enjoy the riches of the mortal realm. Ultimately, Jie met her demise at the hands of Neza, a cruel twist of fate. Taoist Di, you are too kind. This friend of mine happened to pass by, so I invited him along that I hope you do not mind. Jie smiled. Taoist Dui chuckled. This Taoist bears an aura akin to the primordial chaos. I presume he has mastered the art of breath restraint that I relish the company of fellow practitioners. So please, both of you, take a seat. Jie escorted Yunlin into the sanctuary of the esteemed doer Yunlin. Though the 8 treasures cloud light cave may not rival the Qilin cliff in grandeur, it is nevertheless regarded as a blessed haven in the primordial wilderness. Doer Yunlin's fondness for companionship is not mere rhetoric. By the time Jie and Yunlin entered, over a dozen beings, all formidable to Luo practitioners, had already gathered within the hall. This tea-tasting event, while ostensibly about savoring tea, was in truth an opportunity for friends to mutually validate their learned philosophies. As Jie elucidated, Yunlin understood this implicitly. It was a discourse on the Tao. After all, he took a sip from his cup, likely infused with essence from a postnatal spiritual root. The flavor and effects could not compare to the Enlightenment tea. At that moment, a radiant light descended outside Doer Yunlin's sanctuary, and with a smile, Doer Yunlin welcomed it into the cave dwelling. Many attendees rose to greet the newcomer. Yuding, he actually came, Jie remarked in surprise. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan school are renowned, each a true immortal of fortune and virtue. However, disciples of the Chan school tend to uphold a sense of superiority, rarely participating in gatherings. The 12 golden immortals, indeed? Yunlin inquired. He had visited Kunlun before, but at that time his second master had not yet taken Yuding as a disciple. Yuding ranks 9th among the 12 golden immortals. Indeed, Yuding Yunlin is somewhat of an anomaly among the 12. As the teachings of the Chan school, aligned with the will of heaven, stand in stark contrast to the doctrine of seizing a sliver of life for all sentient beings. Moreover, the Chan school harbors a particular disdain for those of lesser origins. Yet Yuding Yunlin seems indifferent to this. Jie explained that I've heard Yuding Yunlin's methods of body refinement are quite commendable. Yunlin casually remarked. Yuding Yunlin's true form is a spiritual cauldron, proficient in the profound arts of the 8-9 mysteries. This technique was developed by the 3 pure ones, referencing the 9 transformations of the mysteries, and is a secret method of the mystical gate. Among the 3 teachings, only Yuding has mastered this method to such a remarkable degree. A voice interjected, saying, "This friend speaks with great bravado. Yuding is a master of the path of body refinement, a paragon in the primordial realm. How can one merely describe him as commendable? Indeed, do you believe your understanding of body refinement surpasses that of Yuding?" Others chimed in, sensing Yunlin's words to be somewhat presumptuous. though some were merely attempting to flatter Yuding, as such social nuances are ever present. Haha, it is merely average, Yuding remarked with a smile, gradually approaching Yunlin. Shiji was momentarily startled, fearing that Yunlin had inadvertently offended Yuding with his words. Doer Taoist, please attend to other matters. I find a kindred spirit in this friend, and wish to engage in a brief conversation. Yuding said to Doer Jinren. Seeing this, Doer Jinren did not protest and went to arrange other affairs. Please take a seat, Taoist friend, Yunlin offered. Yuding Jinren naturally settled before Yunlin. I heard you mention the path of body refinement. May I inquire about your insights? Shiji sighed in relief, as Yuding's demeanor was sincere, indicating no intent to provoke. It is said that Yuding Jinren possesses a commendable character, yet Shiji, having never interacted with him, felt a tinge of apprehension. Yunlin observed Yuding with newfound respect. Among so many Deluo golden immortals, even a nearly pinnacle doer Jinren could not perceive the nuances of Yunlin's being, mistaking it for a mere technique of concealing one's aura. Yet Yuding, albeit at mid-Deluo, discerned some difference, showcasing his capabilities that I cannot claim to possess profound insights. I am not particularly versed in the path of body refinement, though I have some understanding. Presently, the most elite methods of body refinement in the primordial realm are the 8-9 mysteries of the mystical gate and the 6-foot golden body of the Buddhist gate. When cultivated to perfection, the physical body can attain sanctity. Eastern beings often belittle Western methods, yet those two sages of the West indeed possess great talent. Should the opportunity arise, you might observe the 6-foot golden body technique, which should greatly inspire you, Yunlin expounded. Yuding's initial curiosity gradually transformed into astonishment. Upon entering, he had noticed Yunlin, whose essence radiated a primordial aura, seemingly unmasked in his cultivation, achieving a state of returning to true nature. As a disciple of a sage, Yuding's background and perspective were both elevated. This individual may be a certain quasi-saint, yet who this might be remained unknown to Yuding, as Yunlin elaborated on the path of body refinement. Yuding could initially engage in discussion, but gradually it became a series of inquiries from Yuding with Yunlin providing answers. Shiji and the others watched in wide-eyed amazement, particularly Shiji, who had serendipitously come across such an extraordinary companion. Slowly, even Doer Jinren and the other beings present at the tea gathering became immersed in enlightenment. The myriad paths ultimately converge at the same destination. Although Yunlin's discourse focused solely on body refinement, it nonetheless sparked inspiration among the attendees. Time slipped away unnoticed as the exchange between Yunlin and Yuding reached its conclusion. Yuding, now deeply engrossed in a profound state of enlightenment, prompted the gazes of those Deluo attendees to shift towards Yunlin. I am remiss for not recognizing the presence of such a venerable elder. Please forgive any oversight, Doer Jinren lamented internally, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier indifference when Shiji brought Yunlin without even inquiring about his name. Ha! It is of no consequence. I am but an anonymous being in the primordial realm. Your spiritual tea is quite delightful. I shall not partake for free, Yunlin replied with a smile. With that, he and Shiji gracefully departed. Displaying one's sanctity in front of others can be rather uninteresting, perhaps due to an elevated perspective. Doer Jinren and the others were left in stunned silence. Alas, we were truly blind, failing to recognize a great figure and missing this fateful encounter. Someone lamented, thumping their chest in regret. Though the primordial realm is vast, resources are limited, and many beings must rely solely on their own explorations, except for a few disciples of quasi-saints and saints. Seeking wisdom is exceedingly difficult. Even Doer Jinren, a named disciple of the Taiching saint, has likely only met the Taiching saint a handful of times. Others can only imagine. Indeed, there are many great figures in the primordial realm. We have underestimated the expertise of our elder. It seems I will have to seek out Shiji to discuss this further. Doer Jinren sighed. Where has that venerable elder gone? Yuding awoke from his reverie. Having gained immeasurable insights, he has already departed, Doer Jinren replied. Yuding, disregarding the need to greet Doer Jinren, hastily pursued Yunlin. Taoist friend, Shiji stumbled over his words in this moment. Venerable elder, venerable elder. Yuding hastened to catch up with Yunlin. Bowing deeply in respect, Thank you, venerable elder, for your enlightening words. You have saved me countless years of arduous cultivation. I am unworthy of such a title. You may simply call me Shi Xiang, for I am Yunlin. The Taoist, Yunlin replied with a smile. In the next instant, both Yuding and Shiji were left astounded, especially Shiji, whose face nearly flushed with embarrassment upon realizing he stood before Yunlin Shi Xiao. Yuding chuckled. The whereabouts of the eldest brother of the are unpredictable. Even Yuding, a direct disciple of the Chan school, had only heard of his name and never beheld his visage. It is often said within the Chan school that the eldest brother of the harbors a petty heart, being despicable and shameless. However, upon meeting him, that does not seem to be the case. The eldest brother may have previously offended Shiji, yet Yunlin waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It is nothing." The three companions strolled, pausing intermittently as Yuding and Shiji posed numerous questions regarding their cultivation, to which Yunlin provided thorough explanations. Yuding found himself thoroughly convinced by Yunlin, recognizing him as a figure of great talent. Shi Xiang, may I boldly inquire, which teachings do you believe to be correct? The doctrines of the Chan school or those of the... Yuding hesitated before speaking. He had once sought an answer to this question from his master, but received no reply. Your question is indeed bold. Cultivation is about freedom and transcendence that I have listened to many great beings expound on the Tao and have comprehended the teachings of several saints, whether it be the sublime methods of the upper clear or the true transmissions of the jade clear. They are merely references. My path shall transcend all saints, Yunlin proclaimed. But Yunlin's tone was calm, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within Yuding's heart. This eldest brother speaks with such audacity. Something extraordinary is about to emerge. Allow me to show you, Yunlin said, leading Yuding and Shiji in a certain direction. They halted at the foot of a spiritual mountain, where a faint radiance of treasure shimmered, concealed by an innate formation. Even Yuding and Shiji had been oblivious to its presence moments ago. Wow! In the next moment, the innate formation dissipated, revealing a spiritual treasure to the world, its presence modest yet profound. However, judging by the quality of that Lingbao from Lingbao, it is unlikely to be inferior. That it does not seem to be a congenital treasure. Yuding furrowed his brow. Ever since Daozu imparted the teachings, widely disseminating the method of the three corpses attaining Tao in the primordial chaos, many cultivators have flocked to acquire congenital treasures. Nowadays, even a great Luo golden immortal may not possess a low-grade congenital treasure. Each time a congenital treasure emerges, myriad beings engage in fierce battles, often resulting in grievous injuries. Yet, this treasure's Tao rhythm is not characteristic of congenital treasures. This is naturally not a congenital treasure. It is the postnatal merit treasure, the Hongmeng Liantan ruler, Yunlin declared, before Yunlin could make a move. The Lingbao was already gravitating towards him. Pangu, having opened the heavens, received the immense power of merit, dividing it into 3 portions for the 3 purities, scattering 5 portions across the primordial chaos, and retaining 2 portions to forge 2 Lingbao. One is the Tiandi Linglong Xian Huang Pagoda, held by Laozi, renowned for its unparalleled defense, impervious even to the assaults of congenital treasures. The other is the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, a weapon of slaughter that does not entangle itself in karmic retribution. Surrender the Lingbao. At that moment, 2 figures appeared before Yunlin and his companions with astonishing speed. One donned a black robe, enveloped in swirling black mist, with a face marred by unsightly sores. The other was clad in green, bearing a sinister expression. Neither appeared to be virtuous, yet their strength was formidable, both at the late stage of Great Luo. They were evidently drawn by the commotion surrounding the emergence of the Hongmeng Liantian ruler. Fellow Taoist, this treasure was discovered by us first, Yuding stated coldly. What of it? Natural treasures belong to the virtuous. We are disciples of the Jie, students of the saints. Offending us will leave you with no way out. The black-robed man exclaimed. Yuding's expression turned peculiar, feeling as if a flood had surged into the Dragon King's temple, still wanting to offer explanations. However, Yunlin interjected, do disciples of the Jie have the right to be so arrogant? Naturally, our Jie has myriad immortals coming to pay homage, with followers spread across the primordial chaos. Who dares to oppose the Jie? The black-robed man laughed heartily. Enough of this idle chatter. Eliminate them, and the treasure will be ours. The green-clad man transformed into a massive green centipede. The black-robed man did not lag behind, morphing into a large black toad. The two formidable beasts launched their attacks, shaking the very mountains and stones. Jie, Yunlin sighed, raising the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler in his hand. With just a couple of strikes, the centipede and toad were rendered incapacitated, unable to even dare to breathe. Noting the relatively light killing intent surrounding them. I shall spare your lives, but you must guard the mountain gate for me in the future, Yunlin declared. What did you say? We are disciples of the Jie. Slap. With several more strikes, the centipede and toad fell silent, contemplating an opportunity to escape and seek assistance to reclaim their dignity. Senior brother, our Jie disciple Shiji was somewhat flustered, still wanting to explain. The intention of our master establishing the Jie was to seize opportunities for the beings of the primordial chaos. Yet now it has become a refuge for filth. Yunlin shook his head. Since Tongtian took on disciples, Yunlin had only visited Kunlun once. This day, Penglai, Fairyland, and Golden Ao Island thrive magnificently, drawing countless immortals. Yet, Yunlin had never set foot in Penglai or Golden Ao Island. He found no desire to witness it. The so-called prosperity was merely a facade concealing decay. The master is a saint, possessing immense supernatural powers and great magic. Yunlin believed that it was not that the master was unaware of the Jie's corruption, but rather that he had been tainted by the heavenly Tao. Choosing to turn a blind eye, the primary reason Yunlin refrained from visiting Penglai, or even meeting Tongtian, was his fear that the teacher who had once cherished him might become a stranger. With the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors returning to their positions, the host is requested to make a choice. Option 1. Hasten to accept Yuanshi as a disciple. Reward: a portion of the fire demon god's essence. Option 2. Proceed to observe. Reward: a drop of Pangu's blood. Option 3. Pay no heed. Reward: 1 piece of the creation jade plate fragment. After selecting option 3, Yunlin gazed into the distance. Upon the lands of humanity, the fortunes of the human path surged. As Yuanshi bowed to Xiandu, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors all entered the fire cloud cave. In the next moment, the primordial heavens and earth suddenly began to undergo a transformation. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to gradually dissipate. What is this? Shiji's face displayed shock. The human race has solidified its dominance over the primordial chaos. Yunlin stated, the notion of a primordial overlord is but a jest. Following the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors sealing the heavens and the earth, the primordial chaos welcomed an epic weakening. Previously, beings born in the primordial chaos were all celestial. At the very least, earth immortals. However, now there exists a distinction between celestial and mortal. The human race claims to be the overlord. Yet in reality, they have become tools for the myriad gods and Buddhas to accumulate faith and exploit. Where is the grandeur of a primordial overlord? I wish to cultivate in this place. If you encounter any difficulties in your practice, you may come to me, Yunlin proclaimed. Yuding and Shiji both bowed and departed. Just moments ago, Yunlin sensed a glimmer of breakthrough opportunity. Yunlin casually placed a restriction on the centipede and toad, using a slight maneuver to make them submit, offering a few words of instruction before commencing his seclusion. A millennium later, Yunlin awoke that he had entered the late stage of quasi-saint, yet the pinnacle of quasi-saint remained a formidable barrier, appearing to stretch endlessly. Conversely, his incarnation left in the underworld was merely 1 step away from the pinnacle of quasi-saint, progressing far more swiftly than his true self. The path of the human race cultivates the golden elixir, and before achieving immortality, one must endure the 3 calamities and 6 disasters to honor the might of heaven. I must create a method that allows the human race to remove that great mountain by themselves. Yunlin casually retrieved the 2 pieces of creation jade plate fragments he had obtained. 1 fragment of the creation jade plate was acquired from the remains of the demon god, while the other was a reward from the system. Both fragments exhibited a pale blue hue, with laws and even the power of the great Tao swirling around them. In the next moment, Yunlin produced a sword. The sword was entirely a pale golden hue, exuding an air of dominance. This was the innate treasure, the Hongmeng's sacred sword, which Yunlin had previously obtained from the system. This sword was birthed in the chaos, embodying the essence of Hongmeng, and unlike the Zhushan sword, which is a heavy weapon of slaughter, this is a gentleman's weapon. I shall seek a method capable of shaking the heavenly Tao in exchange for the creation of jade plate fragments and an innate treasure. Yunlin then summoned the Chaos Pearl. Subsequently, the Chaos Pearl emitted a ghostly light, enveloping the two fragments and the Hongmeng's sacred sword within its embrace. Time passed unmeasured, and cracks began to appear on the two fragments of the creation jade plate and the Hongmeng's sacred sword. The creation jade plate is a treasure of chaos. Had Pangu not intervened to shatter it, even the saints of the 10 heavens would find it challenging to inflict any damage, even as fragments. They are not easily destroyed. The Hongmeng's sacred sword goes without saying. A complete innate treasure is indestructible. Yet at this moment, these two treasures gradually dissipated under the ghostly light of the Chaos Pearl. Transforming into flowing light that slipped into the Chaos Pearl, as Yunlin's control over the Chaos Pearl deepened, he became increasingly capable of unearthing its power. It is said that the Chaos Pearl harbors a world within, self-constituting a realm, possessing boundless potential. However, this assertion is overly simplistic. The true function of the Chaos Pearl is sacrifice. Utilizing the Chaos Pearl as a medium, one can offer certain items to the primordial source of chaos, receiving what one desires in return, an equivalent exchange. However, the primordial source of chaos does not accept just anything. Even the finest innate treasures are deemed beneath its notice. Were it not for the urgency to obtain true methods, Yunlin would have been reluctant to offer up the fragments of the creation jade plate and the Hongmeng's sacred sword. After the Hongmeng's sacred sword and the two fragments of the creation jade plate were consumed, a page of golden parchment fell into Yunlin's hands. Simultaneously, a tremor resonated through the chaos, as if some terrifying existence was awakening. In the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun abruptly rose. Even when Luo Ho emerged, summoning the demonic path, he had not reacted thus. Why does he exhibit signs of awakening? Hongjun murmured, "To invoke such apprehension. The unknown existence must be of considerable significance." At the same time, Luo Ho's figure emerged from the Chaos Pearl. "Mr. Mo?" Yunlin was momentarily taken aback. "You used the Chaos Pearl to make a sacrifice." Luo Ho remarked, "The Chaos Pearl was once wielded by a great demon deity. You have stirred the will of chaos, and it seems there is an inclination for it to awaken, that he will undoubtedly devise means to seize the Chaos Pearl from you. However, this is not a matter of great concern. Should he dare to approach, you may cleave him with the essence left within you by Pangu, or I could give him a good thrashing as well." As he spoke, Luo Ho appeared eager, as if he harbored a grudge against that great demon deity. He came swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in no time. Yunlin found himself in a state of amusement. He was already aware of this situation. The 3,000 demon deities struck by Pangu's axe had not truly perished. Many remnants of their souls lingered throughout the primordial realm. The journey to the west comprises 81 tribulations, fundamentally aimed at thoroughly suppressing those lingering souls. As the master of the Chaos Pearl, Yunlin was naturally aware that its former master was still alive, yet he felt no fear. Yunlin then picked up the golden parchment and examined it. With his current perspective, even the methods studied by some sages failed to captivate him. However, the techniques inscribed on this golden paper elicited his admiration. It was indeed worthy of the sacrifice of 2 shards of the creation jade discs and an innate treasure. Master. Upon Yunlin's arrival, the gatekeepers, a centipede named Wu Yu and a toad named Yu Hei, greeted him with utmost respect. They dared not show the slightest disrespect towards Yunlin, not only due to the means he had employed against them, but also because the Taoist resonance he had emanated during his cultivation over the years had greatly benefited them. They referred to themselves as disciples of the, yet they had not even crossed the threshold. They merely considered themselves as such after attending lectures by the saint of Tongtian. Such disciples were plentiful in the primordial realm, incessantly eroding the fortunes of the master. It seems that the ruler you placed outside has stirred some commotion. to even breach the protective formation, and several groups attempted to investigate but were driven away. Yu Hei reported. After acquiring the Hongmeng measure, Yunlin had discovered that the ruler had an unusual nature. It had seemingly developed a spark of sentience and was on the verge of taking form. Yunlin had little understanding of the Hongmeng measure, as it had rarely appeared in the primordial realm, and the notion of an acquired merit treasure taking form was somewhat absurd. You two have done well, Yunlin said, tossing 2 spiritual fruits to them. Wu Yu and Yu Hei were immediately overjoyed, feeling the profound benefits these fruits, born from innate spiritual roots, would bestow upon their cultivation. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Hongmeng measure, a purple radiance enveloped the ruler. It seems we are still lacking a bit. Allow me to lend you a hand, Yunlin said, sitting cross-legged to impart his teachings to the Hongmeng measure. Another century passed. The purple light erupted from the Hongmeng measure, and a figure emerged from within that light, a handsome youth clad in purple, perhaps due to the immense merit contained within him. Even as he took form, he did not undergo a tribulation that I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent? Yunlin inquired. The transformation of the Hongmeng measure signified a great Luo golden immortal, possessing extraordinary talent, an ideal disciple to assist him while allowing Yunlin some respite. As for Fuxi and Shinnong, they were merely nominal figures, not requiring Yunlin's guidance. I am willing, the youth replied. Yunlin was taken aback. Liang. The name inscribed on the Hongmeng measure indeed bore these 2 characters, resonating with the principles of the Tao, yet this title felt excessively grand, bordering on disrespectful to the heavenly Tao. Nonetheless, Yunlin did not dwell on it. Master, what methods exist to avoid the encroachment of calamities and remain untouched by karmic entanglements? I do not seek an overwhelmingly powerful technique, only one that ensures my path to sanctity remains unobstructed. There are countless paths to becoming a saint, yet safety is paramount, Liang Tian articulated. Yunlin was astonished. He even began to suspect that Liang Tian, like himself, was a transmigrant of the 3,000 paths. Only the enduring path prevails. Are you willing to learn? Yunlin tentatively inquired. I am willing, Liang Tian replied eagerly, bowing in respect. During this period, Yunlin meticulously examined Liang Tian's form countless times, finding no immediate issues, yet further observation was warranted. Yunlin surmised that his disciple likely bore a sense of caution etched into his heart due to prior encounters with the calamities of creation. Wu Yu, Yu Hei, I wish to establish a mountain gate here. You two shall guard the surroundings. Yunlin summoned the duo. Wu Yu scratched his head and said, Master, the spiritual energy in the primordial realm is currently sparse. Only in certain blessed lands can cultivators find respite. This place seems devoid of even a single spiritual vein. Indeed, Master, we previously occupied a certain Taoist site. Why not establish the mountain gate there? Yu Hei chimed in. Their concerns were entirely reasonable, as the pursuit of cultivation requires the harmonious balance of companions, resources, and location. The selection of a Taoist site holds significant importance. It is not merely a temporary arrangement, but rather a foundation for eternity. No need. It is merely a matter of gathering spiritual energy and drawing forth spiritual veins. How difficult can that be? Yunlin chuckled, rising to stand atop the small hill. This location was where the Hongmeng measure had emerged. Although the innate formation had collapsed and spiritual energy had severely diminished, it remained superior to many other places. Under the watchful eyes of Wu Yu and Yu Hei, Yunlin waved his hand. A beam of crimson light descended upon the mountain's peak, an innate spiritual root. Wu Yu and Yu Hei were left utterly astonished. After enduring numerous calamities, the notion of abundant treasures was virtually non-existent in the primordial realm. Resources had become increasingly scarce. Innate spiritual treasures and roots were invaluable, far more precious than innate treasures, as they could provide a continuous flow of energy and enhance the spiritual resonance of a Taoist site. Yet their master had effortlessly procured one. This is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Hong Pao Ti tree, which I acquired by chance, Yunlin explained. He then summoned forth great magical power to grasp at a distant location. A spiritual vein was extracted directly by Yunlin. While this vein was not as grand as the ancestral vein of Yunlin Cliff, it still offered a considerable supply of spiritual energy. Gentlemen, may I inquire if you are aware of my master's true origins? Tongtian observed Yunlin's actions with wide eyes. Although he had just taken form, he was not entirely ignorant. Such a powerful figure was undoubtedly rare in the primordial realm. Wu Yu and Yu Hei exchanged glances. How can a disciple not know who his master is? The master is the eldest disciple of the, personally instructed by the saint of Upper Clear, and also the Eastern Emperor of the Heavenly Court, Yu Hei stated. Tongtian was initially taken aback, then muttered, "My master possesses such a formidable background. His enemies must be equally formidable. It seems I must exercise extra caution moving forward." Wu Yu and Yu Hei were rendered speechless. Was this disciple of their master not a bit unusual? What kind of thought process was this? Yunlin then produced the sun compass to set up a grand formation. Lastly, he erected a stone tablet before the mountain gate, configuring it with some arrangements, with a golden paper obtained from the sacrifice hidden within the tablet. Yunlin did not wish to be overly ostentatious, so he made only a simple arrangement. Who is establishing a Taoist site in this location? A voice suddenly inquired. Master, this territory is governed by the Smoke Cloud Mountain, overseen by the early stage quasi-saint. Old ancestor Smoke Cloud. Perhaps the commotion from your extraction of the spiritual vein has drawn his attention, Wu Yu informed. Invite him in. Yunlin waved his hand casually, and Wu Yu hurried to comply. Old ancestor Smoke Cloud appeared as a plump elderly man, exuding a kindly demeanor. Initially, he was somewhat irked by Yunlin's unilateral extraction of the spiritual vein without personally inviting him, as he was a quasi-saint and the leader of this area. How audacious for an outsider. However, upon stepping into the formation, all his ire dissipated. He sensed an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the formation itself. The individual who had arranged this formation was undoubtedly far more skilled than he. Smoke Cloud, I greet you, Tao brother. The venerable ancestor of Smoke and Cloud observed Yunlin's tactful bow, and proclaimed, "Here, I establish the lineage of the Tao, with no intention of engaging in disputes. This item is bestowed upon you as compensation for extracting a vein of spiritual energy from this place." A streak of luminous light emanated from Yunlin's hand, which the ancestor of Smoke and Cloud accepted. Upon merely glancing at it, he was overwhelmed with joy and returned a bow to Yunlin. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." The radiant light, however, was not particularly valuable, at least in Yunlin's view. It merely encompassed some of his insights into cultivation. Yet for the ancestor of Smoke and Cloud, it was akin to a treasure, one for which he would not trade even the most precious innate spiritual items. Should you require anything, feel free to send someone to find me at Smoke and Cloud Mountain, displaying great understanding. The ancestor did not linger to disturb Yunlin further and turned to depart. I have established 36 checkpoints before the mountain gate. Only those who can pass through all 36 may enter my celestial freedom sect. You too, please keep a watchful eye. Yunlin instructed Wu Yu and Yu Hei. Yes, they replied in unison. Yunlin then turned his focus to teaching this disciple a few lessons. The news of Yunlin establishing a lineage and earning the ancestors' profound respect soon spread throughout the region. Consequently, many powerful beings sought to visit Yunlin to gain familiarity, but all were dissuaded by Wu Yu and Yu Hei. Upon hearing of the Celestial Freedom Sect's initiation of disciples, countless beings aspired to enter the Celestial Freedom Mountain and attempt the trials. This sacred mountain was consequently referred to as Celestial Freedom Mountain, and Yunlin was hailed as the ancestor of celestial freedom. The 36 checkpoints became known as the Celestial Freedom Ladder. Go away. You possess no celestial roots. Even if you exhaust your lifespan, you shall never achieve success in cultivation. A gatekeeper advised before Celestial Gate. Before him stood a tattered old and is it true that without celestial roots, one cannot seek the celestial? The old man lamented. I have heard that thousands of years ago, the world was filled with celestial beings. Why is it not possible now? The gatekeeper replied, This question is beyond my knowledge. Perhaps even my master does not know. Perhaps it is an act of compassion that I say this point. 3,000 years ago, the Celestial Freedom Sect established its lineage, and it is said that the ancestor of the sect was an extraordinary figure who set up 36 checkpoints. Yet, No one has ever succeeded in passing through. Why not try your luck there? Thank you for the information, esteemed immortal. The old man bowed and then, leaning on his staff, wobbled away. Why bother? It will be better to let him return disheartened. Offering him hope may not be a good thing, that a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe remarked. I have seen him as pitiable, the gatekeeper replied. Bowing, this man has sought the celestial for 40 years. With no cultivation, traversing mountains and valleys, if he were to return in disappointment, it would likely haunt him for a lifetime. Very well, you shall escort him part of the way. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Yes, my lord. The gatekeeper transformed into a gust of wind and departed. Observing the gatekeeper's retreating figure, the middle-aged man murmured, the ancestor of celestial freedom is indeed a great power. 3,000 years have passed. Yet he has not recorded a single person. Why is that? In the vicinity of Smoke and Cloud Mountain, the name of the Celestial Freedom Sect was widely known. Over the past 3,000 years, countless beings have attempted the trials, yet none succeeded. Even those beneath the great Luo who sought to enter the Celestial Freedom Sect returned defeated, which was a source of much lamentation. All speculated on the intentions of the Celestial Freedom Sect, with many doubting that the checkpoints were solvable at all, believing that the ancestor of celestial freedom was merely toying with the lives of sentient beings. Senior brother, it has been 3,000 years, and your Celestial Freedom Sect has yet to accept a single disciple. It is rather desolate, is it not? Jie remarked with a smile. In his leisure, Jie would often visit Yunlin for tea and to inquire about matters of cultivation. Occasionally, Yuding would also drop by. When these two visited, Yunlin generously offered various spiritual fruits, elixirs, and enlightenment teas. Both Yuding and Jie had made significant progress in their cultivation and were profoundly grateful to Yunlin. Yet they remained unaware of the true purpose behind Yunlin's establishment of the lineage. Asked the senior brother. If Yunlin truly intended to set up a lineage, it would undoubtedly herald a prosperous era. With countless celestial beings coming to pay homage, most beings in the primordial world are mediocre. The mediocre do not deserve to enter my sect. Yunlin chuckled. Were it anyone else speaking such words, Jie would surely scoff, deeming it arrogant. However, coming from Yunlin, she found it entirely reasonable. I have heard that senior brother has taken on a disciple. Jie inquired, the mention of this. Yunlin felt a wave of frustration. Initially, he had taken in Tian to find a helper for his tasks. Yet, the boy had proven to be little more than a shadow, rarely showing himself, save for seeking guidance and cultivation. Yunlin believed Tian's talent was on par with that of the golden-winged Great Pangu. In such a short time, he had already reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, Tian's greatest passion lay in studying peculiarities, delving deeply into the arts of formations and breath concealment. Yunlin's knowledge. Tian had set up at least 100,000 formations in his secluded retreat. With his techniques for breath concealment constantly evolving, now boasting at least 358 versions, that he had suppressed his cultivation to the golden immortal level, rendering even quasi-saints unable to detect any flaws. This wayward disciple is excessively reclusive. Let us not speak of my disciple. Yunlin sighed. Finally, someone with potential to pass the trials has arrived. That Yunlin's interest was piqued as he glanced toward the mountain gate. 3,000 years had passed, and the entrance to the Celestial Freedom Sect had been void of visitors. After witnessing countless failures, many had given up hope, and even the gatekeepers, Wu Yu and Yu Hei, had begun to doze off. Cough, cough. A violent cough echoed. This moment. Zhang Yuan had turned gray, aged and frail. The journey to the Celestial Freedom Sect had not been far for those of celestial descent. Even Earth immortals could reach it in a short time. Yet, Zhang Yuan was merely immortal. He possessed no celestial techniques, nor could he perform any escape arts. He relied solely on his willpower and 2 legs. It took him 10 years to arrive at this place. Someone is coming. Wu Yu nudged Yu Hei beside him. However, their hopes were quickly dashed. A mere mortal had scant chances. May I inquire, esteemed immortals, is this the Celestial Freedom Sect? Zhang Yuan bowed. Indeed, it is the Celestial Freedom Sect. Wu Yu responded, albeit with disappointment, that little fellow who was hiding in the shadows accompanying you. Oh, he has left. Zhang Yuan was first taken aback. then realized what had occurred and bowed in the direction he had come from, thought, "If you seek to attempt the trials, you may enter through the mountain gate. However, I must warn you, with your mortal roots and bones, you are very likely to perish within the checkpoints," Yue cautioned. "Thank you for the warning, esteemed immortal." Zhang Yuan gazed at the mountain gate of the Celestial Freedom Sect. Resolutely stepping inside, Wu Yu and Yu Hei did not intervene further, yet they did not fall asleep. "How many trials do you think he can pass?" Wu Yu asked. "Pass? I doubt he can even get through one." Yu Hei scoffed. Shiji also took note of Zhang Yuan, perplexed. "Senior brother, can a mere mortal truly pass through the 36 trials? Why not? The 36 trials, while termed as such, are essentially one trial," Yunlin explained. Sipping his tea, "This singular trial is the trial of the heart. That I end this trial. It is not the cultivation level that matters, but rather the state of one's heart. That I in truth." He felt a twinge of excitement. As the time for discussing the conferral of titles was drawing near, that if no one else were to enter from his side, the sacrifices of the fragments of the creation jade plate and the primordial sword would have been in vain. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had already stepped into the first trial. First trial, Mountain of Blades. Second trial, Sea of Flames. Third trial, Inner Demons. Each of the 36 trials was distinct, yet interconnected. Upon reaching the 36th trial, Yunlin's figure materialized, asking, "Why do you seek the celestial?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Esteemed immortal, as I have traversed this path, I have come to realize that what I seek may not be the celestial itself. Rather, I yearn for a power that can stand against the celestial. After all, the mortal realm pales in comparison to the celestial. He hails from a humble tribe, renowned as the most exceptional hunter among them. Yet, due to a fleeting whim of a so-called celestial being, his tribe was obliterated that moment. Zhang Yuan had just returned from a hunting expedition, narrowly escaping disaster. Yet he bore witness to the tragic demise of his kin. Powerless to intervene, the distinction between the mortal and the divine is as vast as the heavens and the earth that he, unwilling to accept his fate, from that day forth, Zhang Yuan embarked on a quest for the divine. Unfortunately, he encountered numerous setbacks, the mortal inferior to the celestial. "Ha! You are mistaken." Yunlin chuckled and shook his head. "That I beseech you, venerable celestial, impart to me your teachings." Zhang Yuan knelt in reverence. In the next instant, a stone tablet materialized before him, upon which golden characters began to emerge. The celestial grants the essence of life as the foundation for longevity. The mortal may refine the essence of the mortal realm to shatter the celestial path. Zhang Yuan's body trembled violently as Yunlin separated a portion of his own celestial fate and infused it into Zhang Yuan. Before long, tears streamed down Zhang Yuan's face as he bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, venerable celestial. With such true teachings, who would dare claim that mortals are inferior to celestials? From this day forth, you shall be my named disciple," declared Yunlin. "That I pay my respects to my master." Zhang Yuan offered another BOW. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped the Xiaoyao immortal sect, heralding numerous extraordinary phenomena, even startling the venerable Yin Yun, a figure of quasi-saint status. "Someone has traversed the Xiaoyao immortal steps." Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Who could it be that has conquered the Xiaoyao immortal steps? To be accepted into the Xiaoyao immortal sect is indeed a tremendous fortune. It is evident that the Xiaoyao immortal steps are not insurmountable. I must attempt to conquer them once more. In no time, countless beings gathered before the gates of the Xiaoyao immortal sect. Might I inquire who it was that previously overcame the 36 trials? One being asked, "It is not to be spoken of. Not to be spoken of, that individual has already been taken as a named disciple by my esteemed master. You all must strive even harder," replied Wu Yu with a hint of mystery. That in truth, both Wu Yu and Yu Hei were utterly bewildered. The only one who had come to face the trials was that mere mortal. And yet he had managed to surpass the 36 trials that even de Luo could not conquer. However, there must be a reason behind the master's actions. Following the master, even without meat to eat, one can at least savor the broth. Unbeknownst to all, as Zhang Yuan set forth to join the Xiaoyao immortal sect, he soon expressed his intention to depart. "Master, my path lies within the mortal realm. In a world of mortals, I wish to seek my way. Go. Yunlin waved his hand. After bowing once more, Zhang Yuan resumed his journey. Yet this time, despite his appearance still bearing the marks of age, there was no trace of weakness about him. His body remained devoid of any celestial energy, and he wielded no spells. He continued to measure the earth with his footsteps. However, Zhang Yuan's strides were remarkably light. "Senior brother, what path is your disciple walking?" Shiji inquired. "The path of the mortal realm," Yunlin replied with a smile. "The path of the mortal realm?" Shiji furrowed his brow, having never heard of such a thing. Yet he refrained from probing further. "Senior brother, in 3,000 years, the heavenly court intends to hold the peach blossom banquet. Will you attend?" "I shall likely attend," Yunlin responded. After all, he remains the Eastern Emperor Qinghua of the heavenly court. And even for the sake of Hao Qian and Yao Qi, attendance is expected. Another millennium passed, and a middle-aged man arrived at the gates of the Xiaoyao immortal sect, habitually twisting his mustache. "Fellow Taoist, may I inquire if this is the Xiaoyao immortal sect?" The middle-aged man asked. "Indeed it is. The 36 trials of the Xiaoyao immortal sect are exceedingly difficult. I am eager to learn who it was that managed to pass them initially." The person being questioned sighed and turned to leave. "Esteemed elders, might there be any secret to overcoming the trials?" The middle-aged man stealthily approached Wu Yu and Yu Hei, slipping them a small gift. Upon inspection, they discovered it to be a flask of spiritual wine. They had not indulged in wine for many years and felt a pang of desire. "Allow me to share a hint. If there are any secrets to speak of, they are non-existent. However, based on my observations, it is essential to possess an unwavering heart if one wishes to traverse far." Wu Yu stated. "Thank you, esteemed elder." After handing the flask to Wu Yu, the middle-aged man stepped into the trials of the Xiaoyao immortal sect. At the moment of his arrival, Yunlin, who had been asleep, was abruptly awakened. Yunlin's expression turned peculiar. Why is he here? This if it only be Shen Gongbao, who during the investiture of the gods had sent numerous disciples of the Jie Sect away with the words, "Fellow Taoist, please stay." He is infamous as the harbinger of misfortune during that tumultuous time. Furthermore, he bears another identity, that of a figure of the investiture. Alongside Jiangxia, he was destined to oversee the grand scheme of the investiture. However, due to Shen Gongbao being an anomaly, the primordial one favored Jiangxia with the investiture list. Shen Gongbao, unwilling to accept this, sought to prove himself by challenging Jiangxia, only to ultimately be sent to fill the CEI. Some say that the primordial one was aware of Shen Gongbao's unfortunate nature, thus compelling him to rebel, guiding the Jie Sect disciples into calamity. "If you can conquer the 36 trials, I shall take you as my disciple." Yunlin chuckled. Shen Gongbao did not disappoint Yunlin. He indeed managed to pass the 36 trials. In truth, Shen Gongbao's natural talent was not lacking. His heart was sufficiently resolute, and he had been seeking the way for many years. Had it not been for the primordial one's bias, his achievements would not have been insignificant. "I pay my respects, esteemed elder." Shen Gongbao hastily bowed upon seeing Yunlin. "I wish to take you as my named disciple. Do you consent?" Yunlin inquired. However, before Shen Gongbao could respond, a powerful aura descended from the heavens, enveloping the Xiaoyao immortal sect. This aura startled many Taoist sects and elders in the vicinity of Yanyan Mountain. "Guang Chengzi of the Chan sect, what brings him here?" The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect are all direct disciples of saints, holding illustrious status. This area, though vast, is merely a remote corner of the primordial wilderness, with only Yinyan Laozi and the recently arrived Xiaoyao Laozi as its notable figures. Yet, the true strength of Xiaoyao Laozi remains shrouded in mystery. Known only through hearsay. It seems Guang Chengzi has come for the Xiaoyao immortal sect. Have they offended the Chan sect? It must be so, or else the leader of the 12 golden immortals would not have come. In the clouds, Guang Chengzi wielded the Fan Tian seal and proclaimed loudly, "Xiaoyao Laozi, Shen Gongbao is a designated disciple of my Chan sect. How dare you take him into your fold?" Without waiting for Yunlin's response, he unleashed the Fan Tian seal. The people of the Chan sect are indeed overbearing. The Tongtian seal is a formidable artifact forged from a fragment of Mount Buzhou by the primordial one. Though merely a postnatal spiritual treasure, its might surpasses that of any top-grade innate spiritual treasure. It is Guangchengzi's signature treasure, the Tongtian seal, descended from the heavens, growing ever larger. It threatened to completely cover the sacred mountain of the Shaoyao immortal sect. Nearby, even the Deluo beings dared not utter a sound, and even the quasi-saint Yunlin did not dare to act recklessly. Though he was a quasi-saint, he was merely a loose cultivator without any substantial backing. Should he incur the wrath of the Jie Sect, he would not know how he might perish. Shen Gongbao was equally flustered at this moment. Yet Yunlin merely grunted softly. In the next instant, a colossal hand manifested within the Shaoyao immortal sect, grasping the Tongtian seal firmly. Guangchengzi, you possess audacity indeed, daring to wreak havoc on my territory. PFF. Guangchengzi immediately spat blood, his face contorted in shock and anger, nearly plummeting from the clouds. The onlookers of Yinyan Mountain were taken aback. Guangchengzi wielded the strength of a quasi-saint in the early stages and had summoned the Tongtian seal. His status as a direct disciple of a saint meant that his power was beyond that of an ordinary quasi-saint. A being like Yinyan Laozi could hardly withstand Guangchengzi's earlier strike. Yet the enigmatic Shaoyao Laozi managed to catch the Tongtian seal and even severely injure Guangchengzi. Such strength! Remarkably formidable. Meanwhile, Yinyan Laozi pondered over the words of Shaoyao Laozi, discerning that he held no fear of the Jie Sect. This revelation instilled even greater awe in Yinyan Laozi. Now that the Jie Sect seeks to recruit you, you may yet find yourself accepted under the tutelage of a saint. I shall not retain you against your will. Yunlin addressed Shengingbao, who had regained his composure from his astonishment and subsequently offered a wry smile. Senior, to speak candidly, although my strength is meager, I possess a wide circle of friends. The primordial saint has taken more than 10 disciples. Yet the treatment among them varies greatly. I share a camaraderie with the real man of the Yellow Dragon, and even as an outsider, I find his experiences within the Changjiao intolerable, though I am unaware of what Changjiao sees in me. I would prefer not to join if given the choice. The primary factor, of course, was the profound power that Yunlin had just displayed, which had left Shengingbao utterly shaken. They say you, Shengingbao, are astute. It appears that reputation is indeed well-deserved. Yunlin chuckled. However, senior, the Changjiao has come to seek you. Shengingbao expressed with a hint of concern. Fear not, I shall send them packing. Yunlin retorted. Shengingbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Such audacity in your words, senior. Yet, I find it rather appealing. Shaoyao Laozi, do not overstep. I, Guangchengzi of Changjiao, am exceedingly enraged. As the foremost of the 12 golden immortals, I command respect wherever I go. Your abilities are so limited that you resort to invoking your master's name. Were it not for the consideration of my second master uncle, you would have perished long ago. Yunlin hefted the Tongtian in his hand before suddenly appearing above the Shaoyao Xianzong. Guangchengzi was initially taken aback by Yunlin's presence, but a flicker of panic quickly crossed his eyes. He recognized Yunlin all too well. I have claimed Shengingbao. Be gone, with a flick of his wrist. Yunlin hurled the Tongtian back, prompting Guangchengzi to hastily retreat without daring to linger. Unable to fight or assert his status, he had no choice but to return and report the incident. The cultivators of Yinyan Mountain, witnessing Yunlin's arrival and Guangchengzi's swift departure, fell into a profound silence. It was common knowledge among the beings of the Hongwang that Changjiao was arrogant and that the primordial saint was protective of his own. Yet the appearance of Shaoyao Laozi had compelled Guangchengzi to flee in disgrace. Such grandeur! Now that the matter is resolved, would you be willing to become my registered disciple? Yunlin inquired. I would be honored to. Shengingbao readily consented. I am Yunlin Daoren, the elder brother of the Jie. While I shall accept you as my pupil, I will not impart the teachings of the upper clear true method, nor will you be officially recognized as a disciple of Jie. There is no need for you to consider yourself as such. However, the knowledge I share with you shall not be inferior to that of any saint. Yunlin declared, hands clasped behind his back. Shengingbao became increasingly exhilarated. known for his shrewdness and decent talents. He was aware of the rumors surrounding Yunlin that I humbly request your teachings. This is the wondrous method of causality. Derived from my own insights, today I shall bestow it upon you. How far you can go depends upon your own fortune, Yunlin replied. Nearly everyone believed that Shenging Beio was plagued by misfortune, asserting that to remain in his company would bring calamity. Yet, Yunlin held a different perspective. He discerned within Shenging Beio a potent force, which, rather than being mere bad luck, could be more accurately described as the power of causality. Time is revered, space reigns, fate remains unyielding, and causality reigns supreme. The 3,000 great pathways each possess their own merits and unique applications, aside from the path of strength, which can overpower all methods and suppress the remaining 2,999 pathways. In truth, the great pathways are interwoven and mutually restraining. The path of causality stands as a particularly unique existence among the 3,000 paths.